As mentioned before, she could only view all of someone's information without their awareness when she constructed a certain building, but even then, the information didn't include their names. That building was the library. Before building the library, the only living beings you could inspect were humans, monsters, and animals. The fact that she couldn't even see their names could only mean they weren't human, and the elven insignia she found on the clothing confirmed this. They were elves, or, more precisely, members of the elven race. Of course, there was another possibility. If they were human but using powerful magic to conceal themselves, like a mage or sorcerer masking their identity, she wouldn't be able to see through that either. But such spells were extremely advanced. If both of them were capable of casting such magic, there's no way they would have been captured by a bunch of ordinary people. You go ahead. I'll check if there's anything else here. She needed to gather up all the elven-related items, destroy what needed to be destroyed, return what needed to be returned. After all, this could potentially affect the relationship between her territory and the elves. She had to be extremely careful. Yes. You nodded and prepared to return to the inn to continue his work. Before he left, you tossed him a book. Oh, here, take this. You was startled, but instinctively caught what she threw. Looking down, he saw it was a book with strange patterns on the cover. But even stranger than the patterns was the fact that he couldn't open the book. What is this? The job change hall will be finished this afternoon. When it's ready, you can take this and become a mage. With that, the book's identity was clear. It was the magic rune book you had been longing for. So you had actually wanted to give him the magic rune book for a while. After all, the territory needed combat power, and even a not-so-talented water mage was still a mage. Especially after seeing so much trouble arise in just 3 days since the territory opened, so he was even more eager to boost their fighting strength. You had also managed the inn very well these past few days, and yesterday he'd shown sharp judgment and taken the right actions, which was a huge contribution. If they'd really let those people take the elves away and left behind a bunch of items marked with elven insignia, once the elves discovered their people had been kidnapped and traced it back to Sunset Territory, it would be hard to explain. Even if they managed to clear things up in the end, their reputation would definitely take a hit. The only question would be how much. But if they couldn't explain it at all, their relationship with the elves would be completely ruined. After shooing the excited, tongue-tied you out, so you began sorting through the spoils here. She pocketed the money without hesitation, packed up the items with elven markings to return to the 2 elves, and kept the villain's identity documents to hand over to the elves later. Once everything was sorted, you found a letter. The letter had already been opened, so you didn't hesitate to read it. After reading its contents, you finally understood how these people knew where the elves were, how to identify them, and how they managed to capture them. If elves were entering the human world, they would certainly disguise themselves. According to the letter, these people owed money. One day, they suddenly received this letter, which promised them a large sum of money if they helped kidnap 2 people and deliver them to a certain location. The letter didn't specify that the targets were elves. It just said they'd be given an item, and when that item vibrated, it meant the people they needed to capture were nearby. Elves might not like fighting, but it's not that they can't fight. The letter's sender knew that a ragtag group like this couldn't defeat elves, so they provided them with something, the bell you had just given to Suyu. This bell could prevent elves from using their abilities, just like a mage unable to use magic. Without their powers, elves were no different from ordinary people, easy prey. To convince the group they'd really be paid, the sender had even included money with the letter. The letter had already been opened, and the money inside had naturally been taken. However, you did manage to scrounge up a dozen or so gold coins, which must have been part of the original sum. A dozen gold coins. Not silver coins, and certainly not copper. The person who wrote this letter was quite generous. But then again, considering their target was an elf, you could understand why they were willing to pay so much. Wherever there is light, there is also darkness. There have long been rumors that elves possess the power of immortality, that using elf blood in medicine can preserve youth, and that consuming an elf's core can grant eternal life. If Sue remembered correctly, in a storyline released by the game company, she'd seen a noble elf whose core was dug out by humans. Although the elf was later rescued, losing the core was like a human losing their soul. Ultimately, the elf didn't survive. Could things really be that coincidental? Sue rubbed the letter, feeling more and more that this was no simple matter. But what troubled her wasn't just the kidnapping of the elves, but the entire data-driven world itself. Lord, there's a resident named Lilith who wants to see you. Lyle's voice came from outside the door. Sue snapped out of her thoughts, quickly stuffed all the sorted items into her backpack, and got ready to go. Where is she? Sue had a deep impression of Lilith. After all, she was an NPC with skills, and not just any skills, but the rare beast-taming ability. By rights, with Lilith's introverted personality, she shouldn't have sought Sue out on her own, especially not going through others to find her when she couldn't locate her directly. Something was clearly off, unless Lilith had something extremely important to say. She said she's waiting for you at her house. I'll be right there. The territory had been in turmoil these past few days. Sue was run off her feet with construction, recruiting residents, assigning jobs. She'd barely gotten a break after the last crisis, and now there was this elf situation. Sue sighed and, before leaving, asked Lyle to sit by the bulletin board and help with recruitment. She had a feeling she wouldn't get a moment's rest today. Perhaps her intuition was right. After knocking on Lilith's door, Sue was led, actually, it was more like she was led by Lilith's little gray wolf, to a corner of the territory. Lilith said, "Lord, Little Gray has been restless since yesterday afternoon. This morning, it dragged me straight here. Normally, it's very well behaved and never runs off." Watching the little gray wolf anxiously pacing in the corner, Sue seemed to guess what was going on. She took a shovel out of her backpack. "Have it stand back a bit." Lilith softly called Little Gray's name, and when it seemed reluctant, she simply walked over and picked up the wolf pup. Sue started digging. In less than 2 minutes, she uncovered a box, surrounded by some kind of white, unidentified powder. She'd wanted to examine the powder, but since it was mixed with dirt and sand, it wasn't pure enough to identify. All she could conclude was that it was some unknown impurity. Since she couldn't tell what it was, Sue just collected some and turned her attention to the box. The box wasn't large, about the size of a basketball. Inside were several blood-stained weapons, swords, knives, and arrows. Seeing Sue open the box, Lilith asked softly, "Is there something inside?" Not wanting to scare her, Sue didn't answer directly. She just closed the box and prepared to take it with her. "You heard about the incident at the post station yesterday, right?" Quite a few people had seen what happened, so the story of thieves breaking into the post station at night, but quickly being caught by the territory, had spread everywhere. Thanks to tight security, people only knew the official story, that there were thieves, but not what exactly had been stolen. "I heard," Lilith nodded. Realizing the box might be connected to the thieves made her a bit nervous. Sue hadn't meant to frighten her, so she reassured her, "They've already been caught. This is just some stuff they hid away." As she spoke, she crouched down and handed 5 silver coins to Little Gray. The little wolf glanced at her, then took the coins in its mouth, rubbing against Lilith's leg with a pleased look in its eyes. Lilith was stunned, and instinctively tried to return the coins, but Sue's next words made her hesitate. "This is a reward for Little Gray. You have no right to give it back unless Little Gray doesn't want it." After all, the wolf had helped find the box. A reward was only fair. Anyone who saw the contents of the box could guess these were the weapons that injured the 2 elves. There was no way the weapons had buried themselves, so it was obvious the culprits had hidden them here on purpose. First, they left items with elven markings in the room, then buried the weapons on the territory. This kind of framing wasn't particularly sophisticated, but as long as it could mislead the elves coming to the rescue, it would be considered a success. If they could really mislead the elves and pin the blame on Sunset territory, so much the better. But Lilith knew nothing of this. She only knew that her Little Gray had found a box and somehow earned 5 silver coins for it. "Keep it. You'll need money to buy a house someday. If you feel bad, just buy some extra meat to reward your partner." With that, Sue took the box and left. Lilith hesitated, but realized Siyu had a point, so she accepted the money. Rather than fret over this, she might as well take Little Gray to buy some food. While Lilith was taking Little Gray to buy raw meat from Doya, Siyu, loaded down with odds and ends, headed to the house where the two elves were being kept. But when she opened the door, they weren't there. Even Bu Gua, whom she'd assigned to watch over them, was gone. Siyu raised an eyebrow, set her things down, and decided to wait for their return. She didn't have to wait long. Less than 10 minutes later, she heard footsteps outside. Not expecting anyone inside, and Ning pushed the door open and entered. Seeing Siyu, she froze, then instinctively glanced at Bu Gua, silently asking who this person was. But Bu Gua didn't notice her look, nor did she introduce Siyu. Still, her words and actions had already revealed Siyu's identity. Bu Gua trotted over to Siyu and said, "My lord, what brings you here?" "I just took them to the clinic to thank Sister Vivian." Bu Gua knew that her task, aside from looking after these two, also carried a hint of surveillance. After all, these were two people with obvious backgrounds and stories. There was no way they'd be allowed to wander freely around the territory, let alone leave whenever they pleased. Especially after learning their true identities, Siyu was even less likely to let them go. If they left the territory and the elves showed up right after, with all that talk of dangerous artifacts and relics, there'd be no way to explain it, no matter how hard she tried. "So this is the lord of the territory," Ria said with a smile, leading Anan inside from the doorway. "I'm Ria, and this is Anan. The two of us must thank you for your help, Lord Su." Ria's gratitude was sincere. No matter what ulterior motives Siyu might have, at least for now she had none, and it was indeed Siyu who had arranged for them to be rescued. Since they'd already gone out of their way to thank Vivian, it wouldn't make sense not to thank Siyu as well. "Bu Gua, you can step out for now." Although Siyu trusted Bu Gua, the elves' identities were still a potential problem until things were resolved. The fewer people who knew, the better. Bu Gua didn't think much of it. She whispered a couple of words to Siyu, then left the room. "Please have a seat. There's no need for more thanks. If you really want to show your gratitude, then please stay in the territory for a while longer." To avoid any misunderstanding, Siyu stated her reason for keeping them directly. By doing so, she inevitably revealed that she already knew their identities. Since someone is targeting you, it wouldn't be safe for you to leave now. Better to wait for your people to come pick you up. The moment Siyu made it clear she knew who they were, Anan grew visibly nervous, worried that Siyu might want to capture them just like those other people. By contrast, Ria remained much calmer. She believed Siyu wouldn't harm them. Ria said, "Lord Su, your reasoning makes sense. We'll have to trouble you for a few more days then." As the lord of a territory, even if Siyu knew they were elves, she had already captured them and held all the evidence. If she wanted to harm them and blame it on those other people, it would be all too easy. There was no need to sit here and waste words. Besides, Siyu had a point. Since the letter writer knew they were leaving and even had items that could suppress elves, it really might not be safe for Ria and Anan to leave the territory. It was better to stay here, at least in a place with a healer mage. "It's no trouble at all, just 2 more mouths to feed," Siyu replied politely, then remembered the bell in her inventory. "The item mentioned in the letter, the one used against you, is with me now. Would you like to see it?" Since she didn't know exactly what it was, how it worked, or if it still posed a danger to elves, Siyu had taken out everything except that item, afraid of accidentally hurting them. At the mention of the bell, Anan's face turned pale, clearly recalling the ordeal she'd suffered because of it. Ria was no different. If not for the bell, those people would never have been able to overpower them. But Suyu's words actually reassured Ria, confirming once again that Siyu meant them no harm. If that weren't the case, Siyu could have simply kept quiet and used the bell as leverage against them. Ria said, "Let's take a look. I'm curious what kind of item could have put us in such a sorry state." Since Ria said so, Siyu didn't refuse. She took the bell from her backpack. The moment the bell appeared, that familiar sense of weakness washed over them. Anan and Ria both turned pale. Seeing this, Siyu quickly put the bell away. Best not to look at it. After all the trouble she'd gone through to save them, Siyu couldn't risk something happening to them now. To put it bluntly, Even if something were to happen to Rhea and Annan, it couldn't happen here in Sunset Territory. Rhea understood Siu's good intentions. Even though she wanted to tough it out and study the bell, in the end, she said nothing. You two should have a way to contact your people, right? Siu knew that every special race had its own unique method of communication. Since she was now sure Siu was friendly, Rhea didn't hide anything. Rhea said, "Yes, I already notified them this morning. And even though we were unconscious before, we left traces along the way." As for exactly when she notified them, or what those traces were, Rhea didn't say, and Siu didn't ask. She just hoped the elves would come soon to take them away. Given their special status, even with magic disguising them as ordinary people, Rhea and Annan chose to stay in their room. Their residence was in the most secluded part of the territory, with only the quiet, introverted Lilith next door and no one else around. After her conversation with Rhea, Siu checked on the condition of the captured villains. Seeing they were still unconscious but alive, she left. As for interrogations, to prevent anyone from tampering with things, it was better to leave that to the elves. She wouldn't get involved. Today was the first day since the aura disappeared, but there were still quite a few people in the territory, those who had arrived in the past few days and hadn't yet left. However, with the aura gone, it was obvious that the flow of people had dropped significantly. Before, there would be at least 20 or 30 visitors each day. On the 12th day, there were even close to 50. Although some people left soon after arriving, they still contributed a fair amount to the territory's GDP. Even though Siu had been busy these past few days, she always set aside time to check the various statistics of the territory, especially those related to the economy. Currently, the top earner in the territory was the tailor shop, followed by the tavern, the inn, the blacksmith, and the clinic. The tailor shop was number one because its goods were priced in silver coins, while the tavern mainly sold basic food, so its prices were in copper coins. But in terms of sales volume, the tavern was definitely number one, followed by the inn, and then the tailor shop. Thanks to Dolly's hard work, the tailor shop brought in a total of 8 gold, 12 silver, and 60 copper coins over 3 days, averaging nearly 270 silver coins per day. Of that, nearly 90% of the income came from selling beast hide equipment, while the remaining 10% was from clothing and daily necessities. The tavern, which ranked second in income, made 4 gold, 24 silver, and 15 copper coins over the same 3 days. Only half of what the tailor shop earned. But this was to be expected. After all, even the cheapest piece of beast hide equipment cost enough to feed a dozen or more people for a day. With such a price difference between goods, if not for the high sales volume and the fact that people were willing to support Mech, the fire mage, it would be hard to make even half that amount, let alone 4 gold coins. As for the third-place earner, the two inns combined made a total of just 42 silver and 10 copper coins over 3 days. This amount, not even a single gold coin, might seem unbelievable, but it actually makes sense. After all, the number of rooms at the inn is limited, and so is the number of guests it can accommodate. This means there's a cap on how much money can be made each day. To increase the inn's revenue, the main thing is to improve service quality and earn extra tips in other ways. But with the current conditions in the territory, all Siu could do was have you post a notice to recruit a few runners to help carry luggage and heat water. The main issue is the lack of talent with management skills in the territory. If there were someone like that running the shops, they could definitely boost profits and adjust business strategies as needed. You, after all, isn't that kind of talent, so there's only so much he can do. Aside from these 3 shops, the combined income of the blacksmith, clinic, and workshop was just a few silver coins. Originally, the blacksmith's income would have been higher, but Siu had Song Lan busy forging things for her these past few days, so she didn't have time to make goods for sale. Speaking of Song Lan, the 2 sets of copper armor Siu asked her to make were now finished. From helmet to top, bottoms, shoes, and gauntlets, everything was included, and the stats weren't bad either. The main advantage of armor is its high defense. A full set offers over 50 points of defense. But armor also has a big drawback: it's heavy. Since it's made from ore, it's bound to be weighty. Because of this, Wearing armor reduces agility and speed-related stats. However, this didn't affect Lake much. Thanks to his great strength trait, once he got used to the armor, it was almost like he wasn't wearing it at all. His fighting style is to stand his ground and trade blows. Before, he'd dodge attacks when necessary, relying on speed. But now, with Vivian around, dodging was hardly necessary. As long as he didn't get one shot, he'd be fine. Lyle's dagger is technically an agility-based weapon, but perhaps influenced by Lake, and since Lake always drew aggro, he pretty much fought the same way. He couldn't wear the gauntlets, they made it too hard to wield his dagger, but he had no problem with the rest of the armor. Besides the 2 sets of armor, Siu also had Sung Lan make a bunch of balanced arrows, some copper, some iron, since she'd just bought a huge stockpile of ore from a merchant caravan. With everything just about ready, Siu informed everyone to prepare to head out the next morning to destroy the monster spawning cage. The reason they weren't going today was that the class change hall had only just been completed. Siu wanted to wait for you to change classes first, so they'd have an extra fighter and a better chance of success. Since the situation inside the monster cage was unknown, and Siu only knew that time wouldn't pass while inside, she decided to set out early, just in case anything unexpected happened. To give you time to change classes and get used to being a mage, Siu assigned the inn's registration work to a regular resident. Registering guests and assigning rooms wasn't hard, easy to teach, and with so few people, the new worker picked it up quickly. Once he took over, Yu, who had been busy for days, immediately grabbed his magic runebook and camped out at the entrance to the class change hall. Although Siu was the first to receive the notification that the buildings were finished, Yu was the first to rush into the class change hall. The process was simple. In the center of the hall was a class change platform with a round table and a raised dais. The table was for placing class change items, and the dais was where the person changing classes stood. It was Yu's first time seeing the class change hall, so even after entering, he wasn't sure what to do. In the end, Siu came in and taught him how to change classes. Only then did he place his precious magic runebook on the table and step onto the dais. At the same time, Siu received a flood of notifications. The biggest difference between changing class and learning a skill book is that the former can fail, while the latter is always successful. The success rate of a class change depends on talent, attributes, and effort. Otherwise, Siu wouldn't have had you learn the basics of magic from Mech. She did it to improve his chances of success. But she didn't tell you this, because she didn't want it to affect his attitude toward learning magic. If he thought having the magic runebook meant he didn't need to try, Siu would see his true character. But if he worked hard, she'd do her best to help him succeed. After all, helping him was helping herself. Class changing takes a while, not too long, but not too short either, so Siu didn't plan to wait around. There was only a 4% chance of failure, and that was just because his talent was low. If his talent reached 60, the failure rate would probably be 0%. In this game, balance favors those who put in the effort. In other words, even though there was still a 4% chance of failure, Yua's job change was practically guaranteed. As the job change ended, the magic runebook on the round table vanished without a trace, not even leaving behind a mark. Job change successful. You are now a novice water mage. Just as Suyu had predicted, Yua's job change was a success. He was now officially a novice water mage. The joy of becoming a mage filled his mind. Even though the process was over, he remained standing on the platform for a long time, unable to come down. There's a big difference between being a full-fledged mage and just an apprentice. Both can use magic, but in reality, the gap is huge. For example, the spells you can cast, your mana reserves. But most importantly, apprentice mages can't use magic wands. Those are weapons only available to novice mages and above. I actually became a mage. Ha ha ha. Yua let out an excited laugh, then immediately dashed to the tavern. Under Mech's initially annoyed and confused, then shocked gaze, he threw his arms around him in a tight hug. Master Mech, thank you so much. I'm a novice mage now, I didn't let you down. Mech, let go of me, you brat. Nearly suffocated by Yua's bear hug, Mech was tempted to summon a fireball and blast him away, but for some reason, he didn't actually do it. Off to the side, Siyu, who had witnessed the whole scene by chance, quietly finished her berry juice, ignored Mech's pleading look, and strolled out of the tavern at a leisurely pace. What nice weather. Tomorrow's going to be a perfect day for a fight. Doya, intermediate archer, Lyle, novice melee, bottleneck, Lake, intermediate melee, Mech, novice fire mage, bottleneck, Vivian, novice healing mage, Yua, novice water mage. 6 people in total, 3 of whom are mages. They've got DPS, a tank, and a healer. There's both physical and magical damage. If this weren't a real, data-driven game, this lineup would be as good as it gets. Doya brought along the copper and iron arrows made by Kanglin. Since C wasn't yet confident she could craft a perfect phoenix wood bow, Doya was still using her old one for now. Lyle and Lake donned their armor. Lyle's dagger and Lake's gauntlets had been upgraded the day before by Kanglin and Dolly, respectively. The blade of the Fong dagger was upgraded from copper to iron, and the gauntlets were reinforced with beast hide. So you had actually gotten silver and gold ore from previous silver and gold chests, but since Kanglin's crafting skill wasn't high enough, she could only upgrade the blade to iron for now. Upgrading the materials gave a significant boost to both the daggers and gauntlet stats. Once everything was ready, the group headed to the monster spawning cage. They quickly cleared out all the ghostly skeletons that had spawned over the past 2 days, then, led by Suyu, arrived at the ruined stone gate that looked just like a heap of rubble. Ghostly Stone Gate. Difficulty. Players, 0/10. Escape attempts left, 3. Each exit from the gate consumes 1 escape attempt. When escape attempts reach 0, you can only leave by defeating the boss inside. Description. A ruined stone gate left behind from who knows when. It seems to seal a powerful monster inside, as well as a core that can endlessly spawn monsters. Enter the ghostly stone gate. Yes, no. Since they'd come all this way and prepared so thoroughly, Sue certainly wasn't going to back out of a mere 1.5-star dungeon. Besides, with 3 escape attempts, they had 3 chances to save themselves if things went wrong. As Suyu chose, yes, everyone saw a flash of darkness before their eyes. When their vision cleared, they found themselves standing on a barren, lifeless stretch of land. The area was vast, the ground uneven and pitted. What made it especially unsettling was the complete absence of life. There were no plants in sight, let alone animals. What an unpleasant place, Vivian muttered, frowning in disgust at the environment. She wasn't the only one. The others also felt uncomfortable upon realizing they'd entered a dead zone. Lord, look over there, Lyle said, pointing. Everyone followed his gaze and spotted a group of figures in the distance. They're coming closer. Doya gripped her bow, already knocking an arrow as she spoke. I'll set up defenses first. Everyone, be careful. At Suyu's words, the others immediately took up protective positions in front of her. In dungeons, lords can also build structures. In fact, due to the special environment, construction time is even reduced. With enough materials and experience, a lord can even solo a dungeon. Suyu had soloed dungeons before, but this time she didn't have enough materials, so she still needed help from the NPCs. Stone walls, towers, arrow towers, spikes, traps. Different environments, same setup. Since she'd done this more than once, it took her less than 5 minutes to get everything built. Because her backpack could only carry so many materials, the safe zone she created wasn't very big, just enough for 7 or 8 people. Any more and they'd barely be able to turn around. The tower's done. You 3, get up there. She meant Doya, Mech, and Yua. Vivian was a healing mage with no combat ability. Her job was to stay below and keep an eye on Lyle and Lake, the 2 melee fighters who might take damage. So her healing spells were focused on them. She couldn't stand on the tower, even though the view was better up there. She wouldn't be able to reach them with her spells. In game terms, out of casting range. As soon as Suyu gave the order, everyone quickly moved to their assigned positions. At the same time, the dozens of ghostly skeletons charging toward them entered the attack range of the Arrow Tower and Doya's group. Mutated ghostly skeleton. HP 500/500. Attack 50. Defense 30-inch. These ghost skeletons have mutated. You too, be careful. The original ghost skeletons had 100 HP, 20 attack, and 10 defense. But these mutated ones had 5 times the HP, and their attack and defense stats had doubled or even tripled. How is this just a mutation? This is clearly an evolution. A super evolution at that. Fortunately, Siu was prepared. Now, both Lyle and Lake had over 50 defense. Unless they got extremely unlucky with a critical hit or armor break, these mutated ghost skeletons couldn't even scratch them. Vivian didn't even have a chance to use her healing magic. Let's finish this quickly. The ghost skeletons here will start respawning faster. Even if the enemies couldn't hurt them, their equipment still had durability. Every hit reduced that durability. Once the durability hit 0, the equipment would disappear completely. At that point, they'd be fighting in their underwear, and these ghost skeletons could take off 50 HP with a single slap. Even if they had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough. Siu wanted to control the arrow towers to attack, but she was more eager to find the core pillar of the spawner, as well as the monster guarding it. Otherwise, the ghost skeletons would keep respawning endlessly, and they'd never survive a war of attrition. Found it. Siu spotted a purple glowing protrusion on the ground not far away, then directed one of the arrow towers to aim at it. Bang! A sound like an explosion drew everyone's attention. Keep attacking. The boss is about to appear. We need to kill these ghost skeletons before it shows up. Sometimes the boss in a monster spawner appears on its own, but other times, like now, it needs to be physically summoned. It guards the core pillar, so when the pillar is discovered and attacked, the boss will appear. That's how you physically summon it. Whoosh. Sizzle. Thanks to Siu's warning, everyone instinctively sped up their attacks. In less than a minute, the last mutated ghost skeleton fell, dissolving into motes of light. At the same time, Siu had the arrow tower fire another shot at the core pillar. Just as the arrow was about to hit, the ground suddenly shook. A skeletal hand burst out, grabbed the arrow, and snapped it in half. Siu. For some reason, this scene should have felt terrifying and tense, but Siu just found it a little odd. Maybe it was because in some old single-player game, the animation when you clicked Start Game looked just like this? That strange sense of familiarity made the whole dungeon feel weirdly off to Siu. But she didn't have time to dwell on it, because the owner of that skeletal hand soon thrust a second hand out of the ground. With both hands braced at a twisted angle, the creature hauled itself up out of the earth. Siu, attack. Before it had even fully emerged, Siu waved her hand, giving the order for the ranged fighters to open fire without the slightest hesitation. As for Lyle and Lake, they wisely kept their distance, not daring to get close and risk being buried by the dirt thrown up by the monster's emergence. Once the ghost skeleton boss had fully crawled out of the ground, they readied their weapons and armor, approached cautiously, and, after confirming it was safe, charged in. Vivian tested her range, then found a spot where she could see both of them, use her magic, and stay out of harm's way. This was a skeleton monster over 10 feet tall. Standing before it, even the tallest human looked like a chick by comparison. Though it had no flesh, only a bony frame, the boss's skeleton was clearly robust and powerful. At least compared to the scrawny, human-sized skeletons nearby, this one was obviously going to be a tough opponent. Siu found a good vantage point and tried to check the boss's stats. Maybe because its level was so high, she failed 4 times before finally succeeding on the 5th try. Ghost Skeleton Boss. HP 4762/5000. Attack 80. Defense 50. Skills. Rage passive. The more damage it takes and the lower its HP, the more enraged the ghost skeleton boss becomes, causing certain changes. Its defense decreases, but attack speed and attack power increase. Absorb. When other ghost skeletons are nearby, the boss can absorb their HP to heal itself. Any stat boosts gained from Rage are retained even after healing. Description: Guardian of the Ghost Stone Gate. Only by killing it can the core pillar be destroyed. Thanks to her extensive gaming experience, Siu immediately spotted the boss's key mechanics after reading its info. She didn't know the exact numbers for how much rage could boost its stats, but two critical points were obvious. 1. More ghost skeletons would respawn soon. 2. You can't let those ghost skeletons stay near the boss. Otherwise, the boss would keep healing itself, and, worse, the stat boosts from rage wouldn't go away after healing. In theory, that meant the boss's attack and attack speed could increase without limit. The only silver lining was that its defense would drop during rage. Otherwise, this fight would be impossible. Lyle, Lake, lure it over here. Since no new ghost skeletons had spawned yet, the boss was alone for now. The best-case scenario would be to kill it before any more skeletons appeared, but that was obviously impossible. So Suyu's plan was to move the boss away from the core pillar in advance. After all, the core pillar was the source and spawn point for the monsters. Hearing Suyu's instructions, Lyle and Lake exchanged a glance, then worked together to drag the boss to the designated spot. In the process, they inevitably took a few hits. Even clad in full armor, the boss's 80 attack meant they still lost 20 to 30 HP per blow. It was only a dozen meters from the core to their destination, but their HP had already dropped significantly. Originally, Lyle's max HP was 230 and Lake's was 260, but thanks to all the monster fighting and training they'd done recently, not only had their HP increased, but all their other stats had improved as well. Vivian, who had been keeping a close eye on their condition, immediately began casting a basic healing spell when she saw them take damage. Vivian, heal. With a barely intelligible two-syllable incantation, Lake, whose HP was lower, instantly recovered about 30 points. But that obviously wasn't enough. However, after that instant recovery, Lake's HP continued to increase by 5 to 10 points every 2 seconds. In just over 10 seconds, Lake's HP was back to full. Vivian had used a spell that instantly restored some HP and then continued to heal over the next 20 seconds. This was a basic, commonly used spell, so Vivian cast it quickly and smoothly. After healing Lake, Vivian turned to treat Lyle. Since Lyle hadn't lost much HP, using a continuous healing spell would have been a waste of mana. So she simply muttered a much shorter incantation, less than 2 seconds, and Lyle's HP was also restored to full. Seeing that everything was going well over there, Siu finally relaxed and focused her attention on the core, thinking about how to set things up. Since she didn't know when the ghost skeletons would respawn, Siu didn't dare build structures right next to the core, let alone dig pits, which would take time and could easily backfire. After thinking it over, she used her last bit of materials to make a U-shaped barrier, positioning the open end facing directly away from where the ghost skeleton leader was. She wasn't sure if this would actually help, since some monsters could be commanded by boss-level monsters. In that case, even if they couldn't get through, they'd find a way. But if the ghost skeleton leader didn't command the minions, this barrier might at least influence the path the ghost skeletons took right after spawning. Roar! Just as Siu finished placing the last barrier, she heard the ghost skeleton leader let out an angry roar. Instinctively, she turned to check on it, and her expression grew serious. Ghost skeleton leader. HP, 3,992 of 5,000. Attack, 180 plus 20. Defense, 30, 50 to 20. Status. Rage, 1 stack. The ghost skeleton leader hates being hurt. Each time it takes damage, it gains a stack of rage. Each stack increases its attack by 20 and decreases its defense by 20. Attack has no upper limit. Defense cannot go below 0. Because of its high defense, it had only lost about 1,000 HP after all this time. But once its HP dropped below 4,000, the ghost skeleton leader's stats changed significantly. Just as the rage passive described, its attack increased by 20, while its defense dropped by 20. With its defense lowered, they were now dealing about 20 more damage per hit to the ghost skeleton leader. At the same time, Lyle and Lake, who previously only took about 20 damage per hit, were now taking 40. The ghost skeleton leader had thousands of HP, so an extra 20 damage per hit wasn't a big deal for it. But for Lyle and Lake, whose HP wasn't even a tenth of the boss's, it was a different story. If every 1,000 HP lost adds another 20 attack, Then when the boss drops below 1000 HP, it'll have 4 stacks of rage and extra 80 attack, for a total of 160. That's double its original attack. Forget about surviving 160 attack. Once it drops below 2000 HP, 3 stacks, 140 attack, even then. At that point, if it doesn't crit, just 3 hits would be enough to kill Lake on the spot. If it does crit, then 2 hits. No, actually, a single critical hit would put Lake into a near-death state. Because boss monsters' crits deal double max damage. And while its defense drops as its attack rises, defense can't go below 0. This means that after 3 stacks of rage, the only thing this state does is boost the boss's attack. It doesn't make it any easier for them to kill it. In fact, it puts them in even greater danger. In other words, with 3 stacks of rage, if the team can't burst down the boss's remaining 2000 plus HP in one go, Lyle and Lake could be killed at any moment. Even though the chance of a crit is low, so you didn't want to risk even a 1 in 10,000 possibility. Stop attacking for now. Vivian, keep an eye on their HP. You too, stop as well, dodge its attacks as much as possible. So you felt she needed to think some more. Maybe this ghost skeleton leader wasn't meant to be fought this way at all. This was just a 1.5-star difficulty dungeon, and it had spawned 10 days ago. There's no way it should be this hard. There must be another solution. No one really understood why Sue was giving these orders, but they all stopped attacking without hesitation. The ghost skeleton leader's HP froze at 3,246, just a bit more, and it would have gained another stack of rage. Don't attack it for now. The more you hit it, the stronger it gets. Lyle and Lake will be in danger. Against a boss like this, someone had to kite it, or else things could fall apart fast. So Lyle and Lake still needed to keep the ghost skeleton leader occupied. After they stopped attacking, Suyu's mind raced. She wanted to come up with a solution quickly, but not long after they stopped, 5 ghost skeletons suddenly appeared at the core. These skeletons shrieked as they moved unimpeded straight toward the building where Suyu and the others were. Her train of thought interrupted, Suyu felt a bit frustrated. She forced herself to calm down, glanced at the skeletons, and said, "Attack these newly spawned ghost skeletons, but leave the ghost skeleton leader alone." For now, each attack only did about 40 damage, which the brothers could still handle. Plus, they didn't need to attack anymore, just play cat and mouse with the boss, dodging as much as possible. Usually, the ghost skeleton leader needed 3 or 4 swings to actually land a hit. Even if someone accidentally took a hit, Vivian would quickly heal them back up. But their stamina was ultimately limited, and Vivian's mana wasn't infinite either. Meanwhile, the ghostly skeletons could keep respawning endlessly. They couldn't afford to drag this out forever. Rage, passive skill. HP. Suyu muttered under her breath, repeatedly checking the ghost skeleton leader's information, as if she was on the verge of figuring something out. But the clue she grasped was like a slippery fish. Every time she thought she was about to catch it, it would slip right out of her hands. In the blink of an eye, the second wave of ghost skeletons spawned. This time, there were 6. If this wasn't just a coincidence, did that mean each new wave had one more skeleton than the last? But Sue still didn't have any answers. She was just considering whether they should use an escape opportunity to conserve everyone's strength, leave this place, and let her think things through in a safe, quiet environment, when she suddenly caught sight of a crucial keyword. Injured. It's about being injured. Sue suppressed her excitement and immediately turned to the others. Do you know Healing Touch? Or any other spell that can only heal wounds, but doesn't actually restore HP? Healing Touch, as the name implied, helped wounds close up. But this spell only healed wounds. It didn't restore any lost HP. It might seem useless, but in certain situations, using Healing Touch to treat wounds and remove serious injuries or bleeding, then following up with a spell that restores HP, could actually be much more effective. As expected, Vivian knew the spell. After all, Healing Touch was a basic spell. Hardly any healing mage didn't know it. She nodded. I know it. Are you hurt? As she spoke, Vivian looked ready to start chanting. Sue stopped her and pointed at the ghost skeleton leader. Use it on him. He's the one who's injured, not me. Vivian. Vivian's chant faltered halfway through. For a moment, she even forgot the words to Healing Touch. She stared blankly for several seconds before she finally understood what Suyu meant. Are you sure you didn't misspeak? You want me to use Healing Touch on that monster? Vivian had always known she was a bit crazy, but she hadn't expected her own lord to be even crazier. Who would ever think to heal the enemy? This was just... Vivian couldn't even come up with a suitable adjective. I didn't misspeak. Just do it, Suyu said firmly, making Vivian take her words seriously. Vivian, all right, I'll do it, but I can't guarantee it'll work. She'd used Healing Touch plenty of times before, but never on a monster. In fact, there probably weren't many people on the whole continent who'd ever tried healing a monster. But since Suyu was so insistent, Vivian could only comply. Because the distance was a bit far, Vivian moved a little closer, but she kept her staff at her side. She wasn't about to waste mana until she was sure this would work. While Vivian was casting, Suyu's attention was already on the ghost skeleton leader. As the murmured incantation faded, the ghost skeleton leader, who'd been about to attack, suddenly paused. That pause made Suyu's heart leap. Lake, who'd been closest and was bracing to dodge, was also caught off guard. He'd been about to dodge left, but he wasn't fast enough and had resigned himself to taking a hit. But thanks to the leader's sudden hesitation, Lake managed to circle around behind it, not only avoiding the attack, but also slipping into its blind spot. It actually seems to work? Vivian's mouth dropped open in surprise, her hand still raised mid-cast. The others didn't say anything, but their thoughts were equally colorful. Clang. After about 4 or 5 seconds, the ghost skeleton leader snapped back into its berserk state. Its attack speed and damage were as fierce as ever. On the surface, it looked no different than before. But Suyu didn't believe that Healing Touch had no effect otherwise, it wouldn't have paused just now. She trusted her judgment. Suyu opened the ghost skeleton leader's status window again. This time, under its status effects, there was a new entry alongside Rage Soothing. Soothing, 1 stack. The ghost skeleton leader can be soothed by certain means. When Soothing reaches 3 stacks, you can consume all 3 stacks to remove 1 stack of rage. Seeing the description for Soothing, 2 words popped into Suyu's mind. Got it. Keep using Healing Touch. If each healing spell added 1 stack of Soothing, then Vivian just needed to use Healing Touch 2 more times to reach 3 stacks. Vivian couldn't see the status window, but she'd noticed the leader's earlier pause. So, hearing the same command again, she didn't question it. After healing Lake once, she immediately cast Healing Touch on the ghost skeleton leader again. As expected, after the second cast, the soothing stack increased by 1. Should I keep going? Vivian looked uncertainly at Suyu. This time, although Healing Touch closed the leader's wounds, it didn't stop its attacks. Vivian began to wonder if the spell's effect was just a one-off. But she didn't know that Suyu's goal wasn't to stop the attacks, but to counteract the rage status. Use Healing Touch 3 more times, and everyone else start attacking. With 3 more uses, they'd have enough soothing stacks to cancel out 1 rage and still have 2 left over. That way, if anything unexpected happened, Vivian would only need to use Healing Touch once to immediately counteract rage. It was a precaution in case she didn't have time to cast 3 times in a row. Vivian, all right. Vivian was busy squeezing in heals for both people and monsters wherever she could. Meanwhile, the others, who were so idle they were practically growing mushrooms, immediately drew their weapons when they heard Suyu's command. A barrage of attacks, long held in reserve, rained down on the ghost skeleton leader like a violent storm. Because its HP had dropped below 3,000, a layer of rage that had previously been dispelled stacked up again. However, since it already had 2 layers of calm on it, Vivian, following Suyu's instructions, cast healing once more, and the second layer of rage vanished as well. As soon as it disappeared, the core refreshed another batch of ghost skeletons, this time 7 of them, just as Suyu had predicted. Each time the core spawned ghost skeletons, it produced 1 more than the last. Suyu directed everyone to clear out the adds first, to prevent them from circling around and healing the ghost skeleton leader. At that moment, Vivian, who had been focused on healing, frowned. Vivian, I'm running low on mana. If she only had to heal people, it would be fine. But now she had to heal both monsters and people, 2 targets, so her mana was draining 3 times as fast. No matter how skilled she was, Vivian was still just a novice mage, with limits to her power. She couldn't keep this up for long. In other words, the fact that she'd lasted this long was already impressive. How many more times can you use healing? Will it affect your ability to heal the others? Twice is fine, 3 times will affect it. Vivian meant that if she cast healing 2 more times, it wouldn't impact her ability to heal Lyle and the others, but a 3rd time would. Although healing was a basic spell, it consumed more mana than regular restorative magic. Vivian couldn't see her status panel, but she'd noticed from Suyu's instructions that healing must be used 3 times to achieve a certain effect, so that's why she answered that way. Then stop using healing. If she couldn't use it 3 times, she couldn't dispel rage. Using it twice would just waste 2 layers of calm for nothing. Besides, with 2 layers already dispelled, as long as they didn't let the ghost skeletons reach the leader and heal it, giving it a chance to stack more rage, the ghost skeleton leader could only ever have 2 layers of rage at most. 2 layers of rage meant 120 attack power. Although each hit still dealt over 60 damage, as long as Vivian healed promptly and the others dodged and defended a bit, they could handle it. Even if they got unlucky and took a critical hit, it wouldn't be enough to take someone out in one blow. So, after more than 10 minutes of this tickle fight, the ghost skeleton leader suddenly glared, raised its hand, and its whole skeleton began to tremble. The shrill sound it made gave everyone goosebumps. The once mighty ghost skeleton leader now looked like a crumbling building, and then collapsed with a crash. As the ghost skeleton leader died completely, the core pillar, as if in its death throes, spawned a 12th batch of ghost skeletons. This time, there were 16 of them. But since the group had already taken down the leader, dealing with these was a piece of cake. The ghost skeletons were quickly reduced to piles of loot on the ground. Go dig out the core. Digging out the core actually meant attacking it. The core had HP as well. Once its HP reached 0, the core would be destroyed, meaning the entire monster spawner would be gone. Ghost Stone Gate Core, attackable. HP, 9, 841/10, 000. Attack, 0. Defense, 0. Description: the core supporting the Ghost Stone Gate continuously spawns ghost skeletons. Earlier, Suyu had attacked the core once to summon the ghost skeleton leader, so it wasn't at full HP now. And since the core had no attack or defense, even though it had 10,000 HP, twice as much as the ghost skeleton leader, it was even easier to deal with than chopping vegetables. As the core's HP dropped to 0, it suddenly emitted a sound like an explosion, then disintegrated without a trace. Congratulations! A 1-16 has successfully led the team to destroy the Ghost Stone Gate core and defeat the ghost skeleton leader. Rewards have been sent to the mission hall. With the core destroyed, the Ghost Stone Gate's illusion will only last 5 more minutes. Please leave quickly. Suyu, hurry, pick up everything on the ground. We need to get out of here. Hearing they only had 5 minutes, Suyu didn't bother with anything else. She shouted to the others, and before she'd even finished speaking, she was already rushing out herself. She didn't even look at what had dropped, she just stuffed everything she could into her backpack. Luckily, she'd used up a bunch of materials earlier, so her backpack had plenty of space. The others exchanged glances, then hurried over to help gather the loot. While they didn't all have backpacks, some had storage pouches, so they managed to pack away quite a bit. Maybe because the ghost skeletons had mutated, the loot was different from before, but with time so tight, no one paid much attention to what they were picking up. Halfway through, Suyu suddenly seemed to remember something and turned to Lyle and Lake. You two, hurry up and gather those skeleton remains. Don't waste them. Lyle and Lake froze, looking awkward. Lord, you're not even letting the skeletons go. As mentioned before, regular monsters' bodies would disappear after death, only bosses left corpses to loot. Since Lyle and Lake had been the ones holding the ghost skeleton leader's attention, they were closest, so Suyu was referring to the leader's remains. Even regular ghost skeleton bones could be turned into bone meal for fertilizer, let alone a boss-level skeleton. Even if it couldn't be used to make weapons or gear, it was worth seeing if it could be turned into intermediate fertilizer, and if not, even basic fertilizer would be useful. It's a small territory, they're short on everything, so nothing goes to waste. Though Suyu's order was a bit surprising, the brothers were used to following her lead. After a brief shock, they quickly took out some rope and bundled up all the bones on the ground, tying them together like firewood. But this was a 10-foot-tall skeleton, so there was a lot to gather. The two brothers worked for quite a while, bundling up 4 piles of bones before they finally cleared the ground of all the intact pieces. There were still plenty of broken bone fragments left scattered about. Just as they were hesitating over whether to pick up all the scattered bone fragments on the ground, the two of them suddenly felt their vision blur. When their sight cleared, they realized they had already left the ghostly stone gate and now stood beside a ruined stone doorway. Not bad at all. Looking at the 4 neatly bundled stacks of firewood, no, bones, Siyu approvingly patted them on the shoulder, then walked over and put all 4 bundles of bones into her backpack. The others also came over and handed all their loot to Siyu. Once everything was sorted, everyone got ready to go about their own business. Mike and Vivian both had their own shops to manage, so they headed straight back to the territory. Duoya didn't go back, instead planning to look around the area for any prey. As for Lyle and Lake, the two brothers used to spend their days chopping wood or mining stone and ore. But now that the territory had more people, all the resources were being gathered by others, so there was no need for them to do such unskilled labor anymore. As a result, they were now quite free. Sometimes they'd chop wood or mine, sometimes go hunting, sometimes train at the training grounds, and sometimes go back to their old trade, helping Siyu explore unexplored areas of the map. Now they had a new mission, to help search for the hidden ruins in the forest. Siyu hadn't forgotten that there was still a forest ruin waiting for her to explore. Everyone scattered, leaving only Siyu behind. She looked at the stone gate, which hadn't disappeared, and took out her stone hammer. Since the core was gone, the stone gate was now just an ordinary stone gate. No more monsters would spawn, and it couldn't be entered, but it still had some value. If destroyed with a stone hammer, some materials could be salvaged. Besides materials, Siyu could also obtain a blueprint. Siyu dusted off her hands, immediately learned the blueprint, and then started picking up the other materials on the ground. Since it was a stone gate, the drops were all kinds of stone and ore. She'd seen things like marble and refined magic ore before, but star-pattern stone was new to her. It was a type of companion ore that increased the success rate of crafting certain high-level equipment. It could also be used as an alchemy material. There wasn't a huge quantity, but there was a good variety, so Suyu's backpack was packed full. Thankfully, she had an extra storage bag, or she'd have had to agonize over what to throw away. For a hoarder like her, deciding what to throw away was torture. She'd rather throw herself away. Loaded with loot, the first thing Siyu did upon returning to the territory was empty her backpack, then head straight to the quest hall to open her treasure chest. In the usual spot, Siyu found the ghostly skeleton leader's chest. Due to some less than pleasant past experiences, Siyu took the chest to the tailor shop to find some backup before opening it. There weren't many people in the territory these days without the aura, so even the once bustling tailor shop only had a few scattered customers now. Those few people were just browsing, not even sure if they wanted to buy anything. Dolly was in the middle of making some equipment. Her neck was a bit sore from looking down for so long, so perhaps by coincidence, she happened to look up just as Siyu walked in. "What brings you here?" When there were outsiders around, unless Siyu specifically asked, they never called her Lord directly. It had become a habit. Siyu didn't say anything, just set the chest down on the table in front of Dolly, making her intentions clear. Having helped open a chest once before, Dolly immediately understood. She hesitated for a moment, then put down her work and unlocked the chest. Siyu blinked, picked up the 2 skill books and looked them over repeatedly, then sighed, "You really are my lucky star." Leaving aside the statue, the effects of the 2 skill books were easy to understand. One was for defense, the other increased the gathering efficiency of territory residents. Most importantly, she had just built the skill hall, which meant she could now duplicate these skill books. Once copied, The skill books would be stored in the skill hall's database, and as long as she had enough materials, she could make as many as she wanted for people to learn. Of course, not all skill books could be copied, but these two could. Dolly was a little surprised at Sue's words, then smiled. I never used to have such good luck. Ever since I met you, my luck's been on the rise. After chatting a bit more, Sue took the coins and skill books and hurried off to have them duplicated at the skill hall. Heavy armor was one thing, only combatants really needed it, but gathering was a general skill that everyone could use, and the benefit was huge. Dolly watched her leave in a hurry, feeling rather happy. But when she sat down and saw the somewhat creepy statue beside her. Dolly, my lord, did you forget something? Since Sue was already gone and there were customers ready to check out, Dolly couldn't chase after her. So she just set the statue aside, planning to mention it to her later. Boss, I want this. How much is it? A customer came over to pay. But as soon as he approached the counter, he was startled by the statue sitting next to it. Dolly, 9 silver coins, thank you for your patronage. Customer, boss, you sure have a unique taste. Dolly had been checking what he'd picked out and had just quoted the price when she suddenly heard this comment. She paused, then followed his gaze, and only then realized what he meant. She was about to explain that the statue had nothing to do with her, but before she could, the customer paid, his face full of inexplicable emotion, and left. Maybe the statue was just too creepy, because the customer left in a flash. In the blink of an eye, he was gone from the shop. Dolly, wait, let me explain. That statue isn't mine. Unable to explain, Dolly glared helplessly at the statue, her rare annoyance showing. She decisively shoved the thing into a corner under the table, just in case anyone else saw it. It'd be one thing if someone got accidentally spooked, but if another customer thought she had some kind of unusual hobby, like that last guy, that'd be a problem. Meanwhile, Sue had arrived at the skills hall and placed 2 skill books into something like a bookshelf. This was the library of the skills hall. But the books stored here weren't ordinary books, they were skill books. Any skill book placed in the library couldn't be taken out, but could be copied. Beginner Heavy Armor Skill Book stored. Copying of Beginner Heavy Armor Skill Book unlocked. Beginner Gathering Skill Book stored. Copying of Beginner Gathering Skill Book unlocked. To craft, copy, Beginner Heavy Armor Skill Book, Paper X10, Iron Helmet X1, Iron Armor X1, Iron Leggings X1, Iron Boots X1, Iron Gauntlets X1, Beginner Defense Potion X5. To craft, copy. Beginner Gathering Skill Book, Paper X10, Fiber Scraps X100, Wood X100, Stone X100, Red Berries X100. Although the copied Beginner Gathering Skill Book used more materials in terms of quantity, they were all basic resources, Sue had plenty and didn't care. But the Beginner Heavy Armor Skill Book was another story. It required a full set of iron gear, and Sue hadn't found an iron mine yet. Even after buying a lot from caravans and opening many chests, iron was still very scarce. A full set of gear would cost at least 10 iron ingots, meaning each skill book would use up about 10 ingots, which was just too expensive. Not to mention, Sue didn't even have any beginner defense potions. Those potions fell under alchemy or potion making. Sue had the recipe, but not the ingredients, so she couldn't make them. Still, Sue had expected that she wouldn't be able to make the Beginner Heavy Armor Skill Book, so she wasn't disappointed. Instead, she gathered materials to copy some Beginner Gathering Skill Books first. Among the required materials, red berries were the scarcest, so Sue only managed to copy 15 Beginner Gathering Skill Books for now. It wasn't enough for everyone to have one, but it was sufficient for the current needs of the territory. Sue placed the copied skill books on the shelf at the front of the skills hall, then went to the Lord's Manor to post an announcement. Lord's notice, the skills hall is now open. All residents may visit to purchase skill books for study. As soon as the announcement was posted, the bulletin board at the entrance automatically updated. Everyone could read the notice and learn the news. The announcement made it clear, skill books were to be purchased, not given out for free. As for pricing the Beginner Gathering Skill Book, it couldn't be too high. After all, it was just a beginner skill book. If it was too expensive, no one could afford it or would want it, making the skill book pointless. But it couldn't be too cheap either. If it was, people wouldn't value skill books, and they wouldn't end up in the hands of those willing to work hard to improve their lives. After all, in most cases, only those who strive to improve themselves will want to buy skill books, and only those who work hard can save up enough money. So the price of skill books was, in a way, a filtering process. So you set the price of the beginner gathering skill book at 10 silver coins. This wasn't particularly high. In fact, it was even a bit lower than the market price. As long as someone worked hard, even if all they did was chop wood or mine every day, they could save up 10 silver coins in a month. Additionally, so you set an important restriction. Only residents of the territory could buy skill books. Maybe in the future, skill books could be sold to outsiders, but for now, the priority was to meet the needs of her own territory. Also, since copied skill books were automatically bound to the buyer, and only after upgrading could someone spend special materials to copy unbound books, so you didn't have to worry about people reselling them. After finishing all this, Siu was about to leave the Lord's Manor when she saw a crowd heading toward the skills hall. They'd probably seen the notice and wanted to check it out. Among them were territory residents Siu recognized, as well as strangers, wanderers, and travelers. Everyone's heading to buy skill books? Yeah, what else would you go to the skills hall for? I just hope the skill books are actually useful or this trip will be a waste. As if you could afford one. Didn't you see the notice? You have to buy them. They're not free. Conversations buzzed around her, but Siu didn't stop. After listening for a bit, she headed to the warehouse to sort through the day's haul. Calling it a haul was generous. Most of it was just creepy piles of bones. First were the bones from the mutant skeletons. These were gray, and the odd color made them look even scarier than regular white bones. It was daytime now, but if it were night and someone had to share a room with a pile of bones like this, not many people could handle it. After checking, Siu found that although the bones looked strange, they worked the same as regular bones. The only difference was that the gray bones could be turned into more bone meal. Normally, one bone made 3 portions of bone meal, but a gray mutant bone could make 5. Today, she'd collected over 700 bones, more than 3,000 portions of bone meal, which meant more than 3,000 bags of beginner growth fertilizer. That's a lot of growth fertilizer, enough to last for quite a while. If Yusen saw all these bones, he'd definitely be thrilled, because it means he can freely use the growth fertilizer to speed up his seed improvement progress. Aside from the gray bones, this time's loot also included grayscale powder, as well as a batch of ghost bones dropped by the boss. Grayscale powder. Category: Material. Quality: Green. Description: Grayscale powder produced by mutant ghost skeletons. Twice as effective as ordinary scale powder. One of the raw materials for corrosive potions, and can also be used to craft other items. Ghost bone. Category: Material. Quality: Blue. Description: Skeleton of a ghost skeleton boss. Although it looks eerie and terrifying, it's incredibly tough and can be used as a raw material for crafting equipment and tools. You can actually make equipment with this? Siu was pleasantly surprised. She'd originally planned to just bring these back as raw materials for fertilizer. Looks like she'd underestimated this pile of skeletons. Although she didn't have exact recipes, Siu had seen plenty of blueprints before and knew how to combine and adapt them, so she already had ideas for what to make with these ghost bones. Bone arrows. Bone armor. Bone knives. Bone accessories. Of course, that's just a portion, the most common uses. As for whether she could make anything else, that would have to wait until these were finished. If there were any ghost bones left, she could use them to experiment with new creations. As for the grayscale powder, Siu planned to sort through her materials to see if she could directly make corrosive potions. If she could, she'd keep some as backup and sell the rest to the merchant caravan. Corrosive potions didn't seem all that useful at the moment, but since the merchant caravan traveled far and wide, you never knew when they might need them. So selling to them was pretty much a sure thing. She could also just sell the raw materials, but the price for those would definitely be lower than for finished products. She'd have to do the math and see which was more worthwhile before deciding. Having figured out how to use all these materials, Siu called in Bugua to help oversee the bone meal and growth fertilizer production, while the ghost bones were split between Lyle and Azure to supervise crafting some items. As for herself, she took a material she'd chipped off the ghost stone gate, a kind of stone called sky ice stone, and got ready to finally make the Wutong wood bao she'd been putting off for days. Sky ice stone, also known as lucky stone, is a material that can be inscribed with luck runes. Luck runes, as the name suggests, temporarily boost the wearer's luck. Once the effect ends, the rune self-destructs and the inscribed stone turns to ash. So you knew how to inscribe runes. She had read and memorized every rune, whether included in the rune compendium of Sunset Continent or not. After all, runes were one of the few tools that didn't rely heavily on skill level to craft. If only suitable rune inscribing materials weren't so rare, if even ordinary stone could be used, so you probably would have cleared the game ages ago. So, upon seeing Sky Ice Stone today, Siu's first thought was to seize the chance to finally make the Wutong wood bao. She found a quiet spot, made a carving knife, and drew the pattern for the luck rune on paper. She stared at the pattern for a while, absent-mindedly stroking the sky ice stone. Before long, she picked up the knife and began inscribing the rune. Rune carving is all about doing it in one go. Any hesitation or pause means instant failure, and the half-finished material will shatter. Siu had inscribed plenty of runes before. Even though she hadn't done it in years, muscle memory took over the moment she started, guiding her hand smoothly through the process. From the first cut to the last, her movements were fluid and natural. It looked less like carving and more like painting. Obtained intermediate luck rune ×1. Not enough. Just one isn't enough. For a material of Wutong wood's caliber, without skill assistance, you need at least one advanced luck rune. An intermediate luck rune's effect is too limited. So Siu carved 2 more intermediate luck runes. Obtained intermediate luck rune ×2. Looking at the 3 palm-sized stones in her hand, Siu placed them on the table in a triangle, then filled the space in the center with an uncarved piece of sky ice stone. Most rune levels are determined by the material itself, but you can also upgrade by linking 3 runes of the previous tier. Like now, Siu was about to link these 3 intermediate luck runes together to merge them into one advanced luck rune. She had plenty of sky ice stone, over a dozen pieces, so she wasn't worried about failure. She could always try again. Maybe it was this relaxed mindset that let her succeed on the first try. Obtained advanced luck rune ×1. After succeeding, the 3 intermediate luck runes shattered, leaving a pile of stone fragments on the table. The one in the middle was now covered in intricate rune patterns. Advanced luck rune. Category, tool. Quality, purple. Description: greatly increases the wearer's luck for 60 minutes. An hour isn't too long or too short, but if it's just for crafting, it's more than enough. Siu casually grabbed a string from her backpack, threaded the rune, and hung it around her neck. Then she stretched a bit, took out the materials for the Wutong wood bao. The rune's effect kicked in the moment she put it on, so she couldn't waste any time. About 40 minutes later. Obtained Swift a Wutong wood bao ×1. Swift a Wutong wood bao, upgradable. Category, weapon. Quality, red. Attributes, attack, 105, armor penetration, 12%, pierce, 5, crit, 5%. Durability, 500/500. Skill, swift, active, greatly increases movement and attack speed for 5 minutes. Cooldown, 60 minutes. Description: a bao made from Wutong wood, strung with tough beast sinew. Top quality materials and superb craftsmanship make this bao exceptionally fine. Infused with refined magic or during crafting, it boasts enhanced speed attributes, making it especially suitable for those with high agility. Prefix, upgradable, high quality, and even comes with an active skill. No matter what game you're in, this would be a top-tier weapon you could use until the servers shut down. After reading the bao's info, Siu blinked. Afterward, she looked down at the high-grade luck rune that had inexplicably broken early, and vaguely guessed why she'd been able to perform beyond her usual level. When using runes, there's always a chance they'll be destroyed ahead of time. But the total energy contained in the rune doesn't just vanish. If the rune breaks early, The remaining energy is released all at once into the wearer. Simply put, just as she was about to finish crafting, the high-grade luck rune dumped all of its remaining 20 minutes worth of luck energy into her at once. With its energy depleted, the rune shattered prematurely. At that moment, she was instantly infused with nearly half the total energy of a high-grade luck rune, allowing her to craft this bow at a level far beyond her normal abilities. It's no exaggeration to say that the value of this bow might already surpass the entire territory's worth. If not for the slightly inferior bowstring material, it would definitely rank among the very best equipment on the continent. If it had been made with dragon sinew, well, even that wouldn't help, because combining two top-tier materials isn't something a single high-grade luck rune could handle. Even 100 or 1,000 high-grade luck runes wouldn't be enough. This result was already more than good enough. Siu wasn't greedy. She shook out her somewhat sore hands, her mind going completely blank. In order to make this bow, she'd been tense and hyper-focused for the past 40 minutes. Though it was only 40 minutes, it was even more exhausting than chopping trees or mining stone for 4 hours straight. Still, getting this bow made all the effort worthwhile. After resting for a bit, Siu prepared to deliver the bow to its future owner. When she stepped outside and glanced at the still bright sky, she realized that although it felt like she'd spent ages crafting, in reality, less than an hour had passed. Less than an hour, meaning it wasn't even noon yet. Duoya usually spent her days out hunting, only coming back for lunch. Now that she had a spatial pouch to easily carry food, she sometimes didn't even bother coming home at noon. Siu thought for a moment, then went to Duoya's place and hung the bow on her bedroom door, so she'd definitely see it when she came home to rest that night. Afterward, Siu turned on her message notifications. She'd turned them all off earlier to avoid being distracted by system messages while crafting, which could lead to mistakes. Now she just wanted to check on the situation in the skill hall. But to her surprise, there were quite a few messages from the skill hall, and even more notifications about residents applying to join the territory. A quick glance showed 6 or 7 applications. At first, Siu didn't understand why so many people were suddenly applying, until she overheard a conversation as some people passed by. "Hey, I heard this territory opened up a skill hall. Have you checked it out? What skills are there?" "I did, but it's just a basic gathering skill book." "Look at you all getting excited, like you've never seen the world." "Hey, watch your mouth. You make it sound like you weren't the one glued to the display window just now. If you didn't have to join the territory to buy it, I bet you'd have bought 10 copies already." Oh, so it was all for the skill books. Although Siu had said it so only territory residents could buy skill books partly to attract people, she hadn't expected it to work this well. But since they were only joining for the skill books, there was no guarantee they wouldn't just leave after learning the skills. Besides, the territory wasn't particularly short on people anymore. What it really needed were people with management or other advanced skills. So Siu didn't immediately approve all the applications. She filtered through them, keeping only 2 applicants with relatively high initial loyalty. As for the others, she decided to observe them for a few more days. "Hey, my application got approved. Let's go buy skill books." Just as Siu approved 2 applications, she overheard an excited man nearby. She paused, surprised at the coincidence. She quickly checked his information, nothing seemed amiss, then looked at the skill hall's status. Of the original 15 basic gathering skill books, only 8 were left. Of the ones sold, 2 had been bought by Lake and Bugua, while the rest went to other residents who didn't have skills but had some savings. Seeing that the skill book stock would last a while, Siu closed the panel and headed to the bounty board. She still had 2 timed quests to submit. She'd held off before, worried that new timed quests would pop up and she wouldn't have time to complete them. But now, with the dark creature's attack over, the territory's busiest days behind them, and the monster cages destroyed, there was no reason to keep delaying. System quests existed for a reason, and endlessly putting them off couldn't be good. Submit quest, stop the darkness. Note, please ensure you have enough space in your backpack for rewards before submitting, or bear the consequences. Siu was used to this prompt and didn't mind. She'd just cleared out her backpack, so there was plenty of space. Congratulations on completing the quest, Stop the Darkness. System rewards, Level 3 Warehouse Card X1, Reputation plus 10, Gold Coins X5. A Level 3 Warehouse Card. Well, okay. Not exactly rare, but at least it didn't require construction time. With the territory's population growing and resource storage needs increasing, she'd have to upgrade the warehouse anyway. So you put away the card and coins, then submitted the next quest. This third quest was the only one whose reward wasn't specified, so Sue was pretty curious about what she'd get. Recruitment card, bounty card, or even a few rare building cards would be nice. She wasn't picky, really. Sue had high hopes, but things didn't quite go as she expected. Submit quest, Develop the territory. Congratulations on completing the quest, Develop the territory. System rewards, Random Bundle Gift Pack X2, Reputation plus 10. Suyu. Random Bundle Gift Pack. What the heck is that? Sue suddenly felt a headache coming on. She stared at the two basketball-sized, bizarrely wrapped gift packs that had suddenly appeared in her hands, feeling a strong sense of dissonance. The source of this sense of discord was the art style of this gift pack. If this digital world is supposed to be a realistic game, then this gift pack looks like it was ripped straight out of some cheesy browser game where you get $9.99 damage with one click. The colors are gaudy reds and golds, topped off with a huge bow tacky to the extreme, but somehow it gives off a weird sense of reassurance. Sue stared at the gift pack for a few seconds. She was about to open it right away, but a voice inside her kept frantically warning her, don't open it. At least, absolutely don't open it here. Sue didn't know where this feeling came from, but it didn't stop her from following her instincts. She decided to head back to the Lord's Manor to open the gift pack. Before leaving, she didn't forget to glance at the bounty board. Only after noticing a new countdown timer appeared did she feel at ease enough to go. Random Combo Gift Pack. Category: Special. Quality: None. Description: a special reward for completing system tasks, containing a thoughtful combo for territory development. Suyu, the more I look at it, the weirder it seems. But no matter how weird it is, a gift pack is still a gift pack at the very least. It'll give her some resources for building up her territory. Suppressing her inexplicable unease, Suyu opened the first gift pack. Received, Pasture Grass Seeds X10. Received, Animal Feed X100. Received, Random Animals X5. Received, Ranch Building Card X1. The moment she untied the bow, the packaging vanished, leaving behind a table full of, and a room full of, stuff. Bah. Moo. Cluck cluck. Listening to the animal symphony ringing in her ears, Suyu's headache instantly got worse. Now she finally understood where her earlier sense of unease had come from. Thank goodness she didn't open the gift pack out on the street. If a bunch of livestock had suddenly appeared around her, even if the NPCs wouldn't find it strange, it would have been a huge hassle to get all these animals to their proper places. If she wasn't careful, who knows what kind of chaos might have broken out. Before Suyu could react, a chicken suddenly flapped its wings and flew onto her table, stretching its neck as it walked around. Its weird gait looked both ridiculous and infuriating. Another chicken tried to imitate it, but it seemed a bit dumber. It couldn't fly as high, so it landed on a nearby chair first, then flapped its wings again to get onto the table. Suyu. She looked at the two chickens on the table, then at the two sheep and one cow nearby. Taking a deep breath, Suyu pulled a bunch of ropes out of her backpack. Cluck cluck, squawk squawk cluck. Cluck. Squawk cluck. After a round of chickens flapping and jumping about, Suyu sneered, then knocked one chicken out with a swift motion and tied it up with a rope. The other chicken seemed to have some sense. After seeing what happened to its companion, it abruptly stopped making noise and froze in place like a statue. Playing dead won't help you, Suyu said, grabbing the dead chicken and tying it up as well. Speaking of playing dead, Suyu thought of a certain little white creature. Come to think of it, she hadn't seen it in a while. But she wasn't worried about it. Dolly and Doya were still looking after it. Just a few days ago, Dolly had told her it was doing great, maybe even a little too great. So you didn't really know what a little too great meant in this context, but as long as it was alive, that was good enough. Rather than worrying about it, she might as well focus on how to deal with the remaining cow and 2 sheep. Suyu gripped the rope, her gaze settling on the other 3 animals. One of the sheep visibly shrank back, then let out a meek bleat. Bah! Since these 3 were relatively well-behaved, Suyu decided not to tie them up for now. Besides, she didn't want to tie them up anyway. She could carry the 2 chickens, but with a cow and 2 sheep, even a few more people would have trouble managing them if they acted up. So it was best if they behaved themselves. Be good, you guys. In the real world, Suyu would never talk to animals like this, but this was a digital world, anything was possible. Especially since that one clever chicken just proved that even the animals here had a certain level of AI. If they had AI, that meant she could communicate with them. If she could communicate, she could probably get them to walk themselves over later. Bah! Maybe they understood her, because the 2 fluffy, chubby sheep slowly walked over to Suyu and rubbed their soft, woolly heads against her arm, as if promising to behave. The cow was no exception. It seemed to recognize Suyu as its owner, let out a moo, and stood obediently in place, not acting up like the chickens had. It looked ready to follow Suyu's every command. Let's go. I'll take you home. Now Suyu finally understood what this combo really meant. Animal babies plus animal feed plus feed seeds plus ranch. That's basically a one-stop livestock farming package, isn't it? Although their sudden appearance had startled her, Suyu had to admit she really liked this combo. Milk, eggs, wool, these were all good things. Especially since there were 2 chickens and 2 sheep, 1 male and 1 female of each. That meant not only could she harvest eggs and wool, but she could also breed even more animals in the future. Thinking of this, Suyu was already looking forward to seeing what the second gift pack would give her. But since she hadn't even settled the first batch yet, she decided to wait until everything was in order before opening the next one. Thanks to the building card, setting up the livestock wasn't difficult. With a swipe of the ranch card, Suyu carried the 2 unruly chickens and herded the 2 sheep and the cow toward the ranch. Although cows, sheep, and chickens were all ordinary animals, maybe because this particular combination was so unusual, Suyu's little parade attracted quite a bit of attention along the way. Suyu didn't mind, she had thick skin and ignored everyone's stares, acting as if nothing was out of the ordinary. But the cow and sheep, on the other hand, seemed a bit nervous under so many gazes. They actually started walking faster, even overtaking Suyu and leading the way. The ranch was located next to the fields, with a small stream nearby. So as Suyu's little procession caught the attention of passers-by, it also happened to be spotted by Yusin. He stared in surprise at the animals, mouth agape, and only snapped out of it after watching Suyu and her animals disappear into the ranch. We've got animals now, so I need to plant some pasture grass. Yusin muttered to himself as he kept busy with his work, all the while considering which plot of land to set aside for growing grass for the cows and sheep. As for the chickens, that was easy enough. Just scatter some rice or grain husks and they'd be fine. Chickens could also nibble on pasture grass from time to time, so there was nothing special to worry about. Without Suyu even knowing, before the animals had proper housing arranged, someone was already worrying about their feed on her behalf. She brought the 5 animals to the ranch. As she opened the door, she took out all the furniture and fixtures that had been stored in the ranch's warehouse. There were things like feeding and watering troughs, as well as ordinary furniture like windows, tables, and chairs, everything they could possibly need. You 2 will live here. Suyu led the 2 sheep, who looked especially docile and obedient, into one of the pens. The 2 sheep bleated softly and walked into the pen without wandering off. The cow, seeing the sheep go in, seemed to want to join them, but Suyu stopped it and led it to a smaller pen next door. The cow looked a little unhappy, perhaps because the sheep and chickens both had companions, while it was all alone. Being the only cow was bad enough, but it also wanted to play with animals of other species. Suyu, however, wasn't about to let that happen. Moo, the cow looked at Suyu, a hint of grievance in its eyes. Suyu casually tossed the 2 chickens she'd been carrying for a while into their coop and locked it, then opened the gate between the sheep pen and the cow pen. If you want to play together, go ahead, but remember to go back to your own homes at night. Siu wasn't surprised at how human-like these animals acted, and she was prepared to do her best to meet their needs. After all, they just wanted a playmate. It wasn't a big deal. Still, some things had to be made clear in advance. At night, they could only rest in their designated homes. Each pen had a maximum capacity, and if they exceeded it, while nothing terrible would happen, it would still be a hassle. Seeing Siu allow it to mingle with the sheep, the cow's moo sounded much gentler. Remembering how the sheep had snuggled up to Siu earlier, the cow wanted to do the same. But before it could get close, Siu quickly took several steps back. No way, gentle or not, it was still a full-grown cow. Animals didn't always know their own strength, and as a town lord with thin skin and low defense, Siu definitely didn't want to be the first person injured by her own livestock. That would be too embarrassing for words. You'll eat here from now on. To ease the awkwardness from her sudden retreat, Siu naturally took out a pile of animal feed from her backpack and poured it into their feeding troughs. The cow, seeing this, immediately forgot about what just happened and didn't suspect Siu had avoided it on purpose. Watching them eat, Siu went outside to fetch water for them, then left the ranch. Compared to the first starter pack, the second one wasn't nearly as good. If it needed a name, the second pack would be the food set gift pack, which included a restaurant building card, a pile of ingredients, and some crop seeds. Everyone was eating at the tavern these days, so the restaurant was optional, and there was no shortage of food. The ingredients were just a nice bonus. As for the seeds, there were only 3 kinds: wheat, rice, and potatoes. Nothing special. Even though it wasn't very useful, Siu still used the restaurant building card, placing the restaurant in front of the tavern. Now that there was a restaurant, Mike wouldn't have to work at the tavern anymore and could move to the restaurant instead. After all, the tavern was more focused on drinks and its cooking facilities weren't complete. As for the tavern, it would stay empty for now until she could recruit an NPC with a brewing skill. Tavern has refreshed. You can now go to the tavern recruitment desk to select a resident to recruit. Well, wasn't that convenient? She'd just been thinking about needing people, and now the tavern had refreshed. Siu first handed all the seeds to Yusin, then turned and headed to the tavern. Well, look who finally showed up. Mike's sarcastic tone didn't bother Siu, since she knew it was because she'd promised to set up a big kitchen for him, but had been delayed. Given his personality, a little sarcasm was already being polite. Siu said, "The big kitchen you wanted is ready." Mike paused, then looked at her skeptically. "Really? If you don't believe me, go see for yourself. You think I'd bother making an illusion just to fool you?" Siu rolled her eyes and told him about the restaurant. Maybe because Mike was the only NPC she'd met twice, Siu felt a natural sense of familiarity and ease with him. Mike didn't really think Siu would lie to him about this. He just couldn't help making a snarky remark. Now that the kitchen was sorted, Mike found her much more agreeable. He opened his mouth to say something, but seeing Siu walk over to the recruitment counter without paying him any attention, he rolled his eyes and stayed quiet. Since the tavern had been upgraded once, the recruitment interface was now quite different from before. First, the number of candidates. It used to be 3 choices, now it was 4, and the chance of higher-skilled NPCs appearing had increased. Second, the refresh time for recruitment. It used to refresh every 3 to 5 days, but now it was every 2 to 4 days, a whole day less on both the upper and lower limits. That was a big improvement. The rest wasn't too important. Siu opened the recruitment interface and started browsing the current batch of NPCs. The first candidate had 2 basic skills, carpenter and craftsman. Both skills had decent talent values, one at 75, the other at 80, making this a rare dual talent recruit. As for traits, there was 1 positive and 1 negative, which was standard. The positive trait wasn't anything special, but the negative trait would affect crafting success rates, not great. The second candidate had an intermediate pharmacist skill, with a solid talent score of 80. With a bit of training, reaching advanced level would just be a matter of time. But as soon as Siu saw pharmacist, she lost interest and moved on. There was a simple reason. His profession overlapped with Vivian's. What's more, Vivian was a healing mage. Even though her healing skills were only at the beginner level, the fact that she possessed magic made up for many shortcomings. She was by no means inferior to this person. The third candidate also had one intermediate skill and one beginner skill, fishing and construction, with 85 points in fishing aptitude and 70 in construction. At first glance, it seemed like this person had two skills, but one was just a support skill, while the main life skill was only at the beginner level and not particularly high in aptitude. Support skills are generally those that use tools to produce raw materials, such as fishing, farming, gathering, logging, mining, and so on. Main life skills, on the other hand, use materials to produce finished goods that can be used or sold directly, like cooking, tailoring, blacksmithing, alchemy, etc. Some support skills are important. Farming, for example, is essential, but others aren't as crucial. Fishing, at least, falls into the less important category. If the levels of these two skills were reversed and the person had intermediate construction instead, so you would have chosen them without hesitation, as a high-aptitude intermediate builder would be a huge asset to the territory's development. After all, builders can draw their own blueprints, reduce material consumption during construction, speed up building efficiency, and even lead construction teams. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case. The fourth candidate only had a single beginner skill, and their aptitude was low, just 65 points. Compared to the previous three, having only one beginner skill and such low aptitude was rather unimpressive. However, this person's skill was quite unique. He was a beginner mechanic. To be honest, when Sue saw that he was a mechanic, she checked his race several times, making sure he wasn't a goblin. Fortunately, he was human. Unfortunately, he was human. It was fortunate because goblins are notoriously greedy, so you felt she couldn't afford to keep one. Recruiting a goblin would be a waste, but not recruiting one would be a pity. It was unfortunate because goblins generally have very high mechanical aptitude and often come with traits tailored to machinery. Having a goblin, as long as you had enough money, would be a huge boon. Goblins are experts at mechanical inventions, alchemy, and all sorts of engineering devices, so most mechanics you find in taverns are goblins. But this was only a level 2 tavern, so it was almost impossible to encounter non-human NPCs. Besides, a goblin's mechanical aptitude would never be this low. So you knew this, but still couldn't help hoping for a miracle. As expected, he was human. After reviewing all four candidates, Sue frowned deeply, torn between the first and the fourth. If she recruited the first, she could put him in charge of the workshop. He could even make some carpentry goods for sale. With dual aptitudes, if he was properly trained, his potential and usefulness would be limitless. Unfortunately, his traits were just too poor. A trait that lowers success rates is an instant deal breaker. If she recruited the fourth, his mechanical aptitude was too low. Even though his negative traits weren't too bad, his positive traits didn't help his skills much either. Unable to make up her mind, Sue reread both candidates' background stories. Sometimes, these NPC backgrounds hide clues or information. The chances are slim, but it's still a factor in making a decision. To her surprise, while she hadn't expected much, she actually noticed something. In the mechanic's introduction, it mentioned that as a child, he loved tinkering with things and often made strange gadgets. His family was furious with his idle behavior and forbade him from doing such things. At first glance, this seemed unremarkable, but in order to acquire a skill, unless you have exceptional talent, you need a teacher. In other words, this mechanic had a teacher. But since his family disapproved of his tinkering and considered it a waste of time, his teacher couldn't have been a family member, nor someone his family hired to teach him. In the human world, people capable of teaching mechanical knowledge and able to train a child with low aptitude into a beginner mechanic are rare, even rarer than mages. It's almost impossible for a child to encounter such a person. So, Sue's conclusion was simple. She suspected the mechanic's teacher was a goblin. Only a goblin would have that kind of skill. But then again, knowing how obsessed goblins are with money, it's unlikely one would voluntarily teach a human child mechanical knowledge. After all, this is their livelihood, let alone teaching a human, they're reluctant to teach even their own kind. Unless the goblin had a special connection with this mechanic, and it was a deep one. Would you like to recruit Anjia? Yes. This NPC is on their way to your territory. Estimated time? Anjia. Gender, male. Age, young adult. Loyalty, 75. Affection, 20. Aptitude, mechanics, 65. Skill, beginner mechanic. Traits, loyal, starts with higher loyalty, blunt, has some difficulty with communication. Introduction, Anjia has a certain talent for mechanics. Perhaps because of this, he has been passionate about all kinds of gadgets since childhood, often helping out at the scrapyard in exchange for useless junk to take home and study. Unfortunately, Anjia's talent is limited, so most of what he made was junk with no real value. But he never gave up and vowed to one day create a fully functional mechanical device. One day, his family discovered what he was up to. Seeing him wasting time tinkering with useless trash, they threw everything away while he was out. When Anjia found out, he made a huge fuss, but as a child, he had no power to resist and could only follow his parents' plans for him. Later, when Anjia grew up and was able to live independently, he set out to pursue his childhood dream once more. Anjia, that was the name of the mechanic. Whether her guess was right or not, as long as there was a possibility, recruiting this mechanic was worth it. Anyone who could get a goblin to willingly teach them mechanical knowledge must have a good relationship with goblins. This meant the territory might have a chance to connect with goblins and trade with them. After finishing the recruitment, Siu left the tavern and went to update the bounty board and the quest hall. At the same time, she added a few new notices to the bulletin board. Recruiting craftsman. Description: recruiting a craftsman to be responsible for making goods and managing the craftsman's shop. Other details negotiable. Requirements: junior craftsman, minimum. Recruiting brewer. Description: recruiting a brewer to be responsible for brewing alcohol and managing the tavern. Other details negotiable. Requirements: junior brewer, minimum. Recruiting manager. Description: recruiting 2 managers to be responsible for running the relay station and related matters. Requirements: junior manager, minimum. Shops for rent. Description: various types of shops for rent. Shop type, rent, lease duration, and other details negotiable. Requirements: none. Actually, shops in the territory weren't limited to residents. Anyone willing to pay rent could lease a plot and build a shop. That was the point of the third notice. The number of shops was an important factor in the territory's prosperity, as well as its economy and population flow. Thanks to the reputation accumulated earlier, the territory still drew a steady stream of visitors every day. But if there wasn't enough to attract and retain them, or to encourage them to bring in even more people, then the flow would slowly decline over time. That was the last thing Siu wanted to see. As soon as these notices went up, there was another stir. But unlike last time, this commotion died down quickly. These announcements just weren't as exciting as the previous one about the skill hall. After all, anyone with money could learn skills, but to rent a shop or apply for any of the first 3 positions, you needed skills of your own. Given Sunset Territory's current reputation, it wasn't likely to attract much talent of that kind. In the past few days, only a Kanglin and a Lilith had been recruited. But this was within Siu's expectations, so she wasn't disappointed. She had plenty of patience. What did surprise her, though, was that she only had to wait 2 days. During those 2 days, quite a few people applied to join the territory, and Siu approved many of them. But none were the kind of talent she needed. Just as Siu thought today would be another fruitless day, Sunset Territory welcomed a group of extremely unusual guests. This group seemed to have come with a purpose, and they were wrapped up from head to toe. No one would believe they were ordinary people. As soon as they entered the territory, they began asking around about how to meet the Lord. Recently, besides gathering resources and exploring or fighting monsters, Lal and Lake also occasionally helped watch the city gates. As 2 of the few people in the territory who knew the Lord's identity and her whereabouts, they immediately noticed something off about this group and promptly informed Siu. "You're saying There's a group of people all wrapped up looking for me? Siyu's eyes held a hint of confusion, but she didn't doubt Lake, she just found it odd. Lake nodded. Yes, there are about a dozen of them. Lyle is stalling them. A dozen was actually quite a lot after losing its aura. Sunset Territory only saw a daily flow of 10 to 20 people. Their arrival instantly doubled today's numbers. With so many people and no patrol guards in the territory, Lyle had to stay behind to keep an eye on them and sent Lake to notify Siyu. Siyu pondered Lake's words, but couldn't figure out what was going on. Still, she decided to go take a look. After all, they'd come all this way and hadn't caused any trouble, at least they weren't here to pick a fight. And they hadn't specifically asked for her by name, just the lord of the territory. In other words, they probably weren't here to make trouble, but rather to ask something of the lord, which was her. Besides, this was her turf. If she couldn't even face people here, what was the point of living? Let's go. Take me to them. Siyu packed up her things and followed Lake to the tavern. Since Mech had moved to the restaurant up front, the tavern was now completely empty. No one came or lingered there. It was spacious, making it a good place to meet and temporarily house special guests. The moment Siyu walked in, she sensed a strange atmosphere. She observed the room while trying to use her skills to check the group's information. At the same time, the leader of the group, having learned Siyu's identity, stood up to greet her. Greetings, my lord. I know why you're here. Before he could finish, Siyu interrupted, as if she could see the future. You're looking for someone. At her words, the speaker's body moved almost imperceptibly. Unfortunately, his face was covered, so no one could see his expression. And not just him, behind him, the dozen or so people who had been sitting all stood up in unison. Regardless of their reason, seeing a dozen people, all wrapped up and faceless, suddenly stand up together would make anyone's first thought, they're up to no good. Lyle and Lake thought the same. So, as soon as Lyle, who'd been standing nearby, saw this, he drew his weapon without hesitation, while Lake quietly reached for his knuckle dusters. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room became tense and suffocating. Yet one of the people involved remained perfectly calm, as if she hadn't noticed at all that her own words just now were the very cause of the current situation. You let one person come with me. I'll take them to see the person you're looking for. Siyu glanced at them meaningfully, then called out to the two brothers. The three of them left the tavern, but instead of leaving entirely, they just waited by the door. From inside, faint sounds could be heard, probably people talking. Meanwhile, outside, Siyu and the two brothers had a brief conversation. It was nothing more than the two of them asking questions, and Siyu answering. Lake, Lord, do you know them? Siyu, of course not. Lyle, then you must know the person they're looking for. Maybe we know them too. After all, the territory wasn't that big. If Siyu knew someone, it was likely they did too. Siyu just smiled without replying, but the two brothers felt they already had their answer. Just as their conversation ended, footsteps approached from inside. A moment later, someone pushed open the door and came out. Though their outfits were similar, white cloaks hiding their figures, faces masked, their heights were still distinguishable. At the very least, Siyu could tell this wasn't the person who had spoken earlier. The previous one was taller, this one a bit shorter. She walked up to Siyu and said, My name is Ling Si. I'll trouble you, Lord, to lead the way. If we find the person we're looking for, we'll be sure to thank you handsomely. No need for a big reward. Siyu intended to be polite, but wasn't about to turn down all benefit. I just hope I can buy a few things from you when the time comes. Ling Si paused, thinking, as expected. As expected, this lord already knew their identity. But aside from a trace of tension at being exposed, Ling Si no longer doubted Siyu's claim that she could take her to the person they sought. Since she knew their identity, she must have met them before. Ling Si said, Our young lady is of noble birth. If we can find her, any ordinary transaction is nothing in comparison. Siyu understood her meaning, took a few steps forward to lead the way, and, before leaving, reminded the two brothers, take good care of them. If they don't want to leave, don't let anyone else come in. Since they were dressed like this, they clearly didn't want to be discovered. She might as well help out, so no troublemakers in the territory would disturb them. It wasn't a big deal anyway, and it was a good way to earn some favor. In fact, the reason she suggested bringing only one person was to avoid drawing attention. A group of a dozen would be far too conspicuous, especially dressed like that. Besides, her own house wasn't that big, there was no way it could fit so many people. Lyle, Lake, understood. Hearing Si's instructions, the brothers naturally obeyed. As for Ling Si, she felt a bit more favorable towards Siyu after hearing this. Since she knew Siyu had guessed their identity, she wasn't foolish enough to think Siyu left the brothers behind to keep watch on them. Siyu led Ling Si away, while Lyle and Lake stayed behind. They circled from the tavern to the residential area. Walking quickly, it only took a few minutes. Ling Si looked around. The place wasn't luxurious, but it was clean and tidy. The faint goodwill she'd felt towards Siyu grew a little stronger. After a while, Siyu stopped in front of a house. Ling Si, a little nervous and excited, asked, "Is it here?" Siyu nodded, then knocked on the door. A voice from inside called out. Before Siyu could answer, Ling Si, recognizing the voice, called out loudly, "It's me. Ling Si. We've come to take you and Aining home." Immediately, there was a commotion inside, as if a small chaos had broken out. Before Siyu could react, she was pulled and pushed into the house by people both inside and out. With all that fuss, anyone who didn't know better might have thought Siyu had been attacked. One blink, and she'd vanished through the door. The first thing Ling Si did upon entering was to check Ria over from head to toe. Once she was sure she was unharmed, she did the same for Aining. Only after confirming both were safe did she finally breathe a heavy sigh of relief. Although Suyu's earlier demeanor had suggested the two were fine, Ling Si couldn't relax until she saw it with her own eyes. After that, Siyu found herself sitting around bored, yawning, while the three stunningly beautiful women chatted about what had happened. They spoke in Elvish, which ordinary humans couldn't understand, so they weren't worried about Siyu eavesdropping, they just chatted openly. And to be honest, calling them stunning was no exaggeration. The elves were a race of beautiful men and women. Even disguised as humans, any one of them would be a breathtaking beauty by human standards. No wonder they tried to keep such a low profile. One or two beauties could be a coincidence, but if too many gathered together, anyone with a bit of knowledge would guess they weren't human. But why didn't they just disguise themselves better? If they could pass for humans, why not pick more ordinary looks, instead of piling on cloaks and hoods? Wouldn't that be less conspicuous? Sure, the cloaks hid their faces, but that only made them stand out more. Siyu didn't get it. She really didn't understand what these elves were thinking. But while Siyu was lost in thought, the three on the other side had already finished their conversation. In the end, we really have to thank Lord Su. Lord Su. Ria, now speaking in the human tongue, noticed Siyu was a bit distracted and called out softly. Siyu blinked and turned her head, only to find all three elves looking at her. Siyu, finished talking? We were just thanking you, Lord Su. Ling Si, having taken off her cloak, revealed a bright, delicate face. She gave Siyu a gentle smile, and it was as if 1,000 flowers had bloomed at once. As Siyu admired the beauty before her, she casually replied, "You've already thanked me plenty of times. Just don't forget what we agreed on before." Everyone appreciates beauty, and Siyu was no exception. She enjoyed looking at beautiful people, but when it came to negotiating for her own interests, she would never let herself be distracted by falling for a pretty face and miss out on anything. Beauty was nice to look at, but to her, only a goblin would have that. Tongxing less than 5 minutes to go from calling her my lady to Sister Su. Her social skills were definitely top tier. Siyu didn't mind the change in address, but she did notice what Tongxing called Ria. Her Highness? The Elven Her Highness, could it be, the Elven Princess? That would also explain why Anning had previously called Ria Miss. It was clearly a term of respect, which shouldn't normally exist among elves. At first, Siyu had thought Anning was just using the term to hide her identity as an elf, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. Among elves, everyone was supposed to be equal, unlike humans, with all their complicated hierarchies. There are only a few truly special roles among the elves: the Elven Queen, or King, the Elders, and the next in line for the throne, the Elven Princess or Prince. But because elves are simple and peaceful by nature, loving harmony above all, even the Elven King is not regarded by ordinary elves with any excessive sense of status or hierarchy. Titles like King, Elder, or Your Highness are, to them, more like simple forms of address, just like a Ning is simply a name. The status these words represent is secondary. That said, Siyu remembered that, in the background setting of the game she once played, the elven princess wasn't called Ria. But that wasn't too surprising. After all, even if it's the same game, the timeline might not be exactly the same. Still, Siyu felt something was off, because some of the storylines matched up exactly with what she remembered from the game. The first was Qin Yao's storyline. She'd mentioned Qin Yao before. Siyu had met someone named Qin Yao as well, but when they met, they were enemies. Qin Yao was the leader of the dark creatures during the 20th invasion, the one Siyu had to defend against. Qin Yao had become a dark mage, with the power to summon darkness. Siyu suspected that Dory hadn't fainted on her own back then, but was knocked out by someone secretly observing them, and that this person's target was Qin Yao. He must have discovered Qin Yao's potential to become a dark mage, so he saved her and took her away. Of course, under normal circumstances, Qin Yao would never have agreed to leave. But at the time, she was powerless to resist, and Dory was right beside her. If the other party threatened Dory's life, given that Qin Yao was willing to sacrifice herself to save Dory, she clearly wouldn't refuse any other demands. This would also explain why Qin Yao was willing to become a dark mage. After all, dark mages are very different from ordinary mages. The requirements to become one are extremely strict, the most important being that the candidate must be completely willing, with not a trace of resistance. The second was the Elven Princess's storyline. As mentioned before, Siyu had befriended the elves in a previous save file, so she knew quite a bit about them, including the rumor that the next in line for the throne lost her eligibility to become the Elven King due to an accident. Because of this incident, the current Elven King had no choice but to remain on the throne, even though her time was up and her strength was waning, which eventually led to the decline of the elves. Siyu was able to befriend the elves back then because she had received a reward that could help the Elven King maintain her strength for a while, buying the elves time to wait for a new heir. Such a valuable item, just to gain favor and get some elven spring water and life fruit from the elven tree. Siyu had given it away for free. This act of generosity instantly boosted her favorability with the elves to nearly 80 or even 90%. After all this, the key point was obvious. Was Ria actually the heir who suffered an accident? If Siyu hadn't saved Ria, who knows what might have happened to her, but it certainly wouldn't have been good. In that case, the storyline would have followed the same path as before. But because Siyu saved Ria, Ria was injured but not fatally, and she didn't fall into the hands of the mastermind or suffer anything terrible. She still qualified as the heir and could still become the Elven King. With an heir, the current Elven King wouldn't have to bear the burden any longer, and under the new ruler, the elves wouldn't decline, so the subsequent tragedies wouldn't occur. This sudden chain of cause and effect left Suyu's mind in a brief state of confusion. It seemed she could change the original storyline. This thought suddenly surfaced in Suyu's mind. She started thinking of many things, many past regrets. If all of these could be changed by her actions then she realized she might have already missed something. Tang Xing, Sister Su, the elder says she'd like to talk to you. Tang Xing's words pulled Siyu back to reality. She paused for a few seconds, then took 2 candies out of her backpack. Her territory couldn't produce candy at this stage. She'd bought these from a merchant caravan, intending to use them to win favor with Bu Gua or other children. Tang Xing was an elf, but still a child, so giving her candy made sense. Placing the candies in front of Tang Xing, Siyu stood up. All right, I'll go talk to your elder. As she left, Tang Xing looked at the blue and green candies, hesitated for a moment, then put away the green one and unwrapped the blue one. So sweet. So tasty. Ugh. If I'd known they were this good, I would have saved one for Sister A Ning and the other for Her Highness. Tang Xing regretfully pushed the candy around in her mouth with her tongue, clutching the green candy in her pocket, wondering if she could ask the gentle and beautiful sister Sue for a few more. What were the odds of getting at least one more? Meanwhile, Sue, already gone, had no idea what Tangxing was thinking. If she knew that a few candies could win over an elf, she'd have handed over every last one she had. It's just candy. Eat. You can have it all. Eat until you're sick. If it's not enough, I'll buy more from the merchant caravan. She might not have much money for other things, but she had plenty for candy. But since she couldn't read minds, she had no way of knowing this. Greetings, Lord of the Territory. Since you already know our identities, there's no need for me to hide anymore. I am an elder of the elves. My name is Tangxing. The speaker was a gentle, dignified woman, her voice soft as water. Even without seeing her, just hearing her voice made people feel especially warm and favorable toward her. Hello, Elder Tangxing. I'm Siu, Lord of Sunset Territory, Siu replied with a nod. Lingxi, Tangxing, Tangxing. She had to admit, elven names were quite different from human ones, but whether spoken or written, they all sounded lovely. By comparison, a Ning seemed a bit odd, like it was just a convenient nickname. Wait, she'd always assumed Ria and a Ning were the real names of those two elves, but what if they weren't? It would make sense if they were aliases, but after all her earlier speculation, Siu was now genuinely curious about Ria's real name. She knew the name of the previous successor who had lost her qualifications, so she wanted to find out whether this elven princess was the same person from before. Siu glanced at Ria, who was seated to the right of Elder Tangxing, her gaze thoughtful. Ria hadn't expected Siu to stare at her so directly. However, because Suyu's eyes were so pure aside from a hint of curiosity, she didn't find it unpleasant. In fact, not only did she not mind, she even gave Siu a gentle smile and asked, Lord Siu, why are you looking at me like that? Having dealt with the elves many times before, Siu was familiar with their likes and dislikes, as well as their ways of communication. So she didn't bother to hide her question. I'm just a bit curious about your name, Ria and Annen's as well. Siu responded with a smile, then casually asked about her name, as if it was just a passing question. Upon hearing Siu's words, both Elder Tangxing and Ria paused for a moment. They hadn't expected Siu to be so straightforward. After all, in their previous dealings with humans always spoke in roundabout ways, packing every sentence with traps and pitfalls. If it weren't for the fact that elves had difficulty obtaining certain resources and had to trade with humans, they wouldn't want to deal with humans at all. By contrast, elves actually preferred dealing with goblins because goblins only cared about money. They didn't play games or set traps. If you had money, there would be no trouble, and elves were never short on money. If only goblins weren't always so violent and warlike, the elves would probably like them even more. Back to the present. After realizing that Siu already knew she was using a false name, Ria began to consider whether she should reveal her real name. But she didn't spend long thinking about it. After all, it was just a name, not some unspeakable secret. Besides, Siu had saved her. Wanting to know the name of the person she rescued wasn't an unreasonable request. Since you can tell there's something off about this name, I suppose you've guessed a few other things as well. Ria propped one hand on the table and gestured toward Annen. Annen's full name is Lu Ning, but calling her Annen is fine. As for me, my name is Anita. Ria now glanced at Elder Tangxing after introducing herself. Elder Tangxing seemed to understand and took out a palm-sized token. Anita drew a small cut on her finger, and a drop of emerald green liquid, so vivid it looked more like jade than blood, welled up. The liquid dripped onto the token and was absorbed, leaving no trace behind. Then, she handed the token to Siu. The token looked like it was made of wood, but felt nothing like wood to the touch. It also emitted a faint, refreshing fragrance that was not overpowering, but rather calming and pleasant. Anita said, "This is a gift from me to you as Ria. It's an elven communication token. If you ever need help in the future, just tap it 3 times. Unless it's a special circumstance, I'll respond as soon as I can." Even if Anita hadn't explained, Siu already knew what it was for. She'd had one before, though that time the blood had come from an elder, who had used it to send something to the elves on Suyu's behalf. Siu felt a bit complicated inside, but she still accepted the token. Whether or not she would ever use it, and whether Anita would respond when the time came, the token still had other uses. For example, it could serve as proof of her friendly relationship with the elves, or even allow her entry into elven territory if the opportunity arose. Siu put away the token and looked at Anita, waiting for her to continue. As Anita had said, this was just a gift from her Azria. She also had another identity, Anita, the elven princess and next in line for the throne. Anita said, "I heard from Lingxi that you want to trade with the elves." Siu knew that Anita was now speaking as the elven princess, since ordinary elves wouldn't have the authority to make such decisions. "Yes, there are some things I need, but I don't expect them as gifts. I can pay the proper price." After all, the elves were a special race, and trading with them was nothing like trading with ordinary human merchants. But the things she needed weren't particularly valuable, and she could always buy the more expensive items later. Anita nodded. "All right. The things you need will be delivered in 5 days." Anita didn't even ask what Siu wanted. She simply agreed, making it clear that whatever Siu needed, whether or not it was a big deal, they would do their best to fulfill the request. But do their best didn't mean anything goes. If Siu thought saving 2 elves entitled her to anything she wanted, the elves wouldn't be so foolish. After all, it's better to maintain a long-term relationship than to get a lot in one go and then cut ties. Anyone with sense would know which to choose. Siu said, "I need red soil and black soil to upgrade my farmland, and I need all kinds of seeds. Just give me whatever you have, 1 pack of each." Also, as Siu spoke, Elder Tongxing took notes. Elven record-keeping used magic to inscribe information on special materials, so it didn't require handwriting and could easily keep up with Suyu's normal speaking pace. Red soil, black soil, 1 pack each of all the common seeds the elves had, some wood from elven trees, 3 bottles of dew, and an elven planting manual. That was basically everything Siu needed. "I know it's a lot, but I'll prepare the money. If there's anything else you want in exchange, I can see if I have it." Hearing Siyu's list, Elder Tongxing gave her a surprised look. Siyu was right, she was asking for a lot, but even so, they were all things of little value. Red soil and black soil were materials for upgrading farmland. In the human world, you could only find these fertile soils in special places, but for the elves, with their nurturing elven trees, red and black soil was everywhere in their territory. To them, these 2 things were nothing more than the yellow earth and sand found everywhere in the human world. The same went for the seeds. Not to mention just 1 packet of each, even if she wanted 10 packets of every kind, it still wouldn't be worth a single gold coin. After all, what she wanted were just ordinary seeds, not any special, spiritual ones. As for wood and dew, it was the same story. The former, like red and black soil, was everywhere. The latter was a bit harder to collect, but it wasn't exactly rare either. If anything was troublesome, it would be the elves' planting manual. There were no printers here, so these manuals had to be painstakingly handwritten by the elves themselves. Even though it was a hassle, in terms of value, it was hardly worth mentioning. Elder Tongxing glanced at Siyu, then put down what she was holding. "There's no need for such formality, Lord Su. After all, you saved the princess and Aining. You are a benefactor to the entire elven race." As if worried Siyu didn't know Aneta's identity, Elder Tongxing deliberately mentioned it. From the elves' perspective, as long as Aneta could return safely, no price was too high. They all knew what would happen to the elves if they lost their heir. But in truth, Siyu understood as well. It's not that I don't want better things. I've long heard that the elves have life fruit and the flower of rebirth, which can bring the dead back to life, and the elven spring, which can extend one's lifespan. But I simply can't afford them. It was the first time Elder Tongxing had met a human who could declare their own poverty so righteously. For a moment, she was left speechless. Even Aneta's ever-present gentle smile faltered a little. She hadn't expected Siyu to answer like that. Pfft. Aneta couldn't help but laugh, her previously formal smile now much more genuine. "Then let's leave it at that. If you ever really want the life fruit, the flower of rebirth, or elven spring water, as long as you can gather something of equal value or the money, will definitely sell you a share. Though these three things were incredibly precious, the elves did have some in reserve. To exchange a portion for the princess's safety, if the elven king himself were here, he wouldn't hesitate to agree. Besides, it wasn't a gift, but a fair trade. And this was exactly what Sea wanted to hear. Lack of money was one thing. More importantly, even if she did get her hands on such treasures, without the right NPCs with the necessary skills, or the corresponding materials of the right level, they'd be useless to her. So, better not to ask for them at all. Anyway, the elves weren't stingy. Suyu's actions would surely be remembered by them. However, there was one slightly special item Suyu did want to buy. Speaking of which, while I can't afford elven spring water, I can at least buy the ordinary spring water from around the elven spring. There were two kinds of elven spring water. One was the water from the very source of the spring, extremely rare and precious, with only a small pool accumulated over centuries. But the water from around the spring was different. It started as ordinary spring water, but after being infused with the spiritual energy near the source, it gained a bit of that aura. Of course, since this was acquired after the fact, it couldn't compare to the water directly from the source, and its effects and value were much lower. Aneta nodded. If you just want ordinary spring water, we can price it at 10 gold coins per bottle, up to 1,000 bottles. 10 gold per bottle was actually quite reasonable. After all, this spring water was blue quality on the stats panel, but its actual quality was close to purple. It had a wide range of uses. It could be used in cooking and alchemy, and even in forging. Using this water could improve the quality of the finished product. Of course, Sunset Territory wasn't yet so extravagant as to use 10 gold per bottle spring water for cooking or alchemy. So you wanted it for construction, like hot springs or bathhouses. Then I'll trouble you to bring me 20 bottles. 20 bottles would be 200 gold coins. So you definitely didn't have that much on her right now. She was barely at 100 gold. But the elves hadn't brought the water with them anyway. They were here to rescue, not to trade. They'd have to go back to fetch the goods, and that would give Siu enough time to gather the money. Tanglu had left several days before them, and by now should be on her way back. She'd arrive before the elves returned, and once she did, Siu would have plenty of funds. It was such a good deal that Siu believed Tanglu and the caravan leader behind her, anyone with sense, wouldn't refuse. And even if Tanglu did refuse, Siu could just take back the 200 gold coins she'd given the caravan for herbs earlier. Either way, she'd have enough to buy the spring water. 20 bottles it is. Aneta didn't really care how many bottles Siu wanted. The elves had plenty of ordinary spring water. If Siu hadn't insisted on paying, Aneta would have gladly gifted her dozens or even hundreds of bottles. But she understood Siu's reasoning, so she didn't say anything more. With the trade settled, it was time to deal with Aneta's kidnapping. Elder Tongsheng, are those people still alive? She was referring, of course, to the ones who had kidnapped Aneta and Aining. They're all alive. You can take them with you when you leave. Besides them, I've kept all the letters and items related to their contact with the mastermind. So you took out the letter she'd already shown Aneta and handed it to Elder Tongsheng. But Elder Tongsheng didn't even look at the writing. As soon as she took the letter, she did something Siu wasn't sure what, and a wisp of black smoke rose from the top of the letter. Elder. Aneta looked at her, puzzled. Thanks to Vivi and the elves' powerful healing abilities, Aneta's injuries were already fully healed. But the damage from that mysterious spell lock remained. Right now, she was as powerless as an ordinary person, unable to use any abilities or perceive certain things. She and Aining would have to return to the elves and see the other elders or the Elven King to examine their bodies and receive treatment. Faced with Aneta's question, Elder Tongsheng's expression grew serious. This is a tracking curse. It's just a low-level spell, nothing too serious. Curses weren't magic, mages couldn't use them. Only witches could cast curses. These days, there are very few witches left, and since most of their spells are shady and not meant for the public eye, even if someone is a witch, they wouldn't flaunt their identity like ordinary mages do, parading around with pride. It can't be that simple, can it? Siyu looked at Elder Tongxing, feeling that things weren't as straightforward as she made them sound. If it were just a simple tracking spell, Elder Tongxing wouldn't have shown such an expression. Clearly, she must have discovered something else. Elder Tongxing had originally planned not to mention it if Siyu didn't ask, but since she did, and it wasn't really a secret, she decided to share her findings. Lord Su, you're quick to catch on. You're right, besides the tracking spell, there are traces of dark magic on this. Dark magic. Does that mean a dark mage was involved in this? Or perhaps the mastermind behind the scenes is a dark mage. Or maybe, somewhere along the way, a dark mage tampered with this letter? There were many possibilities, all of them plausible, but in the end, they were just guesses. The truth remained unknown. Besides this letter, I also have a bell, Siyu said, though she didn't actually take the bell out. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but that she couldn't. Anita understood Siyu's meaning and explained the situation with the bell to Elder Tongxing. Anita was the one most affected by the bell, so it made sense for her to describe its effects. Even though Siyu knew the bell affected her and Anning, she hadn't experienced it firsthand and couldn't truly empathize. Elder Tongxing asked, "What kind of bell is it?" Anita had never actually seen the bell herself. As long as it was nearby, she would feel extremely uncomfortable, and the same went for Anning. Naturally, neither of them could focus enough to get a good look at it. "I'm afraid I can't describe it well. It would be best if you could see it for yourself, Elder," Siyu said, implying that Anita should step away for a bit. Before the elves arrived, Siyu and Anita had already experimented a few times. No matter when, as long as the bell was within a certain range, both Anita and Anning would feel unwell. But as soon as they left that range, the discomfort disappeared. "Elder, I'll go over there and catch up with the others about what's been happening in the clan lately," Anita said. Though she wanted to see the bell for herself, she knew she couldn't, so she didn't insist. Her only concern now was whether the bell affected just her and Anning, or if it would affect all elves. If it was the former, that was manageable. If it was the latter, they'd have to think carefully about how to bring the bell back to the elven clan. They couldn't possibly leave something that could threaten the entire elven race in the hands of a human, even if that human seemed friendly for now. "Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on the elder," Siyu reassured her, which put Anita at ease. She glanced at Elder Tongxing, nodded slightly, and then left the area where the bell's effects reached her. When Siyu took out the bell, she gave a warning. Elder Tongxing seemed to prepare herself, but the moment the bell appeared, her expression changed. Could this be the forbidden lock bell? Elder Tongxing's astonishment was plain to see. Siyu was just as shocked. She knew exactly what the forbidden lock bell was, and she also knew it was almost impossible for it to show up here. The forbidden lock bell was the treasured artifact of the giant clan, one of the few ancient relics still intact in the world. Siyu searched her memory to make sure she wasn't mistaken. Every race has its own treasured artifact. For the elves, it's the world tree, their very lifeblood. For the goblins, it's their ancient secret manual, their source of pride. For the giants, it's the forbidden lock bell, their trump card for suppressing troublemakers at the borders. The forbidden lock bell's function is this: if someone's blood is dripped into the bell, that person will be affected by it, unable to use their special abilities, and their constitution will become extremely weak, just like what happened to Anita. Of course, that's only one of its effects. It has others, but those aren't important for now. Elder Tongxing examined the bell carefully, turning it over and over, and finally came to a definite conclusion, which also answered Suyu's doubts. No, this isn't the giant's original artifact. This is a replica of the forbidden lock bell. As she said this, Elder Tongxing visibly relaxed. A replica, much like copying a skill book, is a method of recreating an item with the same effects, provided you have enough materials. But the higher the item's grade, the stricter the requirements for replication, and the rarer the materials needed. Something like the forbidden lock bell, which can seal the powers of an elven princess, is already a gold-grade item. Successfully replicating it is no easy feat, and the replica's effects are much weaker. For example, although Anita and Anning had their powers sealed, as long as they returned to the elven clan, the elders and the current elven king could lift the effect, though it would take some time. But if this weren't a replica, but the real artifact of the giants, even the Elven King or the giant's own chieftain would struggle to break the seal. Only the person who used the bell could undo it. As the saying goes, only the one who tied the bell can untie it. Everyone knew that the Real Forbidden Lock bell was almost impossible to find here. The giants would never let their clan's treasure be stolen, let alone for so long without noticing. Anyone who knew what the Forbidden Lock bell could do wouldn't be foolish enough to use an ancient artifact just to capture the Elven princess. If you had something that powerful, why bother with the princess? Just go straight for the Elven King. That being said, knowing this was only a replica still made Elder Tongxing and Siyu breathe a sigh of relief. Siyu had worked hard to change the story's course and didn't want things to go off track again. After all, the decline of the elves would have a huge impact on the Sunset Continent. As long as it's not the real thing, Siyu said sincerely. She knew what would happen if the elves declined, so she truly hoped they wouldn't. Besides, she had always been on good terms with the elves and naturally felt a fondness for them. The elves are sensitive to others' emotions, and Elder Tongxing could tell Siyu was being genuine. She was already grateful to Siyu for saving Anita and Anning, and seeing her sincerity now only increased her goodwill. And so, on a data panel invisible to Siyu, one of the favorability values was rapidly shooting up at lightning speed. Elder Tongxing said, even though it's a replica, if the effects aren't removed for a long time, it can still cause significant harm. We need to take the princess and Anning back immediately. She wasn't lying, but Siyu knew there was another reason. They wanted to use this Forbidden Lock bell to trace it back to its source and catch the mastermind behind the scenes. The Forbidden Lock bell looked impressive, but everything has its balance. While the bell could seal abilities, it came at a steep price. First, the person using the bell couldn't be weaker than the one being sealed. At the very least, their strength had to be equal. Also, while using the bell, the user's own strength would be greatly diminished. If the seal was broken, the user would suffer backlash, the severity of which would be doubled based on the strength of the sealed target. Once the backlash occurred, the elves naturally had ways to track down the culprit. If Siyu were to evaluate the Forbidden Lock bell, she'd say it was a hurting the enemy by 800, hurting yourself by 1000 kind of thing. Still, in certain situations, it could be quite effective. For example, in Anita's case, the mastermind used ordinary people to kidnap elves, which not only kept themselves hidden, but also avoided their own period of weakness. If Siyu hadn't intervened, Anita would definitely have been in trouble, and the story would have returned to its original path. Past events had already proven that this method worked. Since it's the Forbidden Lock bell, I'll hand it over to the Elder. The bell could only affect the one it sealed. It couldn't harm anyone else. So Elder Tongxing and the other elves wouldn't be affected, and Siyu could hand it over with peace of mind. She never considered keeping the bell. For one, she couldn't. For another, the replica could only be used once and would self-destruct after the seal was broken. Only the original bell, owned by the giants, could be used repeatedly. Unless she was delusional enough to want to control the elven princess, there was no point in keeping it. This replica couldn't harm anyone else now. Thank you, Lord Siyu. Even though it was just a replica, it was still crucial. They needed it to lift the seals on Anita and Anning. Even if Siyu hadn't offered, Elder Tongxing would have suggested trading something for the bell. Since Siyu offered it freely and didn't ask for anything in return, Elder Tongxing was deeply grateful. Elder Tongxing said, "When I return, I will be sure to inform the king of your kindness. The elves will become a friendly ally to Sunset Territory." Congratulations! Sunset Territory has gained friendship of the elves. The territory's social system is now officially unlocked. On the 17th day of datification, Siyu's Sunset Territory officially established its first friendly relationship with another race, the elves. After this, the elves left the territory, so quickly it was as if they'd never been there at all. But before leaving, Anita and Anning came to see Siyu. They thanked her and gave her a book titled Elven Archery Techniques. This wasn't a skill book, but a book that, once read, could increase relevant attributes. It could be placed in the library for unlimited viewing. Previously, Siu had wanted the Elven Planting Manual, which was the same type of book. But archery techniques were even more expensive and not something just any elf could write, so Siu hadn't bought it. She hadn't expected Anita to gift it to her directly. Thinking back, while she was talking with the elder, Anita had been scribbling away. Now it was clear who'd written the manual. A free gift is always good. Since there was no library yet and the territory only had one skilled archer, Siu naturally handed the book to Duoya. With the elves gone, peace returned to the territory, or so it seemed. Not long after the elves left, Siu saw a crowd gathering in the trading area. Normally, Siu wasn't interested in such commotion, but she spotted someone on Jia. He was the human mechanic she'd recruited and the culprit behind the crowd in the trading area. As she got closer, she overheard people discussing Jia, or more precisely, the items at his stall. What's he selling over there? Why are there so many people? I'm not sure. I heard he's selling some handmade trinkets. Huh? So many people are interested in handmade trinkets these days? I could do that too. I've been good with my hands since I was a kid. I can make all sorts of little things. Listening to their conversation, Siu thought to herself, no, you're not the same. The things a mechanic makes aren't just ordinary trinkets. But it seemed the others didn't know what Jia was selling, so their dismissiveness was understandable. But Siu knew, and she was curious about what exactly Jia was selling to draw such a crowd. Since there were too many people, Siu knew she couldn't squeeze in, so she found a higher vantage point to look down on the crowd. She saw 6 or 7 dark objects in front of Jia. 2 of them seemed to be moving, while the others were still. Even if she could see the items, Siu knew she might not understand what they were for, so she hadn't planned to figure it out just by looking. Why not use her skills? She used several investigative skills in a row and got detailed information on the items. Inferior music sprite. Category: item. Quality: white. Durability: 98/100. Description: a toy that produces music by winding a spring to power a mechanical box. Due to poor craftsmanship, the music is not pleasant. Inferior small mechanical puppet. Category: item. Quality: green. Durability: 256/300. Description: a small mechanical puppet capable of performing a series of automatic actions. It can't attack, defend, build, or manufacture. Its only function is to transport small amounts of items through limited space. Due to poor craftsmanship, it may break down at any time. Inferior time bomb. Category: weapon. Quality: white. Description: an ordinary bomb that cannot be set to explode at a specific time. Its power is moderate. To use, simply pull the fuse. After pulling, it will explode at an unknown time. Of course, if it doesn't explode for a long time, there are 2 possibilities. Either the time hasn't come yet, or it's broken. Mechanical axe. Category: tool. Quality: green. Durability: 87/100. Description: a mechanical axe. Its chopping power is equivalent to a stone axe, but thanks to some unique internal mechanisms, it allows the user to expend less stamina. Suyu. She felt the need to apologize for what she'd just said. The little gadgets this mechanic made really were just that, simple little gadgets. In fact, some of them weren't even as good as children's toys. At least toys don't put your life in danger. Out of this whole pile of stuff, the most useful thing was actually an axe, and even then, it only worked as well as a stone axe. For Sunset Territory, which had already entered the Iron Age, this was basically useless. Siu was now starting to wonder if recruiting Jia had really been the right decision. Of course, she wouldn't regret it. There was no point. The tavern didn't allow returns. Still, while these things were useless from Suyu's perspective to others, they were definitely novel curiosities. A music box that actually plays music, even if it doesn't sound very good. A mechanical axe that makes reading easier, even though there are better axes out there. A time bomb that can explode, though it might go off on its own. A mechanical puppet that can carry things, though it could break down at any moment. But none of that matters. As long as people find them fun, that's enough. Whether it was because they were genuinely fun, or just because Anjia's prices were so low so you couldn't say. But to her surprise, all these little pieces of junk, or gadgets, were sold out in less than 10 minutes. See you, bro, being a mechanic is really selling you short. Anyone who can sell off this kind of junk, oh sorry, these low-quality goods, must have some real talent. So you thought maybe Anjia should spend some time learning from Bugua. After selling everything, Anjia counted his earnings with a troubled look, then calculated the stall fee he'd have to pay for setting up shop in this territory. Ugh. I shouldn't have sold them at these prices. This isn't even enough to cover half the cost of the materials. Anjia had always known that being a mechanic was a money pit, but he loved it so much that, as a kid, he'd rather get scolded by his parents than stop tinkering. As an adult, he was still willing to blow months of hard-earned wages on raw materials. But this time, losing money meant he'd have to find a new place to work, get a job, save up, and buy more materials. Gurgle. Hearing his stomach growl, Anjia sighed, put away the few silver coins he'd earned, and pulled out a copper coin, his only spare change. What can you buy with a single copper coin? Definitely not enough to fill your stomach. Even the coarse flatbread sold by Captain Yun's merchant caravan cost at least 2 copper coins per piece. And one wasn't enough to fill you up. A normal adult would need at least 2, and those with bigger appetites could eat 3 or 5. Anjia didn't consider himself stingy, but because his beloved hobby was so expensive, he'd gone from an optimistic, cheerful young man to a total penny pincher in every area except buying materials. Oh well, better eat first. Gritting his teeth, Anjia put the copper coin away, took out a silver coin, and headed to the restaurant he'd spotted when he first entered the territory. Since he needed to save money for materials, Anjia didn't plan to spend much on anything else. He bought the most economical option, a big bowl of rice, just 3 copper coins, enough to fill him up and even cheaper than the flatbread. The rice was soft and fragrant, and since Anjia was starving, he wolfed it down. The only downside was that, to save money, he hadn't bought any side dishes, just the rice. At first, his hunger made it easy to eat, but once he was half full, it became harder to swallow. But since he'd paid for it, he forced himself to finish, even if he had to cry through it. Unbeknownst to Anjia, Siu was watching the poor mechanic's miserable life and fell into deep thought. She'd only planned to observe Anjia for a while, to figure out how to recruit him to her territory, but she hadn't expected to witness this scene. She was too far away to hear Anjia's mutterings, so she didn't know his frugality was all for buying materials. She was baffled by the fact that, despite having several silver coins, he wouldn't even spend 2 copper coins on a tiny plate of shredded potatoes, the cheapest dish available. How much could materials possibly cost? He was a mechanic, and even if his talent wasn't great, as long as he met the basic skill requirements, how could he possibly be short on money? By then, Anjia had already left. Siu pushed down her confusion and followed him openly. Yu, who happened to see this, was a bit dumbfounded. He didn't understand why the Lord was tailing someone, but he was smart enough not to interfere and risk ruining Suyu's plan. Of course, Siu had no idea what he was thinking. If she did, she'd definitely correct him. Recruiting people as a lord isn't stalking. It's called observation. It's called research. It's called knowing what makes them tick. After leaving the tavern, Siu saw Anjia wandering aimlessly around the territory before heading into the blacksmith's shop. Is he buying materials? The raw materials for most mechanical devices were various stones and ores, with only a few exceptions. And if there was one thing the blacksmith's shop would never run out of, it was ore. Siu saw Anjia chat briefly with Kanglin, then leave looking disappointed. Once she was sure Anjia had gone to the inn for the night and wasn't leaving the territory, Siu returned to the blacksmith's shop. Kanglin, come see me in a bit, I have a question. Siu entered the shop and saw there were still a few customers, so she didn't speak to Kanglin right away. Instead, she went to the backyard and asked Kanglin to join her there when she was free. Kanglin, all right. A few minutes later, after serving the last customer, Kanglin went to the backyard. Lord, what would you like to ask? Siu briefly described Anjia's appearance and asked, what did he say to you just now? He looked pretty disappointed when he left. Since it had just happened 10 minutes ago, Kanglin remembered clearly and answered without hesitation. He seemed to be looking for parts, but I don't make components here, so he left. As for his regret, it probably just comes from not being able to buy the parts he wanted, right? Hearing Kanglin's reply, so you could already confirm her guess was correct, Anjia really had come to buy materials. But it wasn't the most basic raw materials he wanted, it was semi-finished materials. Raw materials, like wood or fiber, are gathered directly from nature. Semi-finished materials, like cloth or planks, have been processed at least once, but can still be further refined. Besides parts, did he ask for anything else? Or did he say anything unusual? Tell me everything. So you had recruited many NPCs before and was very familiar with the process. To put it simply, it was all about leveraging the target's interests. Anjia was a mechanic and clearly passionate about his craft, so that was his main interest. But aside from that, she wanted to see if there were any other openings. Kanglin wasn't sure why her lord was so interested in that previous customer, but since she was asked, she began to recall their conversation in detail. Oh, right, I remember now. Kanglin really did recall something odd from their earlier exchange. At first, he asked to buy parts. When I told him we didn't have any, he asked if I could teach him how to make them. That was the strange part. Normally, if someone can't buy something they really need, they'll just ask if you can make it, how long it'll take, and if you can hurry it up. But Anjia, unable to buy what he wanted, immediately asked if she could teach him how to make the parts. Kanglin was good-natured, but if it had been someone with a worse temper, they might have kicked him out on the spot. And you couldn't even blame them, because technically, he was in the wrong. After all, why would a stranger teach you their trade secrets for free? I see. Thanks, Kanglin, you can get back to work. After hearing Kanglin's account, Siu had a good idea of what Anjia needed and how to recruit him. But she was still a bit puzzled. Are there really mechanics these days who can't make their own parts? After all, the parts a mechanic needs are different from those sold on the market. Mechanic parts are more precise, more delicate, and more complex. Most of the time, mechanics make their own. If you want custom parts, you need money. Sometimes, even money isn't enough. That's why, just as the first lesson for a repairman is knowing your materials, the first lesson for a mechanic is making parts. The fact that Anjia couldn't make parts really surprised Suyu, but also made her feel lucky. Otherwise, she wouldn't have known how to recruit him. Now that she understood Anjia's needs, Suyu made some preparations and didn't waste any time heading straight for the inn. Maybe because Anjia only had basic skills and not much talent, recruiting him wasn't difficult. In fact, the moment Suyu took out her prepared items, she received Anjia's application to join her territory. Wanderer Anjia requests to join Sunset Territory. Accept. After accepting, Suyu tentatively asked how he'd learned his mechanic skills. From their conversation, Suyu realized that although Anjia looked gentle and clever on the outside, his personality was actually a bit simple. To put it nicely, he was honest and sincere. To put it bluntly, he was a bit of a fool. Not a complete idiot, but the kind who'd help you count the money after you sold him. The following conversation between Suyu and Anjia only confirmed her impression. My teacher. It didn't want me to call it teacher, but I always did. As Anjia spoke, a nostalgic look appeared on his face. I remember that day I got home late and ran into a wounded little monster on the road. I felt sorry for it, so I took it home and nursed it back to health. The identity of this little monster was obvious, a goblin. Goblins may be greedy, but that doesn't mean they're ungrateful, especially when it comes to a life-saving debt. What happened next was only natural. The goblin noticed the little gadgets in Anjia's room and realized he was interested in such things. To thank Anjia for saving its life, the goblin taught him some mechanical skills while recuperating at his home. Anjia's talent was poor, but his teacher was so skilled that he managed to cram the knowledge into Anjia's head. With both theoretical knowledge and hands-on practice, Anjia eventually became a junior mechanic. Of course, Anjia's own effort played a part. If he hadn't worked hard, not even the goblin's ancestors could have helped him. It was very patient with me, but I was a bit slow. I had to try things over and over before I got them right. At this point, Anjia looked a little dejected. So you could tell he wasn't lying. With his low talent, if it weren't for the goblin's teaching, he'd never have made any progress on his own. But she couldn't say that out loud. I don't know if you're slow, but you're definitely hardworking. Otherwise, you wouldn't be a mechanic now. No matter how hard the process, as long as the result is good, that's what matters. Anjia agreed. He knew how much effort he'd put in to learn those skills. After it recovered, it didn't leave right away. It stayed and taught me for a while longer until I became a junior mechanic. At this point, so you had to admit that this goblin was pretty responsible. Compared to other goblins she'd met, it was almost an outlier. But that impression lasted less than a minute. After it left, I didn't have any parts to make machines anymore, so I started wandering around. Wandering sounded worse than it was. Anjia was an adult man, and even if he couldn't make a living as a mechanic, he could always find other work. As mentioned before, all the money he earned from odd jobs went into his mechanical hobby, so his finances were always up and down. Basically, he never managed to save anything. At this point, so you noticed something off. What do you mean, after it left, you didn't have any parts to make machines? Didn't it teach you how to make parts? This was the question Siyu had wanted to ask ever since Kanglin's account. Anjia, no, my teacher. It said making parts was very difficult, and I'd have to wait a while before it would teach me. As the conversation reached this point, Anjia suddenly felt inexplicably downcast, as if he was upset about his own lack of talent. If only he weren't so untalented, maybe he wouldn't have ended up unable to learn how to make parts himself. During my apprenticeship, all the parts one used were made by him. Oh, so he definitely wasn't taught otherwise, he wouldn't be clueless now. After hearing Anjia finish his sentence, Siyu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. With her understanding of goblins, she felt like she'd figured out what was going on. She kept her expression calm and continued in a natural tone. Did he give you those parts for free? Anjia looked a little confused at her question, as if he couldn't understand why she'd asked that. No, I paid for them. He said teaching me for free was already a big loss for him, so I had to pay for every part. Anjia thought the goblin's reasoning made perfect sense. After all, it's rare for anyone to teach the craft of a machinist, so being able to learn for free was already a great deal. Siyu, she knew it would be like this. Goblins and their obsession with money, unbelievable. They'd even scam their own savior. But knowing goblin nature as well as she did, Siyu wasn't even surprised. In fact, this was exactly what she'd expected. No wonder Anjia was so poor. He couldn't make his own parts and had to commission them from others. No wonder he was always broke. Even for a beginner, a single ingot of ore could be used to make a basic part. Once you get the hang of it, one ore ingot could make 2 or even 3 basic parts. If you're really talented, you could even use the scraps to make smaller components. A copper ore costs 50 copper coins, so even at a 1-to-1 ratio, a copper part would only cost 50 coins to make. But out in the market, a single copper part could easily sell for the price of 2, 3, or even 4 copper ores. And besides copper, there are also iron parts, which sell for several times more. The fact that Anjia could support himself while also studying to be a machinist was honestly impressive. As for making parts is too hard, that was just an excuse the goblin used to stop Anjia from learning how to make them. He could already assemble finished mechanical products. How could he not be able to make the parts themselves? Since when is processing semi-finished materials harder than crafting the finished product? Siyu knew the truth. But since Anjia was new here, and while his loyalty was high, his affection wasn't, she couldn't just come out and tell him that the goblin he saved was scamming him. Otherwise, he'd probably think she was trying to sow discord. In the end, Siyu simply told him that from now on, he wouldn't have to spend so much money buying parts, because she could teach him how to make them himself. This is a basic parts crafting manual. Take a look, and if there's anything you don't understand, ask Kanglin. Siyu could have taught him herself, but she didn't have that much time. Besides, Kanglin had a blacksmith's talent and could learn forging blueprints much faster. Parts blueprints were considered general blueprints, so she'd make a decent teacher. For Anjia, Being a machinist was his passion, just like cooking was for Mike. If a high-level mage could stay for the sake of a skill book, Anjia would certainly stay for the chance to have all the materials he needed. "Thank you, my lord." Anjia was overjoyed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he took the parts manual from Suyu and bowed deeply. "Suyu, no need to get that worked up." Faced with such a sincere kid, Suyu felt a little guilty. Not. That goblin didn't feel guilty at all, so why should she? She was providing a place to live, a job, and even teaching him how to make parts. What was there to feel guilty about? Study hard. For now, you can sell whatever you make at the blacksmith shop. I'll provide the materials, and you'll get a share of the profits. There were shops specifically for machinists, but Anjia's skills were still too basic. He couldn't even make the simplest parts yet, so he couldn't run a shop on his own. The blacksmith shop had plenty of space, and stocking it with more products would be good. Machinist goods were made from ores too, so they fit right in. Anjia, all right. Don't worry, my lord. I'll work hard. Successfully recruited, another loyal subject for the territory. Suyu smiled in satisfaction. She first took Anjia downstairs to check out of his old room, then led him to his new place, Residential House 4. Residential House 4 had originally been used as a warehouse, but with supplies now abundant and several upgraded warehouses built, Suyu had cleared out the boxes and moved the furniture back in, making it livable again. Several residents had already saved up enough to buy their own homes, so the first floor was full. Anjia's room was on the second floor, which he shared with another resident. Suyu had planned to ask him more, like what skills he already had and whether he could help the territory's development, but just as she dropped Anjia off at the door, she received a notification. Timed quest refreshed. Please check and complete the quest promptly, Lord. Compared to what she wanted to say, the timed quest was clearly more urgent, so Suyu didn't plan to linger. This house is yours now. Settle in and start learning how to make parts. If you run into any problems, go to the blacksmith shop and talk to the owner, Kinglin. I'll let her know about you. Suyu left him some ore to practice with, then headed toward the quest board. Anjia, just as Suyu instructed, quickly tidied up his room, then took out the manual, the ore and his tools, and threw himself into his work with single-minded focus. He'd never had the means to work hard before, but now that he did, he was determined to put in the effort, whether for his passion or to repay the Lord's trust. So much ore, that's all money. He couldn't let the Lord down. Meanwhile, Suyu had arrived at the quest board and immediately spotted 3 newly refreshed timed quests. Prosperity 2 completed. Issuer, unknown. Quest objective, raise territory prosperity to 500, 503/500. Quest reward, random card chest X1, territory reputation money. Time limit, 120 hours, time remaining, 119 hours, 52 minutes, 45 seconds. Failure penalty, territory prosperity minus 100 inch. Although this was only the second time she'd received a timed quest, Suyu was already trying to summarize the patterns, thanks to her previous experience. 1. There are currently 3 timed quests. Prosperity and Flourishing and Develop the Territory are chain quests, while the third is a main quest, at least for now. 2. The first quest isn't difficult, most likely it's meant to give you a free reward. The second quest is related to major territory events. The main storyline the first time it was an attack by dark creatures, the second time it's a natural disaster. These are main story events triggered by time and can't be changed. The third quest focuses on the territory's development itself. It's a bit harder than the first, but as long as you manage your territory seriously, it should be doable. 3. Deliberately stalling timed quests is a bad idea. After all, this was only the second batch of timed quests, so there wasn't much Suyu could figure out yet. The first 2 points were easy to understand. As for the third, the reason she thought so was because this time, the Develop the Territory 2 quest restriction wasn't a countdown, but a specific date. If she'd kept putting off submitting the quest and waited until after 30 days, Suyu strongly suspected that Develop the Territory 2 would fail outright. Because the timing of this quest wasn't a coincidence, it was set to end right before the natural disaster. That meant the timing was intentional, and the system probably wouldn't change it just because you tried to stall. So you felt this setup would probably trip up a lot of people unless they never submitted timed quests and never refreshed the next batch. On the other hand, the system didn't seem to be out to maliciously punish those who didn't submit. Still, as the system said on the very first day in this data-driven world, no slacking off. Deliberately stalling timed quests could be seen as trying to game the system or simply as being passive. So, why is that anyway? So you couldn't figure out the answer to her own question. For once, she irritably ran her fingers through her hair, then went ahead and submitted the first quest. Now that she knew stalling timed quests was a bad idea and her territory's development was on track, so you decided not to drag things out any longer. Besides, she was eyeing that card chest. Recruitment cards, bounty cards, the sooner you use them, the sooner you benefit. Unless it turned out to be a building card, in which case, never mind. Unless it was a legendary building card. 5 minutes later, Dory watched the Lord appear at the shop's entrance once again, hugging a box, and fell into deep thought. Not bad at all. Ignoring the process, Siu had managed to get 2 cards, one building card for a stable and another familiar bounty card. The moment she got the bounty card, Siu used it right away. The bounty was similar to last time, recruiting people, especially those with skills. This time, there was also an extra advertisement, which simply stated that Sunset Territory had many shops for rent, and the first 5 to rent would get a discount. Thanks to the aura and the 3 completed timed quests, the territory's reputation had already reached the 90s, almost at 100. So even without the aura bonus this time, the bounty card's effect was just as good, if not better, than before. As for the stable building card, Siu used it immediately, placing the stable behind the inn for the convenience of guests. After all this, Siu began to consider how to complete the 3rd quest. Develop the Territory 2 was actually split into 2 parts, 1 to have 20 shops, 2 to have 10 of them turning a profit. The first part was easy. With the territory's current stockpile of materials, Siu could build dozens of shops in no time. But there was no need to do that. There weren't enough people to keep them running, so it would just waste materials and lower the territory's average prosperity. According to the quest progress, she currently had 9 shops, and with the stable, that made 10. 5 of them were profitable, so she needed to build 10 more shops and get 5 more to turn a profit. First, shop expenses were divided into 3 main parts: maintenance fees, a daily deduction to keep the shop running, not charged to closed shops, employee wages, and raw material costs. Income was simple. Currently, it only came from selling goods. There would be other sources later, but that wasn't relevant yet. The 10 operational shops so far were in 1, in 2, tailor, blacksmith, workshop, clinic, restaurant, tavern, training ground, and stable. The 5 profitable shops were in 1, in 2, tailor, blacksmith, and restaurant. Unfortunately, the skills hall was a purely functional building and didn't count as a shop. Otherwise, with all the skill books it had sold, it would definitely be profitable. Although getting 10 profitable shops wasn't hard, having more would let her finish the quest sooner. After all, the reward depended on how quickly she submitted it. Fortunately, duplicate buildings counted separately. That meant if she couldn't complete the quest the normal way, she had other options. For example, building a moneylender. A moneylender was a special building. Before paying out interest, a moneylender's money was always profitable. If she were to directly build 5 banks, then temporarily offer high interest rates to lure people into depositing their money, the banks would show a profit as long as the term hadn't ended yet. Once the task was completed, she could pay out the interest and dismantle the banks, essentially spending money to finish the mission. However, if possible, Siu didn't really want to do things this way. It was a waste of both money and materials, and she always felt that exploiting loopholes to complete tasks wasn't quite right. So this method was only a last resort. Siu kept this as her trump card, then began thinking about how to complete the mission through normal means. She decided to start with the existing buildings that weren't yet profitable. First was the workshop. She needed to recruit craftsmen or just have Lyle temporarily act as the boss. That way, there'd be someone to run the shop and products to sell. With the current foot traffic in the territory, making a small profit shouldn't be difficult. Second was the tavern, but that would require hiring a brewer. As long as she had a brewer, there were plenty of materials in the territory, and she had enough brewing recipes. There'd be no problem brewing alcohol or making money from it. Third was the training ground. The way to make money here was simply to open it to the public and charge a usage and maintenance fee. This was pretty straightforward, just assign someone to collect the money, just like at the post station. No special skills required. However, the level 1 training ground was small. If she opened it to outsiders, the locals wouldn't be able to use it, and there was no need to build a second one. So Sue decided not to open it up for now, and to focus on making profits from other shops to complete the task. Fourth was the stables. Like the training ground and post station, it didn't require much skill. Just hire a few people to take care of customers' horses, provide feed and water, and charge a fee. Unfortunately, Sue didn't have any adult horses suitable for breeding, or she could have made money selling horses as well. The only building not mentioned was the clinic, which was a bit special. Plus, Vivi's salary wasn't low, so Sue didn't expect the clinic to turn a profit. Unless there was some accident in the territory, with lots of injuries or illness, the clinic could make a fortune. But compared to having her people get hurt or sick, Sue would rather exclude the clinic from the list of 10 profitable shops. After analyzing the existing buildings, Sue started looking through the rest of the shop options in the construction list. When she saw the pet shop, she paused, because she thought of the perfect person to run it, Lilith. She was a beast tamer and had the affinity trait. No one was more suited to be the boss. Sue marked the pet shop, then continued searching for other suitable buildings. Sometime later, Sue looked down to check the notes she'd made, listing the people she needed to recruit in the coming days and the buildings she had to construct. For example, the pet shop. She could ask Lilith if she was interested. As long as Lilith agreed, the shop could open right away. Building a pet shop took about 5 hours, the same as most other shops. Although she hadn't asked yet, Sue checked Lilith's current favorability and loyalty and was pretty sure this would work out. As for the pets to sell, that wasn't hard either. She could have Doya catch some rabbits, squirrels, fluffy pigs, golden mice, similar to hamsters, but not quite, and other cute little animals. Or she could ask the merchant caravan if they had any young animals for sale. That would settle the products for the pet shop. Next was Anjia's machinery shop. Given Anjia's love for all things mechanical, if he could open a shop, he'd definitely agree without hesitation. Originally, Sue planned to have him work at the blacksmith's for a while, but since she needed profitable shops, she decided to let him run his own place. However, before that, he had to learn how to make parts. Otherwise, without raw materials, the machinery shop would definitely lose money. Besides these two, Sue also planned to set up some shops like the post station, places that didn't require much skill, just someone to watch over them to make money. Things like a hot spring, bathhouse, bank, laundry, and so on. The first two would have to wait for the elves to deliver spring water. Ordinary water could be used to build a hot spring or bathhouse, but the effect wouldn't be as good as with special spring water. As for the other buildings, she had enough materials. By this calculation, there would be more than 10 profitable shops. The only problem was still a lack of people. Sue looked at her list of buildings, which filled less than half a page, then at her recruitment notes, which nearly filled 2 sheets of paper, and sighed quietly. But thinking of the bounty card she'd already used, Sue quickly perked up again. "Captain, guess what I saw at the mission hall today?" A young woman sidled up to the woman she called Captain, her face full of mystery. This captain was Yunli, leader of the first merchant caravan to arrive at Sunset Territory. Rue, come on. If you've got something to say, just say it. Stop keeping me in suspense. Yunli poked her on the head, telling her to cut the nonsense. All right, I'll tell you. I saw another bounty posted by Lord Su today. Rue briefly described the bounty, and when she mentioned the shop rental discounts, her tone revealed a hint of excitement. Yunli and Rue had grown up together, childhood friends for over a decade, so she naturally knew Aru's dream. Aru's grandmother used to work as a helper in a dessert shop. While working there, her grandmother became interested in pastries, so she paid to become an apprentice. Although the shop's rules didn't allow the pastry chef to take on apprentices, the chef kept her word after taking the money and taught her grandmother quite a lot, both openly and in secret. Later, the shop owner got greedy and tried to make more money by cutting corners on ingredients, even using cheap, low-quality materials to save costs. No one could stop him, so they had to go along. In the end, they were found out. After that, the dessert shop's reputation was ruined and it closed down. The pastry chef who had taken the money was a decent person and, before leaving, gave Aru's grandmother a book about pastries. With the shop gone, her grandmother took her savings and the pastry book home. She helped out with the family business and studied the book on her own until she got married and had children, including Aru's mother. Her grandmother wanted to pass on her pastry skills, but her mother didn't have the talent for it. Instead, it was her granddaughter who showed promise, and Aru herself loved making pastries, so she learned from her grandmother from a young age. By now, Aru was already a junior pastry chef. On the Sunset Continent, the definition of a pastry chef was quite broad. In short, anything made with flour counted as a pastry. This includes, but is not limited to, bread, cakes, steamed buns, mantou, and so on. With this skill, it was only natural for Aru to dream of opening her own shop. It was not just her own dream, but also her grandmother's. Unfortunately, while the cost of living in her city wasn't exactly high, it wasn't low either. She couldn't even afford to rent a storefront. So for now, she could only follow Yunli on her trading runs, hoping to slowly save up some money and figure out the rest later. You want to open a shop in Sunset Territory? Yunli saw right through Aru's thoughts at a glance. The person in front of her was her closest friend, so Aru didn't hide anything. She nodded without hesitation and then quietly asked Yunli for her opinion. Captain, Sister Yun, you know I've loved this since I was little. Now I finally have a chance. The big territories had high prices, high rent, and fierce competition. As a junior pastry chef, no one would even hire her at a related shop, let alone let her open her own. So if she wanted to open a shop and run it smoothly, her best bet was to go to a smaller territory, letting her shop grow alongside the territory itself. But small territories came with big risks. They'd seen too many territories fail halfway. So even though Aru wanted to chase her dream, she didn't dare act on her own, afraid she'd be swallowed up by darkness along with the territory. Her parents knew her wish, too. They didn't want to stop her, but they couldn't help worrying. Plus, they were always busy and couldn't keep an eye on her, so they asked Yunli to look after her. In other words, if Aru really wanted to open a shop in Sunset Territory, the first hurdle wasn't her parents, it was Yunli. But Yunli frowned, looking a little disapproving. Sister Yun, didn't you praise Sunset Territory before? Lord Su is really nice and smart, and her territory is developing so well. We've only been gone a short while, and she's already posted 2 regional bounties. For the sake of her dream, Aru, rarely so bold, interrupted Yunli, her voice full of urgency. NPCs posted regional bounties differently from players, but that didn't change the fact that it was a very difficult thing to do. So when Aru saw that Sunset Territory had posted a second bounty just 3 days after the last one ended, she took it as a sign of rapid development and great potential, a reasonable assumption. Are you sure you want to go to Sunset Territory? Yunli looked at her, her eyes flickering with thoughts unknown. If Aru had been paying close attention, she'd have noticed that Yunli wasn't actually rejecting her outright, but she was too anxious to notice anything else. Aru said, "Of course I'm sure. I've saved up quite a bit these past few years. I don't know what the prices are like in Sunset Territory, but I can definitely afford a year or so of rent. Lord Su seems trustworthy, and if I go early, I might even catch some shop opening discounts." Listening to Aru ramble on, Yunli stayed silent, and her attitude made Aru's voice grow quieter and quieter. Finally, when Aru fell completely silent, Yunli looked up at her at some point. Aru had gotten so worked up she was already on her feet. "Why did you stop talking?" What else can I say? Aru sounded disappointed, thinking Yunli still didn't approve. But Yunli's next words brought Aru a huge surprise. Didn't you say you wanted to open a shop? Tell me your detailed plan, so we can arrange for everyone to go together when the time comes. Yunli hadn't been trying to stop her, she'd just been thinking about something else, and hadn't realized Aru would misunderstand. Seeing Aru freeze up at her words, Yunli couldn't help but smile wryly. Did you mean it? You agree to let me go to Sunset Territory? And not just you, we're all going together. The bounty card's effect was obvious, especially on the second day after the regional bounty was posted, the 18th day of the digital world, when a lot of people arrived at the territory. At the same time, Siu received over a dozen applications to join the territory, including 4 NPCs with skills, a junior fisherman, a junior carpenter, a junior manager, and a junior melee fighter. First, she arranged rooms for them, then assigned them jobs in the territory based on their skills. Before this, Siu had asked whether they wanted to choose their own jobs or have the territory assign them. All 4 said they were willing to follow the territory's arrangements, so Siu assigned them as she saw fit. The fisherman went to the fish pond to raise fish, the carpenter was assigned to the workshop, the manager temporarily went to one of the relay stations, and the melee fighter joined the gate guards. It's worth noting that the fish pond wasn't considered a shop, but a production building like the fields and pastures, so it didn't count toward the shop opening mission. Besides these new residents, Siu also saw quite a few people who had come specifically for the shops, and answered many questions from those interested in renting or buying a shop. Most of these people already belonged to other territories, so they usually wouldn't consider leaving just to join a small one. Some were there for information, some just to see the excitement, and some felt the prices in their own territories were too high and unsustainable, so they wanted to find a territory with potential. They didn't want to join another territory, but that didn't stop them from wanting to find a good place to make money. Once they'd earned enough, they'd go back to their own territory to buy a house. As a territory that had recently been in the spotlight, Sunset Territory became their top choice. After some discussion, 2 people showed strong enough interest that Siu invited them to negotiate privately. As for the others, some didn't really want to open a shop and left when they didn't like the terms, some were all talk and no action, or looked down on small territories, thinking they could take advantage. Siu didn't bother wasting time on such people. If they caused trouble, she'd just kick them out. If not, they could stay and contribute to the local economy. The 2 who stayed were an NPC with junior enchanting skills, who wanted to open an enchantment shop, and another with intermediate management skills, who wanted to open a general store. Negotiations with this enchanter didn't go smoothly. He wanted to buy the land for his shop outright, but Siu wasn't planning to sell any plots just yet. She only wanted to lease them out for shop construction. The reason was simple. As the territory developed, both rent and land prices would rise. Clearly, the enchanter saw the potential of Sunset Territory and understood this, which is why he wanted to buy early. He knew Siu, as the Lord, understood this even better and naturally wouldn't let herself get the short end of the stick. If it were one of her own people, like Dolly or Doya, Siu wouldn't mind selling them a plot, maybe even offering a prime location. But this enchanter was different. He wasn't a resident and had no intention of joining the territory. If he picked a prime spot, once Sunset Territory leveled up a couple of times, the land's value would multiply several times over. Worse yet, if he ever decided to close shop, Siu wouldn't even be able to collect taxes from that golden location. The taxes from a prime location shop could easily surpass those from an entire remote street. In short, wanna rent? Sure. Wanna buy? No way. The enchanter seemed to realize he couldn't get his way with Siu, so after some struggle, he tried to achieve his goal by negotiating for a much longer lease. After all, rents were low now. If he leased for 10 years or so, by the time the territory leveled up and his profits increased, he'd still be paying the old, cheap rent, giving him a major competitive edge. If other enchanters moved in, he could start a price war to maintain his position. Since his rent was so much lower, his costs would always undercut the competition, letting him profit even at prices where others would lose money. It was a good plan, but Siu still refused. She only accepted short-term leases of 1 year, and every time the territory leveled up, the rent would increase by a set percentage, though the increase would be a bit lower than for new tenants. This didn't work for him either, and he was clearly annoyed. Enchanters weren't as prestigious as mages, but they were still rare and respected, with a status similar to Dory the repair specialist, maybe even higher. People like him were used to being courted and flattered, so he couldn't accept Suyu's attitude. But no matter how dissatisfied he was, it didn't matter. Suyu was firm. If you don't agree, then don't rent. Given the current situation, Suyu really didn't need this one tenant. She wasn't desperate, so there was no need to compromise. The side with less pressure always has the upper hand in negotiations, and in this case, Suyu clearly came out on top. In the end, both sides compromised. The lease was extended to 2 years, the rent increased by 10%, but each time the territory leveled up, the rent increase would only be 70% of the standard rate. Additionally, the shop couldn't be sublet or modified for anything other than business use. Any violations would result in immediate repossession. Rent would be refunded, but the deposit would not. Faced with such strict terms, the enchanter was clearly unhappy, but he gritted his teeth and agreed. It's said that harmony brings wealth. So you made a tidy profit and, out of goodwill, shared some useful news with the enchanter. After hearing it, his mood improved considerably. Compared to this difficult enchanter, the second NPC, who had intermediate management skills, was much easier to deal with. Aside from being a bit picky about location, he had no issues with the rent or lease term, so they quickly moved on to signing the contract. If I want the territory to help build my shop, how much will it cost? There were 2 types of shop rentals. One was a ready-made shop you could move into immediately. The other was leasing a plot to build on. You could hire your own builders or pay the territory to handle construction. Having the territory build it basically meant Siu would use her materials to construct it directly, very convenient. Siu calculated the material costs for the general store he wanted and quoted a price. 2 gold coins, including basic furniture. If you need anything else, you can order from the shops up front. The workshop, blacksmith, and tailor shops could make almost anything needed for daily life, so if he needed anything, he could just bring the money and order it, so you didn't have to worry. Thank you, Lord Su. He handed over the rent, plus 2 additional gold coins. At a monthly rent of 3 gold coins, a 1-year lease totaled 36 gold. Add the 2 for construction, and it came to 38. The previous enchanter, because of the longer lease, paid 10% more rent. Originally, 2 years would have been 72 gold, but now he had to pay an extra 7 gold and 20 silver. If the territory leveled up during the lease, he'd have to pay extra rent for the remaining term, but only at 70% of the usual increase. Besides rent, the territory also charged a 3-tax system, settled monthly. The 3 taxes were basic tax, 3% of total revenue, income tax, 5% of profit. If profit is negative, no tax, and maintenance tax, 1%. The first 2 taxes went to the territory's treasury, so Suyu's own shops could pay them or not, as she pleased. The 3rd tax was different. It was like a maintenance fee paid to the system, unrelated to Suyu or the territory, and all shops had to pay it. After signing the 2nd contract, Suyu saw the tenant off, then took the materials to the chosen location and began construction on the general store. Constructing, general store. Estimated time, 300 minutes. The enchanter hadn't requested construction help, so Siu left him to it. As long as he built and opened the shop within the required time, it was fine. If the land sat empty too long, she'd reclaim it, refunding part of the rent and deposit. The 5 discounted spots she'd promised were now down by 2, so Siu posted a notice on the bulletin board. This was both an announcement and a message to those still hesitating. Others had already taken action, and the discounts were limited, act now or miss out. The discount was a tax reduction. Normally, the basic tax was 3%, but for the first 5 partners, it would only be 2% for the first year. As soon as the announcement went up, Siu received 6 or 7 more partnership applications at the Lord's mansion that very evening. Since it was late and she had other matters to attend to, she scheduled detailed discussions for the next day. Although these people were anxious, they also understood that some things simply couldn't be rushed. At this moment, Siyu, who should have been at the city lord's mansion, was instead standing in front of a house in the most remote part of the residential district. "You mean you want me to run a pet shop, my lord?" The speaker was clearly Lilith. Just as Siyu had expected, she looked quite tempted. The little wolf cub that was always circling around her was, for once, quiet and didn't interrupt her thoughts. "Yes, I want to open a pet shop, and I need someone suitable to be the manager and take care of the animals. If you have any concerns, you can." Suyu's words trailed off as something seemed to flash before her eyes. The next moment, a fluffy, snow-white creature appeared on her shoulder. It was the white ermine that Siyu had brought back to the territory and which hadn't been seen for many days. "Huh? Why is it here?" Lilith was clearly distracted by the ermine, so much so that she forgot what they had just been discussing. She couldn't help but reach out to touch it, but quickly stopped when she heard a pitiful whimper, the source of which was the little wolf cub. Siyu pulled the ermine off her shoulder. She was about to put it on the ground, but paused when she saw the watery look in its eyes, then casually stuffed it into her pocket. "Be quiet." This was clearly directed at the ermine. The ermine didn't push its luck. Seeing that Siyu hadn't thrown it out, it obediently stayed in her pocket, motionless. Lilith had been eyeing the ermine, but when her own wolf cub saw the scene, it suddenly became wildly jealous. The usually quiet and well-behaved little gray wolf bit her pant leg and pulled backward with all its might, as if trying to use its own strength to drag Lilith away from the ermine. But it was still just a cub and didn't have much strength. Lilith doted on it, so when she saw this, she squatted down to comfort it. Only after Lilith repeatedly promised she absolutely wouldn't touch the ermine did the wolf cub finally calm down. Even so, its gaze kept drifting to Suyu's jacket pocket, its wolfish eyes full of obvious hostility and a strong urge to attack. "Be good, I still have things to discuss right now. I'll get you something tasty when we get back." Thanks to this little episode with the ermine, the previously tense atmosphere was much relieved. Hugging the wolf cub, Lilith voiced her concerns. "I like small animals, but I don't like dealing with strangers." Siyu believed her. Lilith really did have an introverted personality, but that didn't mean she couldn't be the shop manager. "It's fine. If you don't like talking to people, we can hire a shop assistant to help you. You just take care of the animals, and the assistant can handle the customers. If you need anything, you can just tell them." Compared to taking on bounty board collection tasks, Siyu believed there would be plenty of people willing to take a stable, well-paying job. Previously, she hadn't been able to recruit anyone because she needed people with specific skills. But for a pet shop, as long as there was one animal handler, the assistant didn't need any special skills, just someone obedient and willing to follow Lilith's instructions. With Siyu putting it that way, Lilith had no reason to refuse. "All right, once the pet shop is built, I'll go work there." As for the assistant, Lilith thought for a moment, then tactfully requested that the assistant be a woman with a good temperament. Lilith didn't like talking much because she disliked interacting with others. She wanted a female assistant partly for her own sake and partly for the wolf cub. She would definitely bring the wolf cub to work, and as for its mother, that formidable she-wolf, she had been killed by a male sadist. A sadist was a kind of human with a strong urge to inflict pain and kill. They craved blood, worshipped violence, and enjoyed causing suffering to other creatures. But they were also rational enough to know not to target humans, or rather, they didn't dare target humans, so they took it out on other creatures. If it were just normal hunting, that would be one thing. The law of the jungle is fair. Beasts can attack humans, and humans can hunt beasts. But sadists were different. To satisfy their twisted desires, they used extremely cruel methods, leaving the wolf cub with severe psychological trauma after witnessing it all. Because of this, the wolf cub deeply hated humans and had a strong urge to attack them. At the time, the cub had hidden well, and Lilith happened to pass by. The sadist didn't want to be discovered by another human, so he left quickly. Later, Lilith and her companions found the she-wolf, by then almost unrecognizable, and, true to her animal handler's nature, Lilith buried her. During the burial, she discovered the wolf cub and naturally took it in. From then on, the cub's hatred of humans turned into a hatred of all humans except Lilith. After Lilith had cared for it for a while, its hostility toward humans lessened somewhat. Even so, it would still actively attack any male who got close to Lilith. Maybe it saw Lilith as its mother and didn't want her to be hurt, or maybe there was another reason. Requesting a female assistant with a good temperament wasn't a harsh condition. In fact, it hardly counted as a condition at all. Even if Lilith hadn't mentioned it, Siyu would have preferred to hire a woman who liked animals anyway. After that, Siyu discussed the salary with Lilith and received the remaining payment for the house. The entire first floor of this house is yours, Siyu said as she updated the permissions, then took her leave. Next, she went to find Anjia, who was still making parts at the blacksmith shop, with Kanglin forging weapons nearby. Although they were in the same room, it was as if they were from two different worlds. Neither spoke to the other, only communicating briefly if Anjia ran into a problem. When Anjia learned he was about to get his own mechanical shop, he was so excited that he started bowing to Siyu over and over. If it wasn't just her imagination, Siyu even felt like Anjia was about to kneel down and kowtow. No need for that, really. It's just a shop. Siyu forced a smile and stopped Anjia from continuing his thanks, her expression turning serious. There's definitely a mechanic shop, but you'll have to learn how to make parts before you can run it. No problem, that's how it should be. If I can't even make parts, I don't deserve to run a mechanic shop. Anjia grinned, then showed Siyu what he'd accomplished today. Siyu had a vague feeling that something was off about Anjia's words. When she saw the parts he'd made, she quickly realized what was wrong. He'd just said, if I can't even learn to make parts, I don't deserve to run a mechanic shop. Logically, there was nothing wrong with that, but given how Anjia had been tricked by the goblins, it was almost impossible for him to say something like that. Because of the goblins, Anjia had always thought that making parts was harder than making machines. So does that mean he's figured out he was tricked? Siyu glanced at Kanglin, who, sensing her gaze, looked back in confusion. She didn't know about Anjia and the goblins, so she had no idea Anjia had been tricked, nor whether he'd realized it yet. You've worked hard, keep it up. Siyu decided not to dwell on the issue. Whether Anjia knew or not didn't affect the fact that he was already the territory's mechanic. After leaving the blacksmith shop, Siyu took some materials and built a pet shop and a mechanic shop beside and behind the general store. Building, pet shop, estimated time, 12 hours. Building, mechanic shop, estimated time, 12 hours. Eek! A faint sound came from her pocket. Oh, you're still here. Siyu felt the weight in her pocket and suddenly remembered she was still carrying a little critter. She pulled the white ferret out of her pocket, but as she did, she noticed something was off. The weight was wrong. Instinctively, Siyu looked down and saw that the once palm-sized little thing had been fed until its fur was glossy and smooth. Especially that plump body, she'd successfully raised a skinny little white ferret into a chubby big pig ferret. Siyu. White ferret. Human and beast stared at each other in silence. Looks like you've been living pretty well here, Siyu said. She'd thought about the white ferret before, but hadn't had time to check on it, worrying it might be suffering. Clearly, she'd worried for nothing. In less than half a month, it had gained several pounds. Piglets didn't grow this fast. Eek! The white ferret didn't understand Siyu's words. It couldn't comprehend human language, so it could only sense her meaning through her emotions. It's late, time to rest. With that, Siyu tried to set the white ferret down again. This time, unlike before, the ferret didn't cling to her, unwilling to leave. After putting the ferret down, Siyu was about to head back to the Lord's manor to rest, but after just a few steps, she felt something behind her. Turning around, she saw the ferret she'd just set down was following her every step. Because of its low vantage point, the ferret didn't notice Siyu had stopped. By the time it realized, it had already bumped its head into the back of her heel, then instinctively took a few steps back. Siyu, why does this treasure-hunting ferret seem a little, not so bright? She was just thinking this when the white ferret looked up at her with big, watery eyes. Siyu couldn't take it anymore. She picked it up again, stuffed it back in her pocket, and brought it with her back to the Lord's manor. The next day, Sue had planned to meet with the NPCs who'd applied to rent shops, one by one. But although only 6 people had applied yesterday, by the next morning, the number had grown to 10, almost doubling her workload. If she really met with each one individually, she'd be stuck in the manor all day. So, Sue simply scheduled a meeting for all 10 applicants at once, plus herself, making 11 people to negotiate together. That way, they could all see each other and feel a bit of competitive pressure. The meeting was set for the afternoon, so Sue had the morning free. She planned to use the time to recruit some reliable staff for the tailor shop, pet shop, restaurant, inn, and so on, to ease the burden on Mike and the others. Otherwise, making them handle everything personally would be a waste of their talents. But Sue had barely sat down at her usual spot when she saw a luxurious carriage roll in through the city gates. The carriage stopped at the entrance, and a few people got out. The gate guards asked them some basic questions, then handed each of them a token with their basic information, name, gender, age on it. These tokens were something Sue had just come up with a couple of days ago, mainly to prevent people from sneaking into the territory. Whether staying at the inn, shopping elsewhere, or setting up a stall in the market, you had to show your token to prove you'd been approved by the gate guards. It might not seem all that useful, but if there had been gate guards before, the elf kidnapping incident would have been discovered and resolved much sooner. There were now 3 people guarding the gate, 2 who'd distinguished themselves during the elf kidnapping incident and had been reassigned by Suyu, and a new resident with basic melee skills who'd just joined yesterday. Once she recruited a few more people, Suyu planned to transfer these 3 to the patrol team, along with Lilac, who would be the captain. They'd each lead a patrol squad, taking turns patrolling the territory. As time passed, many things in the territory were gradually improving, not too fast, not too slow, but always moving steadily forward. Soon, the inspection was over. The guards handed out the tokens, and the group got back into their carriage, which then headed toward inn number 2. Seeing this, Sue quietly packed up her table and chairs. She'd only just set them out and headed toward inn number 2 as well. On the way, she grabbed a resident, gave her a few copper coins, and asked her to go to house 6 and tell Bugua to hurry over to inn number 2. The reason was simple. Inn number 2 was where the Tianhong merchant caravan was staying. Aside from that, today marked the 19th day, and it had been 12 days since Tang Lu left. The agreed-upon 7 days had passed, so Tang Lu should be arriving. If Suyu's guess was correct, the person in the carriage must be Tang Lu. Although she knew deep down that this deal was almost impossible to refuse, Suyu still felt a bit anxious. However, the moment she saw Tang Lu, all her worries vanished. Lord Su. Tang Lu had just set down her luggage and was about to head out to the city lord's manor when she unexpectedly turned around and saw the very person she'd been planning to find. I should have let Captain Tang rest properly, but I was a bit impatient, so I came over, Suyu said with a smile. Seeing Tang Lu ready to head out, she already understood the other woman's decision. If Tang Lu had intended to refuse, she wouldn't have been in such a hurry to leave. After all, she'd spent nearly 6 days on the road out of 7, and some rest was necessary. Her eagerness could only mean that she'd returned with a result Suyu would be satisfied with. You're too kind. I was actually just about to go to the city lord's manor myself. Since you're here, why don't we go upstairs and talk? I also brought along everything you asked me to deliver, Tang Lu replied. Suyu nodded and followed Tang Lu upstairs. On the way, Tang Lu glanced behind her. Where's that little girl from last time? From any angle, it was obvious that the little girl Tang Lu mentioned could only be Bugua. I've already sent someone to fetch her. She'll be here soon. I don't know where you found such a treasure, Lord Su. That girl nearly had me going in circles several times. I thought I could get what I wanted for 350 gold coins, but she managed to push the price up by almost 5%. If it were just 20 gold coins, it wouldn't matter. After all, the Tianhong caravan was wealthy and didn't lack for such a sum. But because the price of the spatial pouch was raised, it also drove up the price of the formula. After all, the price of a formula for something like this was usually 10 times the finished product. So not only did she lose 20 gold coins, but also another 200 on the formula. Although Tang Lu was joking, there was a hint of seriousness in her tone. If Bugua were here and heard you praise her like that, she'd be over the moon. Everyone likes being praised and wants to hear their abilities acknowledged by others. Especially since Bugua was still a child, she cared about such things even more. Tang Lu raised an eyebrow and smiled. Then when she gets here, I'll say it all again. Maybe she'll get so happy she'll float away, and I can get an even better deal. Once they reached the familiar room, Tang Lu opened the box she'd brought. The moment it opened, Su's eyes widened at the sight of a whole chest full of gold coins. Lord Su, please check the amount, Tang Lu said, stepping aside. Normally, counting over 3,000 gold coins one by one would take at least half an hour. Gold coins were the highest denomination on the continent, and with no electronic payments, there was no other way. But people are clever. Without electronic payments, they invented special containers for gold coins, which came in 3 sizes: small, medium, and large, corresponding to 10, 100, and 1,000 coins each. Small containers could hold up to 10 coins, medium up to 100, and large up to 1,000. So when Tang Lu asked Su to check the amount, it wasn't about counting coins, but counting containers. The box wasn't big enough for large containers, which were only used for transactions over 10,000 coins. Here, there were 37 medium-sized containers, each packed full of gold coins, fitted so tightly that not even water could seep in. 37 wasn't a big number, especially since the containers were neatly arranged. With just a glance, Su could tell the total. In fact, even without the containers, it wouldn't have mattered. Unlike others, Su had a special ability. As long as she had the right to collect something, she could instantly know the quantity, no matter how much there was. For example, as soon as the chest was opened, she saw a string of text, collectible gold coins times 3,700. Here's the formula, Su said, handing over the recipe for the Tier 1 spatial pouch. After Tang Lu checked that everything was in order, Su stowed away the gold coins. Her small treasury, which had just broken into 3 digits, now soared into the 4 digits. With that, the goods and payment exchanged hands, and the transaction concluded smoothly. You can see the materials listed here, Captain Tang. They're all fairly common, except for this spatial stone. As Su spoke, she took out a smooth, gray-brown oval stone from her bag. This is a spatial stone. Tang Lu had just put away a formula worth thousands, potentially tens of thousands of gold coins, when she heard this. She looked at the stone in Su's hand, but couldn't see anything special about it. May I take a look? She asked. After all, it was something she'd never heard of, and she needed to study it carefully if she wanted to collect more in the future. Su nodded and handed her the stone. Tang Lu examined it closely, memorizing its features. With Suyu's permission, she called in another member of the caravan, a painter. This person had no other skills, but his painting was exceptional. Though not a master, he was at the intermediate level and close to breaking through. With no cameras available, they had to rely on drawings to avoid forgetting any details. Of course, if Su was willing to sell the stone, that would be even better, but as expected, Su refused. Tang Lu was a bit unwilling to give up. She considered how much money she had on her and tentatively offered, how about 1,000 gold coins? The painter was still present when she made her offer. He'd already found it odd that Tang Lu had called him in just to draw a stone, but now, hearing her offer 1,000 gold coins for it. Sorry, my hand slipped, the painter said nervously, apologizing for ruining the paper with his drawing. Who could blame him? 1,000 gold coins for a stone, anyone would find that strange, especially since he'd examined it up close and still couldn't see anything special about it. But he wasn't the type to ask unnecessary questions. The fact that Tang Lu had called him in meant he was trustworthy. It's fine, go ahead. Tang Lu comforted her, then turned to Suyu. So, what do you think? If it doesn't work for you, the price is negotiable. Although 1,000 gold coins was already a very high price, actually, based on what Tang Lu knew, it was even a bit inflated, so you had no intention of agreeing. Sorry, I'm not planning to sell this stone. With one space stone, Dolly could make 8 level 1 space pouches. Even if each pouch only sold for 350 gold coins, that would be 2,800 gold coins total. There was no way Siyu would sell something worth nearly 3,000 gold coins for just 1,000. But Tang Lu didn't know this. She thought one space stone could only make a single space pouch, which was true under normal circumstances. But Dolly was a restorer. Normally, after making a space pouch, the space stone would shatter and become unusable. However, Dolly had gotten inspiration from Suyu's earlier trick of deliberately breaking things just so Dolly could repair and upgrade them. So she tried using fragments of space stones to repair other fragments, and she succeeded. She managed to restore a complete space stone. Although the restored stone was a bit smaller than before, it was still a usable space stone, suitable as crafting material. Repeating this process 7 times, she ended up making 7 more space pouches. Siyu was amazed when she found out the truth, but she had no intention of telling Tang Lu. The value of this secret was beyond money, revealing it could even put Dolly in danger. After all, if space stones could be restored, what about other rare materials? Could they be repaired too? Siyu had never heard of used materials being restored before. Maybe this meant Dolly's ability was unique to her? In any case, she definitely couldn't say anything about it. But she would honor her promise and tell Tang Lu how to obtain space stones. Are you sure there's no room for negotiation? Tang Lu tried to bargain, but when she saw Siyu shake her head, she realized it was hopeless. Siyu said, "As we agreed, I'll tell you how to get them. With the Tianhong caravan's resources, I'm sure you'll be able to find quite a few." "Thank you, Lord Su." Tang Lu sighed and accepted reality. After the artist left, Siyu put away the space stone and explained how to obtain them. If you kill those large monsters out in the wild, they always drop something. Space stones are one of the possible drops, though the odds are pretty low. This is the only method I know of, and I can guarantee it's real, because that's how I got mine. Of course, there might be other ways to get space stones, and maybe someone else in this world has already found them, but just doesn't know what they are. So you could try buying stones with these characteristics. Of course, they couldn't just openly tell people what they were buying. They'd have to make up some excuse and keep their real intentions hidden. But that wasn't Siyu's problem. Big caravans have their own ways. Once the painting was finished and the artist left, Bugua arrived around the same time, and Tang Lu took out the items Siyu had entrusted her to bring. Besides negotiating for the recipe, Tang Lu's trip back also included helping Siyu transport some things. For example, flowers needed to make the flower clock. Siyu still needed Zhu Tang flowers, frost orchid flowers, and Lian Dai flowers. These weren't rare, and with the Tianhong caravan's resources, they were easy to get. "These are the 3 kinds of flowers you requested, Lord Su." Tang Lu opened another box, revealing 3 flower pots inside, each with blossoms of red, white, and purple, swaying gracefully and looking very lovely. After moving the 3 pots aside, there was a pile of other things underneath. A sensing compass, diving gear, various seeds, fish fry, some ores, animal hides and tendons, rune materials. Tang Lu introduced each item, and Siyu helped take them out one by one. Once all the miscellaneous items were unpacked, only a pile of red and black soil remained at the bottom, packaged in clear bags and looking just like regular dirt. Due to weight limits, we could only bring 20 bags each of red soil and black soil. "If it's not enough, Lord Su, I can have more sent later." Since they needed to travel quickly, they couldn't carry much, 1 chest of gold coins and 1 chest of Suyu's supplies. That was their limit. Siyu hadn't ordered a lot, but the red and black soil took up a lot of space and were quite heavy. But Siyu had already said these were just for filling extra space. If there was room, bring some along. So Tang Lu did her best to bring enough for 5 farmland upgrades. If not for the wagon, and if Tang Lu had ridden back on horseback like before, she wouldn't have been able to bring even a single chest. "Thank you, Captain Tang. This is more than enough." Siyu had guessed Tang Lu couldn't bring much red or black soil, which was why she'd also asked the elves for help. With the elf soil, she wouldn't need Tang Lu's help anymore, and the elf soil was even cheaper. "Bugua, let's settle up." As before, Siu gave Bugua 500 gold coins and let her handle the details. As for the goods, Siu took them all. After all, she'd ordered these things, and they'd gone to the trouble of bringing them. Even if there was some haggling over the price, there was no reason not to take them. The deal would go through eventually. It was just a matter of the final price. With all these odds and ends, Siu first took the fish fry to the fish pond and handed them over to the resident in charge. Then she went to the warehouse to gather the materials needed to upgrade the farmland and headed to the fields. Are there any plots that can be cleared right away? Siu glanced over the farmland and found Yusin to ask. Yusin didn't know what Siu wanted, but he pointed to a section. You're just in time, my lord. I just harvested red grass, cotton, and wind grass from these plots and was about to plant the next crop. There were 6 plots in total, just enough for upgrades, with 1 extra. All right, hold off on planting for now. I bought red and black soil, and I want to upgrade and renovate the fields over the next couple of days. Leave this plot as it is and upgrade all the others. As she spoke, Siu selected the plots of farmland that Yusin had just marked and began upgrading them one by one. Keep an eye on the upgrade progress. If the farm finishes upgrading and I'm not around, remember to remind me, Siu instructed, while piling the materials needed for the advanced farmland upgrade near the fields. To upgrade to advanced farmland, she'd have to wait for the intermediate upgrade to finish first. Since she couldn't upgrade right now, she decided to leave the materials here, so she wouldn't have to carry everything back and forth later. Yusin replied, all right, I understand. And here's some herb seeds. I'll have someone come over soon to clear new farmland. Plant these seeds on the new plots. Sorry for all the extra work lately. I'll be hiring a few more people in the next couple of days. When they arrive, you'll be in charge of managing and assigning their tasks. Leave the small stuff like watering and harvesting to them. Farming wasn't particularly difficult. It didn't require special skills. Take Dory, for example. She didn't have any skills, yet she still managed to take good care of the first batch of crops. For Yusin, as an intermediate-level cultivator, managing 15 plots of farmland wasn't hard, since higher skill levels improved his efficiency at farm work. For example, he could clear land faster, crops watered by him would dry out more slowly, and the fields he tended had a lower chance of weeds or pests. But now, on top of farming, Yusin also had to work on seed improvement, which was starting to become overwhelming. If it hadn't been for Yui and Siu mentioning it, Siu wouldn't have known that Yusin had been working so hard on seed improvement that he'd been skipping sleep and working through the night. Rest is important, Siu said, noticing that he seemed about to refuse her offer to hire help, so she spoke earnestly. Thank you for your concern, my lord. I'll take care of everything here on the farm, Yusin replied, guessing she'd found out about his late nights, and didn't say much more. After all, having things a bit easier for himself was a good thing. After giving her instructions and reminding Yusin to take care of himself, Siu took the freshly harvested windgrass and got ready to make some basic agility potions. Leaving the farmland, Siu headed to her workshop. She took out all the materials she'd brought and set up 5 workbenches for potion making. Since the agility potion required more materials, it took up 2 workbenches, while the other 3 were used for making basic healing potions, basic defense potions, and basic attack potions. The basic healing potion was self-explanatory. The basic defense potion increased defense, and the basic attack potion increased attack power. Basic attack potion increases attack by +10 after use, duration 10 minutes. Cooldown 1 hour. Basic defense potion increases defense by +15 after use, duration 10 minutes. Cooldown 1 hour. The materials used were similar. The basic attack potion used a herb called silverleaf lotus, while the basic defense potion used a material called wild steel flower. The recipe was the same as the basic agility potion, with greenheart grass. Only 1 main herb plus water and a container were needed. Without greenheart grass, 3 main herbs plus water and a container were required. All these herbs came from the merchant caravans. The things Siu had spent so much money buying were definitely not useless. Healing potions, attack, defense, agility. If only I had some violet orchid fruit and bluegrass as well. What a shame, Siu sighed. The violet orchid fruit and starflower she mentioned were the main ingredients for basic mana potions and basic magic potions. The former increased magic attack, while the latter restored mana, basically the blue potions from online games, while healing potions were the red potions. Both violet orchid fruit and bluegrass were specialties of Coldwind Valley. Even the Tianhong caravan didn't know about Coldwind Valley's existence, so Siu didn't expect to find these herbs from any other small merchant groups. She could only hope the Tianhong caravan would deliver her order soon. Without those two ingredients, especially the blue potion, things would be tough for mages. A mage without mana was like an archer without arrows, or a musketeer without bullets. Basically, they'd have no combat power at all. Besides these potions, Siu had come this time to make two important items. One was the flower clock, which she'd been longing for a tool for telling time. The other was the treasure-seeking needle, mainly used to locate various wild-spawning buildings, including ruins. Siu took out 5 different flowers, yellow, blue, red, white, and purple, and placed them on the workbench. Next, she took out the sensing compass Tang Lu had brought earlier, along with some copper ingots, iron ingots, and a gold coin, and placed them on the workbench as well. 10 minutes later, Siu opened her panel, and sure enough, in a familiar corner, she saw a string of familiar characters, 19D-9H-38M-14S. This string of characters looked odd, but it actually meant 19 days D, 9 hours, H, 38 minutes M, and 14 seconds S. So you didn't really understand why time had to be displayed this way, but it wasn't a big deal. She was used to it by now. With a way to tell time, many things would be much more convenient in the future. So you put away the flower clock, planning to hang it at the entrance of the Lord's Manor. Besides being practical, the flower clock looked quite nice. It was made from 5 different flowers, after all, so it couldn't look bad. As for the clock recipe, Siu planned to give it to Anjia to learn. Although he'd only joined the territory less than 2 days ago, his loyalty had already risen to 85, a very fast rate. Siu had no worries about him betraying the territory. Besides, this recipe wasn't particularly rare to begin with, and some of the required materials, parts, were exactly the kind of things only blacksmiths and mechanics could make. Leaving the workshop, she headed to the smithy and handed the recipe to Anjia. Now, of all the things Siu had bought from Tang Lu, only a few packets of flower seeds, several sets of diving gear, a pile of raw materials, and a freshly made treasure-seeking needle remained. The flower seeds were reserved for the flower shop. Flowers could boost prosperity, increase residents' happiness, and also serve as decorations to make homes more comfortable. Since the territory hadn't recruited a florist yet, ordinary people could plant flowers, but it was troublesome, so these seeds would have to be set aside for now. As for the diving gear, as the name implied, it was equipment for diving. She'd bought it for future exploration along the southern coast, and the potions were also for coastal expeditions. The treasure-seeking needle, of course, was for the forest ruins. The forest ruins event was supposed to appear on the 9th day, the day before the dark creatures attacked. But now it was already the 19th day, and she still hadn't found where the ruins were. Since she couldn't find it by normal means, she'd have to use a tool. Otherwise, if something like ruins kept being delayed, it could easily lead to complications and unexpected changes. If it dragged on until the double calamities, who knew what might happen? Since it was still early, Siu took out the treasure-seeking needle to try it for the first time. She opened the metal lid, then gently flicked the needle with her finger. Do you want to use the treasure-seeking needle to locate the nearest special structure? Yes. Locating. With a ding, the wildly spinning needle suddenly stopped. Siu frowned slightly as she looked in the direction it pointed. She stood up and began to walk slowly in the direction indicated by the needle. To avoid overshooting, she paused every few steps to check the needle again. In this way, Siu advanced, stopping every 3 or 5 steps, and before long, she found herself back in the farmland area. Faced with Yuzin's confused expression, Siu glanced at the little stream she'd fenced off and the treasure-seeking needle, which was now spinning erratically, and a suspicion began to form in her mind. She went to the restaurant to find Uai. He'd originally been at the post station, but since that wasn't really his specialty, and Siyu didn't want to waste a mage's time, she'd assigned 2 loyal workers to the post station instead. With nothing to do at the post station, Uai had started following Mike around like a shadow. Since Mike was often in the restaurant, Uai ended up helping out there too. Which was perfect. A water mage's magic was incredibly useful for washing dishes. So, since Mike liked to cook but hated washing up, he kept Uai around, which meant that when Siyu arrived at the restaurant, she saw the rare sight of a mage using his magic to wash dishes. Siyu. It was just as well the kitchen wasn't open to the public. Otherwise, if people saw that not only was the chef a fire mage who loved to cook with fire magic, but even the dishwasher was a mage using water magic. It might make for a good gimmick, but it would also look like she was exploiting them somehow. If word got out, it might even attract the attention of the Mages Guild. Siyu took a deep breath, walked over to Uai, and asked him to put down what he was doing and come with her. Uai didn't know what was going on, but didn't ask. He just told Mike he was leaving, wiped his hands, and followed. "Lord, why did you bring me here?" Uai looked in confusion at the little stream before him, not sure what Siyu wanted. But he was curious. He remembered that when he first arrived, the stream hadn't been fenced off. He'd even fetched water from it. Then, one day, it was suddenly closed off, and Yusin often reminded him not to go near it. "You're a water mage, so you're more attuned to water elements. Use your magic to check the stream and see if there's anything unusual." Since Siyu didn't know exactly what might be here, she couldn't give Uai a precise answer. She could only ask him to take a look. Still, Siyu suspected that whatever was in the stream was related to Event 3. 3. Gurgle, gurgle. Something seems to be rising and falling. With the answer in mind, the question was clear. Gurgle, gurgle was the sound of water, and rising and falling referred to how most things behave in water. What she needed to know now was, just what was it that was rising and falling? "I'll give it a try." Uai was about to open the gate and walk up to the stream to investigate, but Siyu stopped him. "Just stay here." If the stream really was the trigger location for locked Event 3, then usually, unlocking such events caused quite a commotion. Uai did as told, crouching 3 or 5 steps from the stream and closing his eyes. Although Siyu and Yusin weren't mages, they could vaguely see a blue substance drifting in the air around Uai. As the color of this blue substance deepened from nearly transparent pale blue to a darker shade, almost as if it would swallow Uai, Yusin grew worried. "Yusin, my lord, is this safe?" Siyu shook her head and explained simply, "That's just the materialization of water elements. It's normal." It was normal. Any mage probing an area aligned with their element would trigger element materialization. What Siyu didn't say was that normally, these materialized elements would dissipate quickly. But here, the blue elements floated around Uai like dandelion fluff, showing no sign of fading. This meant 2 things. First, there was definitely something unusual about this stream. She was in the right place, and the treasure-seeking needle wasn't broken. Second, whatever was wrong here involved a strong concentration of water elements. Elemental materialization usually couldn't last long due to insufficient elemental magic. If it persisted this long, it meant the opposite. There was not only enough elemental magic here, but it was abundant. Siyu habitually searched her memory for similar situations, but before she could recall anything, she suddenly heard a gurgle, gurgle sound by her ear. This sound was exactly as described in the incident report. Just as Siyu realized something was wrong, the stream in front of her, only a few meters wide and deep, suddenly erupted from below like a volcano, giving her no time to react. The massive water jet burst forth with tremendous force, not only tearing up all the ground nearby, but also flooding the closest farmland. Yusin had been watching that area the whole time. He didn't have time to worry about the crops being submerged. He just managed to pull Uai back as the water erupted, saving him from being hit by the powerful blast. If he'd been struck, the impact could have seriously injured him. Thank goodness. Thank goodness I was standing far enough away. Uai gasped for breath, looking both frightened and exhausted, as if he'd used up too much magic. Now he finally understood why the Lord had just told him not to squat near the stream. If he had, he wouldn't be standing on the ground right now, he'd be up in the sky. That water jet would have launched him straight into the air. He had no doubt about the water jet's ability to lift you high. Sunken underwater labyrinth discovered. Incident unlocked. After confirming Yui was unharmed, Siu instructed them to disperse all the people who'd been drawn over by the commotion caused by the water jet. Yusin and Yui followed Siu's orders, but the process didn't go smoothly. After all, most people are naturally curious and love to watch a spectacle, so hardly anyone wanted to leave. Instead, the crowd grew noisy and restless. "Hey, buddy, tell us what's going on. Don't just stand there. Don't push me. Ugh, if you can't see, don't get in my way. Why are you kicking us out? We all live here. If you don't tell us what happened and something dangerous happens later, what are we supposed to do? Yeah, just let me take a look. I'll leave after I see." Yusin wasn't a fighter, and although Yui was a mage, he'd just used up a lot of magic investigating and was feeling drained. So if these people insisted on staying, there wasn't much they could do to stop them. This was exactly the kind of situation where a patrol squad would be useful. If the territory had a patrol team, this sort of thing would never happen. People would think twice before causing trouble, and if anything did happen, there'd be someone qualified to handle it. Fortunately, Lyle and Lake arrived just in time. Faced with these two burly men, so different from the two scrawny ones before, the noisy crowd gradually quieted down. Besides Lyle and Lake, more residents from the territory arrived to help maintain order. With more people on hand, they finally managed to send the gawkers away. Well, sent away was a bit of an exaggeration. In reality, people just stopped trying to get closer, but many still stood at a distance, craning their necks to see what was happening. Lyle and the others knew that if people really wanted to watch, there was no stopping them. After all, they were just standing there, not doing anything else. They couldn't just drive everyone away. There were too many people, and it would look bad if word got out. So, if people wanted to watch, let them, just as long as they didn't take another step forward and interfere with Suyu. The commotion here was so loud that even the people from the Tianhong caravan, living on the other side of the territory in Station 2, sent 2 people over to see what was going on. Lal recognized them, so after a brief explanation, he said nothing more. In any case, things finally settled down. Meanwhile, as soon as the system notified her that Incident 3 had been unlocked, Siu immediately opened the territory's information panel and found the spot where the information was displayed. Incident 3. It is said that 10,000 years ago, the Sunset Continent did not exist. It was a world of nothing but ocean. Over the ages, islands gradually formed, and the wonders once buried beneath the sea were hidden in the depths. When humans appeared, some claimed these places for themselves, while others left their mark for the benefit of future generations. The sunken underwater labyrinth is an opportunity, a blessing, and a disaster. How to put it? The background of the Sunset Continent had been mentioned before, and Siu was quite familiar with it. The first half of the description matched what she already knew. As for the latter half, introducing this underwater labyrinth, the wording sounded light, but Siu approached it with caution. Humans weren't present at the birth of this world, but nature is wondrous. Treasures can be born without human intervention. If this underwater labyrinth really was left behind by people, that would actually be a good thing. After all, an individual's power is limited, and so is what they can create. But if the labyrinth was formed entirely by nature, meaning no one had ever discovered it before, then its danger level would definitely be 5 stars. But in the study of balance, danger and opportunity always go hand in hand. Just as the incident description said, this isn't just a disaster, it's also a chance and a blessing. The dangers humans can create are limited, and so are the opportunities and blessings they can leave behind. But if it's a purely natural labyrinth, then behind its 5-star danger, there must also be 5-star treasures. Just as Siu was considering whether to step closer for a look, 2 floating messages appeared before her eyes. Sunken underwater labyrinth is now open. This ruin will sink back underground in 3 days. Countdown. 47 hours, 58 minutes, 54 seconds. Only 2 days. 2 days to prepare, to learn about the ruin, to explore and solve all its traps. There just isn't enough time. Especially since this is a 3.5-star difficulty ruin. But to give up on exploring it entirely? That's impossible. If a mountain of gold is right in front of you, who would walk away just because it might be a trap? Most people wouldn't. They'd only think about how to get past the traps and take the gold for themselves. Siu is no different. She wanted that mountain of gold too. But as she stared at the hole in the ground, water gushing out like a fountain, she fell into deep thought. Desire is one thing, but life is most important. If you lose your life, no treasure is worth it. After a moment, Siu turned to Yue beside her to ask about the situation. Siu, did you notice anything unusual just now? Yue had actually wanted to speak up for a while. At first, he'd been startled by the water jet, then got sent off to disperse the crowd, and when he returned, he saw Siu deep in thought, staring at the gushing hole. That was why he hadn't had a chance to speak until now. Now that Siu brought it up, Yue hurriedly shared his findings. Yes. At first glance, this little stream seemed perfectly normal, but I discovered it's really deep. Yue began recounting his exploration from the beginning, describing everything in detail for fear of missing anything important. At first, he didn't know what might be inside. The stream was shallow and clear, and didn't look like it was hiding anything, so Yue only used a small amount of water magic to investigate. But then he noticed something odd. When he probed with magic, he realized the stream wasn't just a few meters deep as it appeared on the surface. His water magic could keep going deeper and deeper, and the further it went, the dimmer the light became. In Yue's own words, it felt less like he was probing a stream and more like he was falling into an abyss. I don't know how deep I went, only that I vaguely saw a beam of light, so I followed it, and then I saw a magnificent building. From Yue's description, Siu suspected this building was the so-called underwater labyrinth. As for how Yue was able to go so deep, it was because his magic bypassed the surface and directly sensed the submerged labyrinth. Although the stream looked shallow, no one really knew what lay beneath it. Using magic and the corresponding elements to investigate was a method unique to mages. If Siu had to do it herself with her current means, unless she dug 3 feet into the ground, she'd have no easy way to discover the maze. I didn't actually enter the building, because the moment I opened the door, the ground started shaking, and then the geyser eruption happened. But that wasn't all. Yue still had something special to report. It's like this. When the ground was shaking, I tried to study the water element to get a better look at the building. I failed in the end, but I did manage to spot a series of carvings. They looked a bit like writing, a bit like symbols. I couldn't read them, but I memorized them. Hearing this, Siu immediately took out her pen and paper. Yue quickly took them and, relying on his memory, drew out the string of characters as best as he could. Siu took the paper, frowned at the black ink on white, and then slowly read aloud, "No way out. Only in, no exit." Yue stared at Siu in surprise, amazed that she could actually read the writing. But then he remembered she was their lord, so maybe it wasn't that strange after all. In fact, the more their lord knew, the happier Yue was because it meant she was even more capable, and a capable lord meant a better future for the whole territory. Suppressing the urge to flatter her, Yue pointed at the writing and tentatively asked, "My lord, do you know what this means?" It was true he'd translated the symbols into words, but what did those words actually mean? Taken literally, it was simple, a maze with no exit, only entry. But could there be a deeper meaning behind those 8 characters? That was anyone's guess. Siu didn't know either. After all, she hadn't been inside yet, and just these 8 words didn't explain much. At most, they warned that the labyrinth was extremely dangerous. If she really wanted to explore it, she'd have to be mentally prepared. Prepared to never return. This is a treasure-filled maze, but extremely dangerous. Let me think. By think, she meant she needed to consider whether she really needed to explore this maze. There were certainly rare treasures inside, but her territory was thriving. With all the card and treasure chest rewards, Her development speed was as fast as ever. She had no compelling reason to risk exploring this place. Without absolute certainty, she wouldn't let greed drive her to do something she might regret. Even if she could stay out of it herself and just send others in, she wouldn't do that either. Take a good rest for the next couple of days. Don't let Mike run you ragged again. Although she hadn't made a final decision, if she did decide to explore the maze, Yue would have to go. Not only because he was a water mage, but also because he was the one who triggered the maze. In most cases, having the trigger person participate increased the chances of success. So Yue was a must, but Mike definitely wouldn't be going. After all, he was only a beginner fire mage. With a natural elemental disadvantage, his effectiveness in the maze would probably be worse than Lyle and the others. Yes, I'll go let Lord Mike know in a bit, Yue nodded. So you took out materials and repaired all the fences destroyed by the water jet, then spent more materials to restore the flooded farmland. Yusin looked at the mess, heart aching. Nothing hurts a planter more than seeing their fields destroyed, especially when the crops were almost ready for harvest. Fortunately, the upgraded fields Siu had worked on earlier were closest to the water jet's point of eruption, and since nothing had been planted in those upgraded fields yet, the losses were much less than they could have been. After repairing the damaged buildings, Yusin stayed behind to tidy up the farmland. Lyle and Lake also helped out, taking the opportunity to open up new fields, while Yue, following Suyu's instructions, went off to rest. The onlookers, seeing that everyone was dispersing, assumed the excitement was over and left as well. Among the residents who'd come to help, two said they'd seen the notice board and wanted to work as farmers, so Yusin kept them on. It was just in time. Some fields had been flooded and needed to be replowed and replanted, giving Yusin a chance to teach them hands-on. As for the other residents, seeing that things had settled down, they were about to leave, when Lyle stopped them. Under their puzzled gazes, Lyle handed out 10 copper coins to each person. Though it wasn't much, it was enough for a meal, essentially a treat to thank them for their help just now. This is a reward from the Lord for assisting us earlier, Lyle said as he distributed the coins. Everyone who received the money was very grateful. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, Mr. Lyle. The money wasn't a lot, but it was the thought that counted. Besides, they hadn't really done much at most. They'd just stood there, serving as a deterrent to the troublemakers. Getting a free meal out of it already made them quite happy. If C were to open the territory residents panel at this moment, she would see that the loyalty and favorability values next to these residents' names had both increased significantly. Lyle reported, "My lord, the money has all been distributed, 10 copper coins each." Siu nodded, then pointed to the spot where the water was still gushing out. "You two are responsible for watching over this place for the next couple of days. Don't let anyone except Yusin and the farm hands get close." Lyle replied, "Understood." Although there had been a minor disturbance earlier, thanks to timely handling and good follow-up, the appearance of the underwater labyrinth hadn't caused any further issues in the territory. Everything was in order, with no mistakes. After arranging for people to guard the entrance to the labyrinth, she returned to the Lord's manor, picked up a certain little pig who was still sleeping on her bed, and took it with her to Post Station 2. A few minutes later, inside Post Station 2, Tang Lu watched Siu return, glanced at the fluffy white creature still fast asleep in her arms, and thought of the two people who had just come to ask about the news. She kept her expression neutral, but she already had some guesses in her mind. "Captain Tang, are you interested in ruins?" Siu got straight to the point as soon as she sat down. Her meaning was clear. She wanted the Tianhong caravan to join in exploring the underwater labyrinth. This kind of treasure-filled ruin wasn't exclusive to her. Others on the continent, or rather, other NPCs, the natives of this world, could also enter if they discovered it. If someone could share the risk, and if those helpers were strong enough, then the labyrinth might just be worth exploring. Of course, the spoils would be less, since those who share the risk would also expect a share of the rewards. No one works for free. "You mean the spot where the water just erupted? What kind of ruin is it?" Tang Lu was no fool. She already thought it odd that a small stream had suddenly burst forth from underground. But since it was someone else's territory, she hadn't asked, not wanting to be a bother. Now that Siyu brought it up herself and even hinted at cooperation, Tang Lu didn't hold back and voiced all her questions. Yes, that's the place, a sunken underwater labyrinth. Siyu first answered Tang Lu's question, then stated her purpose directly. I'll be honest, I'm inviting you because my territory isn't strong enough. But with treasure right in front of me, I'd be unwilling to just give up. This is a ruin close to legendary level, and it will only exist for 2 days. If Captain Tang is interested, I'll need your answer by tomorrow, otherwise, there won't be time to prepare. The 1-star, 2-star rating system was a difficulty index used by players, or rather, calculated by the system. But on Sunset Continent, they had their own way of measuring difficulty. For example, a 1-star ruin was considered ordinary, 2 stars was difficult, 3 stars was epic, 4 stars was legendary, and 5 stars was ancient or primordial. This underwater labyrinth was rated at 3.5 stars, which made it essentially an epic ruin, bordering on legendary. Are you sure it's a near legendary ruin? Tang Lu raised her eyebrows, seemingly in disbelief. Siyu nodded, very certain. Yes, I can guarantee it 100%. After all, it was information shown by the system. There was no way it could be wrong. Because their previous dealings had gone smoothly, and Tang Lu had also heard from acting Captain Bai Chiu about the caravan's cooperation with Sunset Territory and the Cold Wind Valley incident, Tang Lu had a good impression of Siyu and knew she was no ordinary lord. She didn't know how Siyu got this information, but she believed everything Siyu said. There was no reason for her to lie. If it were a low-difficulty ruin, Siyu wouldn't need to invite her, since that would just mean giving away profits for nothing. If it were a high-difficulty ruin, Siyu wouldn't deliberately downplay the danger, as that would only endanger everyone involved, including her own people. Lord Siyu, you're so straightforward that you've put me in a tough spot, but I have to admit, I'm tempted. If it were just an ordinary ruin, there'd be no point exploring, the rewards would be too meager. A difficult ruin would offer decent rewards, but splitting them between 2 parties wouldn't leave much for either. But this was an epic ruin, nearly legendary, challenging but not impossible, with generous rewards. Normally, there'd be no reason to refuse. However, the team she'd brought was a merchant caravan, not a group specialized for exploring ruins. That was why Tang Lu was interested, but hadn't agreed right away. Since you know so much about ruins, you must also know that labyrinth ruins are always much harder than other types. Even if this one isn't quite legendary, since it's a labyrinth, the actual difficulty is probably already at that level. Of course I know, but risk always comes with opportunity. Tang Lu was right, labyrinth ruins were indeed more difficult than other types, but the rewards were also much greater. Every labyrinth had countless paths, each possibly hiding treasure. The more paths, the more treasure, and where else has more paths than a labyrinth? Nowhere. Only labyrinths offer endless possibilities and endless risks. If I'm inviting you, Captain Tang, it's because I have something to rely on. Siyu didn't intend to reveal her trump card just yet, since Tang Lu hadn't agreed to cooperate. Tang Lu understood what Siyu wanted to hear. After thinking it over, she nodded slightly. If things are as you say, Lord Siyu, then the Tianhong caravan would be glad to cooperate on this venture. So, can Lord Siyu tell us what your trump card is now? Tang Lu looked at Siyu, unable to understand what exactly gave her the confidence to claim she had something to rely on. She had to admit, Siyu was indeed impressive. Given time, this territory would surely become one of the top territories on the Sunset Continent. But that was the future. Right now, this was just a small territory that had been developing for less than a month. Tang Lu really couldn't imagine what Siyu could possibly have up her sleeve. My trump card is this. As Siyu spoke, she placed a large bundle she was holding onto the table. The table, slightly cold and quite hard, wasn't exactly comfortable for sleeping. So, the little white ferret, who had been sleeping soundly and hadn't even woken up when Siyu carried it across half the territory, finally woke up the moment it was placed on the table and left Siyu's arms. Chirp. The just-awakened ferret's eyes were still a bit hazy, and its soft, fluffy fur shifted as it moved, making it look even softer and more comfortable. Tang Lu resisted the urge to pet it, forcing herself to meet Siyu's gaze. Tang Lu asked, and this is? Siyu replied, just a little fellow with treasure-seeking beast bloodline, that's all. Tang Lu. A treasure-seeking beast bloodline? And you say, just? Tang Lu was speechless. But now she understood why Siyu claimed to have a trump card. What's the hardest part about a labyrinth? It's the countless winding, complicated, and indistinguishable paths. With everything looking the same, it's almost impossible for a normal person to find the way out. But treasure-seeking beasts are different. They find their way by instinctively sensing treasures. To put it simply, every treasure might have its own unique sound, or scent, which only treasure-seeking beasts can detect. So, when they search for treasure, they navigate by the actual location of the treasure, not by following the paths. Naturally, they're not bothered by the labyrinth's tricks. Sure, labyrinth ruins are hard, extremely hard, but with a treasure-seeking beast, the difficulty drops dramatically. Treasure-seeking beasts are the undisputed nemesis of labyrinths. I really didn't expect Lord Su to have such a treasure. And indeed, she hadn't. While treasure-seeking beasts weren't unheard of, they were still rare. After all, their bloodline was coveted, and only 1 in 10,000 could truly survive. Tang Lu had seen treasure-seeking beasts before. In fact, her caravan had 2, one bought at great expense, and the other acquired from a special place, also at considerable cost. Those 2 little creatures were pampered in the caravan, treated to the best food and drink, short of burning incense for them. They did everything. Even so, treasure-seeking beasts had their own tempers. They were intelligent, so whenever you needed their help, you usually had to beg them for quite a while. This was the first time she'd seen such a docile and affectionate treasure-seeking beast. Docile, because this white ferret honestly didn't look very bright. Affectionate, because most treasure-seeking beasts weren't close to humans, but this one was different. As soon as it woke up, it clung to Siyu's hand and wouldn't let go. Even after Siyu pushed it onto the table several times, it kept snuggling back up to her. Honestly, Tang Lu was starting to doubt whether this was really a treasure-seeking beast. If it was, she wanted to drag her own caravans over to have a look, see what your kin are like. Learn something. Tang Lu's complicated expression was obvious, and Siyu naturally noticed, but she pretended not to and continued on to another topic. It was a water mage from my territory who discovered this ruin. When the ruin opened, he found a string of text. Siyu took out the writing that AI had just drawn. Tang Lu withdrew her complicated gaze and took the paper. With just one look, her expression grew grave. So Captain Tang recognizes these characters too. These were ancient characters. While not lost to time, they were rare and not very useful. Most people wouldn't bother to learn them. Siyu had only learned them herself to decipher a certain secret room ruin, which contained many books written in the ancient script. She'd stayed up late studying just for that. After finally mastering the language, she translated the books, only to find the secret room's owner's love triangle story. The entire bookshelf was filled with romance serials, completely unrelated to the puzzle. Siyu was so angry she didn't log into the game for a whole day and night. The next day, the first thing Siyu did was bring a backpack full of high-powered explosives and brute force her way through the secret room. Annoyed as she was, she didn't forget what she'd learned, especially since it had come in handy several times since. So, Siyu's knowledge of ancient script was second only to her understanding of that particular backstory. I only recognize some of it. It's been so long I've forgotten most. Tang Lu wasn't sure if her translation was accurate. If it was, then this labyrinth might be even harder than they'd imagined. Pathless labyrinth. Only in, no out? No wonder Siyu wanted to cooperate. They said treasure-seeking beasts were the nemesis of labyrinth ruins. Tang Lu had wondered why, with a treasure-seeking beast, even if this was a near-legendary ruin, Siyu didn't just go it alone. Why did she come to her for cooperation without hesitation? Now she understood. Even if those 8 characters weren't entirely true, if Tang Lu were in Siyu's shoes, she'd also want to be cautious and find partners. After all, treasure-seeking beasts weren't omnipotent. Captain Tang doesn't regret it, does she? Siyu smiled, not mentioning that she deliberately saved this information for last. Tang Lu rolled her eyes, then pretended to be annoyed as she threw the paper back. A promise is a promise, no backing out. But since this is a partnership, we should clarify the terms of profit distribution. Tang Lu wasn't the type to show her true anger so openly if she was genuinely upset. Her blunt retort only showed she wasn't really angry, just a little annoyed, but that feeling quickly faded and wasn't worth mentioning. After all, it was her own fault for not noticing Siyu had withheld information and for not asking about how the ruin was triggered. She couldn't blame Siyu for keeping it secret. Besides, Siyu had only kept it hidden for a while and eventually brought it out anyway. Since she hadn't caught Siyu's omission earlier, Tang Lu naturally wanted to negotiate for a larger share of the profits. After some discussion, Tang Lu's side would send 10 people, bringing their own supplies. Among these 10 people, 7 were skilled fighters with both melee and ranged specialists. The remaining 3, while not combatants, were still capable of protecting themselves, and each possessed a unique profession. One was a doctor, one a spirit medium, and the last a mechanic. Tang Lu had originally wanted to send a few more people, but Siyu insisted that too many would be unnecessary. After all, mazes tend to have narrow passages, and a large group could be more of a hindrance than a help, not to mention harder to manage. After listening to Siyu's reasoning, Tang Lu agreed and settled on just 10 people. On Siyu's side, only 4 were chosen: Duoya, Vivian, Lyle, and Yu. Yu was a given, he was a water mage and the one who triggered the event, so he had to go. Duoya was a ranged specialist, less likely to trigger traps, agile, and well-suited for most operations. Vivian was a healing mage. It was precisely because of her presence that Tang Lu didn't assign a healer from her own caravan, even though they had one. As for Lyle, he was brought along because he was an outstanding adventurer. A seasoned adventurer with enough experience develops a keen sense for danger. To put it simply, Lyle's experience would be invaluable in the ruins. Besides these 4, Siyu herself would also be going. She needed to bring the white ermine with her, and it simply wouldn't behave for anyone else. That alone was reason enough for her to join. And when it came to exploring ruins, among all these people, she could confidently claim to be second to none. She hadn't cleared over 100 ruin dungeons by luck alone. Most importantly, even though this was a partnership, the two sides weren't exactly familiar with each other. There had to be a leader, otherwise, in such a dangerous place, any internal conflict could lead to disaster. Tang Lu had considered this as well, so not only were her 10 people highly capable, but they were also all even-tempered. Anyone with too much pride or arrogance had been left out. Even so, before entering the maze, she spoke with all 10, instructing them to follow Siyu's orders as long as their own safety wasn't at risk. If an order was dangerous, but seemed reasonable, they could decide for themselves whether to follow it. Finally, regarding the division of spoils, the two sides agreed to a 3-5 split. Tang Lu's group would get 30%, while Siyu's side would get 50%. If there were items of uncertain value, they'd be converted to cash. Although Tang Lu was providing more people, this was Siyu's territory, and the ruins had been triggered by her side. All the information came from Siyu. Most importantly, Siyu had a treasure-seeking beast. That one treasure-seeking beast was worth several people, so Tang Lu's numerical advantage didn't really count for much. The remaining 20% would be distributed based on actual contributions. After all, no one knew what would happen inside the ruins. Whichever side contributed more would get that extra share. With all the arrangements settled, Siyu set the exploration for the following morning, giving everyone enough time to prepare. That afternoon, she needed to get ready herself and also meet with those she'd previously arranged to discuss shop rentals. After about 2 hours of meetings, 3 more shops were added to the territory: a tea house, a furniture store, and a bun shop. The tea house was rented for 3 months at 9 gold coins, the furniture store for 6 months at 18 gold, and the bun shop owner was decisive, renting for the maximum 1 year at 36 gold coins. In addition, each of them gave Siyu 2 gold coins to help with shop construction. 69 gold coins in total. Once, that would have been a huge sum, but after selling her recipe, Siyu now had over 3,000 gold coins on hand. This amount didn't seem like much anymore. But recipes were rare, and valuable ones even rarer. That kind of windfall wasn't something you could count on every day. Hoping to get rich off it was just wishful thinking. Rental income and taxes, on the other hand, were the territory's most stable source of revenue, the simplest and most fundamental economic cycle for any territory's development. With the shop matters settled, Siyu took her money and went on another shopping spree at the caravan. This time, instead of buying everything she saw, her purchases were all carefully chosen, materials for making potions and runes. Tang Lu, with her keen eye, immediately recognized the uses for these materials and understood what Siyu intended. She even gave Siyu a discount. After all, these were all life-saving supplies for tomorrow's maze, and the more they had, the higher their chances of success. Once she'd finished shopping, Siyu, satisfied with the prices, didn't bother haggling and took her materials straight to her workshop. She locked herself in, surrounded by piles of materials like small mountains, with her desk and the floor equally cluttered. As time passed, these materials were transformed by Siyu into runes etched with special patterns and bottles of colorful potions. Obtained Intermediate Luck Rune X20. Obtained Intermediate Illumination Rune X10. Obtained Intermediate Recovery Rune X30. Obtained Intermediate Earth Rune X20. Obtained Basic Water Defense Potion X15. Obtained Basic Lightfoot Potion X10. Obtained Basic Stamina Potion X30. Obtained Intermediate Healing Potion X20. Obtained Intermediate Agility Potion X20. Siyu herself had no idea how many potions and runes she'd made. She didn't even have time to make a list. She just grabbed whatever was at hand and made whatever she had materials for. By late afternoon, the hundreds of gold coins worth of materials had been turned into a backpack full of assorted items. Seeing that she was now heavily fatigued and her stamina was nearly depleted, Siyu stretched her limbs and dragged her exhausted body back to the territory. When she finally left that cramped little room, the white ermine was clearly delighted. It really didn't like dark, stuffy spaces. But it loved being with Siyu and knew she was busy, so it hadn't dared to come out of her pocket the whole time. Only when Siyu left the workshop did the ermine poke its little head out, shaking it from side to side and looking around before trying to climb up onto her shoulder. But just as it was about to climb out, the white ermine turned its head and noticed Siyu's less than pleasant expression. Of course, she wasn't feeling great. After working nonstop all afternoon, making things without a single break, her eyes were so tired they could barely stay open. The self-proclaimed considerate white ermine, seeing this, still wanted to snuggle up to her, but in the end decided against it. It let out a couple of soft grumbles, then retreated back into the pocket, hitching a ride with Siyu as she made her way back into the Lord's Manor of Sunset territory. On the morning of the 20th day since everything became digitized, the 10 members of the Tianhong caravan, along with Siyu and her 4 companions, arrived at the entrance to the underwater maze. After everyone introduced themselves, Siyu handed out a set of items to each person. Each set contained 5 items. 1 Intermediate Luck Rune, 1 Intermediate Recovery Rune, 1 Intermediate Illumination Rune, 1 bottle of Basic Water Attribute Defense Potion, and 1 bottle of Intermediate Agility Potion. There was no need to explain the Luck Rune and Agility Potion. Siyu had used them before. The Intermediate Recovery Rune continuously restores all of the wearer's physical stats, including but not limited to stamina, status, health, and mana. The Illumination Rune is self-explanatory. When worn, it emits light. The higher the level, the longer it lasts and the brighter it shines. The Water Attribute Defense Potion is also easy to understand. After drinking it, it increases your water attribute defense, which reduces water-based damage, a perfect item for exploring an underwater maze. Seeing Siyu bring out so many items, Tang Lu wasn't about to be outdone. In addition to the basic supplies each of her 10 people carried, she also brought out 2 extra things: a skill book and an advanced guide rune. The skill book was a water mage exclusive magic skill book, so there was no need to say who it was for. The skill was called Water Magic Shield. Since it was a combat skill, it didn't have levels. The Water Magic Shield was just like the Fire Magic Shield that Mike could cast, except for the elemental difference. The fire magic shield increased fire defense, so naturally, the water magic shield increased water defense. The guide rune could establish coordinate points. Anyone wearing a guide rune could sense the location of these points, and as long as the coordinate point wasn't destroyed, they could always find their way back to it. A basic guide rune could set 1 coordinate, intermediate could set 2, and advanced could set 3. Although it was a rather niche rune, not as universally useful as luck or recovery runes, which could come in handy almost any time, it was still an advanced rune. And the fact that it wasn't generally useful just meant it was highly specialized. The guide rune's greatest strength was in mazes. If used properly, its value in a maze couldn't be underestimated. Su had originally wanted to make guide runes herself, but she didn't have enough materials, not even enough for a basic one, so she had to give up. But now, with this advanced guide rune, their margin for error had increased significantly. "I'll buy this skill book from you. I'll pay you later. Or we can trade for something else if you prefer." So you noticed Tang Lu had been eyeing her luck runes, so she simply gave her one that she'd accidentally downgraded from intermediate to basic while making it. "Then I hope Lord Su won't be stingy with the luck rune inscription blueprints when the time comes." Tang Lu had wanted to ask about the luck runes for a while, since she'd never heard of such a thing before. But there were more important things to do right now, so no matter how curious she was, she wouldn't waste time at this moment. Hearing the expected reply, Su just raised her eyebrows and didn't answer. Instead, she led everyone to prepare to enter the maze. Silent underwater maze. Difficulty. Number of participants, unlimited. Number of exits allowed, 1. Description. A maze of unknown origin, once submerged beneath the vast ocean, waiting for a fated person to trigger its mechanism and bring it back to the world. Now, with the continent's energy depleted, the underwater maze can only last for 3 days. Anyone entering must leave within 3 days, or they will sink into the deep sea along with the maze. Enter the sunken underwater maze. Yes, no. The deep sea. So, the land beneath here isn't solid after all? Su frowned, unsure if she was misunderstanding, or if this was just a meaningless bit of flavor text. Either way, they'd prepared this much already. There was no reason to back out now. She chose yes, then slowly approached the gushing black vortex. The next second, her vision went dark, and when she opened her eyes again, she found herself surrounded by high walls, with passages leading off in all 4 directions. She was standing at the center of a crossroads. "My lord, it seems we've been separated from the others," Duoya said, gripping her bow tightly, her expression serious. Su looked around. Sure enough, only she and Duoya were here. It turned out her decision to hand out supplies beforehand was the right one. Normally, there are 2 ways people enter ruins. Either everyone is teleported to the entrance, or everyone is scattered and sent to different parts of the ruin. Clearly, this was the latter. Fortunately, the white ermine was still in her pocket and hadn't been separated by the maze. Su opened her pitch-black map, saw that it was useless and closed it again, then looked around. She didn't know how big the maze was, but the passageways here were very narrow at most. 3 people could walk side by side. With 15 people, that was neither too many nor too few, just right. Any more and they wouldn't be able to move together. Maybe that was why the ruin had split them up. She was about to say something when suddenly, footsteps echoed from ahead. Tap, tap, tap. Duoya instinctively shielded Su, knocking an arrow to her bow with practiced hands. As she drew the string taut, the bow made from phoenix wood gleamed with a fiery hue. Her arrow was aimed straight at the source of the sound. Su had no doubt that if the newcomer showed any sign of hostility, Duoya's arrow would fly faster than any attack. "Is anyone there?" came a voice from around the corner, not exactly familiar, but not a stranger either. Duoya could hear the words clearly, but didn't recognize the voice. She could only tell it was a woman. Because the voice was unfamiliar and the figure had yet to reveal themselves, Duoya didn't lower her bow and arrow. Not only did she keep her weapon raised, but she also maintained the bowstring at full draw the entire time. Su, on the other hand, seemed to have guessed who the voice belonged to. Based on her deduction, the person should be Shan Qing, the female member of the caravan. Shan Qing wasn't a combatant, but a spirit-sensing practitioner. The reason Siyu could identify her was simple. There were only 5 women in the group. She recognized Vivian's voice, and Doya was right beside her, so the only possibility left was someone from the caravan. Before setting out, Siyu had carefully observed everyone's attire. Only Shanqing wore hard-soled leather shoes that could make such crisp footsteps. The other female caravan member wore soft cloth shoes, which wouldn't make such a sharp sound even if she tried. Although her guess was almost certainly correct, it was still necessary to test it. Siyu pressed down Doya's hand and, in a voice loud enough for the other person to hear, asked, "Lan Yin, is that you?" The footsteps seemed to pause for a moment before the reply came, "No, I'm Shanqing." "From your voice, are you?" "Lord Su." Hearing Shanqing's answer, Siyu led Doya around the corner and saw a woman dressed in a pale pink-purple robe. Siyu said, "That's right, it's me. This is Doya with me." Upon seeing Siyu and Doya, Shanqing visibly breathed a sigh of relief. She then took out the tools of a spirit-sensing practitioner, a few exquisitely smooth crystal beads. "I tried sensing just now and felt there was someone here, so I came over. Looks like my senses were right." Being a spirit-sensing practitioner is a rather complex profession. The complexity doesn't lie in the difficulty, but in the sheer variety of things it involves, making it very intricate. To put it simply, their abilities allow them to sense danger, detect the presence of life, and feel out the fortune or misfortune of choices. In a way, it's similar to fortune-telling, but also completely different. For example, as Shanqing just said, she sensed someone here, meaning she detected a living presence. Where there is life, there are living beings. Since everyone had gotten separated, Shanqing, who had no combat ability, could only hope that the living being she sensed was a lost companion, not a monster from the ruins. Fortunately, what Shanqing didn't want to happen didn't happen. She did find her companions, not a monster. "Perfect. With you here, maybe we can try picking a path first." Since the lighting was dim, Siyu took out a luminous rune and put it on. Shanqing nodded, not objecting since she had been thinking the same thing. In a maze where it's easy to lose your bearings, a spirit-sensing practitioner's abilities can be a huge help. "Are there only you two here, Lord Su?" Shanqing fiddled with the crystal-like beads in her hand. Though she was asking a question, her gaze swept over all the surrounding paths instead of looking at Siyu or Doya. For now, it seems so. Everyone must have been scattered by the ruins. This was obvious, but Siyu had more detailed clues. She added, "There are 15 of us. If I'm not mistaken, we've probably been split into 5 groups. 15 people, divided into 5 groups, 3 people per group. That's why the 3 of them had met up here." Shanqing hadn't thought that far ahead. She hadn't explored many ruins before. This was only her 4th, counting this one, so she couldn't compare to Siyu's experience of having explored over 100 ruins and her ability to summarize their patterns. These patterns are hard to explain. Some things are simply judged by experience. Even if you asked Siyu to lay them out step by step, she couldn't, but she could still deduce certain outcomes from the situation. Lord Su makes sense. So, what should we do now? Look for people or look for a way out? Since it's a labyrinth, there must be an entrance and an exit. Even though the 10 caravan members had heard Captain Tang's warning about those 8 intimidating words before coming, they couldn't just take such words at face value. If it says there's no path, then there's no path? If it says there's no exit, then there's no exit? If they really believed that, they'd be doomed. The path Siyu chose without hesitation and briefly explained, "Since the ruins separated us, there must be a reason. We'll run into people eventually, but we always need to find the way forward." Shanqing had actually been leaning towards searching for people, but remembering Captain Tang's repeated instructions before they set out, and feeling that Suyu's reasoning made sense, she decided to go along with Suyu's plan after a moment's thought. She spun all the beads in her hand, then picked one and tossed it forcefully onto the ground. Tap, tap, tap. As the bead hit the ground, all 3 of them heard several crisp sounds. Doya had never seen a spirit-sensing practitioner in action before, so when she saw the beautiful crystal bead thrown so hard onto the ground, she instinctively thought it would shatter. But strangely, not only did the bead not break, it seemed to be guided by some mysterious force, slowly rolling toward the path on their right. Even though Shanqing hadn't thrown it in any particular direction, but almost straight down. Doya could only chalk this up to a special ability unique to spirit-sensing practitioners. Seeing the bead find a path, Shanqing looked quite pleased, her voice betraying her excitement. I have a feeling this path will bring us a pleasant surprise. By this path, she meant the one the crystal bead was rolling toward. As for what kind of surprise, Shanqing didn't know. She could only sense fortune or misfortune, not predict the future. Since the bead rolled slowly, their pace was slow as well. Sometimes they even had to stop and wait for the bead to roll ahead before following. No one knew how long they walked, but the scenery around them seemed unchanged, deep blue walls enclosing countless winding paths, trapping them inside like birds in a cage. The bead stopped. People are always curious about new things, and Doya was no exception. While she kept alert for any enemies, she also kept an eye on the bead out of the corner of her eye. When she saw the bead stop, she blurted it out instinctively. Afterward, she looked up ahead. They had been led by the bead to a fork in the path, with two passages, one to the left and one to the right. Shanqing's expression didn't change. Just as before, she tossed another bead, apparently hoping the second bead would guide them further. Unfortunately, after landing, the second bead slowly rolled toward the first one, inching along until it came to rest right beside it. The two beads collided with a crisp ding, and then both stopped moving. At this point, even Doya, who knew nothing about spirit sensing, could tell that this meant failure. The first bead had stopped leading the way, so Shanqing tried to use the second bead, but it ended up with the same result. Sorry, I did my best, Shanqing sighed, then picked up the two beads. She was only a novice spirit sensor with limited abilities. The fact that she'd managed to guide them this far was already her best effort. Although it seemed they hadn't found an exit or discovered anything significant, at least the journey had been safe. This suggested that, even if they hadn't chosen the right path, they definitely hadn't chosen a wrong one. On a wrong path, there would likely have been monsters, traps, and all sorts of dangers, max-level hazards. By comparison, nothing happening at all wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Shanqing stroked her beads, her eyes tinged with disappointment and regret. I can't scout ahead anymore. A spirit sensor can't use their ability to sense the same target again in a short period of time, or the results will be wildly inaccurate, so you didn't say anything after hearing this. She looked at the map she'd been drawing as they walked, trying to glean something from their route. Unfortunately, they hadn't gone very far, and with no landmarks for reference, the map only showed a tiny corner of the maze, nowhere near enough to provide any clues. Putting the map away, Siu glanced at their current position. Behind them was the path they'd come from. Ahead, two identical passages, both straight and featureless. According to a certain logic, their smooth progress so far meant there was no room for error in their next choice, because at least one of these two paths had to be the wrong one. Lord, which way should we go? Doya hadn't wanted to ask this, since it might interrupt Siu's train of thought. But for some reason, after being stuck in this cramped, stifling place for so long, she was starting to feel a vague sense of impatience. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. Siu, meanwhile, was lost in thought. Though she heard Doya's question, she didn't notice her unease. I think, Siu started, but then abruptly stopped, as if something had occurred to her. She turned to Shanqing and asked, when you used your ability just now, were you wearing the lucky rune I gave you? Shanqing didn't know why she was asking, but nodded and took out the lucky rune hanging around her neck to show her. She'd never heard of such a thing as a lucky rune, but since Siu had given it to her, and it was supposed to be a good omen, Shanqing had put it on as soon as they entered the maze. I'm wearing it. Is there a problem? No, no problem. You did the right thing. Since you were wearing the rune while scouting, we don't need to move on just yet. Let's check the area around us, Siu said, and began searching the nearby walls and floor. Seeing this, Doya didn't ask why, they simply joined in and helped search. Compared to Doya's decisiveness, Shanqing hesitated for a moment. But she couldn't think of a reason to refuse, and since her ability was spent and neither of the two paths seemed viable, She joined in as well. Siyu noticed her hesitation, but didn't mind. After all, they weren't close, and she couldn't expect others to trust her completely. The fact that Shanqing chose to help after hesitating was already good enough. I know what you're wondering. You might think the lucky rune is useless, but it's a real rune, Siyu said, not dwelling on the rune for long before switching angles. But putting that aside, do you remember what you said after your sensing ended? What had she said? She'd said, I feel like this path will bring us a surprise. But in the end, the bead stopped, they reached a fork, and nothing surprising happened at all. Shanqing wasn't surprised by this outcome. She'd failed at sensing before. The failure wasn't in the process, but in the result. The process was correct. The path was safe, just as she sensed. But the expected surprise never materialized, so the result was off. You don't trust your own sensing results. In other words, you don't trust your own ability, Siyu said, her tone firm. If she had trusted herself, she wouldn't have hesitated. A surprise should be something that brings them joy or helps them solve the maze. Clearly, on the surface, there was nothing here that fit that description. So the only possibility was that the surprise was hidden. Of course, it was also possible there really was no surprise. But even if Siyu didn't trust Shanqing's ability, she trusted the lucky rune she had made. For a spirit sensor, the most important thing is confidence. You have to believe in your own ability. If you don't, how can you expect your ability to work? In other words, if it weren't for the lucky rune, Shanqing's result wouldn't have been this good because she didn't believe in herself. But with her ability and the rune's blessing, even though her confidence was lacking, the lucky rune could make up for it. Siyu didn't continue further, not only because some things didn't need to be spelled out, but also because she'd already found what she was looking for. Come over here, she called, feeling a slight bump under her hand. Siyu guessed this might be the surprise. I've found a mechanism. Be careful, the mechanism might make a lot of noise. Even though she was pretty sure this was related to the surprise and probably wasn't dangerous, it was better to be cautious. Doya looked at the button and suggested, how about I press this mechanism? It's fine. This mechanism is most likely that surprise we were expecting. Siyu shook her head and didn't move aside. After her suggestion was rejected, Doya simply stood next to Siyu with her bow and arrow at the ready. Meanwhile, Shanqing was still lost in thought about what Siyu had just said, so when she heard that Siyu had found the mechanism, she didn't react much. She was still immersed in Siyu's words. As the raised button was pressed down, all three of them saw the floor, opposite the button on the left-hand path, slowly open up, revealing a staircase leading downward. Siyu took out an advanced path-marking rune and set the first coordinate at the entrance to the stairs. Let's go. Siyu took the lead, guiding the other two down the stairs. There was no light source below the stairs. In fact, it was even darker than before, probably because they were underground. It was so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. But thanks to the illumination runes, they could still see their surroundings clearly. Though, honestly, there wasn't much to see. It looked exactly the same as above, smooth, dark blue walls on both sides. The only difference was that the path here sloped downward instead of being flat. At the bottom of the stairs, they found a long, straight corridor. When they followed it to the end, the three of them discovered that they had somehow exited the maze entirely. Is this the maze entrance? Doya looked at the unmistakable main gate of the maze in front of them, feeling that this whole trip had been almost suspiciously easy. She wasn't the only one. Siyu and Shanqing also felt that things had gone a bit too smoothly. After all, this was a 3.5-star ruin. How could they have cleared it just by relying on a novice spirit seer and a mid-level luck rune? How could it be this simple? Siyu looked at the bare coral gate, then at the tall stone pillar inscribed with what seemed to be a string of complex characters, and a bold idea began to form in her mind. This is a mirror maze. In other words, there are actually two mazes, perfectly mirrored and completely inverted from each other. Siyu's theory was supported by two pieces of text she'd found. The first was the inscription Yui had seen earlier, a maze with no path, only entry, no exit. The second was what she saw now, which translated to, a maze with many paths, no beginning, only an end. A maze with no path corresponds to a maze with many paths. One has no way forward, the other is open in all directions, like a mirror image with opposite meanings. Only entry, no exit, and no beginning, only an end are also opposites. The maze's entrance is the starting point, or beginning, while no beginning, only an end means there's no entrance, only an exit, the exact reverse of only entry, no exit. Shanqing said, "A mirror maze. I think I've heard of that." Supposedly, the way to solve it is to enter from one mirrored maze entrance, find the other mirrored entrance inside, then reach the second maze, and finally exit from the second maze's exit. Shanqing's solution was actually correct. The two mirror mazes are interconnected. You can travel between them. One has an entrance, the other has an exit. You go in through one and come out the other. That's how you clear it. It's the most straightforward method, but also the most troublesome. After all, the whole point of a maze is to make people lose their way. With this method, you have to find the first mirrored entrance, then the maze's entrance, then the second mirrored entrance, and finally the exit. And those entrances and exits might be hidden by mechanisms, just like that underground passage. Isn't that a hassle? Unless you have incredible luck and there's no time limit, you could easily end up wandering around until you become part of the ocean's treasure yourself. But their luck had been pretty good so far. They'd already completed the first step, finding the maze with an entrance and locating that entrance. However, Sue didn't plan to use this troublesome method. She had another way to solve the mirror maze, one that was a bit risky, but would save them a lot of trouble. Sue said, "Your method is correct, but I'm planning to use a different solution. If the first method is simply time-consuming and tedious, the second method, if it works, would take much less time. The idea is to merge the two mirror mazes into one, so that it is both an entrance and an exit. That way, they wouldn't even need to look for the entrance, since they'd already be inside the maze. They'd just need to find the exit. What's more, once the mazes are merged, finding the exit should be much easier, because the properties of no path and many paths would likely be combined as well. One maze has no way forward, the other has paths everywhere. If you blend the two, the exit might not be immediately obvious, but it definitely wouldn't take much effort to find. I didn't know there was such a method. Shanqing sounded surprised, but she didn't doubt Suyu. Her tone was so confident. It was as if she'd actually experienced a mirror maze before and successfully cleared it this way. Not only that, but the person who'd told her about mirror mazes had also said there was more than one way to solve them. He only knew the most troublesome method, which matched up with what Suyu was saying. So, what do we need to do to merge the two mazes? Whether it was because of Suyu's earlier advice to be confident, or because of the knowledge and ability Suyu had shown so far, Shanqing now trusted her completely. It's no exaggeration to say that as long as it wasn't something dangerous, Shanqing would follow any instructions Suyu gave without hesitation. The method to merge the mazes isn't exactly hard, but it's not simple either. The reason the mirror maze is split in two is because it contains too much energy, so it has to divide itself to disperse that energy. In other words, if they could help the maze consume this excess energy, the maze would merge on its own without them having to do anything else. After all, the two mazes were originally one. If not for the excess energy threatening to destroy it, no one would want to tear themselves in half. After splitting, the maze uses this energy to create guardians that protect the maze. These guardians are the embodiment of the maze's excess energy. Now that everything had been laid out so clearly, both Shanqing and Duoya understood how to merge the mazes by fighting. You fight the guardian, beat them to a pulp, their energy disappears, the mazes merge, and everyone's happy. Since this also counts as helping the maze itself, there might even be extra rewards from the maze afterward. That's why C wanted to use this method to clear the maze. Opportunities like this don't come often. Since they were already here, why not take as much as they could? After all, the gold she'd spent preparing all those rune potions wasn't something she could easily recoup. I get it. So, what do I need to do now? Sue stroked the restless white ermine in her pocket and said slowly, "Find people, gather everyone, then get ready to fight the boss. And while we're at it, loot whatever treasures we can from the maze." Although Shanqing's ability to sense fortune and misfortune was a bit unreliable, she was still quite good at finding people. In just over an hour, she led Suyu and Duoya through the winding, complex maze and found 3 other groups. These 3 groups had a total of 9 people, exactly 3 per group. This result also confirmed what Suyu had suspected earlier. They'd indeed been split into 5 groups, each with 3 people. The remaining 3 people, the last group, included 2 members of the merchant caravan and 1 from Suyu's side, Yu. Of all people, why did it have to be Yu, the water mage, who disappeared? Suyu didn't really believe this was a coincidence, so she wanted to find them quickly to avoid any accidents. Still, she wasn't too worried about Yu's current situation, because the 2 people with Yu were also the strongest fighters in the merchant caravan. Besides, she could actually see the status of all 15 people, including herself. After all, this was a data-driven world, and this underwater maze was basically a dungeon instance. As the party leader, she had a data panel that showed all her teammates' statuses. On this panel, she couldn't see their exact locations or detailed conditions, but she could tell they weren't in any danger. Their health bars were all full, which meant they hadn't taken any damage at all. With the data panel, plus the fact that everyone had one chance to escape the ruins instance, as long as Suyu kept an eye on things, there was basically no risk to anyone's life. About another hour passed, and everyone came back empty-handed. Well, empty-handed wasn't exactly right, because while searching for the missing group, they'd found quite a few hidden treasure chests in the maze. And if anyone deserved credit for finding those chests, it was definitely the white ermine Suyu brought along. Basically, whenever it charged off in a certain direction, there was always something there, and the others just had to follow and pick up the loot. But compared to the missing people, the treasure chests didn't seem so important. Because they'd lost people, everyone's excitement over finding treasure was dampened. No one was smiling. In fact, everyone's brows were furrowed with worry. Since they were in a hurry to find their missing companions, they didn't have time to open the chests, let alone divide up the loot. So all the chests were stashed in Suyu's backpack for now, to be distributed after they got out. "This is really strange. How can 3 grown people just vanish?" said one of the caravan's fighters. He wasn't the only one puzzled. Everyone else found it odd too. Even though Yu and her group still showed full health, no matter what they did, they just couldn't find them. How could 3 people just disappear into thin air? They'd practically turned both mazes upside down and even mapped them out. Unless those 3 weren't in the maze at all, there was no way they couldn't be found. Even if they died, there should at least be bodies, right? So what was going on? Neither alive nor dead, just vanished? "They're definitely still here, just not in any place we've searched," Suyu said, looking at the 2 maps everyone had drawn together, marking them up with her pen. The others couldn't understand what she was doing, and she didn't seem interested in explaining, so they broke off into small groups to discuss things among themselves. They didn't care what Suyu was up to, but the caravan's only trap engineer seemed very interested in her work. "Lord Suyu, what are you drawing?" The engineer stared at the 2 maps for a long time without figuring it out, but as Suyu marked certain locations, he started to feel a sense of familiarity. He looked at the markings, tracing patterns on his palm with his finger. As he traced, his eyes suddenly widened. These 2 mazes are layered with 2 linked 8-pillar trap arrays, a composite mechanism. The linked 8-pillar array was a type of trap that was extremely difficult to set up. It wasn't very dangerous. In fact, it was almost harmless, which explained why they hadn't run into much danger so far. Its greatest feature was its ability to hide anything. From a small object to an entire palace or even a whole city, given enough materials and skill, it could all be completely concealed. And since there were 2 mazes here, 1 linked 8-pillar array wouldn't be enough, so there were 2 layered together. When 2 completely non-conflicting trap arrays coexist in harmony, it's called a composite mechanism. Setting up a composite mechanism is much harder than a single array, and its effects are far superior to just having 2 separate arrays. It's not just 1 + 1 = 2, it's 1 + 1 far greater than 2. Yeah, I suspected it was a linked 8-pillar array too, but something feels off. Look at this spot. Although this maze had the basic form of a linked 8-pillar array, she'd also found traces of another kind of trap. She suspected it was a variant mechanism. A composite mechanism combined with a variant array. Honestly, if the system hadn't rated this maze as 3.5 stars, so you would have believed anyone who said it was a 5-star ruin. Even though they hadn't encountered any monsters so far, or even many offensive traps, the difficulty of a ruin was never about how dangerous it was about how hard it was to solve. If you could clear it easily, even if it was crawling with monsters, it wouldn't count as a high-difficulty ruin. After all, the purpose of the ruins isn't to eliminate outsiders, but to protect the treasure. Combat ability can be improved. If you can win a fight, you can win. If you can't, you can't. That's the most straightforward and brute force way to clear a level. But figuring out how to solve the mechanisms in the ruins isn't something everyone can do in any situation at any time. Even the most skilled trap masters, or even the ancestral gods of mechanisms, wouldn't dare guarantee they could solve every mechanism in the world. Sigh. Now that Lord Su puts it that way, it does make sense. Looking at this spot here, it kind of looks like. The mechanism master scratched his head, pointing at a recessed spot, racking his brains to remember what it was. What does it look like? I suddenly can't remember. Sometimes people are just like this. You know something perfectly well, but then your mind just short-circuits, and you can't recall a thing. It looks like a Euro array. Seeing how hard he was thinking, Su simply answered for him. That's it. Yes, the Euro array. The defining feature of a Euro array is that the mechanism's connections form a spiral, like a mosquito coil. This recessed spot and the outer ring of the maze path can serve as the main switch and the mechanism's branch points, respectively. The purpose of the Euro mechanism array is disguise. It doesn't have any offensive power, but it can disguise itself as whatever you want. For example, it could pretend to be the main switch of the 8 linked pillars mechanism. If a mechanism master is careless or not skilled enough, even if they realize it's the 8 linked pillars array, but fail to spot the Euro array, they might mistake the Euro array's location for the main switch of the former. As for the consequences, at best, it's a wasted trip with nothing to show for it. Since you broke the wrong mechanism, there's no way you're getting the treasure. But in the worst case, it could be fatal, because the usual result of breaking the wrong mechanism is mutual destruction with the array. Lord Su, you must be a master of mechanisms, right? Have you ever thought about taking on apprentices? After being inspired by Su twice in a row, the mechanism master was beyond excited. If not for the difference in gender, he would have clung to Suyu's leg and begged to be her disciple on the spot. His voice was a bit loud, so the people behind, who were discussing the map and where they hadn't searched yet, turned to look. Suyu's group didn't react much, but the people from the merchant caravan were dumbfounded when they heard their mechanism master suddenly wanted to apprentice himself to another lord. Caravan members, Captain Tang, help. Our mechanism master is about to be poached. They came to explore a maze, and not only did they lose 2 people, now they might lose their mechanism master too? Honestly, if the mechanism master hadn't said he had a way to find the 3 missing people, they would have pinned him down and given him a beating. People are missing, and you're thinking about becoming someone's apprentice? What about brotherhood? But in any case, now that they had a lead on finding their people, everyone was excited. The mechanism master, holding the map he got from Suyu, rattled off a bunch of technical terms they didn't understand. After a while, realizing they were lost, he gave up and just told them the conclusion. He pointed to 3 spots on the first map, then 2 on the second, and said, "If my judgment is correct, these 5 places are the main switches for these 2, or maybe 3, mechanism arrays. As long as we turn off all 5 main switches, we'll be able to reach the area hidden by the maze." The mechanism master explained everything in detail. But after what just happened, he knew Suyu's skill with mechanisms was above his, and since he wanted to apprentice himself to her, he deliberately tried to please her. So after finishing, he turned and asked, "Lord Su, did I get that right?" Su didn't care what they thought. She nodded slightly at the mechanism master's question, then added some more information. "I mentioned before, to solve the mirror maze you either find the entrance and exit or defeat the guardian. I suspect the place hidden by the mechanism arrays is where the Guardian is. Previously, Siu had only mentioned 2 ways to clear the maze, but hadn't told them her decision, since not everyone had been found yet. She'd planned to wait until everyone was together to decide, but now, with the 3 missing people most likely in the hidden room, it meant that, even just to rescue them, they'd have to go there. Since that's the case, they might as well defeat the Guardian and clear the ruins in one go, right? Why bother looking for the entrance and exit? So Lord Siu wants to merge the mazes. Someone voiced her intention. Siu nodded. Yes, because we're out of time. They'd already wasted a lot of time searching for people. Now, even though they'd mapped out both mazes, they still hadn't found the exit, which meant the exit was hidden too. Unless they gave up on rescuing their teammates and went straight to look for the exit, that was the only way they might have time to find it. Suyu's 3 companions naturally followed her lead. Whatever she said, they'd do. The caravan members seemed to discuss it, but in reality, they had no choice. Give up on 2 teammates? Impossible. So they only had one option: listen to Suyu, defeat the Guardian, merge the mazes, and rescue their people while clearing the ruins. The main switch at the 3rd point is open. The main switch at the 1st point is open. Similar reports echoed 5 times. Once everyone had split up and opened all 5 main switches, they gathered at the center of the Euro mechanism array. Here, there was another main switch. The difference between this one and the previous 5 was that it was both a main switch and an activation switch. If the main switches are like wires, then the activation switch is the power button. To use electricity, you have to connect the wires first, then turn on the switch. If you do it out of order, there's no current, and if you turn on the switch before connecting the wires, you'll get shocked trying to connect them afterward. Once all the wires were connected, they could flip the switch. What do we do now? Everything had gone smoothly so far, but the mechanist still felt inexplicably nervous. He was terrified of making a mistake. What if he misjudged and mistook the main mechanism switch for the activation switch? The consequences of being electrocuted were simply unimaginable. If his error led to everyone's death, he'd go down in history as a criminal. Lord Siu, are you sure this is really the activation switch? Is there any chance it's actually the main mechanism switch? After pacing back and forth several times, the mechanist asked Siu the same question for the 13th time. Siu didn't look impatient, but no one could tell what she was thinking. She was deep in thought, so when the mechanist asked his question yet again, he didn't get an immediate answer. By the time she realized someone had spoken, Vivian couldn't hold back any longer and blurted out, "Ugh, why are you so annoying? Didn't our Lord already answer that question a bunch of times?" Vivian was never known for her patience. She'd been fed up with this hesitant guy for a while now. If you're unsure, asking once or twice is fine, maybe even a couple more times at most. But this was the 13th time. Was he ever going to stop? And he was acting as if they had the luxury of second-guessing their choice. Once these main mechanism switches were activated, they couldn't be turned off again for a while. The internal structure was too complex to be operated at will during the process. If they kept toggling the main switch on and off in a short period, it could damage the mechanism, just as bad as activating it incorrectly. Normally, for a massive mechanism like the linked 8 pillars, especially one that was both a composite and a variant mechanism, it would take 3 to 5 days for the mechanism to reset internally. Where were they supposed to find that kind of time? If you've made your choice, don't be afraid. Don't shrink back just because you don't want to take the blame. If you're going to be a coward, you might as well have done nothing from the start, instead of waiting until everything's done to lose your nerve. Anyone who didn't know better would think Siu was the one making all the decisions, and this guy was just looking for someone to blame if things went wrong. The mechanist hesitated, glanced at the silent Suyu, and finally apologized to her. Vivian frowned, as if she wanted to say more, but she knew this wasn't the time to argue, so she swallowed her words. She stepped back, pulled out her staff, and, just like Doya nearby, began cleaning and maintaining her weapon, perfectly embodying the phrase "out of sight, out of mind." Lal had wanted to intervene, but seeing that Vivian had quieted down and the mechanist wasn't angry, he breathed a sigh of relief and tried to make some small talk to ease the tension. The people from the caravan noticed the commotion, but they were a bit annoyed themselves. Since Vivian hadn't said anything truly out of line, they didn't step in to defend the mechanist either. It was just a minor issue. If they got involved, they might only fan the flames of a conflict that was about to die down. Shutting down the mechanism took time, and so did activating it. Right now, all they could do was wait for the other mechanisms to finish starting up. Once they were all ready, they could press this final activation button. Siyu finally finished her thoughts. She recalled what had just happened and said to the mechanist, "If you're really worried, just have Shanqing do a divination for good or bad luck." After Vivian's words, the mechanist realized just how annoying he'd been, so he quickly waved his hands. No, that's my own issue." Even though he refused, Shanqing still came over with her crystal glass beads. Shanqing said, "It doesn't hurt to check. I'll just treat it as practice." Only apprentice-level diviners would say something like, "just practicing," but Shanqing clearly wasn't being modest. She really meant it. Since she was willing to practice, no one tried to stop her. The mechanist stepped aside to give her space. After another round of operations that only Siyu and Shanqing could understand, a smile appeared on Shanqing's face. "We'll be just fine." As soon as she said this, everyone felt a lot more at ease. The mechanist might be a bit annoying, but everyone acknowledged his skills, especially with Lord Su there, someone even the mechanist admired. Still, after all that drama, even those who weren't worried before couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Shanqing's words brought them some comfort. "Good, as long as it goes smoothly. Yeah, let's just hope the guardian below isn't too overpowered. What'll we do if we can't beat it? Don't be scared before you even see it, that's not like you. Instead of worrying, why not stretch a bit? The mechanism's almost ready. If you don't warm up now, you might pull something in the fight." The atmosphere was clearly much better now. Shanqing picked up her beads from the ground. For the first time, she didn't bother to wipe them clean, but brought them straight over to Siyu. "Thank you for your guidance earlier, Lord Su. I feel like I've improved a lot." It wasn't really guidance, just a reminder. On this continent, guidance implied a stronger person instructing a weaker one. Siyu might know a lot, but she didn't actually have any skills herself. Shanqing smiled and didn't argue the point. Their conversation was short and quiet, but a few people overheard, including two from the caravan. They exchanged glances, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. And who wouldn't be surprised? Their mechanist wanted to take Siyu as his master, and now she was even giving pointers to their diviner. Was Lord Su some kind of all-round genius? Before they could think more about it, the mechanist, watching the progress of the mechanism, saw that the two gears were about to connect. He immediately called everyone over. "We're about to activate the mechanism. Stand together so we don't get separated again." He gripped the final activation lever and added, "Hold on tight. These big mechanisms can make quite a racket when they start up." With a loud clack, the mechanism came to life. Suddenly, everyone felt a massive tremor, like an earthquake, only worse. An earthquake just shakes the ground, but here, it felt as if the entire space was twisting around them. Is this the true power of a massive mechanical trap? Thanks to the earlier warnings, everyone held tightly onto one another, so no one actually fell, but the shaking was so intense that it was impossible to stand steadily. Rumble. No one knew how much time had passed when suddenly, a thunderous boom echoed like a bolt from the heavens, followed by a flash of blinding white light. Everyone's vision went bright, then black, and they suddenly felt a strange sensation of weightlessness. "I feel like I'm falling." "Falling? Why does it feel like I'm about to fly into the sky? Is everyone all right?" Everyone was a little panicked. Even the white ermine in Siyu's pocket fluffed up in fright. When they opened their eyes, the scene before them left everyone utterly stunned. They found themselves inside a dazzling, golden palace. And this dazzling wasn't just a figure of speech, it was literal. The floor beneath their feet was paved with gold bricks, the walls were gold bricks, and even the ceiling was made of gold bricks. Not only that, but every ornament and decoration in the palace was either gold or made from coral and gemstones. The only odd thing was that, despite its splendor, the palace seemed unfinished. One corner of the wall was missing a section, as if construction hadn't been completed yet. The building materials were piled up right nearby, a mountain of gold, silver, jewels, coral, jade, and pearls. Next to this golden mountain was a heap of bricks and sand. Yes, bricks. But these were gold bricks, and the sand was golden too. This is gold sand, real gold. Even those who prided themselves on being seasoned members of a major caravan, who'd seen plenty in their lives, had never witnessed anything like this. There probably weren't more than a handful of people on the entire continent who had. While everyone else was overwhelmed by shock and greed, she remained calm. The white ermine in her pocket was just as indifferent, not sparing a single glance at the piles of treasure. Though it was a treasure-seeking ermine, it had no interest in such obvious, out-in-the-open riches. Still shaken from earlier, it yawned and curled back up in C's pocket for a nap. Everyone, calm down. You can't take anything from here. Siu sternly warned the others, who couldn't help but show their desire for wealth. It's human nature to love money and to feel greed. Siu herself wanted to haul all this away. But they couldn't. Lord Su is right. Let's not forget why we're here. We haven't even met the Guardian yet, let alone cleared the labyrinth. How could the maze possibly reward us with so much treasure already? With someone from the caravan backing her up, Siu felt a bit more at ease. Her words could only really remind the three people on her side and the smarter members of the caravan. If someone really lost their head over money, she couldn't watch them every second. Who knew if, when her back was turned, someone might sneak a handful of gold sand into their pocket. It wouldn't take up much space, wouldn't get in the way, and if they managed to take it out, they'd never have to worry about money again. These are all just traps. The gold is real, and so are the coral, jade, gems, and pearls, but some of them are rigged with mechanisms. If you want something, say so openly and stay behind yourself. Don't try anything sneaky and end up getting everyone else in trouble. So you hadn't wanted to be so harsh, nor to scold them directly, but there was just too much temptation here. It was simply too much. She wanted to trust the people Tang Lu had chosen, but she couldn't take that gamble. Her words, though stern, had the intended effect. Those who'd been harboring even a sliver of hope pinched their fingers, using the pain to keep themselves from looking at the treasures that could make them rich for life. Don't worry, Lord Su. We're not stupid. No matter how much money there is, you need to be alive to spend it. Captain Tang told us to listen to you, and we won't go against that. Besides, we've seen your strength with our own eyes. We trust you. It was easy to say the right things, but Siu looked at their expressions and saw no further signs of temptation, so she didn't continue to scold them. After all, no one had actually done anything wrong yet. A warning was enough. Too much would be overkill. She softened her tone a little and offered a carrot after the stick. I won't say any more. Just look at this palace and all these treasures. You know their value. Once we solve the labyrinth and earn the real reward, don't you think it'll be even greater than this? With the warning given and a sweet promise added, everyone finally settled down. She made too much sense. If there was so much treasure just lying around, wouldn't the real prize be even more valuable? If they ruined everything for a handful of gold, that would truly be missing out on the big picture, and maybe even their lives. Shanqing, I'll leave finding the others to you. Earlier, they hadn't been able to locate anyone above. Shanqing had tried to help, but whenever she used her pearl, it wouldn't move or lead the way. Now, she realized it was probably because they were in the wrong place. Now that they'd reached this hidden area, her method would likely work. Shanqing nodded and repeated her usual process. Perhaps because they were finally in the right spot, the pearl that had refused to budge before now shot off in a certain direction at lightning speed. To call it rolling wasn't quite right, it was more like it flew straight ahead. Everyone was stunned, but quickly snapped out of it and rushed after the pearl. Sigh, do you think we'll have to spend the rest of our lives with this guy? No, I believe Lord Su will find us. But we don't even know where we are. How are they supposed to find us? Hearing this, Ai felt a pang of anxiety. He had to admit, the other person had a point. He glanced at the huge creature snoring beside him. To think that after finally becoming a water mage, he'd spend the rest of his life giving this thing baths. He might as well be washing dishes at Lord Mike's restaurant. UAI was on the verge of tears. The other two looked down at their trembling hands, equally close to sobbing. This creature was enormous. One of it was worth 100 of them. They had to scrub its scales one by one, and just one round would take days. This really wasn't work meant for humans. Over here, 3 burly men, well, 2.5 burly men, since UI doesn't really count as burly, were huddled together, bawling their eyes out. Meanwhile, the group that had been chasing after the bead, some of whom had even drunk agility potions to keep up, found themselves in a place that looked a lot like the legendary Water Curtain Cave. The bead came to a stop, and the group, nearly colliding with each other from the sudden halt, finally steadied themselves, just in time to hear wailing and shouting coming from outside the cave. Mechanic, that sounds like Oldly, doesn't it? Someone from the caravan, and is that other guy cursing Little Tiger? Lyle, my lord, I think I hear UI's voice. Looks like they really are here, but things don't seem to be going so well for them. They still have the energy to cry and yell, so I guess they're not dead yet. A caravan member rubbed his nose, feeling like things weren't quite what they'd imagined. Even Suyu, who had considered countless possibilities, fell silent. Because she could see the data panel, she knew the 3 of them were still at full health, not a scratch on them. So what on earth had happened to them? What kind of inhuman torment could make them break down like this without even being injured? Could it be psychological torture? By the way, I think I hear someone snoring, said a caravan member nicknamed Keen Ear. He had sharp hearing, he could pick up on things no one else could, which was exactly why Tang Lu had chosen him for the expedition. Sometimes, seemingly useless little talents could turn out to be lifesavers in a ruin. Otherwise, there were plenty of people with better tempers and stronger combat skills than him. It's not any of those 3 snoring. There must be a 4th creature. Looks like those 3 have been captured, but they're not hurt and they're still talking pretty confidently. Keen Ear listened for a while longer, then turned to summarize for everyone. As long as they're okay. So, Keen Ear, is that snoring sound the Guardian? Someone asked, probably addressing Suyu, but she wasn't sure either. Let's not worry about who the snoring belongs to for now. Since UI and the others are unharmed, it means the other party isn't very aggressive. In that case, why keep hiding? Might as well go out and take a look while the thing is still asleep. After Suyu said this, everyone stopped discussing and simply followed her out of the cave, heads held high. Since UI and the other 2 had their backs to the cave entrance, they didn't see their teammates arrive. But they weren't deaf. The deliberate, unsoftened footsteps made the 3 weeping men freeze in surprise, then turn around in delight. But worried about waking the giant creature nearby, everyone just stared at each other in silence. Someone gestured for UI and the others to hurry over, but it quickly became clear that it wasn't that they didn't want to run, it was that they couldn't. When everyone saw the heavy iron chains on their ankles, they were all stunned. Not because they'd been chained up. Getting captured and tied up wasn't anything new. It's not like captors would just let you roam free after all. What really shocked them was the material of the chains. Is this Xian iron? Someone finally couldn't hold back, lowering his voice to a whisper barely louder than a mosquito. The person he asked didn't reply, but nodded gravely. As everyone was struggling to figure out how to deal with the Xian iron chains on the 3, Su kept staring at a black mountain in front of them, feeling more and more that something was off. Suddenly, her expression changed. She grabbed someone who was bravely about to go help with the chains and yanked him back. Don't go over there. That's the Guardian. Suyu's sudden words left everyone dumbfounded. Guardian? Where's the Guardian? Suyu didn't leave them guessing. She pointed directly at the black mountain in front of them. That's it. Everyone followed her finger, even more confused. Why was she pointing at a mountain and calling it the Guardian? Could the Guardian be an inanimate object? As if reading their minds, Suyu signaled for everyone to take a closer look at the mountain. Luckily, their group included not only Keen Ear, but also Eagle Eye. After just a couple of careful glances, Eagle Eye's expression changed just like Suyu's. That's not a mountain. It's a living creature. I can see tons of scales. He'd been focused on his teammates before and hadn't really looked at the Black Mountain. Now that he saw what was wrong, he was half scared to death. He wasn't the only one, everyone else was stunned too. If it were a normal-sized guardian, that would be one thing. But a guardian as big as a mountain. Maybe they should start writing their wills. The three weeping captives had just been overjoyed to see rescuers arrive, but now their hearts sank. Because they knew it was unrealistic to expect their teammates to save them. It wasn't a matter of willingness, it was simply impossible. Trying to force a rescue would only get more people killed. "You guys should just go," Yui said, steeling himself and gritting his teeth. The other two opened their mouths as if to say something, but in the end, just sighed and nodded. No one wants to die, but if you can't be saved, you can't be saved. They couldn't ask others to die with them just for peace of mind. Besides, they might not die after all. As long as they kept working hard at scrubbing scales, maybe the Guardian would spare them for their diligent bathing services. The only pity was losing their freedom, stuck here for life, unable to eat good food, wear nice clothes, or live in a decent house. When they died, no one would even bury them. Their bodies would just rot away, turning to bones. The only consolation was that at least they weren't alone, they had each other for company. A bit of dark humor, but sometimes you had to find a little joy in misery. Suyu, after warning everyone, started rummaging through her backpack. But as she opened and closed it, she realized that her group and the captives were already starting to mourn in advance, just short of holding hands and weeping together. "Suyu, that's really not necessary. Pull yourselves together. Calm down and think. There has to be a way out of this." Suyu didn't wait for them to react and continued questioning the three. "While it's still asleep, hurry up and tell me what happened." Since the Guardian hadn't hurt or killed anyone, it meant its goal wasn't to eliminate intruders. If that was the case, then there was still room to maneuver. Besides, this was only a 3.5-star difficulty ruin. It wouldn't present an impossible problem, so Suyu suspected things weren't as bad as they seemed. If they just sat here crying and didn't try to come up with a plan, once the Guardian woke up, they'd really be doomed. At that point, she might as well just lead everyone out and not waste any more time. Though leaving now would mean a big loss and they'd gain almost nothing, at least they'd all keep their lives. Yu was the first to calm down. He gathered his thoughts and recounted everything, how they entered the maze, got captured, and were then forced by the Guardian to give it a bath. The other two, who had been sobbing, were influenced by Yu's composure and added in plenty of details he'd missed. Once everything was said, the atmosphere grew strange again. "So what you're saying is, it caught you just to have you give it a bath?" Honestly, so you never would have guessed there was such a hidden reason. Who could have thought of that? No wonder it specifically grabbed the water mage. It was because without water, it couldn't bathe. Even though this was an underwater maze, it was only located underwater. The whole maze was actually wrapped in some kind of protective barrier that kept the seawater out. Otherwise, they'd have drowned long ago. Of course, before they drowned, the maze itself would have been eroded away by the sea and wouldn't exist anymore. "Do you know what kind of creature this is?" Suyu sorted through what they'd said and then asked an important question. Unfortunately, there was no answer. No idea. It's just too big. What we've seen is only the tip of the iceberg, or the Black Mountain. It was like an ant looking at an elephant. To the ant, the elephant could be anything, since it can't see the whole thing. All it sees up close is the color of the elephant. That's how they felt now. Suyu nodded in understanding, not dwelling on the species issue. She'd learned pretty much everything she needed to know. Now, all they could do was wait. Wait for the Guardian to wake up, and then try to negotiate. Although there was no way to tell the time inside the ruin, there was a countdown, so Suyu could estimate that they'd been inside for over 5 hours. They'd entered around 7 in the morning, so it was about lunchtime now, maybe even past lunch. "Let's eat something and take a break. We've been at it all morning." Even though there hadn't been much danger, running around and trying to memorize the maze was exhausting both physically and mentally. Since they'd planned to spend about a day in the ruin, everyone had brought some essential food. Yu and the others had lost their packs when the Guardian grabbed them, and the rest didn't have space to carry extra supplies, so they'd only brought enough for themselves. Their food all came from Suyu. Suyu had only brought 1 batch of Rujiamo, but there were 20 in a batch. each stuffed with large chunks of meat instead of small pieces. Each one could restore 100 hunger points. With that much food, one was enough for a meal, so 20 could feed 6 people for 3 meals. Now there were only 4 of them, so it was more than enough. As everyone ate the fragrant food, their bellies filled and their taste buds were satisfied. Their exhaustion seemed to melt away. At some point, Siu suddenly felt that something was off. She quickly finished her last few bites and looked around, but didn't see anything unusual. But that strange feeling in her gut couldn't be ignored. She thought for a moment, then slowly looked up. Siu. Staring down at her from above was a pair of huge eyes. Siu was startled, but also thankful she'd finished eating before looking up, or she might have choked to death. There was no need to ask who those eyes belonged to besides them, only the guardian was here. No wonder she'd felt something was off. She'd been eating while listening to it snoring, but at some point, the snoring had stopped. Everyone else was too focused on eating to notice, but Siu was more sensitive to these things, so she realized the guardian had woken up at some point. Siu composed herself. Seeing that the guardian was just observing her and didn't seem hostile, and that you and the others weren't hurt, she figured the guardian wasn't in the habit of attacking people for no reason. So she looked back at it boldly. Long whiskers, rabbit-like eyes, antler-like horns, a snake-like neck. Oh no, how could it be this big guy? Siu's eyelid twitched, and she started considering whether she should just lead everyone out right now. It stayed silent, and Siu didn't dare speak either, afraid of angering it. After all, this species was never known for its good temper. A few seconds later, everyone heard a deafening noise, followed by a deep, rumbling voice. Rude outsiders, disturbing my rest and polluting my domain, are you seeking death? Well, now it wasn't just Siu who knew the guardian was awake, everyone knew. Since the voice came from above, some people instinctively looked up, only to see what Siu had seen earlier. Their legs went weak, and they grabbed those next to them, telling them not to look up. Just its head was as big as a mountain. Who could imagine how massive its whole body was? It's our fault. But these 3 are our companions. What must we do to take them with us? Siu's main confidence came from knowing this guardian didn't hurt people easily, and from having one chance to leave the ruin. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare speak so boldly. She'd be carefully considering her next move. They can't leave. If they go, who will help me bathe? The guardian's tone was completely self-righteous, as if it saw nothing wrong with forcibly taking 3 people. But as far as it was concerned, there was nothing wrong with this outcome. After all, they were intruders. Leaving them with their lives was already a generous gesture. And they still wanted to leave? Stay and serve me. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't hold it against you. Leave this place quickly or else. Although the guardian said it would let them go, no one looked happy. They all knew the guardian was only letting the 12 of them leave. As for you and the other 2, there was no way it would let them go. Lord Siu, do we have any other options? Hearing this, Siu frowned. This was a truly thorny problem. If the guardian were any other race, Siu wouldn't feel so troubled. But why did it have to be a dragon? That's right, the guardian was a dragon. And not just any dragon, but a fully grown adult dragon. Forget about their group. Even if they called in an entire city's worth of people, they'd stand no chance. For a dragon, killing them would be as easy as breathing fire. If she wasn't busy thinking of a solution, Siu would definitely be cursing out the system right now. 2 days, a complex maze, a mutated labyrinth, and the guardian turns out to be a dragon. And you call this a 3.5-star difficulty dungeon? What kind of monsters are in a 5-star dungeon then? Are they all ancient divine beasts? Is this supposed to be a recreation of the legendary war between gods and demons, a grand melee of mythical creatures? No, wait. Judging by the difficulty of the previous Ghost Stone Gate, this rating actually makes sense. So there must be a clue she's missing. Suddenly, Suyu's eyes lit up. She looked up at the guardian dragon and asked, "You're keeping them to help you bathe. So if they finish bathing you, will you let them go?" At these words, you and the other 2 looked terrified. Bathe such a huge creature? They'd never finish, not even if they spent their entire lives. The others also thought Suyu's suggestion was unrealistic. Even if everyone helped, there were only 15 of them at most, and the Guardian was as big as 10 mountains. How could 15 people wash 10 mountains in a single day? And they'd have to scrub each scale, one by one. Still, no one was foolish enough to interrupt. Even if it was obvious, Siu surely knew what she was doing. She must have a plan they didn't know about. The Guardian Dragon pondered for a moment, then shook its massive head. In theory, yes. But can you really finish? As far as I know, this place will sink back down in less than a day. Everyone, so you do know how big you are. As long as you cooperate, there's a way. But you have to promise that once it's done, you'll let them go, Siu said, knowing full well how dragons think. They love shiny things. The Golden Palace and all those treasures outside were surely its hoard. Good thing she'd warned everyone not to touch them. If the dragon found out they'd taken its things, they wouldn't even be standing here negotiating. Besides that, dragons are vain and love cleanliness. As the Guardian trapped here, this dragon probably hadn't had a proper bath in ages. No wonder it wanted to grab some outsiders to help. Dragons are also known for their bad tempers, arrogance, and pettiness. These all sound like flaws, but their greatest virtue is that they always keep their word. Whatever a dragon promises, it will honor, never breaking its word without reason. Perhaps it's their way of embodying the phrase, "A ruler's word is law." No problem. If you can get me clean, not only will I let them go, you can even pick 3 treasures from my hoard. But let me be clear, you have to get me truly clean. Otherwise, you'll stay here too. The dragon snorted, its threat obvious. Dragon treasures. Siu had only wanted to save her friends, but now there was an unexpected bonus. While Siu was delighted, the others were panicking. They still had no idea what Siu was up to. She understood their worries, but didn't explain. Instead, she turned to the dragon and said, "We'll get started, but first, could you change your form?" The dragon was stunned. Change form? What form? Before it could react, Siu continued, "I've heard that dragons rarely stay in their true form because it's inconvenient. If you could shrink down a bit, we could help you bathe much more easily." There was a way like that. Now everyone finally understood what Siu was planning. But would the dragon really listen to her? It was a good idea, but if the dragon refused, there was nothing they could do. They certainly couldn't threaten it. The dragon hadn't expected Siu's suggestion, but after a moment, it felt both annoyed and pleased. Annoyed, because it had never thought of such a simple solution. If it had, it wouldn't have needed to keep capturing people over the centuries to help it bathe. Not only was it troublesome, but it was never satisfying. Humans had limited abilities, and there wasn't always a water mage around. So they'd always wash it in parts. Who takes a bath one part at a time? First an arm, then after a while a leg, then the body. Who could stand that? But it was also pleased. Now it finally knew what to do. Yet when it saw the human's smiling face, it felt a bit disgruntled. If it had known it could be this easy, why had it promised 3 treasures from its hoard? It wanted a bath, but it loved its treasures too. Seeing the dragon hesitate, Siu guessed it was unwilling to cooperate. But she wasn't in a hurry, and continued, "I said before, we need your cooperation to help you. And you already agreed. Now it seems you don't want to cooperate. If you really refuse, there's nothing we can do." Sigh, I just didn't expect a mighty dragon to be so unreasonable. How am I unreasonable? Fine, I'll change form. The dragon was provoked. It had been torn between a bath and its treasures, but after hearing that, it lost its temper and agreed on impulse, even referring to itself as I instead of the grander we. By the time it realized what it had said, it was too late to take it back. Humph. The dragon snorted softly, but in the end, it decided to cooperate. Losing a few treasures wasn't a big deal. After all, it had plenty more and didn't care about just 3. But if it didn't get to take a bath soon, the dragon was really going to lose its mind. You have to understand, the last time it had a bath was 200 years ago. Back then, a group of people had accidentally wandered in here. But none of them were mages, let alone water mages, so they had to fetch water from outside, little by little, filling up containers bit by bit. It was uncomfortable for them, and just as bad for the dragon. All in all, it was a tale of hardship and tears. Just thinking about finally being able to wash every inch of itself at once made the dragon happy. But that happiness didn't last long. On the other side, Siu figured the dragon was willing to cooperate now, so she waited for the Black Mountains to disappear. But after waiting a long time with no movement, she began to wonder if the dragon had changed its mind again. Just then, an angry roar thundered from above her head. "You wretched scoundrel! You actually put a seal on me. When I get out of here, I'll chop you up and use you for fertilizer." Siu rubbed her tormented ears, her face blank with numbness. After venting its anger, the dragon explained the situation to Siu in a furious tone. It actually wasn't the real guardian here. Someone had stolen its treasures and forced it to watch over this place for 2,000 years, promising even more treasures as a reward when the job was done. For humans, 2,000 years is dozens of lifetimes, but for a dragon, it's not much at all, so it agreed. What it didn't expect was that the guy would put a seal on it. While it could still use most of its powers, it couldn't transform anymore. As for whether this story was true or not, Siu didn't know, but what mattered most to her was the dragon wasn't the guardian. She had two immediate reactions. First, no wonder this was rated 3.5 stars in difficulty. Turns out the dragon wasn't the real guardian. Second, if it wasn't the guardian, then where was the real one? Not wanting to waste any more time, Siu asked the dragon directly. Now that the dragon had been tricked, it no longer cared about keeping its 2,000-year promise. It glanced in a certain direction, its tone still brimming with anger. "Forget the bath. Go kill the guy inside for me, and I'll let you all go. You'll still get the 3 treasures." As for why the dragon didn't do it itself, it was obvious it couldn't. Otherwise, the one who hired it wouldn't have dared leave it here, and the dragon wouldn't have been stuck for 1,000 years, unable even to take a proper bath. Then please let them go first. Since the dragon was in a bad mood, so you didn't bother with extra words, just asked it to free you AI and the others. Otherwise, without the full team, they might not win. The dragon shot her a glance, then with a loud clang, the chains at you AI and the others' feet snapped all at once. "Let's go." Siu immediately called everyone to head in the direction the dragon had indicated. Finally, they could leave this stifling place and get away from this terrifying creature. Everyone moved at top speed, and with the help of agility potions, it was almost as if they were flying. The place the dragon pointed to was another cave. The tunnel was short, and after about 3 minutes, they emerged into a whole new world. There, in plain sight, was a coral monster covered in water channels. Guardian, Coral Beast. HP 50, 000/50, 000. Attack, 200. Defense, 300. Skills. Coral Guard, passive. Every 30 seconds, the Coral Beast generates a shield equal to 10% of its lost HP. If the previous shield is still intact when the next one appears, the old shield will disappear and heal the Coral Beast for the remaining shield value. Coral Thorns. When this skill is active, the Coral Beast is covered in thorns and enters a vulnerable state, but every physical attack it receives is reflected back at the attacker for 100% of the damage dealt. Hiss. This is a tough one. Way too tough. Rapidly refreshing shields, shield healing, full damage reflection. These are all classic traits of a tanky boss. Having even one of these would be a challenge, but this guy has them all. But to be honest, it wasn't impossibly hard. After all, they had numbers on their side, and everyone's combat power was top-notch. Aside from Vivian, the healer, and Shanqing, the spirit medium, only Siu had no combat skills at all. Even the engineer could set up attack mechanisms. Siu, on the other hand, had her backpack full of potions and runes, leaving no space for materials, so she couldn't set up any offensive structures. "Listen up, everyone." Siu quickly explained the Coral Beast's abilities and pointed out the key thing to watch for. When the thorns appeared, everyone was to stop attacking immediately. Only the heavily armored warriors should keep the boss occupied to prevent it from going on a rampage. Other than that, there wasn't much else to worry about for now. Once they'd agreed on a general strategy, Siu handed out everything from her backpack. When all was ready, they launched their attack. At first, everything went smoothly. After all, Anyone handpicked by Tang Lu was an elite fighter. They had plenty of combat experience, and Sui didn't need to micromanage. They could expertly kite the boss, dodge attacks, and strike during the Coral Beast's attack lag. But when the Coral Beast's HP dropped to about half, it suddenly let out a furious roar, then swung its arm and sent someone flying. Sui ordered the melee fighters to fall back, helped the downed teammate up, and had the healer tend to them. Then she saw the Coral Beast abruptly stop roaring and slam the ground. At the same time, sharp spikes erupted from its coral flesh. Everyone except you AI, stop attacking. Just keep the boss occupied, but do not attack. So you didn't even need to check. This had to be the Coral Beast entering its Coral Thorns state. As she gave orders, she pulled up the Coral Beast's status panel and found the relevant effect. Thorns, in this state, any physical attack is reflected 100% back at the attacker. Countdown. 150 seconds. Vulnerability. All incoming damage is doubled, crit rate is doubled, and crit damage is doubled. Countdown. 150 seconds. Triple damage multipliers. This vulnerability state is pretty intense. But it doesn't matter. As long as the thorns are up, the more vulnerable it is, the faster they'd die if they attacked. After all, 100% reflection means every bit of damage you deal bounces right back. Other people's guardian beasts have 50,000 HP, but after all, these were just humans. Among this group of a dozen or so, the one with the highest HP barely scraped past 1,000. The only thing to be thankful for was that he was a mage, and his attacks counted as magic damage, which didn't trigger the thorn's counter damage. So Sui let him keep casting spells. Originally, each hit only did a few dozen points of damage, but after the vulnerability debuff, it jumped straight into the triple digits. But it was still useless. The damage just wasn't enough. The Coral Beast now had 25,000 HP, which meant the shield provided by the Coral Guardian was a whopping 2,500 points. No matter how skilled he was, there was no way he could deal 2,500 damage in 30 seconds by himself, especially since each spell took 3 to 5 seconds to cast. But if they didn't break the shield in time, when the next 30-second cycle came and a new shield appeared, any remaining shield would heal the Coral Beast. Wouldn't that make it impossible to ever kill? Sure enough, after 30 seconds, as the shield on the Coral Beast disappeared and reappeared, its HP shot up again. Even with the vulnerability debuff, you had only managed to deal just over 800 damage in those 30 seconds, which meant the Coral Beast would recover a full 1,700 HP. And this Thorns effect lasted a full 2.5 minutes, enough to trigger the Coral Guardian shield 5 times. Although the shield value would decrease as its HP increased, it would still heal over 1,000 HP each time. After 5 cycles, the Coral Beast could recover at least 6,000 or 7,000 HP. The others couldn't see the HP bar, but they could tell the wounds on the Coral Beast were slowly healing. One person, refusing to believe it, slashed at the beast, only to let out a miserable scream. 2 numbers appeared almost simultaneously. The first was the damage dealt to the Guardian, the second was the Thorn's counter damage. And to make matters worse, the counter damage had crit. Luckily, this person had over 600 HP, and the Coral Beast wasn't even targeting him. Otherwise, Vivian wouldn't have had time to heal him at all. Even so, Vivian's face looked grim. She had no time to do anything else, otherwise, she'd have hiked up her skirt and started scolding people already. Did this guy think she was having it too easy? Did he have to give her extra work? Being a healer only looked easy. She was just a novice healing mage, having to look after more than a dozen people at once. She was already stretched thin, and this was a tanky monster. This was bound to be a long, grueling fight. She had to conserve her magic, or she wouldn't even be able to cast basic healing spells later. Anyway, they all had their own healing potions. Vivian wasn't planning to heal this guy. He could drink a potion himself. The reckless guy knew he was in the wrong and didn't dare ask for healing. He just stepped back and waited quietly. But after a long while, seeing that Vivian still had no intention of healing him, the medic finally couldn't hold back, cursed him under his breath, and dragged him over to force a healing potion down his throat. The medic could heal too, mainly by boosting potion effects, but it wasn't as effective as a healing mage and had a long cooldown. Still, it restored over 100 HP. During this time, the coral beast refreshed its shield again. Although it healed less than last time, it still regained over 1,500 HP. That was clearly bad news, but there was nothing anyone could do. This isn't working. We can't kill it. Those who couldn't attack were getting anxious, itching to jump in, but after seeing what happened to the last guy, and not wanting to anger their only healer, they could only watch helplessly. Just as the coral beast was about to refresh its shield for the third time, Siu finally thought of the right way to deal with the thorn's effect. She called over all the ranged fighters present, Duoya, another archer, a gunner, and a puppeteer. This thorn's counter damage only applies to the initial attack. So if you have any skills that cause ongoing damage, like bleeding, burning, or poison, use them. Got it. Siu wasn't sure about the others, but she knew Duoya had a bleeding arrow skill. When using this skill, the arrow's direct damage was minimal, usually single digits. Even with a crit, it was only a dozen or so, hardly worth mentioning. But it had a high chance to inflict a bleeding status. By the same logic, the gunner had a burning shot skill. The gun's damage was low, but it had a high chance to cause burning. The puppeteer's puppet had a skill called Poison Blade. With these, bleeding, burning, and poison, the main ongoing damage statuses on the continent, were all covered. But just because these skills existed didn't mean everyone had learned them, so Siu had to ask first. If they all had them, great. If not, or if a few were missing and the damage still wasn't enough to break the shield, she'd have to use her backup plan. Luckily, both the gunner and the puppeteer lived up to their reputation as members of a major merchant caravan. They had all the skills Siu mentioned. The only archer who didn't have Bleeding Arrow surprised Siu even more. I don't have Bleeding Arrow, but I did learn Lightning Arrow. Will that work? Suyu, yes. That's even better. Actually, besides the 3 ongoing damage statuses mentioned earlier, there was a 4th, Electrified. But this status was special. It didn't cause HP loss, just paralyzed the enemy and lowered their hit rate. However, if the target was water elemental, or if there was a water mage on their side, Electrified would start causing ongoing damage because water conducts electricity. Electrified plus water attack / water creature equals shock takes periodic electric damage. Electrified itself wasn't an ongoing damage status, but shock was. It was one of the rare special negative statuses that required a combo to trigger. And electric damage counted as magic damage. The only problem was that very few skills could inflict Electrified, so Siu hadn't expected someone here to have it. But that was a good thing. Electricity countered water, so it would deal even more damage. To save time, the gunner with the highest HP tested it first. Once they confirmed that ongoing damage statuses didn't trigger Thorn's counter damage, everyone went all out, stacking every possible ongoing damage status on the coral beast. As the battle went on, the damage output didn't decrease at all with more debuffs stacking. In fact, thanks to vulnerability, even when a few people stopped attacking out of caution, the overall damage was almost on par with everyone going all out. The only real pity was the time they spent discussing tactics. By then, the shield had only a few seconds left before refreshing, so the coral beast managed to recover about 800 HP in the end. But for the next shield, they had plenty of time to deal damage. Before even half the shield's duration had passed, it shattered completely. Seeing the faint white glow on the coral beast gradually fade, everyone got excited and started stacking debuffs even harder. Half an hour later, with a final wail, the giant coral beast crashed to the ground. The rest of the team collapsed to the floor as well, exhausted and not caring about appearances anymore. It's worth mentioning that Doya had the highest damage output of everyone. It wasn't just because her weapon was a red-quality Wutong Wood weapon. The real game-changer was her Fire Demon armor, which granted a percentage-based damage bonus. That made it a perfect tool for fighting such thick-skinned monsters. Of course, another reason was that Doya was especially motivated this time, performing at 120% of her usual strength. Second place in damage went to Yui. At the start, before they figured out the key to the fight, he was the only mage still attacking while everyone else held back. Once they discovered the solution, the caravan's archer fired lightning arrows that combined with his water magic, instantly doubling the damage. Although the shock status effect was credited to the archer, the special combo damage from water and lightning magic was counted for Yui. After 2 hours of fighting, everyone was completely wiped out. The mechanist helped tend to the team, while Siu called for Shanqing to quickly gather the coral beast's loot. You pick up the drops and put them in your bag. I'll handle carving up the coral beast, Siu said. The items on the ground were easy to collect, so she left that to Shanqing and pulled out a small knife to start dissecting the beast herself. She had a particular idea in mind. She'd asked everyone to make sure the coral beast was killed while it was under the bramble status, hoping to see if she could harvest its spines for materials. As it turned out, it was possible, but it was hard work. The coral beast was so tough that it was nearly impossible to dig into. Still, the spines were blue-quality materials, and with a bit of modification, they could even be used to craft purple-quality weapons or gear. So Siu drank a strength potion and got to work prying out the spines. Once the others had rested a bit and saw what Siu was doing, they joined in after hearing her explanation. With so many people helping, Siu moved on to harvesting other parts: coral, outer hide, paws, teeth, water plants, moss, basically stripping the beast for all it was worth. If they'd had more time, she'd have skinned it completely. They had exactly 5 minutes, no more, no less. Thanks to everyone working together, they didn't have time to skin it, but they managed to gather everything else they could. On top of that, someone found a few chests behind where the guardian beast had been, and they packed those up as well. Hey, Lord Siu, come take a look, I found something here. Siu walked over and found a magic formation. She squinted at it for a while, then called Yui over. Use water magic to wash this away. If she was right, this was the formation binding the dragon. Normally, you wouldn't mess with such formations, but for certain reasons, she wanted to build a good relationship with the dragons, so she decided to help out. The formation was pretty stubborn. Yui tried once and it didn't budge, so under Siu's direction, he tried a few more times. On the 4th try, a small gap finally appeared, just big enough for a finger, but that was enough. Everyone, cover your ears. Siu didn't wait to see if anyone reacted. She covered her own ears right away. A few quick thinkers followed suit, even though they didn't know why. As for the slower ones, a dragon's roar nearly deafened them on the spot. Seeing their aggrieved looks, Siu smiled. I just remembered about that myself. Want me to ask the dragon to apologize for you? The victims, no, that's fine. Have a dragon apologize to them? Were they crazy, or did they think the dragon was? The dragon's roar was loud, but it only lasted a moment. Once the ringing in their ears faded, they packed up and prepared to head back the way they came. Halfway back, Siu suddenly received several messages about the ruins. Congratulations on defeating the guardian, coral beast. The mirrored labyrinths have merged. Please find the exit and leave the ruins within 12 hours, or the labyrinth will sink back beneath the sea. As thanks for merging the ruins will has left treasure for you at the exit. All ceiling formations within the ruins have been destroyed. The guardian beast has escaped the ruins. 3 messages, each packed with information. The first told them they had 12 hours left to leave, not too tight, so no need to panic. The second was the reason Siu had chosen to merge the labyrinths. It proved they'd succeeded, though what the reward was remained to be seen. Still, something is better than nothing. As for the third, hadn't the guardian beast already been killed? How could it escape if it was dead? Unless Siu, with her experience, quickly figured it out. The guardian beast was indeed dead, otherwise, the labyrinths wouldn't have merged. But this labyrinth was different. It had 2 guardians. One was the coral beast, the other was the black dragon they'd just encountered. The former was a guardian created by the labyrinth. If the labyrinth lived, it lived. If the labyrinth died, it died. But if it died, the labyrinth wouldn't be destroyed, only merged. With the coral beast dead, only the black dragon remained as a guardian. But since Siu had broken the formation binding the dragon, and knowing the dragon's temperament, it definitely wouldn't stick around. So now, the labyrinth had no guardians left. With no more guardians, didn't that mean the labyrinth was theirs to explore? So you blinked, suddenly thinking that maybe 12 hours wasn't as much time as it seemed. Listen up, everyone. The labyrinths have merged, and with no more guardians, the whole place is ours to explore. Got it? No one present was stupid. Once they heard Siu say this, they understood immediately. Just as everyone was gearing up, eager to loot every last treasure from the labyrinth, Siu spoke up again to remind them. But remember, you can take anything from inside the labyrinth, but you must not touch anything in the palace. Why not? Someone couldn't help but ask. After all, except for you and the other two who hadn't seen the palace, everyone else's first thought upon hearing they could freely plunder the labyrinth was to empty out that glittering golden palace. So you glanced at the speaker and warned seriously, because those things don't belong to the labyrinth. With the labyrinth's guardian gone, they could only take what belonged to the labyrinth. But if they took the dragon's possessions and angered the black dragon, there'd be no way to leave the labyrinth alive. And she had no interest in wasting her chance to escape the dungeon just to save some fool, nor would she give up exploring the labyrinth for that. That person wanted to ask, if the palace doesn't belong to the labyrinth, then whose is it? But before he could speak, someone next to him quickly covered his mouth. Don't worry, Lord Siu, we're not idiots. Of course, except for the idiot whose mouth was just covered. Other than them, the only creature in this labyrinth was the black dragon. And according to legend, dragons love shiny, golden things. With so many hints, the owner of the palace was obvious. All right, off you go. You have 10 hours. No matter what happens, meet back at the exit in 10 hours. Since the labyrinths had merged and the difficulty was much lower, Siu wasn't worried anyone would get lost. The rest of the caravan wanted to ask more, but seeing Suyu's serious expression, they wisely kept quiet and left to continue exploring the merged labyrinth. On the surface, this ruin seemed to have 2 labyrinths, but in reality, there were 3, because after merging, it became a brand new labyrinth, and all the treasure chests had been refreshed. After the 10 members of the caravan left, Siu led her own people to find the black dragon. To be honest, Siu was a bit surprised to see the black dragon still there. She'd thought it would have run off by now. But since it hadn't, that meant it intended to keep its promise. You're here. The black dragon was still as massive as ever, blocking out the sky. It glanced at Siu, then smashed a section of the wall with its tail. At the same time, the black mountain before them vanished, and the black dragon shrank down to the size of a human arm, flying over to the spot it had just smashed. Do you want to go in and take a look, or rest here for a bit? Honestly, Siu figured the black dragon wouldn't want too many people seeing its treasure. But if they insisted, the dragon probably wouldn't refuse. After all, they'd helped it, and it was confident no one could steal anything from under its nose. No thanks. What a tasteless race. Just look at that palace. It's so ugly it's blinding. The tone made it obvious it was Vivian speaking. She truly had no interest in treasure. After seeing the palace outside, she could pretty much imagine what the inside would look like. Yu and Lyle had both wanted to go in and broaden their horizons, especially Lyle, who used to be an adventurer. Even though he wasn't anymore, seeing a dragon's hoard would be a story to brag about for a lifetime. But what's the point of a story no one would believe? In that case, might as well not bother. Forget it, I'll pass. If I see something I like but can't take it, that'd just be torture. Yu wasn't particularly interested in treasure either. Seeing Lyle give up, he decided not to go either. So in the end, only Suyu and Duoya went in. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten what I promised. If there's a dragon bone with runes, I'll definitely get it. The reason Siu brought Duoya was simple, the dragon bone. Opportunities to interact with dragons were rare, so when Siu saw the black dragon, her first thought was the dragon bone, and Duoya's too. That's why she'd fought so hard against the coral beast, only by killing it would the black dragon let them choose something. But then again, since everyone had helped kill the guardian beast, it wouldn't be fair for only Suyu's group to pick something. So Suyu offered a trade. She'd exchange all the treasure from the 3rd labyrinth for 3 dragon items. Otherwise, Why would only the caravan members leave, while all 5 of her group stayed behind? The caravan was tempted by the dragon's horde too, but Suyu had done all the negotiating with the black dragon and found the coral beast's weakness. So even if Suyu wanted both, they couldn't say no. And since Suyu was willing to trade all the third labyrinth's treasure, even better. Some caravan members had made mistakes before, but nothing serious. When it came to this, they understood perfectly, so they left decisively. Of course I trust you, my lord. But if there really isn't a dragon bone, Duoya started to say that if there wasn't a dragon bone, it couldn't be helped, but Suyu didn't see it that way. If there isn't one, then we'll get to know the black dragon, make friends with the dragons sooner or later, we'll get one. As they spoke, the 2 of them entered the cave. The black dragon had been waiting for a while, but now that it was reunited with its long-lost treasure, it was so overjoyed it wanted to snuggle up to it every second, completely ignoring when they came in. So, when Suyu and Duoya entered, they saw a black dragon sprawled on its pile of treasure, grinning lecherously and rolling around in it from time to time. The sight was quite comical. Seeing this, Duoya gave Suyu a look that said, "My lord, do dragons have a habit of silencing witnesses?" Suyu returned a similarly complicated look, hard to say. Ahem. Suyu cleared her throat, and the black dragon finally noticed them, its arm-length body stiffening like a black, straight stick. Then Suyu heard the black dragon's forcefully calm voice, "Pick. You can only take 3 items. If you dare take more, I'll kill you." If they hadn't seen the dragon's ridiculous behavior just now, that threat might have been intimidating. But after witnessing that, of course, they still had to act like they were scared. Gotta give the dragon some face. With the black dragon's permission, Suyu immediately started rummaging through the treasure. But just as Vivian had said, dragons really do have unique tastes. To put it in plain terms, all show and no substance. Are the things here not valuable? They're extremely valuable. But only in the most literal, physical sense. It's like in real life, the difference between hundreds of billions in cash and a medicine that can cure any terminal illness. Both are incredibly valuable, but what Suyu needs is the latter, because the latter is truly rare and irreplaceable. Suyu searched for a long time but couldn't find any materials or items that caught her eye. This made the black dragon, who had been worried she'd pick out its most prized treasures, a little disgruntled. "Human, what's that supposed to mean? Are you saying there's nothing here that interests you?" Sure, it didn't want anyone taking its treasures, but if someone looked around for ages and still didn't pick anything, wasn't that just implying there was nothing good here? Suyu really wanted to say yes, but she only thought it. Dragons are notoriously stingy. If she dared say that out loud, the black dragon would definitely throw them out on the spot. It's precisely because everything here is so good that I don't know what to choose. Now that's what you call the art of conversation. Suyu didn't care whether it believed her or not, she just needed to muddle through. The black dragon was actually quite pleased with the compliment, so now it didn't mind Suyu rummaging through its things. In fact, it even kindly reminded her, "If there's anything you want, just let me know." Suyu thought that made sense. After all, this was its lair. There was no way she could look through everything in a short time by herself. "Do you have any dragon bone with runes?" Dragon bone with runes was rare, but since it looked rather plain, nothing like the shiny gold and silver, the black dragon probably wouldn't mind giving it away. Unless it didn't have any. Just as Suyu expected, when the black dragon heard her ask for dragon bone with runes, it let out a sigh of relief. Then it dove into its pile of treasures, looked around, and finally poked its head out, looking regretful. "Seems I'm out. I used the last of it as toothpicks." Suyu, speechless. Toothpicks. You used dragon bone with runes as toothpicks. No wonder dragons are so extravagant. Although Duoya was also disappointed to hear there was no dragon bone with runes, after hearing the second half of that sentence, her regret faded a bit, replaced by a sense of speechless resignation. How about picking something else? The black dragon was a little embarrassed. How could it not have the very first thing she asked for? If it were some weird item, that would be one thing, but dragon bone with runes? That's something dragons have the most of. Not having even that made the black dragon feel a bit ashamed. I need materials, stuff I can use to make equipment or weapons or rare ores and herbs. Since there was no dragon bone with runes, there was nothing she could do. She couldn't exactly force the black dragon to grow a new one on the spot, could she? The black dragon thought for a moment and realized that what she wanted were all insignificant odds and ends. That made it happy, and, still feeling a bit guilty about not having the dragon bone, it gathered up a pile of ores and herbs and dumped them in front of Suyu. Take them all. There were way more than just 3 items here, but since the black dragon didn't care for these things anyway, if it could trade them for keeping its real treasures safe, it was a win. Really? I can take all of them. Suyu just glanced over and immediately recognized what was there. Black iron, all sorts of dull-looking gold and silver ores, even raw gemstones, various herbs, almost all of them were things she knew, had seen, used, or knew the recipes for. Even the few she hadn't seen before, she still knew how to use. Take them, just junk taking up space. But if you take these, you can't pick anything else. The black dragon saw Suyu was actually interested in these, so it hurried her along even more enthusiastically. All right. Suyu nodded, then pulled a few wooden carts out of her backpack. After getting the black dragon's permission, she called Vivian and the others in to help pack things up. Lyle and you finally got to see a dragon's hoard as they'd wished, while Vivian, after being dazzled by the sight yet again, just rolled her eyes at the black dragon behind its back. Once everything was packed up, Suyu greeted the black dragon and prepared to leave. Just then, she suddenly felt something move in her pocket, and a white blur shot off in a certain direction. Suyu didn't even have time to call out to the white ermine before the black dragon reacted even faster. Hey, you little thing, stop right there. With a whoosh, the black dragon flew over to the ermine, coiling its body around it and trying to pry open its mouth with its claws, but it was still a step too late. With a gulp, the ermine swallowed whatever it had grabbed. Black dragon. Suyu and the others, hiss. Suyu thought for a moment and decided not to worry about how to get the hostage, no, the ermine, back just yet. She wanted to figure out what exactly the ermine had eaten that could make the black dragon so agitated. But before she could organize her thoughts, she heard a dragon's roar. Spit it out right now. That's a flood dragon's core. If you eat that, you'll die. As it spoke, the black dragon shook the ermine back and forth. Suddenly, with a little plop, the ermine went limp and collapsed on the ground. Black dragon. How dare you play dead after eating my stuff? Suyu was startled by the scene and hurried over to check on the ermine. Treasure-seeking white ermine. Level 6896/2000. Potential 90 plus 5. Skills: intermediate tracking, beginner treasure-seeking, activated, combat bloodline, locked. Status: sleeping, evolving. Description: a white ermine that looks ordinary, but is actually anything but. Loves berries and meat, not picky at all, will eat anything, but its absolute favorite is the phoenix tree fruit. Feeding it phoenix tree fruit can significantly boost all its stats. Seeing that it was only asleep, Suyu breathed a sigh of relief, but then started to get a headache. Not only did the ermine not get hurt from eating the flood dragon's core, it actually started evolving and even unlocked its combat bloodline. But now she'd really landed herself in a mess. She had no idea how much the black dragon cared about that flood dragon core. If it did, there was no way she could pay it back. It's fine. It just ate the flood dragon core and is evolving now. Suyu thought for a moment, then decided to just tell the truth. But the black dragon was utterly shocked by her answer. How could it be fine? That was a flood dragon's core. Suyu stroked the ermine, putting it back in her pocket as she said, maybe it's because it has the bloodline of a treasure-seeking beast, and its potential is really high. A treasure beast's bloodline? And with such high potential? Then maybe it really will be fine. The black dragon let out a sigh of relief, but then seemed to realize something was off. Human, your pet ate my flood dragon's inner core. What do you propose we do about that? Suyu, who had originally hoped to muddle through, could only sigh helplessly. So, what do you want to do? Either way, you're not getting the inner core back. The white ermine had already swallowed it and evolved. She couldn't just conjure up another one, could she? Seeing the black dragon's eyes spinning slyly, Suyu knew it was definitely up to no good. So, after a moment's thought, she quickly pulled the white ermine out of her pocket before the dragon could speak. If it comes to it, I'll just give you this white ermine. After all, it was the one who ate it. Do with it as you please. After all, dragons were ancient beasts. Unless there was some mortal grudge, they wouldn't really do anything to a treasure beast's descendant. The black dragon was dumbfounded by her move, so shocked it nearly lost its composure. What would it want with this thing? It couldn't eat it, it wasn't pretty, and you couldn't hit or scold it. Plus, it was a troublemaker. But seeing Suyu's serious expression, the black dragon choked on its words. All its complicated schemes and ideas instantly vanished. In the end, it forced out a few words, "Help me take a bath, and we'll call it even." Suyu beamed at the black dragon. This was exactly what she'd been waiting for. Alrighty. You liar, come help Lord Dragon with his bath. Black dragon, damn it, what a loss. Everyone's here, got your things? Let's go, let's go. Congratulations on clearing the sunken underwater maze, defeating the Guardian, and merging the maze. Relevant rewards have been sent to the quest hall. Suyu glanced at the time, 21D-0H-12M-42S. So it was already the 21st day. Since it was the middle of the night, and everyone was exhausted from a day in the maze, clearly no one had the energy to divvy up the loot right now. Suyu led everyone to lock up all the items awaiting distribution in the nearest residential house, then everyone went their separate ways to rest. Around 10 in the morning, Suyu finally woke up. She glanced at the white ermine still sleeping beside her, scratched her head, and got ready to get up. The first thing she did after getting up was to head to the post station to find Tang Lu and divvy up yesterday's spoils. Aside from the third maze's treasure chest and the items Suyu got back from the Black Dragon, everything from the first and second mazes and the Guardian Beast's drops were all here. I heard about what happened yesterday. Let's split it 70-30. It wasn't that Tang Lu didn't want a bigger share, even 60-40 would have been fine, but her team's performance had honestly been pretty poor. The spirit medium did help find the way, but only after being inspired by Suyu. The trap master did help crack the mechanisms, but again, it was only after Suyu's hints. As for the fight with the Guardian Beast, don't even mention it. Some people didn't even follow orders and acted on their own. Honestly, Tang Lu felt she had no face to ask for a bigger share. Especially since Suyu had given them all the loot from the third maze, she felt even more embarrassed to ask for more. Let's leave it at that then. If the caravan had performed even a little better yesterday, Suyu might have been more polite about it. But with how things went, they were only slightly above average. Their biggest contribution was providing a lot of firepower against the Guardian Beast, and that was about it. If she hadn't been short on people, Suyu could have led her own territory's folks to clear the ruin herself. Even if they couldn't beat the Guardian Beast, there were other ways to clear it. The only difference would have been less loot. Since both sides had agreed on the split, the rest of the distribution went smoothly. Once everything was divided, Tang Lu mentioned that the caravan would be leaving soon. We'd originally planned to rest here for 2 or 3 days, but because of earlier events, we've already been delayed 8 or 9 days. By earlier events, she meant the spatial pouch and the recipe incident. Because of that, Tang Lu had been gone for 7 days, and the caravan had stayed here an extra week. Plus, they'd spent another day exploring the ruins. Big caravans are always busy, especially with Tang Lu as the deputy leader in charge of a whole large caravan. In that case, I wish you a safe journey, Captain Tang. Here's the medicinal properties and some recipes for the Cold Wind Valley herbs. Since the Tianhong caravan wanted to monopolize the Cold Wind Valley herbs, knowing their properties and recipes was crucial. Otherwise, if they didn't know what the herbs did, they'd be no different from roadside weeds. Of course, they could research and experiment themselves, but that would cost time and money. Since Suyu already knew all this, she was happy to use it as a favor. After all, she really liked Tang Lu's personality and wanted to build a good relationship. Tang Lu was momentarily stunned, then nodded, put the things away, and returned to the post station. After she left, Suyu began sorting her share of the loot. All the opened materials were sorted and sent to the various shops belonging to her territory. The rest, which weren't immediately useful, were sent to storage. There were also 2 unopened chests left. The first was the reward for merging the mazes. Tang Lu hadn't wanted it or opened it, and had given it straight to Suyu. The second was a locked chest, similar to the one they'd gotten from the long-tailed crocodile. It would take time to open, and since the caravan was leaving soon, they didn't have time or space to deal with it, so they left it with Suyu. Suyu casually hired a few loyal residents to help clean up the materials, with Lake overseeing them, while she took the 2 chests to the tailor shop. Seeing yet another chest, Dolly's eyelid twitched. Before Suyu could say anything, she skillfully took the unlocked chest. With a click, Suyu saw a stack of cards inside. And a stack wasn't an exaggeration, it was literally as thick as a book. When Suyu picked them up, the notification was a long list. Obtained random miscellaneous book card X10. Obtained random skill book card X10. Obtained random literature book card X10. Obtained random folk book card X10. Obtained random ancient book card X5. What's this? Dolly stared blankly at the pile of cards she'd just opened, then looked up at Suyu in confusion. She didn't know what they were, but judging by Suyu's expression, they must be pretty good. Book cards. Now we can build a library in the territory. With a library, the residents would finally have a place to improve their stats and knowledge. This was the umpteenth time Dolly had opened a chest, and it was also the umpteenth time Suyu marveled at Dolly's luck. Although it wasn't as if she ever pulled out some priceless treasure, every time it was exactly what she needed. The previous times it had been phoenix wood and the remnant soul of a statue. Now it was books and cards. As for this locked chest, Dolly didn't know how to pick locks, so she left it alone. Suyu didn't have time to study it either, so she planned to hand it over to Kanglin and have her forge a key to open it the proper way. After that, Suyu built a library and recruited another batch of people. By around noon, the population of the territory had surpassed 50. Congratulations! Sunset Territory has reached the requirements to upgrade to a small village. Would you like to upgrade your territory? Yes/no. Since there was no time-limited quest to worry about this time, Suyu went ahead and upgraded directly. Congratulations! Sunset Territory has met the upgrade requirements and has successfully been upgraded to a small village. The upgrade rewards have been placed in a chest in the quest hall. Besides upgrading the territory, Suyu also checked the progress of the Develop the Territory 2 quest. Quest objective: develop the territory's economy by building shops so that the number of operational shops reaches 20, 17/20ths, and the number of profitable shops reaches 10, August 10th. The 3 new profitable shops were the training ground, the craftsman's workshop, and the general store. Although the general store wasn't owned by the territory, the quest only required profitable shops. It didn't specify that they had to be hers, so it counted. Overall, the quest was progressing smoothly. She'd definitely finish it before day 30. After that, Suyu went to the quest hall to open chests. At this point, there were 2 chests in the hall, one from clearing the ruins, and one from just upgrading the territory. Suyu thought about it and decided not to bother Dolly. She was busy with her own shop. Suyu drank a bottle of intermediate luck potion herself, and while the effect was active, she opened both chests. Territory upgrade chest. Received recruitment card X1. Received selectable intermediate building card X3. Received random animal egg X5. Maze chest. Received damaged relic. Broken ever-changing mechanism array X1. When she saw the recruitment card, Suyu was thrilled. When she saw the intermediate building cards and random animal eggs, a smile appeared on her face. But when she saw damaged relic, broken ever-changing mechanism array, her smile froze. Damaged relic, broken ever-changing mechanism array, reparable. Category, special. Quality, gold. Damage, 89%. 0% means undamaged. 100% means completely destroyed. At 100% damage, the item may be destroyed, or it may survive but require massive resources to repair. Description: a mechanism array crafted with the utmost dedication by the ancient mechanism god Tulu. It contains countless mechanism arrays from across the world. The ever-changing mechanism array can select any mechanism formation at any time. By using it as the main switch and adding the corresponding materials, you can instantly set up the chosen array. It also has a recording function, able to store countless mechanism arrays for use. Using Q to set up an array will cause some damage. The more complex the array, the greater the damage. This damage can be repaired. Suyu. My luck has turned. People who don't understand mechanism arrays might not realize the value of Q. Setting up a mechanism array isn't just about the materials. The hardest part is the process itself. It's like setting up dominoes. If you accidentally knock one over, all your work is wasted. But with Q, all she had to do was choose a mechanism array, place Q in position, and insert the required materials. Q would automatically set up the array for her. No wonder it was a relic crafted by the ancient mechanism god. The only pity was that the damage was so high. So you didn't dare use it. If it hit 100% and shattered, what would she do? This was something handed down from 10,000 years ago. If it were destroyed in her hands, even if no one else knew, Siyu herself would feel like a criminal. Thinking this, Siyu put it in her backpack, planning to store it in the safe at her lord's manor for safekeeping. As for repairing it, she'd need either a mechanism master or a repair master. But this was a gold quality, top-tier item. At the very least, the mechanism master or repair master would need to be at expert, maybe even master level, to have a chance at repairing it. For her and for Dolly, who was only an intermediate repair master, that was still a long way off. After putting Q in the safe, Siyu took the recruitment card to the tavern. The tavern had actually refreshed yesterday afternoon, but she'd spent all day in the maze, so she hadn't recruited anyone. Now, with the recruitment card, she could recruit 3 people at once. From the 4 options in the tavern, Siyu chose a mid-level librarian named Ed. Ed. Gender, male. Age, young adult. Loyalty, 65. Favorability, 25. Talents, learning, 85. Literature, 70. Skills, intermediate librarian skills, basic writing skills, bottlenecked. Traits, erudite, possesses greater knowledge and learning ability, arrogant, proud of his expertise, dislikes interacting with those less skilled than himself. A librarian can boost the library building. As long as he's there, anyone reading in the library will gain more attributes. Plus, librarians have extremely high knowledge stats. They can write books and copy them. Librarians can also manage the library, from organizing books to collecting rental fees. They're professionals. Since she'd just gotten a batch of books and built the library, Ed was the perfect fit. Recruit Ed. This NPC is on their way to your territory. Estimated arrival. Use recruitment card to refresh tavern recruitment list. Recruitment card detected. Tavern recruitment list refreshed. As the tavern list refreshed, Siyu noticed something surprising. She'd used recruitment cards a few times before. Normally, the card gave 5 options and she could pick 2. But this time, while there were 5 slots, there were actually 6 people. In other words, 1 slot had 2 people. And the identities and backstories of these 2 were especially intriguing. Just looking at the talents and skills of these 2 alone, they're absolutely top tier. Lin Chin has a whopping 90 in brewing talent, and her skill level is already at the intermediate bottleneck. Her farming talent is a bit lower, but since she won't be working the fields, it's still a nice bonus. As for Lin Mu, she's even more impressive. She has 2 talents in the 80s, both in skills the territory currently lacks. One skill is at intermediate level, the other at the basic bottleneck. Truly impressive. But being impressive comes at a price. Both of them have extremely low starting loyalty and affection. Normally, when recruiting people from the tavern, excluding those with traits that specifically increase or decrease loyalty or affection, starting loyalty is usually between 60 and 80, and affection between 10 and 30. Even someone as strong as Mike had at least 60 loyalty. But these 2 don't even reach 50. Are they stronger than Mike? Obviously not. Mike is a mage with a 90 talent and a dual-element mage at that. But as soon as Siyu saw the info below their profiles, she immediately understood why their numbers were so low. They were stowaways to Sunset Continent. They weren't even natives. Rather than saying their loyalty to the territory is low, it's more accurate to say their loyalty to the entire Sunset Continent is low. In fact, what 99% of people on Sunset Continent don't know is that there are actually 4 continents in this world: Sunset Continent, West, Main Continent, Sunrise Continent, East, Glacier Continent, North, and Wasteland Continent. South, Deadlands. In the original game, the other 3 continents weren't accessible. Players could only find references to them in books, illustrations, or legends and ruins. Although there wasn't much more info, so you reasonably suspected that Lin Chin and Lin Mu were sisters. After all, their names were similar and had corresponding meanings. One means morning, the other evening. Plus, they appeared together on the recruitment list, and both were marked as stowaways. So you hesitated for a long time, unsure whether to recruit them. In the original game, the other 3 continents weren't open, so there were no stowaways. She'd never seen or recruited anyone in this status before. The other 4 candidates weren't bad either. Among them was an intermediate brewer with a single talent, 80, and an intermediate animal husbandry expert also with a single talent, 80. Of the remaining 2, one had a high talent, 90, and advanced fishing skill, and the other had a high talent, 90, and intermediate building skill, bottleneck. All 4 had neutral traits, nothing particularly good or bad, so you could pick them without worry. Honestly, with all the candidates being so strong, the sisters' status and ultra-low loyalty became the main reason so you couldn't choose them. Even though you even wondered, since it's a pick 2 out of 5, if one option is the pair of sisters, could she recruit 3 people instead? While that was probably doable, you still gave up on them. Besides their low loyalty, their stowaway status could bring trouble no one knew for sure. You sighed and ultimately ignored the sisters, choosing instead to recruit the high talent, 90, intermediate builder, bottleneck, and the talent, 80, intermediate animal husbandry expert. She chose the builder because the territory was about to start a lot of construction. Whether upgrading or building new structures, having a builder would make things much easier. The reason for picking the animal husbandry expert was even simpler. She'd just acquired some chickens, cows, and sheep a few days ago. So you didn't have time to care for them herself, and the temporary helpers she'd hired could only keep the animals from starving, nothing more. So you breathed a sigh of relief, then glanced at the 3 intermediate building card, choose 1 items in her inventory, as well as 5 random animal eggs. She planned to let Sit handle the eggs once she arrived, since they needed to be incubated. So you didn't have the time or the confidence to trust anyone else with them. This was a job for a professional. As for the choose 1 intermediate building card, she looked over the list of available buildings and quickly selected 3. Used intermediate building card X1, chose level 2 wishing pool. Used intermediate building card X1, chose level 2 water storage. Used intermediate building card X1, chose level 2 water storage. Both the wishing pool and water storage were buildings so you currently lacked the materials to construct. The wishing pool works similarly to a shrine. One is for worship and offering buffs. The other grants buffs by tossing in coins and making wishes. The water storage is basically a reservoir, prepared for possible droughts. A level 1 water storage holds the equivalent of 1,000 bottles of water. Level 2 holds 2,000. With 2, that's 4,000 bottles. Assuming each person needs at least 3 bottles a day, 2 level 2 water storages would be enough to supply everyone in Sunset Territory with water for nearly a month. Plus, there are wells for drawing water, berries, and other foods for hydration, and droughts don't usually last that long. So, this disaster prep was about 1/5 complete. As for the remaining 4/5, Lord, something's wrong. There are suddenly a lot of wounded people in the territory, and Sister Vivian can't handle them all. Bugua ran up to Suyu, grabbed her hand, and started pulling her toward the infirmary. Snapping back to her senses, Suyu let go of Bugua's hand and hurried toward the infirmary on her own. As for Bugua, with her short arms and legs, Suyu was worried she wouldn't be able to keep up and might fall, so she didn't pull her along. Besides, there were other things Bugua needed to do. When Suyu arrived at the infirmary, she was greeted by utter chaos. The air was thick with the smell of blood, and the cries of people in pain echoed all around. Of course, there were also those who couldn't even cry out, either because they'd passed out from the pain or, worse, from blood loss. The former was manageable, but if it was the latter and they weren't treated soon, it could be fatal. Vivian looked pale, but not from discomfort. Her mood was just terrible. Understandably so, with the overwhelming stench of blood and the constant noise. Who could stay in a good mood under these conditions? Even so, she was still diligently using magic to heal the wounded. Vivian did enjoy seeing strong emotions on people's faces, but what she liked were emotional reactions on a psychological level, not physical ones like pain. Next, Vivian said expressionlessly. Immediately, someone helped move the newly treated patient aside to administer medicine, while another person brought over the next patient. Seeing how orderly things were, Siyu breathed a sigh of relief. You focus on healing, I'll take care of the medicine, Siyu said. She wasn't an alchemist or a doctor, but she knew how to mix medicines. She'd memorized all the recipes, after all. Vivian focused on her healing without replying, but she gave a barely noticeable nod. A few minutes later, Yu hurried in. Bugua wanted to follow, but Dory, who'd heard the news, took her back to the sewing shop. The scene inside was far too bloody for a child. Even though Bugua was a rather unusual kid and had probably seen her share of such things, it was still better to keep her away if possible. Are there any wounds that haven't healed yet? You couldn't restore blood, but she could help treat wounds, which would lighten Vivian's burden and allow her to focus on blood restoration. Siyu worked quickly, multitasking as she mixed medicines and grabbed someone to ask what had happened. This person was injured too, but only had a shallow cut, less than a finger's length. Compared to the others, who were nearly bleeding out, he was in pretty good shape, so he was able to answer her questions. We were all down by the southern shore collecting materials for a quest, but he took a deep breath, as if recalling something terrifying, his expression twisting. Calm down. You're back now. You're safe, Siyu said, frowning slightly. His mental state seemed off, but since she didn't know the full story yet, she could only patiently comfort him. After about a minute, he finally calmed down. He apologized to Siyu, then continued where he'd left off. It was our own greed, really. The bounty board clearly warned us not to step onto the beach, but we went anyway. So you could already guess the rest. None of these people had any real combat ability. At best, they knew how to brawl, but that was useless against monsters. So, they went to the beach, encountered monsters, and ended up like this. It all seemed reasonable enough, but was it really that simple? For instance, why did they go to the beach in the first place? It's one thing for a single person to risk their life for no reason, but 5 people? 10? A dozen? All going to the beach without any reason or anyone stopping them. It couldn't be that they all lost their minds at the same time, right? The man's next words confirmed Suyu's suspicions. They hadn't gone to the beach willingly at all. It's strange. I still can't figure out why I went to the beach. The others are the same. We just saw the beach and couldn't stop ourselves from going over. Not only that, but they weren't even clear on what happened once they were there. All they knew was that they went to the beach and were attacked by monsters. As for what kind of monsters, how many there were, or how they were injured, they had no idea. They didn't even know how they got back. Siyu, this was more than a little creepy. Could they have been hypnotized? Wait, hypnosis? Think carefully. Did you see or hear anything unusual? Siyu had a bold guess. If she was right, she'd need to take people to the beach and clear out whatever was there as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be impossible to collect resources from that area, especially sand. The man frowned and thought hard, but his head just ached dully. Seeing that he really couldn't remember, Siyu didn't push him further. He was still a patient, after all. If I had to say, I think I heard something. This time, it was someone else who spoke up, a person who'd just taken some medicine. Maybe he realized this was serious, so he didn't try to hide anything. I vaguely remember hearing some kind of melody, but I'm not sure if I really heard it. It was very brief. Just as she suspected. A siren. Siyu's heart skipped a beat. She quickly finished setting out the medicines she'd prepared, gave a few instructions to you and Vivian, and then hurried to the city lord's mansion to issue an announcement. Territory announcement. In recent days, sirens have been sighted along the southern coast. Please exercise caution. If you must go south, bring items or tools that can block out sound. After posting this announcement, CU issued a second one calling for volunteers to clear out the coastal area. Since this task was risky, CU offered generous rewards, including but not limited to money, territory contribution points, for residents only, equipment, and tools. She happened to have a wide variety of items from the trade caravans and ruins, and plenty of them. She could easily use all the surplus items from her territory as rewards. Of course, the announcement itself didn't actually have a quest function. It was simply to let everyone know that there was an action they could participate in. If C wanted to gather people, she still needed to post a bounty, and this time it was a team bounty. Clear the coastal area, team bounty. Posted by the Lord. Objective: completely clear all monsters from the Southern Sea region, 0/1. Rewards: 1 gold coin, base reward, 100 territory contribution points, territory residents only, and others. Application requirements: meet any one of the following. Application fee is 5 silver coins, fully refunded if you show up for the quest. 1. Possess at least 1 combat skill at intermediate level or above. 2. Special combat professions such as mage or puppeteer, no level restriction. 3. Bard, no level restriction, but only one will be recruited, 0/1. 4. Healer, no level restriction, but only 2 will be recruited, 0/2. Team size, 0/30, recruiting 30 people. Application deadline, 22 days, 20 hours, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. Action time, 23 days, 8 hours, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. Today was the 21st day. Although Sue was eager to resolve the C issue quickly, recruitment took time. If she rushed it and couldn't find enough people, it would be pointless. So, the application deadline was set for 8 p.m. tomorrow, and the action would begin at 8 a.m. the day after. Sue wasn't worried about a lack of applicants. The base reward was just too generous. 1 gold coin was worth 10,000 copper coins, while an ordinary person could only earn 40 or 50 copper coins a day. Even though people with intermediate combat skills could earn money faster than average, unless they were extremely lucky or had abilities like Duoya, who could solo a tiger, it would still take them at least 2 months to save up a single gold coin. The territory had just been upgraded, so there were more people than ever. There was no shortage of combatants. Sure enough, less than 5 minutes after Siu posted the bounty, she already had 3 applicants. One was Duoya, but the other 2 were travelers who had just arrived in the territory today. One of them had an advanced melee skill, and the other had an intermediate melee skill. Both met the requirements and were the most common types of fighters on the continent. After approving these 3, the number on the bounty board changed from 0/30 to 3/30. The speed was so fast that those who had been hesitating immediately sprang into action, afraid to miss out on such a lucrative opportunity. So, for the next while, C was almost entirely occupied with processing applications. The applications were all over the place. Some had combat skills, but didn't meet the level requirement, while others didn't have any combat skills at all. But they weren't really trying to cause trouble. They genuinely wanted to join for the money. 1 gold coin was just too much. Because the reward was so high, people were willing to try their luck and apply anyway. What if they got accepted? If they did, the territory couldn't just kick them out, right? After all, it was the territory that approved their application, so it wouldn't be their fault. Plus, they'd already paid the application fee. So you could guess what they were thinking, so she was especially careful during the review process, afraid she might accidentally approve some oddball applicants. Although the system could filter applications automatically, it wasn't precise enough. Some niche skills might look strange, but could actually be useful for this mission, like bards, musicians, or deep-sea exploration. So you could even check their traits and profiles to pick out people who were good swimmers or had rich experience with the sea, since the mission would take place on the water. These were things the system's filters couldn't do. After all this, the first batch of applicants was finally screened, and the current team count was 12/30. Although the first hour saw the most applications and numbers would likely slow down afterward, at this rate, there'd be no problem reaching 30 by 8 p.m. tomorrow. After all, among these 12, only Duoya was from the territory, Lyle, and the others hadn't even applied yet. Leaving the city hall, Sue saw a young woman standing at the door. Maybe it was from looking at so many applications, but she thought the girl looked familiar. Had they met before? Hello, Lord Sue. I'm Aru, from Captain Yunli's caravan. We've met before. As soon as she saw Sue come out, Aru stepped forward to introduce herself, and Sue finally remembered where she'd seen her. Seeing her here, Sue was a bit surprised, but still greeted her. Are you here alone, or is your group acting together? Aru smiled and nodded. We came together. Captain Yunli and the others are settling in at the inn. I was just in a hurry, so I came over first. Sue acknowledged this and waited quietly for her to continue. In a hurry? But for what? Well, I'd like to rent a shop in Sunset Territory to open a dessert shop. Since they'd met before, Aru felt a bit more comfortable and got right to the point. As for why Yunli came along, Aru said she didn't know, but Yunli had mentioned she had something to discuss with Sue privately. Of course you can open a dessert shop. Right now, rent is 3 gold coins per month, and you can rent for up to a year at a time. Although they'd met, they weren't particularly close, not even a real conversation before this. Sue wasn't about to give her a discount just because they'd met once, and Aru clearly didn't expect one. I'll rent for 2 months to start, and I'd also like to rent a private house to live in. Is that possible, Lord Sue? Thanks to a recent windfall, everyone in the caravan had received 7 or 8 gold coins, and with what she'd saved before, Aru was pretty well off. Of course, if she rented for 2 months and got a house, she'd basically be putting all her savings into this. That's fine. If you want a private room, you can stay in the residential houses. Each has 2 rooms, and the rent is 6 silver coins per month, about 20 copper coins per day. Aside from the occupied rooms, you can choose any vacant one you like. Previously, people couldn't choose their rooms because housing was free, but now that she was paying rent, she could pick whichever she wanted. After discussing a few more details, both parties went ahead and signed the contract. In order to open her shop as soon as possible, Aru gritted her teeth and handed over her last 2 gold coins, asking the territory for help to build her dessert shop. Sue accepted the payment, immediately went to the warehouse to fetch materials, and then constructed the dessert shop at the location Aru had chosen. Afterwards, she headed to find Yunli at the spot Aru had indicated. So what you're saying is, you want to join Sunset Territory and become its caravan? Sue narrowed her eyes, feeling both puzzled and just as she'd expected. Actually, when Aru mentioned that Yunli wanted to talk to her, Sue had already guessed as much. After all, what business would a caravan leader have with a territory lord, other than discussing cooperation? It would either be a partnership like the current arrangement with the Tianhong caravan, where they help transport resources, or joining the territory outright and becoming its resident caravan. But since Yunli's group was just a small, unnamed caravan, they clearly didn't have the capacity for the first option, so the answer was obvious. Yes. I've already asked everyone before. Those willing to join Sunset Territory with me have come along, and I won't force anyone who doesn't want to. Since they came of their own accord, their initial loyalty would naturally be high. But Suyu's main concern wasn't this. Instead, she asked, does Aru not know about this? Or is she not planning to join Sunset Territory? If Aru joined, she wouldn't need to rent a house, since with her skills, Suyu could assign her one for free. But previously, Aru had only mentioned renting a shop, not joining the territory, so Suyu had charged her accordingly. Yunli paused, recalling Aru's odd behavior on the road these past few days, and finally realized why. It must be a misunderstanding. I don't think I explained it clearly to her before. She's always thought we just came along to protect her. Yunli looked a little embarrassed at the misunderstanding. Suyu is equally speechless. She's renting Residence 11. You'd better go explain things to her. If she wants to join the territory, I'll refund her rent. If you're all joining, Discuss it early so I can arrange housing for you nearby. Compared to a few silver coins rent, a resident with skills was clearly much more valuable. If Siu could buy skilled residents with money, she'd have done it already. She certainly wouldn't be stingy. Of course, Siu would never use join Sunset Territory and get paid as a recruitment tactic. Residents who came just for money wouldn't be truly loyal, and if they took the money and ran, she'd lose both people and funds, a double loss. That said, Siu definitely hoped Yunli and the others would join. Not to mention the others, Aru and Yunli, Uncle Feng who helped with bargaining, and Tong Lin who used a dagger. All of them clearly had skills. Recruiting so many skilled residents at once would make Siu very happy. By the afternoon of the 22nd day, around 3 p.m., all 30 slots for Suyu's team bounty had been filled. At the same time, she had prepared all the items and tools needed for the upcoming event. The two most important were a water attribute potion and a set of diving gear that Tang Lu had specially helped bring. There were 5 sets of diving gear in total, and Siu planned to bring them all. After clearing out the monsters on the beach, she could have a few people who were good swimmers explore the seabed. Even if they didn't find any ocean treasures, they might at least discover some local specialties. But before that, Siu welcomed a few special guests, the elves who had come 5 days ago to take the elven princess away. Siu was unfamiliar with most of these elves, except for Lingxi. Lord Siu, could you check if everything here is correct? Lingxi smiled as she pushed 3 large chests in front of Siu. Siu took a quick look. One chest was filled with red and black soil, enough to upgrade at least 30 plots of farmland to advanced farmland. The second chest contained various seeds, special tree lumber, and an elven planting manual that Siu had requested. The third chest held 23 bottles, 3 bottles of white dew water, and 20 bottles of regular elven spring water. White dew water was used to upgrade advanced farmland to max-level farms. Each bottle contained 100 drops, and it took 10 drops to upgrade a farm, so this was just enough to upgrade 30 advanced farmlands to max level. How thoughtful. The quantities were so precise, it was clear the elves had calculated everything carefully for her. Although she'd already upgraded some farmland, meaning there'd be some extra red and black soil, it didn't matter. She was planning to expand her farmland anyway. Yusin had recruited 2 new helpers, and according to him, they were learning quickly and would soon be able to manage some of the farmland work independently. Lingxi said, as long as Lord Siu is satisfied. The total comes to 280 gold coins. Hearing this, Siu glanced at her, then unhesitatingly handed over 280 gold coins. Of these, the spring water accounted for the bulk of the value, 200 gold coins. The remaining 80 gold coins covered the other 2 chests, so each item was actually quite cheap. Siu knew this was because the elves had a high favorability toward her, which came with a built-in discount. Plus, she had just saved the elven princess, so even though she insisted on paying, the elves would never charge her their usual prices. Now that the transaction is complete, we'll take our leave. Lingxi took the money, bowed to Siu, and handed her something like an envelope. This is our elven spirit bird. Just write what you need on a piece of paper, put it in the envelope, and it will deliver your message to us. Thank you, Siu replied. Lingxi and the other elves bowed in gratitude, then left the territory. Siu looked at the envelope in her hand. Normally, an envelope would feel smooth, but this one felt rough to the touch. It wasn't due to poor quality, but because it wasn't an envelope at all. Just as Lingxi had said, this was a spirit bird. The envelope was merely its disguise, not its true form. She had previously obtained a spirit bird as well, and it was said there were fewer than 100 of them in the world. The elves only entrust spirit birds to humans or other beings who have a good relationship with their kind. These spirit birds are bonded to their owners. Once given to Siu, the bird belongs to her alone, and no one else can use it. Even if someone else tries to put a letter inside, the spirit bird won't deliver it. If the owner dies, the spirit bird will return to the elves carrying their obituary. In short, this spirit bird is proof of Suyu's friendly ties with the elves. As long as she doesn't mess things up, there's a good chance she'll be able to deepen her relationship with them in the future. After obtaining the materials, Siyu first headed over to Yusin. She handed him the elves' planting manual, and while he was still staring in bewilderment, his expression quickly shifted to one of ecstatic delight as she upgraded all the empty farmland. I've given you permission to upgrade the farmland. Once the crops are harvested, focus on upgrading them, she said. Thanks to Yusin's hard work, the food reserves in the warehouse had grown considerably. Besides, there were now bounty board requests for beast meat and other edible plants, so it was the perfect time to upgrade the farmland quickly. Why yes. Yusin's hands trembled as he held the elves' planting manual, and he could barely form a coherent sentence. He was just that excited. The elves' reputation for their planting skills was well known. As someone with the planting skill, Yusin was passionate about the craft and understood it deeply. So when he saw the manual's detailed descriptions of every plant's cultivation process, he couldn't help but get worked up. But he quickly calmed down, remembering there was something else he needed to discuss with Siyu. Yusin said, "These are the seeds I've improved recently, my lord. Please take a look and decide which ones we should keep." Efficiency improved cotton seeds, reduced planting time. Mutant improved red grass seeds, chance to grow mutant red grass. Harvest improved berry seeds, double the number of harvests. There were quite a few seeds, 15 or 16 types in all. Some improved for efficiency, some for mutation, some for variety, and some for yield. Although all of them were successful improvements, some were duplicates. So you picked out the best among the duplicates for Yusin to plant. These can be used right away. By that, she meant these seeds didn't need further improvement for now. Of course, that didn't mean they'd reach their maximum potential, just that Yusin's current abilities could only take them this far. Given that, there was no point wasting more time. Besides, Siyu had bought so many seeds, she didn't want to put all her eggs in one basket. As for these are the mutant improved ones. Set them aside and plant them separately with growth fertilizer. Let's see what kind of mutations we get. There were many possible mutations, and Siyu wouldn't know what kind until they grew, so Yusin would have to experiment. With the farmland upgraded and the elves' planting manual delivered, Siyu headed to the warehouse to gather materials for building a hot spring and a bathhouse. Consume composite marble slab X50, golden forest wood X500, common elven spring water X100 to build a hot spring. Building hot spring. Estimated time, 12 hours. Consume composite marble slab X20, ranching wood X300, common elven spring water X100 to build a bathhouse. Building bathhouse. Estimated time, 8 hours. Golden forest wood and ranching wood were both purchased from the elves. While the material list for the bathhouse and hot spring didn't require these specific woods, other types of wood, or even generic lumber, would work. Each type of wood had different properties. Golden forest wood was primarily wood element, with a strong fire element secondary property, while ranching wood was water element. Fire is vigorous and suits hot springs. Water is gentle and suits bathhouses. The hot spring helps speed up physical recovery, while the bathhouse relieves fatigue. Ordinary buildings didn't need such high-quality wood, but for structures like bathhouses and hot springs, where the materials could enhance the building's effects, it made sense to use the best combination. The same logic applied to the spring water. You could use clear stream water, filtered seawater, or river water. Any water would do for building a bathhouse or hot spring, but the effect wouldn't compare to elven spring water, even if it was just water from near the spring, not directly from the source. Each building used up one bottle, 100 drops, of spring water. So you plan to save the rest for refining into elven spring water, which could later be used to build a spirit spring that could change talent traits. But that would take quite a while, and she hadn't gathered all the necessary materials yet, so for now she just stored the remaining spring water away. The rest of her time was spent upgrading buildings in the territory. By now, aside from the farmland currently in use, all other buildings had been upgraded to at least level 2. The warehouse, courier station, and well, the 3 most frequently used buildings, had even been upgraded to level 3. Technically, it would be more cost-effective to wait until she recruited the architect Ion before upgrading, but the current building levels were already lagging behind the territory's level. It wasn't just a matter of low level, small space, and not enough room for the growing population. They needed to be upgraded quickly to expand capacity. More importantly, as the territory's level increased, the abilities of visitors, whether travelers or wanderers, also increased. The stronger they were, the higher their expectations for the environment and other conditions. If she couldn't meet their standards, it would be one thing if they just left, but the worst-case scenario would be damaging the territory's reputation. After a busy afternoon, around dusk, Siu finally met with the only woman among the 3 people she'd recruited yesterday, Sit. Like Duoya, Sit had short, neat hair and healthy tan skin. She was cheerful and outgoing, and while she seemed a bit rough around the edges, she always knew her boundaries and never made people uncomfortable. Thanks to her affinity trait, she was friendly with both people and animals, making her easy to like. Recruiting someone like her wasn't difficult, especially since the territory had leveled up and its conditions had improved. It was now much easier to recruit people with intermediate skills, since territory level was a key factor in people's decisions. "Can I take a look at the territory's pasture first?" This was the first thing Zeit said upon seeing Siu. Seeing how motivated Zeit was, Siu naturally had no reason to refuse, so she brought Zeit straight to the ranch. The 5 little animals at the ranch seemed to sense something. As soon as the 2 of them reached the entrance, the animals started bleating, mooing, and clucking noisily. So you could clearly see that when Zeit heard the animals' voices, a sense of joy radiated from her. She seemed to forget there was anyone else present and walked right into the ranch, hugging and petting each of the little animals. After she'd gotten acquainted with the animals, Zeit finally turned back, looking a bit apologetic. "Sorry, I got a little too excited when I saw them." Siu shook her head to show she didn't mind. Not only did she not mind, this was exactly what she hoped to see. Only people who truly like animals will take good care of them. Zeit clearly fit that description. Seeing Siu's reaction, Zeit breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I really like them. Can I live here? If possible, I'd like to join Sunset Territory." Compared to the requests of other residents, Zeit's was actually quite simple. As long as she didn't mind the noise and wanted to live with the animals, it wasn't a problem. All it would take was some materials to build a small house, and the cost of building materials was negligible. You can, but building a new house will take some time. For tonight, you can stay somewhere else, either at the inn, or I can take you to an empty residence later. Almost as soon as Siu agreed, Zeit formally submitted her application to join the territory. Zeit said, "Thank you, my lord. No need to trouble yourself, I'll just stay at the inn for now." Since Zeit had already made her own arrangements, Siu didn't say anything more. She simply took out the 5 random animal eggs she'd gotten earlier and handed them to Zeit. The first thing Zeit did upon seeing the eggs was to ask Siu what kind of animal they were from. She'd cared for many animals and seen many eggs before, but she'd never seen eggs of this size or color. Curious, she wanted to ask so she'd know how to care for them. But Siu didn't know either. After all, they were random eggs, who knew what would hatch from them? "I'm not sure either. Someone found them outside. They're still alive inside, so just take care of them as usual. Whatever hatches, hatches." Zeit, all right then. This was the first time she'd heard someone say, "Whatever hatches, hatches." But seeing that Siu genuinely didn't know, she could only nod and promise to take good care of the 5 eggs. With things at the ranch settled, Siu headed to the library and exchanged all the random book cards she'd collected for actual books. Compared to the size of the library, 40-some books was still too few, but for now it was enough. Siu waited a bit longer, and after confirming that the other 2 recruits wouldn't be arriving today, she returned to the Lord's manor to rest. Back at the manor, the white ferret was still comfortably asleep on her bed. Siu poked it, checked to make sure it was fine, and then went to sleep herself. Siu was woken by the system notification. Since it was already 6 a.m. and only 2 hours remained before departure, she got up to organize her supplies. When the time was almost up, she headed to the assembly point half an hour early. On the way, she stopped by the bounty board to submit the Territory Development 2 quest, tossed the reward into her storage without even checking it, and then headed straight to the tavern. There weren't many convenient gathering spots in the territory, and the tavern was one of them, so it was chosen as the assembly point for this operation. When Siyu arrived at the tavern, there was still about half an hour before departure, but already about a third of the participants had arrived. The early risers like Duoya were all there. Duoya, Siyu called her over and handed her a sack. Come with me to distribute supplies. There's one set for each person, I've already sorted them. Basic supplies for the operation, food, water, healing potions, water resistance potions, and so on were all provided free by the territory. Though it cost quite a bit, it was worth it to increase the chances of success. Siyu and Duoya sat at opposite ends of the bar. Siyu, who could see NPC information, was in charge of roll call to prevent any chance of imposters. Those who answered roll call received a voucher from Siyu, which they took to Duoya to sign for and collect their supplies. Since the supplies were free, everyone was eager, and in no time, the 10 or so people present had all received their share. Later arrivals were informed by those already there and collected their supplies as well. About 20 minutes passed. With 6 or 7 minutes left before departure, 25 people had checked in, just 5 more to go. 3 minutes later, the last 5 arrived, and under Suyu's lead, everyone headed to the southern sea area. According to my previous plan, everyone will split into 2 groups and explore in opposite directions. If you hear any strange sounds, immediately take out the cotton earplugs from your supply pack and put them in. Then send someone to report it. Understood? Everyone, understood. With a unified response, the group split into 2 as Suyu had arranged. No one hesitated or questioned her orders. After all, Siyu had carefully selected these people, rejecting anyone with a bad temper or problematic personality. Those present were either loyal and well-liked residents of Sunset Territory, who would definitely listen to Suyu, or at least to the Lord, or honest, straightforward outsiders like the traders, who, while they might have their own thoughts, wouldn't cause trouble in a group effort. Since the group was split into 2 teams, there naturally had to be 2 captains. As the Lord and the initiator of this mission, she was the obvious choice for one of the captains. No one would be foolish enough to disobey her. As for the other team, Siyu appointed Mike as the captain. Mike was a mage, and his status alone was enough to command respect from most people. What's more, his mage rank had recently broken through its previous limit thanks to the territory's upgrade yesterday. He was no longer just a novice fire mage, but had advanced to an intermediate fire mage. An intermediate mage's combat power was nothing to scoff at, so in terms of strength, he could easily keep everyone in line. Mike was the captain, with Lyre acting as his vice-captain to help manage the team. After all, Mike wasn't exactly skilled at managing people. He was used to working alone and had a bit of a temper. So while he held the title of captain, in reality, he was more like a powerful mascot, helping Lyre keep the second team under control. As for how the members were divided, since Siyu took Vivian with her, Yu was assigned to Mike's team. The 2 healers were split as well. The stronger one went with Mike, while the slightly weaker one stayed with Siyu. The rest of the combat power was distributed evenly, with both melee and ranged fighters on each side. The bard, who had no combat ability but was still brought along, was also on Suyu's team. Since Mike's team had both him and Yu as mages, plus Lyre, Duoya naturally stayed with Suyu. As for Lake, he stayed behind to look after the territory and didn't participate in this operation. The operation to clear the sea area started off quite smoothly. At this time of day, most sea creatures hadn't woken up yet, so there were only a handful of monsters on the beach. The most they encountered was 7 or 8 monsters clustered together, but with a dozen people attacking them, the monsters quickly turned into loot on the ground. To make sure they eliminated the problem at its root, Siyu even had them capture a few different types of monsters, tie them up, and leave them by the shore to howl for help. Hearing the cries of their kin, more monsters floated up from the sea to try and rescue them. But just like whack-a-mole, as soon as they poked their heads out of the water, the team, already lying in wait, either knocked them out or killed them outright. Once they were sure there were no more monsters in the area, so you had everyone bring the tied-up monsters along, moving forward and letting them continue to howl, lying in wait for the next batch of monsters to show up. Sweeping left from the starting point, everything went so smoothly that the group, who had been a bit tense at first, started to relax. Some even began chatting quietly among themselves. This is easier than I thought. When I saw the base reward for this mission was a gold coin, I thought it would be really tough. Exactly. I haven't even had a chance to do anything by the time I get there. The monsters are already dead. I don't even get to show my skills. Isn't easy money a good thing? Why do you all sound so dissatisfied? If you ask me, the easier the better. If we really ran into trouble, you'd all be scrambling to run away. Thinking about it, everyone realized this person had a point. Who wouldn't want to earn money while barely lifting a finger? After all, the reward wouldn't be reduced just because the mission turned out to be easier than expected, so of course they hoped it would stay this simple. If we're talking about easy, that guy has it the easiest. TSK, I don't know who picked him, but how did a bard with no combat ability end up on this mission? Team member A looked enviously, and a little sourly, at the person resting nearby. Team member B, seeing the same person standing there watching them fight without lifting a finger, grumbled, who knows? We're all earning a gold coin, but he gets to just stand there while we have to fight for it. The difference between people is just too much. At first, everyone had been focused on fighting, so hardly anyone noticed. But now, after hearing these two, more and more glances drifted toward the thin young man holding a lyre. Because of this distraction, the red crab monsters they'd been beating back seemed to sense an opportunity. One of them suddenly lunged at the group. With their attention divided, their reaction time slowed. The red crab broke free and was about to swing its sharp claw at their heads, too fast for them to dodge. Whoosh! Just then, an arrow flew out and struck the monster right in the head, finishing it off. Are you trying to get yourselves killed? You have time to chat at a moment like this. The archer, Duoya, frowned and scolded them coldly. The three who had just been saved broke out in a cold sweat. Realizing what had happened, they hurried over to apologize and thank Duoya. Why are you all gathered here? There are more monsters piling up over there. Although they'd split into two teams, Siu had actually divided the 15 people into 3 groups for combat: melee, ranged, and support. She'd just seen the melee group having some trouble and gone over to help. On her way back, she heard Duoya scolding someone. She knew Duoya well enough to know she wouldn't scold people for no reason, so the only explanation was that these 3 had done something wrong. What happened? Siu walked over, looking at the 3 standing in front of Duoya with odd expressions on their faces. The 3 looked at each other, not daring to speak. They all knew Siu as the team leader and the lord. To have developed the territory to this point, no one underestimated her because of her age or anything else. There was an unspoken rule in any mission: if someone made a mistake, the leader had the right to dock part of their pay. They could make up for it with good performance later, but for fairness, any deduction in rewards had to be announced to the whole team, along with the reason, to avoid future disputes or resentment. In other words, if you lost your reward, you lost it. At worst, you could work harder later and make up for it. There were always more chances. But being embarrassed in front of the whole team? That was something no one could erase from everyone's memory. And they all knew Duoya was one of the Lord's trusted people. She had seen everything that just happened, so there was no way for them to hide it unless Duoya was willing to help them. But how could Duoya possibly help them? Facing several pairs of pleading, hopeful eyes, Duoya's frown deepened. They're about to be overwhelmed over there. Go help them first, we'll talk about this later. Siu seemed to understand what was going on, so she didn't insist on dragging things out. She wasn't just trying to ease the tension or give them a way out. The truth was, the others really were struggling to hold off the monster's attacks. After all, aside from Suyu, there were only 15 people in total, with just 12 capable of fighting, excluding Vivian, the healer, and the bard. 3 of them were standing here. That's a whole quarter of their fighting force. We'll head over right away. The 3 were still worried that Duoya might tell Siu what had just happened, but since Siu had already given them a new order, they couldn't disobey. So, as they left, they could only pray that Doya would cover for them, but that was clearly impossible. Just as they expected, as soon as they left, Doya quickly recounted what had happened, her brow still furrowed. So that's how it is. It was understandable for them to feel that way. After all, everyone was getting paid the same, but while some were slacking off and resting, others were fighting hard. It was only natural to feel upset. If it was just some private grumbling, it wouldn't matter, as long as it didn't affect the mission. But they'd almost gotten hurt just now. If Doya hadn't stepped in time, losing 3 fighters would have been a serious blow. Vivian could heal people, but her magic was limited. Until they got materials to make more potions, she had to use her magic sparingly. And even if they had potions, that still wasn't an excuse for their mistake. "Are you going to punish them, my lord?" Doya hesitated, unsure if she should have said all this, but she also knew Siyu wouldn't blame her for speaking up, so she asked anyway. "HM? Why do you ask? I thought you wouldn't care about things like this." Siyu was a little surprised. She hadn't expected Doya to bring it up. Did Doya think they shouldn't be punished? Given Doya's usual indifference, if she thought it wasn't a big deal, she would have just told Siyu and gone back to fighting. But she hadn't left. Instead, she'd asked this question. "It's not that I care," Doya said. "I just don't think it's the right time to punish them." Her meaning was clear. She agreed they deserved punishment, since they'd clearly done something wrong. Siyu had hired them to fight monsters, not to chat, and besides, they'd nearly caused an accident. "Let's hear your thoughts," Siyu said, looking at Doya with interest. Her expression was calm, but she was genuinely curious. Doya felt something was a little off, but she still explained her reasoning. "I think they should be punished, but not right now. If you punish them now, they'll just feel resentful and it'll affect the team's morale. Because, to be fair, they're right, the bard really doesn't seem useful at the moment." Even though Doya knew that since the Lord had specifically recruited a bard, there must be a reason, she understood that only she knew this. The others didn't. This was probably the longest speech Doya had made since joining the territory. That was Suyu's first thought after hearing her out. Siyu asked, "So when do you think they should be punished?" If punishment was necessary but now wasn't the right time, then when would be? Doya thought for a moment. If you're going to punish them, it should be after the bard has proven his worth. The crux of the issue was the slacking bard. If he could prove himself useful, then punishing the others would be justified. They'd have no grounds to complain. And even if they did complain, they could just be kicked out of the team, and no one else would mind. On the other hand, if they were punished before the bard had shown his value, not only would they be dissatisfied, but so would the rest of the team. Just because people weren't saying anything didn't mean they weren't bothered by the bard slacking off. Everyone cared, at least a little. Then, Siyu smiled at Doya and changed the subject entirely. "The monsters here are almost cleared out. Go tell everyone to get ready to move on." Doya was momentarily stunned, but nodded and went to gather everyone as Siyu had instructed. In truth, Doya wasn't wrong. Her thinking was similar to Suyu's. But she'd overlooked one thing. Siyu was the Lord, the one who issued the mission and paid the money. Whether the bard was useful or not, as long as Siyu had brought him onto the team, even if he turned out to be a traitor, that still wasn't a reason for the others to slack off and nearly get themselves hurt. You take the money, you do the job. There's no need for further justification. Why? Because you got paid, isn't that enough? And besides, yes, the bard was idle, that was a fact. But their professions were different. If the bard were a combat class and was slacking off, that would be wrong, but he wasn't. Different roles can't be compared that way. For example, if it were Vivian or the healer who seemed idle, would anyone complain? No, because Vivian is a healing mage and the healer's job is to treat wounds. If they're busy, it means lots of people are hurt, which nobody wants. Would anyone deliberately get themselves injured just to keep Vivian busy? It was the same with the bard, so you recruited him as a precaution. If possible, she'd prefer he had nothing to do all day. But the others didn't know this, so when they saw someone resting while they were busy, it made them unhappy. If Siyu wanted the bard to stay idle, then by Doya's logic, those 3 would never be punished. Doya's reasoning wasn't wrong, but her perspective was different from Suyu's, so her solution conflicted with what Suyu wanted. In less than a minute, Doya had gathered everyone together. They put all the loot onto the cart, then waited for Suyu's orders to move on and continue clearing out the sea monsters. What they hadn't expected was that the first thing Suyu said when she walked over wasn't what they'd anticipated. Instead, she asked them a question. Suyu, does anyone know about or have any understanding of sirens? Everyone was momentarily stunned. They didn't understand why Suyu would ask this, but they all knew there was a high chance they'd encounter sirens on this trip. After all, yesterday's announcement had made that clear. Since they didn't know Suyu's purpose in asking, everyone just looked around at each other in silence. Even Vivian only lifted her eyelids slightly, saying nothing. It's fine if you don't know. I'll give you a brief introduction. The most dangerous thing about sirens is their mental attacks. Their method of attack is through their voices, whether it's ordinary sounds or songs. As long as you hear them, you'll suffer mental damage. While some people didn't know what sirens were, everyone was aware of the power of mental attacks. A long time ago, there was a famous genius, a mad musician. His genius lay in his unparalleled musical talent, his madness, in the evil deeds he committed with his music. The worst and most widely known was this: he once played a piece that drove an entire city mad. In the time it took to play the song, a bustling metropolis became a devil's playground. Driven by the ghostly music, everyone was filled with murderous intent toward those around them. In a single night, blood flowed like rivers, devastation was everywhere, and a living hell was born. One man, one song, slaughtered a city without lifting a finger. This event caused a huge sensation across the continent at the time. That piece was later classified as forbidden, all related materials destroyed, and the madman himself was placed among the top 10 on the list of most notorious villains. The reason the piece drove people insane was that it inflicted massive mental damage, causing people to lose control of their minds and do unimaginable things. To avoid mental attacks, there are currently only two methods. One is to block your ears, but that's limited in effectiveness and mental attacks can penetrate barriers. So, the earplugs I'm giving you can only reduce the damage, they can't make you completely immune. After Suyu's explanation, even those who hadn't understood before now realized how dangerous sirens were and also understood why Suyu had prepared cotton earplugs. But most people still didn't know why Suyu had brought this up now. Only a few glanced at a certain bard who had seemed indifferent to Suyu's words from the start. The second method is to suppress the siren's voice. As long as we can do that, the mental attack won't exist. To ensure everyone's safety, I've made preparations for this as well. You don't need to worry, just focus on completing the mission. With that, Suyu dropped the topic and continued leading everyone to the next area to clear out monsters. During this process, someone discovered a stone stele carved with strange characters. Someone joked that maybe it was a treasure map. After reading the inscription, Suyu glanced thoughtfully out toward the sea. Noon, 12 o'clock. Seeing that everyone had been working hard all morning and not being a slave driver, Suyu told everyone to rest and eat after clearing this area. During the break, everyone could come to her to reclaim the 1 silver coin they'd paid as a registration fee. At the same time, Suyu would pay them 30 silver coins in advance as a deposit. The remaining 70 silver coins would be paid out after the sea was completely cleared, that is, once the mission was complete. Even though it was only a third of the total reward, everyone was still excited. While they didn't think Suyu would withhold their pay, money only feels real when it's in your own hands. When it was the turn of the always laid-back bard to receive his silver coins, he drew quite a bit of attention. But no one said anything, nor did anyone show any obvious dissatisfaction. Even the 3 who had made mistakes earlier, being directly involved, understood the bard's importance as soon as Suyu mentioned the second method of dealing with mental attacks. They felt ashamed and regretful, and these feelings peaked when they received the same amount of silver as everyone else. The first thing they did after getting their coins was to go find Doya. Suyu didn't know what was on their minds, nor what they said to Doya, but from their expressions, she could tell they'd understood her intentions. Suyu didn't care about the small amount of money from fines, She just wanted the operation to go smoothly. If they recognized their mistakes and made up for them, Siu was willing to let bygones be bygones. On the other hand, if they stubbornly clung to their own ideas and caused irreparable losses to the team, or even led to the mission's failure, Siu would make sure they paid the price. In a place this dangerous, a few people disappearing wouldn't be unusual. No one would bother to investigate. A similar scene played out in another team led by Mike. Following the Lord's instructions, Lal first let everyone rest and eat, then refunded their registration fees and paid them 30 silver coins in advance. The pile of gleaming silver instantly fired up everyone's fighting spirit. How about we take a short break and then get back to clearing? There's still so much left to do. Yeah, the sooner we finish, the sooner we can go home. Now that I've eaten, I feel full of energy. Hearing everyone's enthusiastic words, Lal hesitated, but ultimately decided to follow the Lord's orders. Lyle said, "You should all rest properly. We're not pressed for time, and everyone's tired. If someone gets distracted from exhaustion and something happens, there's no medicine for regret in this world." Although Lyle was the vice captain, his public identity was just that of an ordinary person with intermediate melee skills. While others agreed with his reasoning, if they had different opinions, they wouldn't necessarily listen to him. But just as they were about to object, Mike tapped his magic staff. The sound wasn't loud, but it was thunderous. "I said rest, so rest. Why so much nonsense?" Though Mike's words were blunt, even rude, they were far more effective than Lyle's gentle persuasion. Anyone who had been about to argue immediately shut their mouths when the mage spoke. "All right, fine, a break it is. After all, I'm getting paid to slack off." Seeing that everyone had finally settled down, Lal breathed a sigh of relief and quietly thanked Mech. "That's a bit unreasonable of you to say. As if I don't know what the Lord wants. I'm just here as your tool to keep this lot in line," Mech replied. He wasn't stupid. He knew he didn't have the temperament to manage people. If he really had to handle this matter, he wouldn't have tried to persuade everyone to rest. He'd just let them do as they pleased. If they wanted to risk their lives, that was their business, not his. He couldn't be bothered. Even if something happened to them and the mission failed, he wouldn't see it as his fault. That's just the kind of person he was. Not only did he know it, but Siu did too. So, if Siu had really only made him the team leader, Mech would have been the first to object. Putting him in charge would make him more dangerous than any enemy. But when Siu later appointed Lyle as vice captain, Mech had no more objections. He understood his role. He didn't mind being a tool. All he cared about was the ocean delicacies Siu had mentioned: octopus, crab, prawns, conch, fish, clams. Takoyaki, braised prawns, chili crab, stir-fried conch. Tonight, a seafood feast was on the menu. Mech shot Lyle a glance and said, "All right, don't overthink it. Focus on what we need to do next." Even so, Lal still felt a bit embarrassed. Mech's status spoke for itself, not just the other team members. Even Lyle himself held Mech in awe. As for Yui, that went without saying. If Mech hadn't objected, Yui would probably be kneeling and calling him master by now. After resting a bit longer, until most of their fatigue had faded, Mech repeated what Lyle had told him and got everyone moving again. But they hadn't gone far when someone suddenly cried out, "There's a dead body here." The words "dead body" are enough to grab anyone's attention at any time, so everyone instantly turned to look at the person who'd shouted. "Don't look at me. Over there. It's over there." The person, startled by all the attention, pointed in a direction. "Behind that reef, I think I saw 2 bodies lying there." Since the bodies were behind a reef, they couldn't be seen from certain angles, which explained why only he had noticed. "Captain, Vice Captain, should we go check it out?" Dead bodies were scary, but curiosity quickly overcame fear. They all knew not to act on their own, so even though their eyes were glued to that spot, they still waited for Mech and Lyle's decision. "Let's take a look." Mech didn't even wait for Lyle to answer. He knew they had to check it out. Who knew, maybe they'd find some clues on those 2. After all, their biggest enemy on this mission wasn't the regular monsters on the beach, but the sea demons. If these dead bodies were killed by sea demons, they could immediately send someone to alert the other team, since the sea demons would be nearby. Everyone moved together. Even though there don't seem to be any monsters here, stay alert. Healer in the middle. The healer was the only one without combat ability, but also everyone's lifeline, so she needed extra protection. No one objected. In fact, they instinctively surrounded the healer in the center. As they got closer, they saw that the bodies by the reef seemed to be two women. Though their faces weren't visible from their half-prone positions, their long, seaweed-like hair and distinctive clothing made it clear. The two looked rather battered. Their clothes were in tatters, they were soaking wet, and their garments were covered in all sorts of marine plants. They looked as if they'd just been fished out of the water. "Let me through, I'll check." They might not actually be dead. The healer, who happened to be a woman, felt a surge of compassion seeing the two in such a miserable state. She was used to tough situations and wasn't the type to be scared by someone whose fate was uncertain. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared join this mission. So her first reaction wasn't fear, but the urge to save them. "You too, go with her." Lal picked out two other women, both fighters, to accompany the healer and protect her. "The rest of you keep watch and check the area. Make sure nothing slips through." Maybe it was the shock of finding two strangers, but everyone's earlier complacency vanished, and no one objected to Lyle's orders. Even if he hadn't said anything, they would have done it anyway. A few minutes later, the healer finished her examination. She seemed relieved, but her expression remained grave. "They're alive, but they won't last much longer," she said. She was a near-advanced healer, and her professional knowledge told her two things during her examination. First, the two women were suffering from cold and exposure, soaked for a long time. No obvious external injuries, but the prolonged damp and low temperature alone were enough to kill them. Second, she found their appearances and physiques a bit odd, to the point that she almost made a misjudgment during the check. "Start a fire, boil some water, and get clean clothes ready. Does anyone have any warming medicine or herbs? If not, search the nearby forest. I need fire tongue grass and white man." Even though their condition was dire, the healer's compassion made her determined to try and save them. She had plenty of herbs in her kit, but their negative status was too severe. Ordinary herbs would be useless, and might even make things worse. As expected, if the healer didn't have those herbs, none of the fighters would either. So Lal told those who didn't know herbs to stay and start the fire, while those who did should search quickly and return. In addition, because of the sudden appearance of two strangers, Lal had to halt the team's plans and sent someone to find Siyu. "Is there anything I can do to help?" Yui stepped forward, looking straight at the healer. The female healer's eyes lit up when she looked at him, but she immediately frowned, then sighed and shook her head. "I just said, there are no external injuries on them." At the early stages, a water mage's abilities are limited to healing wounds. Restoring blood health is a much more advanced spell for water mages. If only Vivian were here, healers have a wider range of healing methods. Even if she couldn't cure all the negative conditions afflicting these two, just being able to restore some of their health would at least keep them alive a bit longer, buying precious time for treatment. "You too, come help me." The healer took the clean clothes someone handed her. With the help of two other women, she first dried the water off the two patients, changed their clothes, and then brought them over to the campfire. Finally, she fed them both some healing potions. Although their wet clothes were gone and the fire provided some warmth, the two had been exposed to the cold for too long. These measures were like a drop in the bucket. If C were here, she would have noticed that these two were suffering from a whole host of negative status effects. Their condition was as dire as Duoya's after her solo fight with a tiger, nearly on the brink of death. And these weren't just ordinary debuffs, they were stacked in multiple layers. For example, cold, 8 stacks, all actions are slowed. When the stacks exceed 5, continuous HP loss occurs. Chill, 5 stacks, the body is surrounded by cold energy. Until it's fully dispelled, body temperature keeps dropping. The more stacks, the faster the drop. Bone chill, 3 stacks appears when chill exceeds 3 stacks. This reduces the effectiveness of physical heat, and the more stacks, the less effective warmth becomes. Frozen, 6 stacks, prolonged exposure to low temperatures causes this to stack. At 10 stacks, death occurs, freezing to death. Even without seeing a data panel, the healer could sense life slipping away from these two. She was visibly anxious, but powerless. The feeling of helplessness, having to watch someone die right in front of her, filled her completely. She was so preoccupied that she didn't even notice when someone came rushing back from the forest, excited. "I found the herbs." A female warrior, clutching a handful of herbs, hurried over and handed them to the healer. The healer checked the herbs to make sure they were correct, then immediately started brewing a potent anti-cold decoction. After forcing a bowl of the medicine down each patient's throat, the healer finally breathed a sigh of relief, and so did everyone else present. Although they were all strangers, perhaps because of that, there was no animosity between them. No normal person wants to see an innocent stranger die before their eyes, especially when there's still a chance to save them. Will they be all right now? The woman who brought the herbs nervously rubbed her hands together. She'd been in such a hurry that she dug up the herbs with her bare hands, and now her hands were covered in dirt. "I can't guarantee it. The ingredients for this decoction aren't the most potent version. The best ingredients were in the territory's infirmary, but these two clearly wouldn't survive the trip back. So she had to settle for the most common herbs from the forest. In any case, she had truly done her best. But since they managed to hold on until we found them, maybe fortune favors the good. They'll pull through." Though it sounded like self-comfort, it did help a little. The healer glanced at the dirt-covered hands and said, "You'd better go wash up. The sap from this Baiman herb will make your skin itch." It wasn't poisonous and wouldn't cause HP loss, but the itching was still very unpleasant. "Oh, okay." The woman paused, then started rummaging in her backpack for clean water. "No need, I'll help you. Save that water for drinking." You stopped her, summoning several water orbs to envelop her hands. The woman, experiencing magical hand-washing for the first time, was dumbfounded. She wasn't the only one. Everyone else, after their initial shock, looked on with envy. Washing your hands with magic. They wanted to try it too. Forget it, they weren't worthy. But they were worthy of magical grilled meat. When they got back, they were definitely going to have some barbecue. And it had to be grilled with fire magic. About 10 minutes later, the person Lyle had sent to deliver a message returned. "Lord Sue has already notified everyone to regroup. They're right behind me." Since he was alone, he moved faster and came ahead to relay the news. 7 or 8 minutes later, the two groups finally reunited. Vivian went straight to the two unconscious people, first using her healing magic to restore their health, then taking the time to carefully examine their conditions. Soon after, Siu, who had been directing everyone to gather resources by the sea, also came over. Out of habit, she used a detection skill, but when she saw the results, she was stunned. Stowaway. HP, 68 of 300. Stowaway. HP, 73 of 270. Stowaways again? Siu muttered to herself, barely audible. She then joined Vivian to check on the two. When she saw their gender, similar appearance, and the clothes they'd changed out of, which were clearly different from the Sunset Continent style, Siu had her answer. These two were almost certainly Lin Chin and Lin Mu, the pair she'd passed over during the tavern recruitment. Siu could also vaguely guess why they'd ended up in such a miserable state. Since they were stowaways, there were bound to be risks. Life and death could hinge on a single moment. If this were the real world, their survival would be up to luck. But in this data-driven world, their fate was determined by the system. However, because their names were on Suyu's recruitment board, they couldn't die, at least not until Suyu gave up on recruiting them. Otherwise, if Suyu recruited them and they died, what sense would that make? In other words, if Suyu chose to recruit them, the system would probably ensure they survived the stowaway ordeal and made it safely to Sunset Territory. But since Suyu hadn't chosen them, they ran into trouble. Siu suspected that stowing away was an act of defiance against the system, with a very low chance of success. If Siu hadn't happened to be clearing the sea today, if she delayed by even a single day, these two would have lost any chance of being saved. But sometimes, things just work out like that. Even though Siu hadn't recruited them, they still ended up meeting, albeit in a rather unusual way. But was it really just a coincidence? Sue's feelings were complicated. She couldn't give herself a clear answer. Lord, do you know them? Vivian had just managed to pull the two back from the brink of death, and when she came to her senses, she saw Sue crouched nearby, her expression tangled and unreadable. Vivian was always straightforward, so seeing Sue like this, she naturally asked the question. I don't know them, but I've guessed who they are. Sue couldn't admit to knowing them otherwise. Once the two woke up, her secret would be out. But if she said she didn't know them at all, Vivian definitely wouldn't believe her. Although Vivian probably wouldn't be upset over a little lie, Sue still chose to share only what she could safely reveal. Oh? So who are they? Vivian hadn't expected these two to have any special identity, and curiosity got the better of her. Sue shook her head and didn't answer right away. If you're interested, let's talk about it when we get back. Fine. Vivian pouted, her lively expression making her look just like a proud cat looking down on its human. Cat-like Vivian turned back to check on the two, then exchanged a few words with the healer before standing up. They're stable for now, but we need to get them some soup made from lava grass as soon as possible. I brought some lava grass with me, it's in the infirmary. We just need to get them back. Since Vivian said so, it meant the two were out of immediate danger. Now, Sue had to decide what to do next. Should they stay and continue clearing the sea? Or take the two back first? Or maybe send a few people to escort them back, while the rest continued the mission. It only took Sue a moment to settle on a plan, but before she could act, something unexpected happened that forced her to change course. Everyone, look over there. The seawater's acting strange. There's a monster in the water. Get back, quick. At the sound of two shouts, everyone instinctively followed the second voice and quickly retreated a couple of steps. By the time they'd all pulled back a good 8 or even 10 meters from the shore, they could see clearly. The sea not far away suddenly began to churn. Waves rose one after another, stacking from mere centimeters to several meters high. A massive, invisible force seemed to be stirring the water, forming a huge curtain of water that blocked all view beyond it, like a solid wall, not even a crack to see through. You, be careful. Yes. As a water mage, you wasn't the strongest fighter present, not even close, with people like Mike and others around, but he was still the best suited to handle this situation. He didn't have a staff, so he could only rely on his own magic to probe the water curtain. Boom. Everyone get back. Don't come near me. With a sound like something exploding, you shouted and dashed out of the group. Immediately, water balls like cannonballs slammed down along the path behind him. Just a little closer, and those water cannonballs would have landed right in the crowd, or on you himself. Seeing the craters left in the sand by the water balls, no one doubted their power. If they could punch holes in the beach, what would they do to a person? It'd probably blast straight through someone. After such a close call, everyone readied themselves for battle. In truth, they'd been on guard since the first sign of trouble at the shore. But none of them expected to be attacked so fiercely before even seeing the enemy. Who was it? What kind of monster could have such power? The water cannonballs kept chasing you like homing missiles. To relieve the pressure on him, Sue ordered the ranged attackers to spread out and fire at the water curtain, drawing the monster's attention. Meanwhile, the melee fighters kept watch for any other monsters that might sneak up. Those without combat ability fell back to the rear, especially the two unconscious women, who were now placed under a tree at the edge of the forest. Maybe the ranged attacks worked, because the water cannonballs stopped targeting you alone, giving him a chance to catch his breath. But less than 5 seconds after you stopped, the water curtain, which had seemed to defy gravity, suddenly crashed down as if obeying the laws of physics. If the dangerous sea was a stage, then this water curtain was like the curtain at the wings. As it slowly parted, the creature everyone had been dreading finally revealed itself. A massive red and black octopus, surrounded by dozens of tentacles, each several meters long. That alone would have been terrifying enough, but as the octopus turned, everyone saw a pair of tiny wings on its back. The wings were minuscule compared to its huge body, just a fraction of its size, but the next moment, everyone realized they weren't just for show. The damn thing could actually fly. As the transparent little wings vibrated furiously, Everyone stared in shock as the octopus slowly lifted off from the water. Holy shit. I've seen enough in this life. Did I just see a flying octopus? Are you kidding me? If I survive this, I'm going to brag about it for the rest of my life. Even if I die, I'll die with no regrets, though I'd really rather not die. Are you guys nuts? Is this really the time to be joking around? Amidst a conversation with an extremely high mom content, the giant octopus was now flying at least 2 meters above the surface of the sea. Just as everyone was anxiously waiting to see what the giant octopus would do next, there was a loud splash. The octopus crashed heavily into the water, sending waves splashing onto the beach. Everyone. So, its little wings couldn't carry its big body, and it wiped out? Before anyone could think too much, the giant octopus wriggled a few times and resurfaced. Then, everyone heard a sound, not particularly loud or sharp, but extremely grating. Heh. Everyone's vision went black, their ears buzzed, alarms blared in their minds, and their thoughts went blank. After a wave of intense dizziness, only one wild and terrifying thought remained. Kill. Zhang. Just as almost everyone was falling into the madness of the mental attack, the young man who had been standing by with his harp, seemingly useless until now, calmly plucked a string. The octopus's psychic attack was abruptly interrupted by the sudden discordant sound. The people who had been on the verge of attacking those around them snapped out of it, their minds suddenly clear. One of the octopus's tentacles slapped the water hard, as if venting its frustration at having its rhythm disrupted. Unwilling to give up, it tried again to unleash its voice, attempting to attack and control the humans, forcing them to turn on each other. But if the seemingly useless bard could react in time even when caught off guard, how could the octopus hope to succeed now that he was prepared? Thus, what had been a one-sided mind control battle turned into a head-to-head showdown between the bard and the octopus. Once everyone fully regained their senses, the first thing they did was follow C's instructions. They all took out the cotton earplugs from their packs and put them in. Instantly, the chaotic, maddening noise was reduced by more than half, and the oppressive discomfort in their hearts eased. Damn, what is that guy doing? Someone looked up at the spectacle of the showdown, so shocked he nearly dropped his weapon. The others were just as stunned, so no one could answer him. Suyu, after confirming everyone was back to normal, took advantage of the bard holding off the octopus to frantically probe for information about the creature. Perhaps because the opponent's level was too high, it took Suyu more than a dozen tries before she finally got its data. Pseudo-Ocean Overlord, Many-Legged Spotted Octopus. HP, 295,820/800,000. Attack, 1,000, weakened state. Attack power reduced by 50%. Original attack 2,000. Defense 500. Weakened state. Defense reduced by 50%. Original defense 1,000. Status. Weakened. Reduced attack and defense. Frenzied. Increased attack frequency. Exposed weakness. Extra damage when weak point is hit. Fused. Unknown status. Marked. Unknown status. Skills. Whiplash, passive. The octopus's attacks are area of effect splashes. All creatures within its attack range share the total damage equally. Tentacle frenzy. The octopus randomly grabs 1 to 3 people within range, binding them with its tentacles and lifting them high into the air. Over time, the grip tightens, causing the victims to gradually suffocate until death. Pseudo-Ocean Overlord. As the overlord of this sea area, the octopus can summon sea monsters to assist it. Summoned monsters will prioritize attacking enemies outside the octopus's attack range. What a terrifying octopus! That was Suyu's first reaction upon seeing this luxurious stat panel. But something seemed wrong with this many-legged spotted octopus. Its condition was poor, its HP less than half, and it was afflicted with multiple debuffs, reduced attack, reduced defense, and several statuses she couldn't even identify. No matter how skilled the bard was, he was still just an ordinary person. There was no way he could keep dueling the octopus forever. All he could do was buy time. During that time, they could either retreat or stay and try to kill the octopus. If Siu hadn't seen the octopus's stats, she might have wanted everyone to stay and fight. But after seeing the full information, she hesitated. After all, this was a monster with 800,000 max HP and high attack and defense. With less than 30 people, even if they had 3 times that number, they might not be able to win, especially since the octopus could summon reinforcements. Lord Siu, it looks like that bard can't hold on much longer. Should we just go for it? Asked one of the 3 who had made mistakes earlier. At first, everyone had resented the bard, thinking he was useless, but still got the same pay as them. But after Suyu's explanation, and after the bard broke the psychic control and essentially saved their lives, their attitude changed dramatically. If the bard weren't busy, they'd have rushed over to apologize. Now, seeing someone fighting alone, they all wanted to help, but without Suyu's orders, no one dared act rashly, afraid of dying for nothing. If it was just their own lives, fine. But if they angered the octopus and got others killed, they'd be guilty as sinners. We probably can't beat it, Siu told everyone bluntly. But she didn't say it was impossible, just probably not, meaning there was still a chance, however slim. Even in its weakened state, this octopus was still a formidable foe. Still, Siu couldn't afford to waste time hesitating and put everyone at greater risk. So she called out her plan loudly, 10 gold coins. Anyone willing to stay and fight will get 10 gold coins after the battle. If more than 25 people are willing to stay, we'll give it a try. Otherwise, we retreat. 10 gold coins. That was more than a year, maybe even 2 years, of hard work and saving. They say that heavy rewards breed brave men. While not everyone present was necessarily a hero, they all very much wanted those 10 gold coins. But Suyu's next words were like a bucket of cold water dumped over their heads. I have to tell you all, this many-legged spotted kraken is extremely powerful. Even if everyone here stays, our chances of defeating it are less than 30%. 30%? Not even 30%. Everyone looked at each other in shock. The gold coins that had clouded their minds were instantly forgotten. In that moment, the desire to live outweighed the lure of money. The scales in their hearts began to tip, ever so slightly, towards survival. Money is great, but you need to be alive to spend it. If you want to leave, you'll still get the remaining 1 gold coin we agreed on. But if you choose to stay and fight, you must follow my orders. I won't let you throw your lives away. If it turns out we really can't win, I'll arrange for everyone to retreat as best we can. You have 1 minute to decide. Siu had just checked on the bard's condition, and the bard himself said he could hold out for another 3 to 5 minutes. So giving everyone a minute to think was reasonable. But those 3 to 5 minutes weren't, because the bard was especially strong, able to go toe-to-toe with such a formidable creature, one even recognized by the system as a ruler of the seas. The real reason was that the many-legged spotted kraken simply wasn't in a hurry to finish him off. It didn't want to end things quickly, it just wanted to toy with him a little longer. The bard, though still able to fight, was well aware of his limits. So he stopped provoking the kraken and instead pretended to be helpless, buying time for everyone else. But the kraken's patience wouldn't last forever. Once it got bored, the bard would be in real danger. During this 1 minute, anyone who wants to leave can do so at any time. After a minute, if there are still more than 20 people here, I'll assume you all want to fight. Siu quickly finished her instructions and then waited quietly for everyone's decision. Almost as soon as she finished speaking, Duoya was the first to walk over and stand by her side, making it clear she intended to stay and fight. She was quickly joined by Yu, Lyle, Vivian, and 2 other residents of the Sunset Territory. Mike, on the other hand, didn't move. He leaned lazily against a tree, looking unconcerned. But judging by his attitude, it was almost certain he wasn't planning to leave either. After all, as an intermediate mage, even if he left right now, no one would dare say anything, not even Suyu, the Lord herself. After a dozen seconds or so, one person stepped forward, bowed apologetically to everyone, and said, "I'm sorry. If I were alone, I'd definitely stay. But I have a family and children who need me. It's fine. You can claim your remaining pay at the bounty board. You earned it for helping clear the sea." Siu waved her hand, unconcerned. She had already said the choice was theirs, and she wouldn't go back on her word. If someone truly wanted to leave, forcing them to stay would only endanger everyone. What she needed were people willing to fight, not just those in it for the money. They could be motivated by money, but they had to have the will to fight. Otherwise, such teammates were useless. "Sorry, I'll go now." He wanted to say more, but realized there was no need to sway others. After apologizing again, he turned and left. With someone taking the lead, the others' resolve began to waver. But the minute passed quickly, and to Suyu's surprise, aside from the first person who left, no one else chose to go. She had thought at least 2 or 3 people would leave, maybe even exactly 5, or that the group would drop below 25 and they'd all just head back to the territory. But since only one person left, that was a good thing. During that minute, Siyu also thought through several strategies for dealing with the Kraken. Now that everyone had made their choice, she began assigning roles according to her plan. The Kraken didn't have any obvious attacks or skills that could be completely countered by technique, so Siyu decided to have everyone try fighting it head-on first. Even though its attack power had been weakened to 1,000, no one present could withstand it alone. So Siyu assigned 5 melee fighters to attack the Kraken from the front, drawing its attention and splitting the damage. This way, each person would only take about 200 damage per hit. After accounting for their defense and the water magic shields you would cast, each of the 5 would take less than 500 damage per round. Ranged fighters, spread out for now. When you attack, keep an eye on the Kraken's tentacles. If it looks like it's about to grab someone, focus your attacks on that tentacle. This was mainly to counter the frenzied tentacle dance skill. Siyu wasn't sure if this would work, but it was better than doing nothing. If it didn't, then when someone got grabbed, those with swords, knives, or other sharp weapons would have to try to cut the tentacle off. The rest of the melee fighters stay to the Kraken's sides. Don't get close to its front. If you see someone can't hold on, go and swap in for them. This was mainly because Vivian would need to heal 5 people at once, so rotating fighters would give her enough time to work. At the same time, those who swapped out could get treatment from the healer, easing Vivian's burden. No matter what kind of battle it was, the healer was always the most important person, the true backbone of the team. Suyu's arrangements were orderly and clear, and her calm tone helped everyone's nerves settle. Now, a strong fighting spirit was rising in their hearts. At the start of the assault, the bard used the last of his strength to launch a mental counterattack against the Kraken. This caught the Kraken off guard and left it briefly confused. But the Kraken was a boss-level monster, so the confusion only lasted a few seconds before it regained its senses. By the time it recovered and tried to take revenge on the bard, it realized he had vanished. Instead, a group of humans had appeared in front of it, and the pain from their attacks made it roar in anger. Just like when they killed the coral beast before, the first half of the battle went very smoothly. The centipede-spotted Kraken, with less than 300,000 HP to start, steadily lost health under everyone's attacks, not particularly fast, but at a reliable pace. Although they had numbers on their side, the Kraken's defense was extremely high. Many attacks couldn't even break through its defenses, only managing to deal the minimum force damage. Seeing this, Siyu immediately ordered everyone to drink the potions she distributed earlier to boost their combat power. After a brief burst of strength, half an hour passed, bringing them to the 30th minute of the fight. In those 30 minutes, they'd managed to whittle the Kraken's HP down from 290,000 to 180,000, dealing a total of 110,000 damage. At this rate, they would only need at most another hour to finish off the centipede-spotted Kraken. But Siyu knew things wouldn't be that simple. Up to this point, the Kraken had barely used any of its skills. Several times during the first half hour, it tried to grab people with its tentacles. But as per Suyu's instructions, whenever the ranged fighters saw a tentacle start to move, they'd immediately stop attacking the Kraken itself and focus fire on the tentacle. The pain would force the tentacle to withdraw. This made Siyu pretty sure that this was one way to counter the tentacle frenzy skill. But even though she'd figured out how to deal with that skill, Siyu couldn't feel happy. She'd been waiting for the Kraken to use its third skill, but it never did, which only made her more uneasy. That unease became reality when the Kraken's HP dropped to just 100,000. HRRR, the Kraken let out a furious roar. Seeing this, Siu immediately ordered everyone to retreat without hesitation. Just as they were about to pull back, the sea surged again. The scene from the Kraken's initial appearance repeated. A towering wall of water rose up. But this time, the water curtain didn't last long before crashing down. Unlike before, the water that splashed onto the beach didn't seep into the sand. Instead, like Nuwa creating humans, each splash formed into a monster. For every splash, there was an ice blue monster. In just a few seconds, the golden beach was covered in blue. Is this the true power of a sea monster? A 30% chance of victory? I'd say we don't even have 10%. There are so many monsters, and we only have 30 people, not even all of them are fighters. Should we just leave now? Feels like we still have a chance if we run. Shit, no chance anymore. As everyone was debating whether to run, one of them was suddenly tackled and pinned by an ice blue monster. Inferior Water Elemental. HP 100/100. Attack 10. Defense 10. Description: a water elemental crudely shaped from water. Weak in combat, but explodes in an area of effect blast upon death. These are water elementals created by the Kraken. Their attack and defense are low, just hit them once or twice and they'll die. But keep your distance because they explode, so you quickly relayed the information she'd seen. The people entangled by the inferior water elementals instinctively attacked with their weapons. With a single slash, the monster burst like a popped water balloon. Thanks to Siu's warning, they were prepared. Right before the explosion, they hit the ground, protecting their more vulnerable body parts from the blast. Ranged group, focus on the elementals farther away. Everyone else, keep your distance when attacking, don't bunch up, or you'll have trouble dodging the explosions. Now that they knew the elementals exploded, these seemingly cute, jelly-like creatures were as terrifying as bombs. They avoided them as much as possible. But they couldn't just ignore them either. Who knew if the elementals would chase them if they tried to run now? The Kraken itself lived in the sea. Although it was powerful, it had never left the water's edge, not counting when it briefly rose up earlier. While everyone was busy fighting off hundreds of inferior water elementals, Siu built a few arrow towers nearby to relieve the pressure. As she worked, her eyes kept flicking back to the Kraken. Plus 56,247. Plus 19,472. Two faint green flashes, Siu was shocked to see the Kraken's HP shoot back up. From less than 100,000, it had suddenly recovered to a full 170,000. How could this be? Siu was baffled. Even after repeatedly checking the Kraken status panel, she couldn't find any clues. If there was anything odd about the Kraken, it was this. Why was it called a pseudo-ocean overlord? What did pseudo mean here? Fake? Imposter? Hundreds of inferior water elementals kept swarming toward them like moths to a flame. Everyone sped up their attacks, but the elementals kept spawning. For everyone they killed, several more appeared on the beach. There was no way they could clear them all out in time. Looking at the sea of blue monsters, Siu realized something. Whether the Kraken was the real ocean overlord, a fake, or an imposter, it didn't matter. They simply couldn't win. Siu, retreat. Many people had already wanted to run when the elementals first appeared, but now that Siu gave the order, some hesitated. It wasn't just about the 10 gold coins. More than that, it was the unwillingness to give up. After fighting for nearly an hour, just walking away felt like such a waste. Who could be happy with that? Shouldn't we try a bit longer? Yeah. We could take it slow, clear out all the elementals first, then go after the big octopus. Siu also wanted to kill the Kraken. If it died, not only would the sea be peaceful again, but she could send more people here to gather resources in the future. Not to mention, the Kraken was a powerful monster. Killing it would surely bring her great rewards, system treasure chests, loot drops, or maybe even more. If they really could kill it, Siu would gain even more than the others. She wanted to kill this giant octopus more than anyone. But if they couldn't win, they just couldn't win. Although Siu still had another trump card, she didn't want to gamble on luck. Retreat. We can't beat it. The multi-legged spotted octopus is recovering. To make them give up, Sue directly told them about the octopus regenerating. Look at the wound on its left side, it's almost gone now. They couldn't see the data panel, but the wounds on the octopus were visibly healing, which was proof enough that it was recovering. So after fighting desperately for so long, it just healed up in a blink? Everyone was a bit discouraged. No one could bring themselves to say they wanted to stay and keep fighting. At first, they had the advantage in numbers, but now the situation had reversed. The octopus could fight, summon, and even heal itself. Clearly, it was not something they could handle. Their only choices were to give up or throw their lives away. Just as everyone was preparing to leave, a sudden scream came from behind. Turning around, they saw someone had somehow appeared in the middle of the beach. That spot was within the octopus's attack range, so the person was immediately snatched up by a long tentacle, wrapped tightly, and lifted high into the air. Rescue them. Even though she didn't know what had happened, and saving someone wasn't exactly the wisest choice. After all, there were still so many low-grade water elementals on the beach, so you still told everyone to get ready to save the person. With the person already caught and suspended in the air, they couldn't attack the tentacle holding them, or else the person would fall from such a height. Even if the sand below was soft, they'd be lucky to survive, let alone escape unscathed. In just a moment, Sue had already figured out how to save the person, but before that, she found the bard and whispered a few instructions to him. I need you to do something. The bard looked surprised at her words. If anyone could read lips, they would have seen him say, Are you sure? Not sure, but there's a high chance it will work. Sue had noticed a familiar mark on the octopus. Combining her understanding of this data-driven world, the clues she found on the beach, and her analysis of the octopus's data panel, she estimated the success rate was at least 80, maybe even 90%. All right, I'll go right away. The bard nodded solemnly, clutching his lyre, and while everyone was focused on the person being captured, he slipped away quickly. After he left, Sue began organizing the rescue. There were two ways to save the person. One was to wait until the tentacle moved over the water before attacking it, so that even if the person fell, they'd land in the sea and not die. But there was always the risk of the person being strangled before then, and they didn't have time to wait for the tentacle to move over the water. What if it never did? The second method was to find something to cushion the fall beneath the person, like an airbag, and Sue already had an idea for what to use. Lyle and the rest of you, lure the low-grade water elementals and gather them under that person's feet. That's right, Sue's airbag was these low-grade water elementals. They were soft and squishy like water balloons, perfect as a cushion. Plus, they weren't very strong, and with people rescuing, they wouldn't have time to harm the person waiting to be saved. The chosen group immediately followed Sue's instructions. Some went to attract the water elementals, some killed off the extras, and the rest kept a close eye on the octopus, attacking it now and then to keep its attention away from what they were doing. The rescue went smoothly. When the water elementals were gathered in the right spot, everyone with ranged attacks unleashed a barrage at the tentacle. The octopus, in pain, tried to retract its tentacle, but Doya quickly fired an arrow straight at its tip. Hiss! With an ugly screech, the tentacle let go, and the person fell, landing right in the center of the water elemental cluster. The others quickly pulled the nearly suffocated person out of the water elementals to prevent further attacks. Then, carrying the half-conscious person, they started to run toward the forest. But at that moment, the octopus realized what they were up to and spotted their location. It immediately shifted its focus, preparing to wipe out these humans who dared to play tricks right under its nose. So you could clearly see the giant octopus suddenly extend all its tentacles at once, each one growing wildly, now more than twice their original length. But this growth wasn't limitless, nor was it without cost. The price for the octopus's overextended tentacles was that its health, originally in the hundreds of thousands, was dropping rapidly, as if it was trading blood for tentacle growth. Keep attacking it. Since the octopus was losing health, no matter the reason or its goal, so you thought it was best to seize the opportunity and try to kill it. Even if the chances were slim, She wanted to try her best, at the very least, to buy time for the others to escape, and to give the bard enough time. Mech, stop the tentacles. Mech had barely attacked from the start, not just because fire mages were limited here, and using magic would waste his mana. More importantly, Siyu hadn't let him act, she was keeping him hidden. As their strongest fighter, Mech was Suyu's trump card against the octopus. She didn't want to reveal him too soon, in case the octopus adapted its tactics. But now, at this critical moment, Siyu couldn't worry about whether revealing Mech would provoke the octopus. If he didn't act now, there'd be no chance. At Suyu's command, Mech hurled a long-prepared fireball straight at the nearest tentacle behind the rescue group. The multi-legged spotted octopus let out a howl, flames igniting along its tentacles. The few people fleeing could clearly feel the heat behind them, as if molten lava was at their backs, drenching them in sweat. But they didn't dare stop running, because unless they reached the forest, they wouldn't truly be safe. Even with Mike's help, the area was filled with inferior water elementals, and the tentacles chased them relentlessly. They kept changing direction again and again. Though the distance was only a dozen meters, it felt as if they'd been running for a century. Lyle thrust his spear forcefully through several inferior water elementals that were about to pounce, skewering them together like candied hawthorn. Just before they exploded, he and another warrior flung these candied hawthorn bombs away. Boom! The makeshift bombs exploded among the swarm of inferior water elementals. Most of these elementals were already badly damaged, so after another round of explosions, a chain reaction of blasts echoed across the beach. One after another, the elementals burst apart. Several exploded every second. Each blast killed more nearby elementals, setting off further explosions among the weakened ones. The spectacle was so overwhelming that everyone involuntarily paused for a moment. There's something underfoot. Run! No one knew who shouted, but Lyle and the others immediately tried to move from where they stood. Unfortunately, it was already too late. At some point, the sand beneath their feet had turned into soft tentacles. The tentacles shot out from the ground, binding Lyle and his companions, along with the person they'd just rescued. We're done for. We're dead. Why did we even try to save this guy? He ignored orders and ran right up to the monster. Because of him, even more of us are going to die. Despair spread through the air. Everyone stopped fighting, not because they didn't want to struggle, but because they all knew it was useless now. The outcome was decided. Their earlier belief that they could take on the multi-legged spotted octopus was nothing but a joke. In reality, they were like ants before this creature. Any hope they'd felt was probably just an illusion the octopus had let them believe. From beginning to end, they'd been toyed with in the palm of its hand. Heh. The giant octopus made a strange noise. The emotion in its voice was so obvious that, even without understanding its language, everyone could sense its delight. It waved its tentacles, carrying its captives up to the surface of the sea. Huh. The multi-legged spotted octopus opened its massive mouth wide, suspending its prisoners in the air above its gaping maw. If the tentacles let go, they'd drop straight into the octopus's mouth, becoming its next meal. They stared at the scene in despair. Most hung their heads, unable to watch. Just as everyone thought these people were doomed to be eaten, a beautiful song suddenly drifted to their ears. From afar comes the sound of a conch shell. What is it summoning? The spirits of the sea follow the call of the waves. So you saw these two lines of text suddenly appear, and the words from the stone tablet flashed through her mind. She'd gambled, and she'd been right. Unlike the previous sea witch's harsh, grating screech, like a broken wheel, this voice was pure and heavenly. In an instant, all the negative emotions in everyone's hearts faded away, replaced by a deep sense of peace and tranquility. But the multi-legged spotted octopus reacted differently. Upon hearing the song, it went berserk, thrashing its tentacles wildly. The people it held were tossed about, nearly passing out from suffocation and dizziness. Look over there, someone shouted, pointing to a dolphin that had suddenly appeared behind the octopus. Compared to the giant octopus, the dolphin was tiny, but atop it sat a beautiful creature with the tail of a fish and the upper body of a human. Her eyes were closed, and the melodious song flowed effortlessly from her lips. The scene was so serene and natural, it felt as if she were simply humming to herself. She was like an elegant, noble princess. Every gesture seemed perfectly crafted. Even her casual movements appeared regal. To the others, it was as if this was how things were always meant to be. Yet this seemingly effortless humming not only soothed their anxiety, but also inflicted invisible, immense pain on the giant octopus. The bard watched the mermaid atop the dolphin with feverish eyes. He picked up his lyre and began to play along with her song. Even though he was less than 2 meters from the multi-legged spotted octopus, close enough to be attacked at any moment by water elementals or tentacles, his heart was unwavering. The beautiful notes flowed from his hands, blending perfectly with the mermaid's melody. The clear tones of the lyre and the heavenly singing filled everyone except the octopus with joy, making them forget that just a moment ago they'd been on the brink of death. No one knew how long the song lasted. When it finally stopped, the golden-haired, blue-tailed mermaid looked up at the octopus. She blinked her icy blue eyes, matching her tail, and spoke a string of words the bard couldn't understand. But as soon as she finished, the multi-legged spotted octopus collapsed into the sea as if drained of all strength, dropping its captives into the water as well. At the same time, the remaining inferior water elementals on the beach melted away like ice under the sun, not exploding, but dissolving into seawater and seeping into the sand. Cough, cough, water. Choking on seawater was unpleasant, but none of them cared. Instead, they were all deeply grateful. After all, they'd survived. As long as you survive, what's a little seawater? But still, escaping from the multi-legged spotted octopus was almost unimaginable, and they'd even seen a mermaid. They'd encountered a sea witch, witnessed a bard battling her, seen a mermaid, and even watched a singing duel between the sea witch and the mermaid. Everything that happened today was thrilling and terrifying, but it was, without a doubt, an incredible adventure. These are the kinds of experiences that, once you've gone through them, you can brag about for the rest of your life. After all they'd been through, they could honestly say they had no regrets left in life. Of course, it's still best to stay alive if you can. No one wants to die if they can help it. Hurry, hurry, get some water. Everyone scrambled to pull the survivors out, giving water to those who needed it and doing whatever else had to be done. The female healer frowned slightly at their chaotic rescue efforts, but before she could say anything, Vivian spoke up first. What a mess. Is this any way to behave? Vivian snorted, then continued, you two, get a fire going. You, boil some water. The rest of you, get some clothes ready to help them change. And prepare a few more bowls of the herbal decoction we gave those two earlier. Everyone needs to drink it. Normally, Vivian wasn't one to take charge like this, but Mike wasn't stepping up. You didn't know what to do. Law was lying on the ground, and Suyu and Duoya had gone to find the bard. So, whether she liked it or not, she was the only one left to give orders. Even if she didn't want to take charge at a time like this, she had no choice but to help out. The female healer breathed a sigh of relief, then leaned over and whispered something to Vivian. If there aren't enough herbs, go pick more. They have to drink it. Normally, even if someone fell into the sea for a few minutes or even soaked for hours, nothing much would happen. After all, everyone here was strong and healthy, not fragile. But this time was different. These people had already exhausted themselves, suffered a fright, nearly suffocated, and then plunged into the sea. No matter how tough you are, after going through all that, you can't come out unscathed. Even with the decoction, there's a high chance they'll fall seriously ill once they get back. If they don't drink it, there could be even worse consequences. If any lasting effects are left behind, it could ruin a person's whole life. I understand. You few, come with me to gather herbs. The female healer hadn't expected Vivian to think of so much, but she understood and fully agreed with her reasoning. So she took a few others and headed into the forest to look for herbs. She hadn't gone earlier because she was the only healer and needed to care for the patients. But now, with Vivian and another healer present, she could help gather herbs. As a professional, she knew which herbs to pick and where to find them, so she'd be much faster. While Vivian was busy on one side, on the other, Siyu brought Duoya to see the legendary mermaid up close. Thank you for your help. Otherwise, we would have lost many team members today. Siyu's gratitude was heartfelt. She'd guessed there was a good chance she could summon a mermaid, but she hadn't expected it to really work, or for the mermaid to help kill the many-legged octopus as well. That was a surprise. She'd only hoped the mermaid could help rescue the others, but this was an unexpected bonus. The mermaid looked at Siyu with curiosity. For some reason, she felt there was something about Siyu that made her want to get closer. The little mermaid patted the dolphin beneath her, and the dolphin slowly swam up to Siyu. She looked at Siyu, as if she hadn't heard the thanks at all, and didn't care how many people she'd saved. She tilted her head, her icy blue eyes full of puzzlement. Do I know you? Siyu was momentarily confused. Why would the mermaid ask that? They clearly didn't know each other. Mermaids and elves have similar personalities. Both are pure and kind-hearted races, one ruling the sea, the other the forest. Faced with the innocent little mermaid, Siyu's usual wariness toward people faded. She put away her tricks and gently shook her head. I don't think we know each other. Why do you ask? Luya. The mermaid didn't answer Siyu's question, but instead carefully pronounced the name, then looked at Siyu expectantly. I'm Luya. Siyu felt she really couldn't understand this little mermaid, or rather, Luya's way of thinking. But when she saw the hopeful look in Luya's eyes, Siyu felt like she could almost guess what she was thinking. Hello, Luya. That's a beautiful name. In return, Siyu told Luya her own name. After exchanging names, their conversation finally got to the main point. Yua doesn't know Luya, so how did you know Luya's song? Luya asked, then hummed a short melody. At first, Siyu found it odd that Luya called her Yua among mermaids. That was a rather intimate nickname, like how humans might call each other Little Chin, a Ming, or Fei Fei. If Siyu were a mermaid, she could call Luya Lui in return. But after hearing Luya's next question, her confusion cleared up. I once found a conch, and I heard that melody from inside it, Siyu replied honestly. She really had heard the song in a conch shell, just not in this data-driven world, but in a game she'd played before. In the game's lore, every mermaid had a unique song. If someone played that song in the right place, there was a high chance of summoning the corresponding mermaid. That's why Luya appeared, because Siyu had sent the bard to play the song in a certain spot, hoping to summon a mermaid to deal with the giant octopus. Siyu had always wondered why the many-legged octopus was called the false ruler of the sea, until she remembered the 3 words on the stone tablet, Mermaid Bay. I'd heard that the sound from a conch could summon a mermaid, and I saw traces of mermaids on the nearby stone tablet. So, to save people, I tried to summon one. In any sea where mermaids live, they are the true rulers. From that perspective, even if they couldn't defeat the fake ruler, the real ruler of the sea surely could. So Siyu had the bard try to summon a mermaid. After that, Luya heard her own song and, out of curiosity, came over. She saw the many-legged octopus and the humans it had captured, so she helped save them. It was all just a coincidence. Siyu only knew that this melody could summon merfolk, but what she didn't know, or rather, what no one had ever known before, was that these melodies were actually created by the merfolk themselves. She had summoned merfolk a few times in the past, but none of them had ever mentioned this. So Siyu had always assumed it was simply a mechanic the game provided for players to summon merfolk. So that's how it is. Luya nodded in sudden understanding. I did record my own voice using a conch shell. It seems it was the sea god's will that brought me and Yuyi together. In fact, it wasn't just her. Many merfolk had the habit of casually recording their voices with conch shells. The merfolk believed their voices were a gift from the sea god, and that more creatures, not just humans, should hear them. So after recording, they would let these conch shells drift with the currents, carried to various places on the continent. Anyone who could hear their voices and even play them back was seen by the merfolk as someone brought to them by fate, a connection arranged by the sea god. So they would travel to the source of the sound to see who had found the conch. I've recorded hundreds of conch songs, but Yugi is the first human I've ever met, Luya said, flashing Siyu a brilliant smile. Merfolk were already extraordinarily beautiful beings, their every expression carrying a unique charm. Even Duoya, who usually didn't care much about appearances, couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Off to the side, the bard who had been thoroughly ignored nearly clutched his chest in dramatic heartbreak. After being treated as mere background by Luya, he felt as if his heart had shattered into pieces. He was the one who played the melody. He was the one who summoned the mermaid. The bard, grumbling and sniffling in complaint. Bards, by nature, loved composing and spreading poetry. Every bard was well-versed in literature, rich in experience, and skilled in music. But while he was a bard, he was more of a composer at heart. Rather than writing and spreading poetry, he preferred creating music. For a music lover, nothing was more thrilling than hearing a heavenly melody, unless, of course, the source of that melody was a beautiful mermaid, and he himself was not just a composer, but a bard. He could write poems about meeting a mermaid, and even discuss music with her. But dreams are always beautiful, and reality is always harsh. He was the one who summoned the mermaid. It was supposed to be a stage for 3, but he remained nameless, literally nameless, as he was just the bard. No one knew how much time had passed when the dolphin beneath Luya let out a sound. Luya, who had been happily chatting with Suyu, suddenly looked regretful and reluctant. "You have to leave?" Suyu seemed to guess what was happening and saw Luya nod. "I'm really glad I got to meet you, Yugi, but I have to go home now." Luya looked a little disappointed, thinking of the adventure story she hadn't finished hearing. But soon, she made up her mind. She took out a palm-sized conch and spoke to it in the merfolk language. "This is for you, Yugi. Please keep it with you so I can find you again." If anyone else had given her something like this, a shell that worked almost like a GPS tracker, Suyu would never have accepted it, since it was probably given with ulterior motives. Even if there were no bad intentions, the very existence of such an item was dangerous, so she would still refuse. But the one giving her the conch was a beautiful, pure-hearted mermaid whom Suyu liked very much, so in the end, she accepted it. Not only did she accept it, she even planned to hang it right in the window of her lord's manor as soon as she got back to her territory. "This is a lucky rune. It will bring you good fortune." Since Luya had given her a gift, Suyu reciprocated and gave her a rune in return. Of all the runes in her backpack, the only one she could really give away was a leftover intermediate luck rune. Although the luck rune didn't look very impressive, Luya didn't mind at all. She happily hung the dull, unremarkable stone around her neck. On the mermaid, even such an ordinary-looking stone seemed to gain a touch of elegance, as if it had become much more valuable. A dozen dolphins swam over in the distance. Luya knew she had to go. She waved at Suyu, then turned to the young man still clutching his harp. "You play the harp very well. I hope we can meet again next time." Although Luya had ignored the bard for a long time, she had always been aware of his presence. It was just that, compared to the bard, she preferred Suyu and so had spent more time talking with her. But now that she was about to leave, seeing how she'd neglected him, Luya felt a little embarrassed and offered him these polite words. Whether it was polite or not didn't matter, though, because to the bard, he never expected the little mermaid to speak to him at all, let alone praise him. She actually said he played the harp well. With just one sentence, Luya sent the bard into a dazed, silly grin. Suyu and Duoya exchanged glances, both struggling to hold back their laughter. The little mermaid Luya left. Under Vivian's command, all the loot was gathered up, and those who had fallen into the sea had taken their medicine. At the very least, everyone's spirits had improved quite a bit. "Let's head back. Once we return, you can all rest for a day and then go to the quest hall to claim your rewards. In addition to the original 10 gold coins, everyone will get an extra gold coin as a bonus. Also, if anyone wants to stay in Sunset Territory for a while, you'll get a month's free lodging." Although they hadn't been the ones to kill the many-legged octopus, the result was the same, so Suyu had no intention of going back on her word. The 10 gold coins were well-deserved. She couldn't shortchange these obedient, brave people who hadn't fled and had fought hard. As for the lodging, the inn's fees were cheap anyway, and there weren't many people here. Altogether, a month's lodging didn't even add up to a single gold coin. Since everyone was getting 10 gold coins each, so you didn't mind waiving the room fee. There was also a 1 gold coin reward. Part of the reason for giving it was to recognize everyone's good performance today, but more importantly, it was to win people's hearts. Everyone present had been carefully selected by her, each one outstanding. After working together during this operation, their character was also guaranteed. If she could recruit even one of them to join her territory, the 29 gold coins spent on rewards would be well worth it. Even if no one joined, it didn't matter. At least she'd earned a good reputation, so it wouldn't be a loss. Of course, the others had no idea about Suyu's calculations. They saw things simply. Not only would they get paid, but they'd get extra rewards and free lodging. That was more than enough. So, after hearing Suyu's announcement, everyone was a bit excited. Long live Lord Su. Perhaps because he was too excited, one of the residents of Sunset Territory blurted this out. He froze for a moment, realizing everyone was looking at him. What are you looking at? Isn't Lord Su a good leader? Maybe he lived by the motto, if I'm not embarrassed, it's others who'll feel awkward, so he looked back at them confidently. But he really meant what he said. If this were a stingy territory, they probably wouldn't have gotten even the 10 gold coins, since they hadn't actually killed the octopus. But Suyu not only paid them, she gave them extra rewards and even waived their lodging fees. Isn't that the sign of a good lord? And during the operation, she respected everyone's opinions and didn't abandon anyone. Just these 2 points alone made her an outstanding leader. At least, that's how he felt. As the atmosphere grew a bit awkward and silent, someone else suddenly echoed, "Long live Lord Su." Then, as if by tacit agreement, everyone shouted it together. Su just smiled. She didn't feel embarrassed at all. After all, she'd experienced this kind of situation before. The most spectacular time was the day she successfully built the capital city, that was truly. Although she couldn't help but recall it, that was all in the past now. The group returned to the territory. Although there were no serious injuries, everyone was a bit battered and, since there were so many of them, they drew a lot of attention as soon as they arrived. Lyle and the others were all sent to the infirmary to recover, with Vivian and the female healer helping to look after them. As for the rest, Su notified the innkeeper to waive the lodging fees as promised. Those people collected their day's lodging money and went straight to their rooms to sleep. Su was no exception. She was exhausted too, though not as much as the others since she wasn't a combatant. Still, she rested all afternoon and only got up at dusk to tidy up. But before she started organizing things, she first checked the 4 new applications to join the territory. All 4 were people who had participated in today's battle. In other words, Suyu's recruitment bonus of 1 gold coin had worked. Among the 4, one was the bard, who had been a wanderer and had no qualms about joining Sunset Territory. The other 3 included an intermediate musketeer and 2 people with intermediate melee skills at a bottleneck. The musketeer and one of the warriors were both travelers, but perhaps they hadn't been happy in their original territories, so they decisively left and joined Sunset Territory. Great, for more people. And 3 of them are fighters. Su was overjoyed. She agreed to all 4 applications without hesitation. These 3 were all skilled fighters. With them, Su could finally organize the patrol team she'd been dreaming of. Although she was eager to get started, it was too late now. So she just drafted some plans on paper and decided to talk to each of them tomorrow before making detailed arrangements. It was worth noting that these people had joined the territory voluntarily, so their initial loyalty and favorability scores were especially high. The highest loyalty was 80, and the others were at least 70. With such high loyalty, Su could confidently assign them important tasks. After approving the applications and assigning them housing, Su went to the warehouse to sort through the day's loot. While organizing, she came across a material she'd never seen before. Huh? What's this? Su looked at the blue, semi-transparent film in her hand, pinching it between her fingers. It felt smooth and substantial. She checked the item and immediately got the details. Blue mud. Category, material. Quality, green. Description, a highly malleable material, non-toxic and harmless, can be used as a raw material for crafting items. It has strong waterproof and corrosion-resistant properties. Dropped by water elementals living by the sea. Malleable, waterproof, and corrosion-resistant? Isn't this the perfect material for acid rain protection? Sea was delighted. She'd been worried about not finding any rubber trees by the sea and was planning to send people to investigate tomorrow, now that the area was safe. But with blue mud, there was no need to look for rubber trees anymore, provided she had enough of it. So Sue started rummaging through boxes for blue mud. She ended up filling her entire backpack, and there was still more left on the ground. This is more than enough. Blue mud was dropped by water elementals, and although they'd killed the weaker kind, they were still water elementals. They'd killed several hundred of them today. In other words, she had a huge supply of blue mud. It was enough to craft a large number of raincoats, cloaks, hats, umbrellas, and other gear. So you happily noted down make acid rain protection gear from blue mud, then continued checking the other materials. As the saying goes, good things come in pairs. Suyu's luck seemed to be off the charts today. As she kept searching, she found another extremely useful material, one that, like blue mud, could be used to deal with a particular disaster. Ocean mud. Category, material. Quality, green. Description: a material with extremely strong water absorption. It swells when it absorbs water, and when it reaches its limit, it bursts. The fragments can be dried and reformed into ocean mud. Dropped by water elementals living by the sea. After reading the introduction to the ocean clay, Sue immediately took out a small ball of it, about the size of a ping-pong ball, to experiment with. This ocean clay was somewhat similar to a toy from before called Crystal Baby. It would also expand when it absorbed water and would easily burst after growing larger. The difference, however, was that this ocean clay could be used indefinitely, and its water absorption capacity was enormous. A ball the size of a ping-pong ball could absorb an entire bucket of water. Not only that, although it would expand, the expansion ratio wasn't that large, so there was no need to worry about it taking up too much space and affecting people's movement. Moreover, after it bursts, you just have to wait for the water inside to dry out, and it becomes reusable ocean clay again. With this, there was finally a solution for flooding. This ocean clay could serve as both the first and last line of defense against floods, and could also be used as a material for water absorption and drainage within the territory. Like other materials dropped by water elementals, the amount of ocean clay was plentiful, at least enough to surround the entire territory. So, drought could be handled with wells and water storage, acid rain with blue clay, and floods with ocean clay. Now, among the 5 disasters, only locust plagues and forest frenzy remained without a solution. This trip to clear out the sea area was totally worth it. And wasn't it? She'd managed to gather materials for 2 disasters, recruited 4 talents, and even met an adorable little mermaid. In comparison, she'd spent less than 300 gold coins. If she could do deals like this in the future, she'd do as many as she could. Since the other disasters are already handled and the territory now has sit, it's time to start preparing for the locust plague. Sue muttered to herself as she returned to the Lord's manor, ready to issue a slew of tasks. In fact, compared to the other disasters, in terms of difficulty, drought ranked first and the locust plague second. But the territory already had a key item to deal with the locusts. Locusts have natural enemies, any creature that eats insects such as birds, frogs, spiders, and so on. Of these, catching and raising frogs or spiders was obviously unrealistic, but the territory had chickens. Chickens eat bugs, including locusts, and in the game, chickens have a natural enemy buff against locusts. If a locust plague really did come, all she'd have to do was close the gates and release the chickens. Start storing water, making acid rain protection gear, building dikes, setting up drainage areas, and catching chickens. These were the pre-disaster preparations for Sunset Territory for the coming week. Everything else was ready, except for one thing: there weren't enough chickens to deal with a locust plague. There were only 2 chickens. No matter how much they could eat or how strong they were, they couldn't possibly fend off a locust swarm of disaster proportions. And in a short time, It was impossible for the territory to breed a large number of chickens. However, there were wild chickens in the forest. All she had to do was issue a task for people to catch them alive and raise them. The territory even had a ranch and residents with animal husbandry skills. Everything was perfect, at least for now. With a plan in place, Sue began to carry it out step by step. Water storage, repeatable 400 times. Issuer, Lord. Task, deliver a bucket of water. 1 bucket equals 10 bottles equals 10 liters to the water storage warehouse, 0/1. Reward, 5 copper coins. Tools, bucket. Build dikes, repeatable 1,000 times. Issuer, Lord. Task, help build the dikes. For every 0.1% progress, rewards can be claimed. Reward, 1 silver coin. Tools, shovel, hammer, etc. Set up drainage channels, repeatable 100 times. Issuer, Lord. Task, help set up drainage channels. For every 1% progress, rewards can be claimed. Reward, 1 silver coin. Tools, shovel. Catch wild chickens, repeatable 100 times. Issuer, Lord. Task, catch and submit 1 wild chicken, 0/1. Reward, 20 copper coins. Tools, none. Recruit temporary craftsmen. Issuer, Lord. Requirements, able to make raincoats, umbrellas, umbrella hats, cloaks, etc. Number of recruits, 3, 0/3. Reward, 1 set of rain gear, coat plus rain shoe covers, 50 copper coins, umbrella 50 copper coins, umbrella hat 80 copper coins, cloak 30 copper coins, others negotiable. On the morning of the 24th day, many people saw these tasks and those who met the requirements immediately accepted them. Since these preparations were urgent, the rewards were especially generous, which made everyone much more enthusiastic about these tasks than the previous ones. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. By afternoon, Sue met the other 2 people she had recruited, Ed the librarian and Master Architect Ein. Recruiting Ein was especially smooth because his requirements were simple. He wanted to be the leader of a construction team and have command over it without anyone bossing him around. Sue had no objections to this. After all, he was currently the only architect in the territory. He was the professional. If they didn't listen to him, who would they listen to? As long as he was competent, not only would she let him lead a team, she'd probably entrust the entire city's construction to him in the future. As the territory's first architect, as long as he did well, he'd always have her trust. Ein was very satisfied with Sue's attitude and immediately applied to join the territory. After Ein joined, Sue handed over all the dike and drainage channel projects to him. With a professional architect on board, the construction progress soared. Whereas a whole morning and half an afternoon had only yielded less than 10% progress, in just half an afternoon, the progress jumped to 20%. At this rate, the dikes would be finished in less than 3 days. Compared to the easygoing and low-maintenance Ein, Ed was much harder to recruit. Ed's personality traits were clearly displayed on the recruitment panel. 1 word, proud. He was proud, even arrogant about his talents. To win over someone like this, there was only one way. You had to be even more capable than him. You might not be able to humble him, but you needed enough ability to keep him in check. Fortunately, when it came to knowledge, Sue might not be the most learned on the continent, but she was definitely in the top 10. After all, she was different from them. She knew things these people might never learn in their entire lives. She might not have as much experience as they did, but her identity ensured that she knew far more than anyone else on this continent. If she were dealing with a more accomplished scholar, Sue might have risked exposing herself. After all, most of her knowledge came from rote memorization, rather than the kind of independent thinking, analysis, and learning ability that true scholars possessed. But Ed wasn't some great academic, he was just an intermediate librarian. While he was talented at learning, his literary aptitude was only 70. Not only could Sue easily keep him in check, she could even win his wholehearted respect. On top of that, Sue had once been an outstanding city lord herself and knew how to teach according to people's strengths. So, in just one day, Ed willingly joined the territory. When he joined, both his loyalty and favorability scores shot past 80, making him, apart from Dory, the resident with the fastest growth in these two stats so far. On the 25th day, construction progress on all buildings had reached 50%. The water storage project was complete, all 3 craftsmen had been recruited, and about 20 wild chickens had been caught. The rapid construction progress was expected, given how generous the payment for this task was. Although the work was tough, basically heavy manual labor, it paid much better than ordinary bricklaying. With high pay, more people were naturally willing to do it. Plus, architect Ein had made further modifications to the dam blueprint CU provided. Thanks to his changes, the blueprint eliminated a lot of useless dead corners, reducing the amount of work required without compromising the final result. The water storage task was similar. It was also manual labor. Anyone with enough strength could take the job. There were plenty of wells in the territory, many of them close to the water storage warehouse, so this task was actually quite easy. Low entry requirements, low difficulty, and high rewards, these 3 features made this task extremely popular. Although it was supposed to take a day, in reality, all 400 cycles of the water storage task were snatched up in just half a day. CU had already upgraded the water storage warehouse. She planned to issue another round of 600 water storage tasks once it reached level 3 and could hold 5,000 bottles. Given the circumstances, what CU valued most was diligence and attention to detail. She didn't want to spend money only to end up with 3 craftsmen who could only produce shoddy goods. Of all these tasks, the slowest to complete was, unsurprisingly, catching wild chickens. Although the forest was full of wild chickens, and they weren't hard to deal with, since anyone with a bit of skill could take them down, the real challenge was that CU wanted them alive. Catching live chickens was a whole different story from catching dead ones. The former required caution. You had to grab the chicken by surprise and make sure nothing happened on the way back that might kill it. With dead chickens, there were no such worries. Anyone with combat ability could bring back 7 or 8 in a day, and someone like Duoya, a skilled ranged fighter, could easily bring back a dozen or more if lucky. While dead chickens could also be submitted for the meat task, they were worth much less than live ones. Wild chickens didn't have much meat, so the price difference was at least half, if not more. However, the pace of catching live chickens only started out slow. After CU shared some trapping techniques and people got the hang of it, their efficiency improved significantly. On the 24th day, only about 20 wild chickens had been submitted. On the 20th day, the number of submissions doubled to 57. At this rate, it wouldn't take even half a day to gather 100 wild chickens. Once the first batch of 100 live chickens was collected, CU would issue another round of chicken catching tasks. The rewards would be lower, but still better than ordinary hunting tasks. Aside from these disaster prep tasks, the key for the locked chest brought back from the labyrinth had also been made, ready to use at any time. And the eggs CU gave to Sit had already hatched 2 chicks. Inside the locked chest, CU found a featherlight map. Obtained, Unknown Map X1. Unknown Map. Category, Item. Quality, None. Description, a map marking a certain location. Who knows what surprises or shocks await at this unknown site? Since she knew this was a locked chest from the labyrinth, the contents couldn't be ordinary. CU was especially interested in the map. Conveniently, the marked location wasn't far from the territory. A round trip would take at most 3 or 4 days, plenty of time before the double disaster struck. So she immediately sent people to scout it out, which was also a good way to train the new recruits. As the lord of the territory, CU couldn't personally handle every incident. Previously, she had to do things herself because there was no one else. She handled the monster cage, the underwater labyrinth, and even led the team to clear the coastal waters. While her presence greatly increased the success rate of such tasks, it also took up a lot of her time. That's why the territory's construction kept getting delayed and was starting to lag behind its level. CU, as Lord, simply didn't have much time to devote to building and planning. Even when she was in the territory, there were always more pressing matters than construction. But as the population grew, so did the number of capable and skilled people. Siyu had been consciously training her most trusted subordinates. She wanted them to be able to take charge, lead teams, and become her right-hand men, not just puppets waiting for her orders. Among them were Duoya, Lyle, Lake, Vivian, Yu, and Mei. Well, as for Mike, he could just stick to cooking. He could be brought along when extra combat power was needed. This map came at just the right time. Scouting missions weren't usually difficult or risky, but they required careful observation, making them perfect training opportunities. So, after getting the map, Siyu sent Duoya, Lyle, Yu, and several other residents with combat or scouting skills out on the mission. This time, Lyle will be the team leader, with Duoya as vice captain. You all need to follow their orders and commands. Lyle was chosen as captain because of his rich experience in exploration and his steady personality. Although Duoya was actually stronger and equally calm, due to her past experiences and personal temperament, she tended to bottle things up inside. However, things seem to have improved a lot recently. What happened during the sea clearing mission was the best proof of that. In fact, there wasn't much difference between captain and vice captain, since Siyu had specifically said that everyone should listen to both of them, which meant they had equal authority. But knowing their personalities, neither of them would argue over such things anyway. No one had any objections to Suyu's arrangements. After all, everyone here had been carefully selected by Siyu. Anyone likely to have issues wouldn't have been allowed to join the mission in the first place. Even though this is a mission, safety comes first. No matter what happens, you must return to the territory within 4 days. This was the last thing Siyu said to them, and also the most important. Although no one knew why the time limit was 4 days, they all kept it firmly in mind and took it very seriously. After sending the group off, Siyu started thinking about letting Dolly help manage some of the shops in the territory. But then she remembered how busy Dolly was lately, making rainproof items, checking the quality of the 3 temporary craftsmen's work, and running the tailor shop. She barely had a moment to rest. So Siyu decided to put the idea on hold for now. Changing direction, Siyu turned away from the tailor shop and headed to the ranch instead. When she arrived, Sit came over with a smile. "Lord, what should we do with the 2 foals over there?" "That's right, the 2 eggs that hatched earlier turned out to be 2 little foals. To be honest, horses are mammals, so hatching from eggs doesn't really make sense. But if you just treat the egg as a way to get animal babies, it doesn't seem so unreasonable after all. After all, in some 1/999 damage games, pet eggs can even hatch dragons, cheilants, or unicorns. Compared to that, mammals hatching from eggs isn't such a big deal. Do you want to raise them, Sit?" Siyu asked her seriously. Sit thought about the 2 foals. Although she was a bit reluctant to let them go, she knew she didn't have time to care for them. Besides cows and sheep, she now had dozens of wild chickens to look after. More importantly, Sit didn't know how to raise foals. She'd only ever raised cows, sheep, chickens, ducks, and pigs, never horses. She was worried she wouldn't do a good job. If they were adult horses, it'd be fine, they're not so fragile. But foals are always tricky, a small mistake could lead to trouble. "What do you think, my lord?" "Of course I want to. How could I not?" Sit sighed as she spoke. She didn't have the time or ability, but if you asked whether she wanted to, of course she did. The foals were just too adorable, she couldn't help but love them. And since Sit was the one who hatched them, the 2 foals already saw her as their mother. Now, whenever they saw Sit, they'd slowly nuzzle up to her. The little guys were only as tall as her calf, with big, dewy eyes full of dependence. Sit felt that if she looked at them any longer, she wouldn't have the heart to even ask Siyu what to do with them. "If you want to raise them, then go ahead." Siyu could more or less guess what Sit was thinking, but she didn't mind. "If you're too busy, just hire someone to help." After all, Siyu wasn't some heartless boss who exploited her workers. Even if Sit hadn't mentioned it, Siyu had already planned to hire more help. Otherwise, with 100 wild chickens, things would get out of hand fast. Not knowing how to raise horses wasn't a problem either. Sit didn't know, but Siyu did. Even if it was just theoretical knowledge, Sit was a professional animal caretaker with a natural affinity for animals, so she'd definitely pick it up quickly and be even better at it. Besides, no one else in the territory knew how to raise horses either, so it was better for Sit to do it than anyone else. The foals relied on her, and she liked them too. It would be a shame to separate them. If you're too busy, just hire someone. You can do it yourself, or I can help. Later, I'll give you a handbook on raising horses. With this, Siu addressed both of Sit's concerns in one go. Thank you, my lord. Please rest assured, I'll take good care of the foals. Not just the foals, but also the 3 unhatched eggs and all the other animals on the ranch. Sit would be even more attentive from now on. She looked at Siu with gratitude, and her favorability score on the info panel shot up. Siu didn't know exactly what Sit was thinking, but from her expression and the rising favorability numbers, she could tell Sit was in a great mood. After leaving the ranch, Siu headed to the clinic to check on the people who'd been rescued from the sea. Most importantly, she wanted to see the 2 stowaways they'd saved. Vivian had been anything but idle these past 2 days, busy taking care of everyone. But then again, looking at the terrified faces of the group, Siu wondered if Vivian might actually be enjoying herself a little. The people who'd been pulled from the sea looked at Siu as if she were their savior. Who knew what kind of mental torment they'd suffered in the clinic in less than 3 days? Lord Siu, I think I'm in good health now. Could you please tell Miss Vivian that I'd like to go home and recover? Really, I'm fine. At first, they didn't know how to bring it up, but once one person spoke up, the others quickly chimed in. Yes, Lord Siu, look at how energetic we are now. It's not right for us to keep taking up beds in the clinic. My things are still at the inn. I haven't been back in days. I'd like to check on them. The clinic is great and all, but I have this weird habit of only being able to sleep in my own bed. I just find the beds in the residential area more comfortable. Why don't you, Lord, help us talk to Miss Vivian? Suyu. So, what exactly did Vivian do to these people to make these big, burly men unable to take it after less than 3 days? Just as Suyu was filled with confusion, she saw one man's expression suddenly twist in terror. His eyes were fixed on something behind Suyu, and his trembling hand slowly rose, pointing. A faint breeze brushed against her back. Siu suddenly felt a chill and paused for a moment before whipping around. What greeted her was a ghastly face, blood streaming from its 7 orifices, a long tongue lolling out, and a face covered in hideous scars. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. Siu stared expressionlessly at the horrifying face, then, without hesitation, reached out and yanked off the long tongue that was nearly down to the figure's waist. Vivian, cut it out. This was the clinic, and with Vivian nowhere in sight, and knowing her personality, it was obvious who this grotesque, long-tongued ghost really was. Sure enough, after hearing Siu's words, the ghost, now tongueless, let out a faint sigh. Judging by the voice, it was clearly a young girl. Lord, why aren't you scared? Vivian's tone was full of regret. Well, I guess it makes sense. I got this look from the books you gave me, so of course you wouldn't be afraid. But when she saw the strange expressions on the men lying in bed, her disappointment eased a little. Even though she didn't manage to scare the Lord, at least she frightened these guys. That was still acceptable, right? Thinking this, Vivian leisurely took off all her bizarre decorations. Seeing Vivian return to her normal appearance, the men breathed a sigh of relief. But recalling what she had just said, they couldn't help but feel something was off. Is this how you take care of them? Siu glanced at her, finally understanding why these men were so desperate to leave the clinic. They're supposed to be patients, yet they have to be scared by their eccentric doctor. Who could put up with that? Still, Siu trusted Vivian's judgment. After all, she could see that while these men had suffered mentally, their physical health was excellent. To put it bluntly, they were at full health and mana, with no negative conditions at all. Just 2 days ago, they'd been suffering from blood loss, weakness, drowning, cold, and a whole list of negative statuses. Yet in just 2 days, they'd recovered completely, with not a single after effect. Clearly, Vivian had put in a lot of effort. If Vivian really was just tormenting them for fun and had no real skill, these men weren't stupid. They would have run off long ago instead of begging Siu for help. Their legs worked just fine. If they really wanted to leave, Vivian couldn't stop them, nor would she try. Hey, a little scare keeps them lively. Otherwise, if they just lie in bed all day, they'd get lazy. That's no good, Vivian said with a bright smile, her words sounding completely unreasonable, and, in fact, they were. Too bad Lyle recovered so quickly. Otherwise, there'd be one more person to keep them company. Suyu. No wonder Lyle was so excited when he heard he'd been assigned a mission. She'd thought it was because it was his first time leading a team, but now it seemed that was only part of it. The main reason was that he could finally escape the little witch Vivian's psychological torment. So, how are they doing now? Either way, since they wanted to leave, it wouldn't be right to force them to stay. A little mischief now and then was one thing. They could overlook it since Vivian was young, a healing mage, and had saved them. But if it went on too long, it wouldn't be good. Well, ideally, they should rest for one more day. The medicine they've been taking is a 3-day course, and today is the last day. Since Sue had spoken, Vivian didn't push it. She honestly explained their condition and left the decision up to them. You could give them the medicine to take home and prepare themselves, Sue suggested, offering a compromise. The men immediately nodded eagerly, as if possessed. Vivian frowned and shook her head. That won't work. Only I can prepare this medicine unless there's another healing mage in the territory. But honestly, whether they take the last dose or not doesn't really affect their recovery. Still, if they do, there are benefits. Just like how Dory combined sewing and repair skills, healing mages could infuse their potions or decoctions with healing magic. So the medicine had to be prepared by her and drunk hot at the right time, or it would lose its effect. If someone else made it, it would just be an ordinary medicine, no big deal whether they took it or not. It's up to you. Vivian may be mischievous, but you know how skilled she is. With that, Sue left the decision to them. There were 5 men in total. 2 were original residents of the territory, and 1 had just joined yesterday. The 2 original residents, perhaps out of loyalty to the territory and fondness for Suyu, hesitated for less than 2 seconds before deciding to stay. As for the other 3, they weren't really bothered by Vivian's pranks. After all, she was just scaring them, not actually doing anything bad. They weren't about to hold a grudge against a young girl. Especially since this young girl had healed them so well. Just a couple of days ago, they'd been weak as kittens, thinking they'd be bedridden for weeks. Yet here they were, bouncing around in less than 3 days. And all the treatment was completely free. Most importantly, there were no after effects at all. Getting treated by a healing mage was usually expensive. Compared to that, letting her scare them a bit and provide herself some amusement really wasn't a big deal. I'll stay. Me too. We'll have to trouble Miss Vivian for another day then. If you plan to do anything tomorrow, could you give us a heads up? At the last person's words, Vivian let out a soft snort. Do you really think I'm trying to scare you on purpose? You'll find out tomorrow. Her words left the 5 people lying in bed stunned, their faces full of confusion. What did she mean? She wasn't scaring them on purpose. Could there be some hidden reason behind all this frightening business? No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't figure it out. They looked up at Vivian, but she had no intention of explaining. At that moment, Vivian was speaking with Suyu. The Lord must be here to check on those 2, right? They just woke up today. I'll take you to see them. Vivian had already guessed Suyu's reason for coming. After all, there was nothing about the others that required a special visit. Suyu nodded and followed Vivian to the infirmary's side room. Though it was just a side room, this was Vivian's domain. She never bothered with formalities, didn't even knock, and simply pushed the door open with Suyu in tow. The moment the door opened, Suyu could immediately sense that something was off in the room. Vivian was right. Lin Chin and Lin Mu were both awake. They were sitting up, one on the left bed, one on the right. There were 2 beds, but the distance between them was barely enough for a single person. Why haven't you taken your medicine? Vivian eyed the 2 full bowls of medicine on the table, her tone less than pleasant. As a healer, there were 2 types of people Vivian disliked most. The first were those who didn't care about their own health. She wouldn't spare them a second glance, even if they dropped dead in front of her, because they had it coming. The second were those who ignored medical advice. Vivian found them just as annoying and was equally unwilling to deal with them. Lin Chin and Lin Mu's current state, plus their refusal to take the medicine, fit both categories perfectly in Vivian's eyes. They were clearly weak, yet insisted on moving around and sitting up. There was even a straw-like, jointed grass in the medicine bowl, so even lying down, they could just turn their heads and drink. No need to sit up at all. As for ignoring medical instructions, that was even worse. If Vivian didn't suspect they were still wary, she would have already lost her temper and dumped the medicine out. After all, once the medicine cooled, it was useless. What a waste of good herbs. Such a pity. The atmosphere grew awkward. Perhaps realizing Vivian meant well, one of the women apologized. Sorry, both of us have rather special constitutions. There are some herbs we can't use. We're allergic. Excuse or not, Vivian's expression eased a bit at this explanation. Still, she was a little suspicious. After thinking for a moment, she rattled off a list of herbs, the very ingredients in the 2 bowls of medicine. Are any of these herbs ones you're allergic to? Vivian asked. Lin Chin and Lin Mu exchanged an awkward glance, having realized a problem. They didn't recognize a single herb Vivian named. The reason was simple. They were stowaways, not locals, so they didn't know the local herbs. The 2 continents were far apart, with significant cultural differences. Many herbs that were the same had completely different names in different places. But Vivian didn't know this. Seeing their silence, she naturally assumed allergies was just an excuse not to take the medicine. For a moment, the atmosphere became tense and awkward again. The sisters didn't know how to explain that they didn't recognize the herbs. They couldn't just admit to being stowaways. That would be too dangerous. And since they claimed to know what they were allergic to, it wouldn't make sense to say they didn't recognize any of the herbs. That would be too suspicious. Vivian, go get the herbs, Siu said after thinking it through and realizing the issue. If they don't know the names, maybe they'll recognize the herbs themselves. Vivian didn't know the reason, but she still snorted in response and left the room. Once she was gone, Lin Chin let out a sigh of relief, while Lin Mu gave Siu a thoughtful look. Siu noticed Lin Mu's gaze and met her eyes openly, even giving her a friendly smile. Since the medicine for the 2 sisters had already been prepared, Vivian soon returned with a packet of herbs. These are the ones. Vivian pursed her lips, set the packet on the table, and after a few seconds, reluctantly helped open it for them. Thank you, Lin Chin said quickly, while Lin Mu carefully examined the herbs inside. We can't use this red gardenia, Lin Mu said weakly, reaching for a small orange-red flower in the packet. But her dangerous move was quickly stopped by Vivian. Didn't I say you 2 shouldn't move around? Vivian shot her a look, then glanced at the herbs and asked a question Lin Mu didn't know how to answer. What's red gardenia? I didn't put that in. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Lin Chin wanted to say something, but seeing Lin Mu's expression, she wisely kept quiet. It's this little orange-red flower. Back home, we call it red gardenia. Sorry, we're from a small place, so we have our own names for things. They're a bit different from what you call them here. Lin Mu's excuse was a good one. Her acting was a bit stiff, but if Siu didn't already know they were stowaways, she probably wouldn't have suspected they were from another continent. At most, she might wonder if the sisters had some other secret. But since she did know, Lin Mu's explanation was full of holes. Still, Siu had no intention of exposing them, especially not with a 4th person present. Oh, then I'll swap it for another herb with a similar effect. Red gardenia, or, as it was known on the Sunset Continent, 4-leaf locust. 4-leaf locust was a common herb on the Sunset Continent, mild in nature and easily substituted. In just a few seconds, Vivian thought of a dozen alternatives. Even if most weren't available, there were still 3 or 4 options in the infirmary. Vivian didn't believe that the 2 sisters could be allergic to every single one of the 3 or 4 herbs she'd brought back. Vivian was quick and efficient. She came and went in a flash, soon returning with 4 different herbs. Lin Mu studied the 4 herbs for a moment, then picked the first one on the right. The first herb on the right, with slender leaves, white flowers, and short stems in our place. We call it willow snow leaf. Both of us can use it. Willow snow leaf. That's a fitting name. Vivian's suspicion toward Lin Mu lessened a bit. To be able to come up with 2 herb names so quickly, and for them to match the herb's characteristics so well, didn't seem like she was lying. Vivian didn't lower her voice, so the two sisters naturally heard everything. Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief, while Lin Mu simply smiled at Vivian, leaving her a little stunned. What about the other three? Do you recognize them? Two of these are ones you'll need to use later. Vivian's tone was a bit unnatural, a rare display that even Siu couldn't help but notice. Lin Mu replied, I only recognize Willow Snowleaf, and that one with root-like tendrils, Fox Whisker. We're both allergic to Fox Whisker. One was an allergen, and the other two she didn't recognize. Just to be safe, Vivian decided she absolutely couldn't let them use any of the unknown herbs. After all, with their current physical condition, they couldn't afford to risk an allergic reaction. The symptoms from the cold had disappeared, but now they were dealing with a bunch of lingering side effects. The sisters' bodies were at a critical stage, which was why Vivian was being so cautious. She needed to slowly eliminate these negative conditions. Forget it. I'll go decoct the medicine. You two drink this dose first. Vivian, a bit frustrated, took the medicine pouch and herbs and left. Then, as if she remembered something, she turned back and added, You've already had a few bowls of herbal soup over the past 2 days. Later, I'll bring the herbs over for you to take a look at. With that, Vivian left without looking back, leaving only Suyu and the Lin sisters in the room. Suyu could tell that besides needing to prepare the medicine, Vivian was also giving her a chance to talk privately with the sisters. I know you must have a lot of questions. Feel free to ask. If I can answer, I will, Suyu said clearly, knowing exactly what her goal was. She wanted to recruit these two. But she also knew how difficult that would be. Even though she had saved their lives, it didn't change the fact that they were illegal immigrants. As long as that status remained, the sisters would never be able to fully let down their guard. So Suyu had already decided to take things slowly. The first step was to build rapport and trust, starting with the basics, helping them understand their current situation. Seeing that the sisters were silent, Suyu smiled and began by introducing herself and their location. I'm Suyu. You're in the Sunset Territory of the Sunset Continent. I'm the lord of this territory. Normally, she wouldn't need to emphasize this, but since these two weren't from the Sunset Continent, getting to know this unfamiliar land was the first step for them. Lin Chen asked, Then may I call you Lord Su? Su replied, Of course. That's what everyone calls me. Lord Su, could you tell us where you found us? Lin Chen couldn't help but ask. She was naturally talkative. Although she was the older sister by a few minutes, her personality often made people think she was the less mature one who needed looking after. Lin Mu, on the other hand, was quiet and steady, often giving off the impression of being the older sibling. But what outsiders thought didn't matter to them. The sisters were very close. We found you behind a reef by the sea, Siu answered, just as she had before. She also offered her own deduction. I don't know exactly what happened to you, but since you ended up there, I'm guessing you encountered a shipwreck? This conclusion didn't require knowledge of their status as illegal immigrants. The location and their condition said it all. So, knowing that Siu had already guessed what might have happened, the sisters weren't surprised. Yeah, we were out fishing with the village fishermen, but luck wasn't on our side. Lin Mu followed Siu's lead and made up a half-truth for their story. Siu knew it was a lie but didn't expose them. Doing so would only make them more wary. So she responded with appropriate sympathy according to Lin Mu's story. After that, Lin Chen and Lin Mu asked Siu many more questions. On the surface, they seemed ordinary, but on closer inspection, they all had one thing in common. They were all basic, everyday questions about the Sunset Continent. Although Lin Mu was calm, she was still a young woman who had just come of age. The sisters had just survived a life-or-death ordeal. It was already impressive that they were holding up as well as they were, but the unfamiliar environment made them anxious and eager to learn more about their surroundings. The more they knew, the safer they felt. Siu pretended not to notice, playing the role of an all-knowing encyclopedia, answering every question until the sisters started to feel embarrassed. Meanwhile, the invisible favorability meter was steadily rising. All right, enough chatting. Time for your medicine. Drink up and get some rest. It was clearly Vivian who spoke. She brought in freshly prepared herbal soup, a bowl for each of them. This time, Lin Chen and Lin Mu didn't hesitate. They drank the whole bowl in one go. They weren't naive. They knew these people had saved them. If anyone wanted to harm them, there was no need to go to such trouble, not with their current condition. "Thank you," the sisters said politely, making Vivian feel much more at ease. She still had many questions, but it was getting late. Both she and the sisters had things to do. She was busy, and they needed to rest, so she got up to leave.